Coming live. This ain't no New York nonsense here. This is your boys. I'd never really heard that, where I guess we had some, well, there's really no need to go into it, but a couple of travel mishaps, and I guess they wound up running the DA show. And to our KNBR fam, no worries. We're here. We're live. We can prove it. We're on your TV. We're on your YouTube. We're on your WhatsApp. And there's Triple E in the rectangle, and he's running out already.
No, that's my boy
running
right there.
around. Look at him.
No, I've already asked him to troubleshoot some issues for me.
And we're screaming over Van Halen, which I love.
Yeah.
Paulie can't believe it.
Dude, it's like a phantom ship out at sea just driving itself. This bed, it just trips me out, man.
I love it. Happy Monday, everybody.
It is a happy Monday. It's a happy Monday.
Paulie Mac's in a good mood. Everybody's in a good mood.
Oh, dude.
Giants win a series.
You know what? With these Giants right now, so am I right when I say, what's it been, 12 of the last 14?
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
see. Dude, I'm sorry to let you guys. The volume of this
down.
Oh, there it goes. It's fading itself.
That's a good solid minute of rock and roll,
the
buddy.
volume comes hard. It just makes me laugh because I didn't hear it for so many years.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Giants are looking good. Unfortunate that perhaps one got away from them with the mishap out there. I don't know who the Giants think they are on the base paths. Mauricio Dubon, baby.
Oh, whoa.
Hey, somebody had to say it.
Random shrapnel on Dubon.
You remember how he was on the bags.
Yeah.
He was always getting into trouble.
Sable. Giants always have tribute days, so that was maybe Mauricio Dubon tribute day.
Get thrown out on the bases day.
But, man, it just feels like summer has kicked in officially. Everybody was out and about.
Oh, my God.
First of all, Marcus is out today. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, is out. Hence, that's why you didn't hear him. 5 to 6, celebrating, I don't know what he's celebrating, his birthday, his vacation. I think he's got still like 3 weeks vacation to burn.
It's his birthday.
I told him he can't use it. I need Marcus.
I do too. I'm cool to let him go for a day or two.
He's been blocked from his vacation.
Yeah, beyond that, he's going to have to clear it with me. Yeah.
Anyway, so he's out, but it's your boys, Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey, the Murphy Mac Show.
Hey, now.
Triple E is the kid in the rectangle.
I see him.
And then we got this kid, Greg Silver, in today, producing. And we're going to get it done, the four of us.
Dude, we're completely going to get it done, bro.
And we're going to get it done with the great feeling of that Giants winning that series 2 out of 3, and you coming off a big night last night.
Dude, can I give you a little content right here in the first segment?
I'm all ears.
I got to give you some content because I had an amazing experience last night, and I got to do a little reporting on the air now. So last night, Murph and I have a buddy named Jay Heidenreich. This is a guy we go way back with. He used to work for the Ritz-Carlton, and he was part of a lot of our Hawaii trips and everything. So we go way back with this guy.
Pause right there. How about his entry into our lives? So we started doing those we started doing those Hawaii trips, I think 2011, was the first year.
And he was like, from now on, you're with me.
We did the Four Seasons Maui, and he was the main man at the Ritz Maui.
Yeah, and he wasn't having it.
And he splits time between the Bay Area and Hawaii, and he was in the Bay Area driving to work, listening to us at the Four Seasons, and he said, that ends now.
No, that's from this day forward, you're with us.
And he said, yeah, you guys are at the Ritz now.
And by the way, the relationship still flowers on. And it goes on all these years later.
He played basketball at Cornell.
Yes, he did. He's a Cornell guy, and he's a deadhead, and he knows that I'm a, Murph, what would I say, like on the air after all these years working with me? I would call myself probably like, a ganja enthusiast?
Yeah, but let me tell you something. I love weed.
Right.
Okay? I love it.
Let me add one more thing about Jay. It's very important.
Yeah, please do.
He's in the demo. All right, he's in the demo.
He's in the demo.
Right, yes,
he's a great guy. But anyway, now he works for Fairmont. He works for Fairmont. And he also runs the Claremont over in Berkeley. So they have these... He's been telling me about this. This is our buddy Jay now, and he's been telling me about these events they have. They have these dinners where, like, obviously, you know about wine pairings. You go to a wine tasting, and they'll pair all these dishes.
Those are nice, yeah.
Bro, they're rolling out cannabis dinners now. Okay?
Wait.
I'm talking about private dinners.
What do you mean?
Look at this kid nodding over there. Triple E's like, yes, you do applaud these. So I got invited to one at the Claremont last night.
What is a cannabis dinner?
Okay, so it's a lot like a wine pairing dinner, like so it's a 5-course meal.
Wait a minute. So go ahead.
When you have wines paired with dishes, like that's what they do at a lot of wineries. They'll say, here's a salad, this is a nice wine with that.
So then
here's a pork, this is a nice wine with that. In this case, bro, they're coming out with the salad, and here's some nice ganja that goes well with that.
Bro,
I'm not kidding.
Come on.
Now, again, remember, it is legal. Like, this is legal. It's like there's nothing illegal going on
but
here.
It's like,
but these are very cool.
So what do you mean? It's coming out like a green bud on the
I'm
plate
talking about one long table, probably 40 guests that were all, like, selected by Jay and his crew to, like, come and enjoy this kind of event. And the head chef from the Claremont restaurant inside the hotel, he prepared all the dishes. So they're coming out with all these courses, and then they're pairing them with all these different strains of bud, and they're doing... I am not kidding. This is what I was doing last night.
What do you mean? They're rolled up in joint form?
No. Good question. I'm here to answer all your questions. No, they're not rolled in joints, but that's a very good question.
Little kale, like very good cauliflowers, or
they
what?
give you your choice of utensils. So if you want to spin one up, like I like to roll them, you roll them. They're also handing out like these pipes. Then they were doing like cocktails that were infused with cannabis.
This is unbelievable.
Now it gets more interesting. So now again, this is like a group of people. I had never met any of these people before. There's a lot of interesting people there. Person sitting right to my left. I look over at one point. I start talking to this guy. I'm like, now I don't want to betray any confidence this year, so I'm going to leave this guy's name out of it. But I will say this guy's one of my favorite actors. Had no idea he was going to be there. He's sitting right next to me. And he's a guy I've talked about on the air before. He's been in a lot of Spike Lee movies. If that's a hint, if you guys listen to the show, you might know who I'm talking about. He was at this dinner. He's sitting right next to me.
The late, great Danny Aiello?
I'm not giving nothing. Oh, the ghost of Danny Aiello. Rest in peace. So now I'm rapping with this great actor who's also at this dinner, and he and I are going deep. Dude, we're talking Dubs. We're talking Giants.
You talk Giants with this guy?
Yes.
Okay,
I did. It was incredible.
Good to know.
He was most passionate about the Warriors, though. He wanted to talk a lot of Warriors, which we did.
You guys talk Pajemski?
No, not yet. We talk more about the bigger names.
Trace Jack. What do you think about the pool trade, this guy?
It didn't come up, actually.
What? It didn't come up.
It didn't come up.
Topic 1A.
You know what did come up, though? He brought this up, this guy, this famous actor who's been in a bunch of Spike Lee movies at one point.
Ghost of Danny Aiello.
Because we were talking about the Warriors and their move from Oakland to San Francisco and everything. And he goes, I'll tell you, I've been rooting for the Warriors for a long time. And he goes, when Monte Ellis went to Milwaukee, he's like, I thought it was over. He's like, I thought the whole thing was going to crash and burn. Anyway, so he's
like, got name check Monte Ellis.
Name check Monte Ellis, and then we're rapping Monte, and then Steph and Clay come, and it was great. Anyway, so it was an amazing event. I got to be totally honest. I'm a little residual electricity going on here, if you know what I'm saying, because there was a lot of pairings happening. So,
well, it should be
might be an extra interesting show.
Should be a great show. Should be a great show. Yeah.
But every word is true.
Well, that's awesome.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you to the Claremont. It was it really was an amazing event. The food was incredible. The company was great and just spectacular.
And you're feeling good.
I maybe feel a little too good, actually.
No, I like it. I like it. Yeah. I'm fascinated. That's amazing.
No, it really was. I'll show you some pictures. It'll blow your doors off.
The only problem is that we can't punctuate that with a Giants victory song because they wind up losing the wrong one.
That's the only thing.
If you can go 2 out of 3, give me the Sunday one so we can play the song.
Right, so we can celebrate it properly. Right.
But we do want to shout him out. Young Greg, who's our 24-year-old.
I see him out there.
The kid told me he was at the Yard Saturday night. I said, and I don't think baseball's number one for him. I think he's more of a basketball
Saturday,
guy.
that was a day game.
Was that a day game?
Yeah, day game Saturday was a day game.
That was a 4.
No, we went 1-1 this weekend.
Yeah,
1-1. Back-to-back ones. Those are rare.
That's right. And I said, how was the energy at the Yard? He said, the energy was great.
Dude, the Yard was packed all weekend again.
Yeah.
Packed.
And I was ready for this. You want to talk about contrasting evenings.
Yeah, I do.
Right,
I do want to talk contrasting.
So you were hanging out with famous actors.
Oh, my God. Like, I got my huge fan of this dude.
Food at a luxury resort.
With cannabis pairings, bro.
Strains.
Cannabis pairings.
I was at a swim team banquet sitting in picnic-style seating.
I got to hit a laugh track.
Eating swim team banquet,
that is a contrast.
Picnic-style seating, and we were all ladling chain store fast food onto paper plates.
That's a big difference.
Onto paper plates.
I had a much different experience last night.
And by the way, word came out a couple hours right before the swim team banquet, parents, no booze. No booze.
Let's just rub your nose in it a little.
And you know what they did offer you, though? LaCroix sparkling water. LaCroix sparkling water.
Well, the only honest question I can ask at this point, Murph, was it infused?
Because I tell you what, if you had offered me, if you and that famous actor had came in and
we were drinking infused stuff together.
If you guys had just popped into the back of the room and given me that head nod, like, hey, meet me out back.
Yeah, man. Oh, you would have loved it. No, Murph, you would have loved this scene. It was incredible.
I was at picnic-style seating with a paper plate labeling chain store fast food onto a paper. Oh, no, by the way, and once again, parents, no vino. Not even, can't even sneak in a Coors Light.
Let's be civil now.
Well, because we're, quote, trying to set an example for the kids.
Yeah, but we're trying to have a society.
What if we poured in a red Solo cup? They don't know.
Now you're talking.
They don't know any better?
Now you're talking.
So anyway.
Nobody needs to know nothing.
The point of the story is that we had contrasting evenings, but the Giants, I want to make sure we get the point of that story was sitting next to one of the swim team moms. Shout out Val.
Yeah, Val.
And she's like, Val's great, but she's not at all a baseball head. At all.
No, I got you, man.
She's just a friend. We've known her through the years. Yeah. And she goes, hey, these Giants.
Yeah, man. See, people are starting to pay attention.
And I said, Val, are you kidding me? She goes, no, we wanted to go today, but we had to do this banquet.
See, that's how you can tell. No.
And she goes, quote, Even I'm interested now.
See, I'm telling you,
There you go.
the fuse has been lit, man.
Yeah,
the
well,
Giant fans,
so to speak, right?
well, in more ways than one. In more ways than one. Murph, I got to bring you over to the next time we do this because they told me we were having such a great time, and they said we're going to do several more of these later this year.
Did you say just?
I said, well,
did you just leave your jacket on your chair and say, "I'll be back"?
Great call. I just threw a big PM on the chair. Okay, this one's mine.
Okay, so Sunday 35,766.
Yeah.
Okay, 35,766.
It's like the old days, man.
Saturday 34,343.
Yeah.
And then Friday was only 31. But you went 31, 34, 35.
Only 31.
And now you're looking at this, Paulie. The Murphys have tickets for the 4th of July.
Nice.
Seattle. We'll go to that. So,
Now,
interesting road trip coming up. You ready for this? Off today at Brandon Belt Tuesday. We're going to Canada.
Hey, man.
For some reason, I see Gabe getting into Canada. I've always loved our neighbors to the north.
You know, I look behind the plate. I see Geddy Lee of Rush fame, and it brings a warmth to my.
I appreciated how Canada, unlike America, isn't a warmongering nation.
Oh boy,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you know they've got the Mounties up there.
Socialized medicine, you know what I mean? So then we go to Brandon Bell for 3, and by the way, I checked him out just to make sure. You know what he's having? He's having just an okay year. He's missed 28 games.
Well, that's right on. That's like his usual.
He's only played in 51 of their 79.
Sure.
He's hitting 264, 4 bombs, 17 ribs. Yeah. Just,
Yeah.
being Brandon Belt. 796 OPS. Not terrible.
Doing Brandon Belt stuff.
Not awesome.
Yeah.
Just
Brandon Belt.
I bet he's had flashes, though, where he's
He
like
always
hot,
does.
you know?
When he starts swinging that bat, man, those home runs come in bunches, and then you say, like,
Are we going to get him on the show?
Double B, I'd love to get him on the show.
Triple E has tried. Triple E has honestly
I
been
appreciate
trying.
the efforts. I know he has.
By the way, can we end one last anecdote before we go to break here, dude?
Yeah.
So I drove into the garage this morning peacefully.
Didn't hit any walls,
no
I
Triple
hope.
E. No, didn't hit any walls.
Okay.
Dude, and then Tanel,
no Triple E.
Tanel was parking at the same time.
Yeah.
So he and I were walking out, talking, doing what Tanel and I always inevitably do, talking about some Italian-American event in San Francisco.
Nice.
All right. Inevitably, we were to begin, within 30 seconds, we fell into some discussion of an Italian-American either wedding, festival, or a person that we both knew. You know what I mean? It's one of those things, dude. And, dude, I'm telling you, we're walking down front. We're about to hang the Rico.
Here we go.
Dude,
okay, here we go.
Dude, Fast and the Furious 6.
What's the hell with this kid?
Triple E.
What's he doing?
Dude, Tonelli.
You got to calm down. I've seen him do this.
Tonelli, all of a sudden, he doubled over in laughter.
Did he know it was
He's
this
like,
kid?
Yes, I didn't. Because the image was so fast.
What's the deal? Why are you doing that? No, you got to calm down, man.
Because he was late.
Well, see.
But dude, Tonelli literally had his hands on his knees. He was laughing so hard because the image of this kid peeling around the corner.
What kind of car is? What's he driving again?
He's driving a blue Subaru. That's kind of
Subaru.
It's kind of souped up though. It's like a little. It's not like an Indigo Girl Subaru.
Well, I told you one day I was walking to the garage after the show, and he didn't even see me, but I saw Triple E flying down the street, bro, flying.
Well, where was he?
This was like on the street where the garage is, and his windows were down, and
he was leaving work.
Leaving work, but floored the car, floored it, and then then screeched on the brakes at the stop sign.
That's because he was trying to get up to the slopes.
He never even saw me, but I'm like, this kid's nuts. And he had the music that blasting and everything.
He came walking in this morning, short of breath. He goes, freaking Bay Bridge.
No, that's no joke. So I came over from Berkeley today, which is unusual for me, and you're right. No, it was a mess out. It's at that
so
hour,
you're defending
too.
him?
Today I am. I feel your pain. I was stuck in that S2.
All right, man. All right, well, listen, we're off to a good start. Giants win a series. They pick up a game on the Diamondbacks.
Let's go. I want to keep it going.
35,000 out there doing their thing.
Yeah.
And we are feeling good. Paulie's feeling no pain.
A little electric.
We'll get
today.
the guest list on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Every day is Monday. Start of a fresh work week. I got a lot of exciting hours to put in. Can't wait to get it done. The case of the Monday is I'm trying to flip around. I'm trying to make it a good thing.
Yeah, well, no secret. The Giants have found some late-game magic this month of June. Read about the comeback kids and more at KNBR.com or on the all-new KNBR app.
Here it comes. Swing, ground ball right along the third base line. It's a fair ball. Diving into foul ground is Longoria. And now the Giants have 2 runners at third. Blake Sable, I don't know where he was going. Horrible. And Blake Sable puts his hands on his head, knowing that he just ran the Giants out of this inning and maybe out of the game.
John Miller will tell it like it is. He will tell it like it is and called out the rookie mistake that defined the Sunday game. Poor Blake Sable. He's been having a nice little rookie season. He's been a contributor to a team that has a winning record and is having a phenomenal June. But yesterday was one of those days when it gets real lonely on the base paths. When you turn around second and book for third and there's a runner on third.
Shout out one of my
That's
least...
a lonely spot to be, buddy.
Yeah, it is lonely. That's a good word for it. And you use a phrase there. I got to shout out one of my least favorite songs of all time. It's Just One of Those Days by Limp Bizkit. One of my least favorite bands and least favorite songs.
Well, then how do we take a different tack and shout out Only the Lonely by Roy Orbison?
See, now you're talking.
Back, right?
Now you're talking.
See, that's more of a cannabis dinner style thing, right?
Totally.
Yeah, Paulie Mac coming off his cannabis. I should say Paulie Mac's on a high, figuratively, perhaps literally, after his cannabis dinner.
It's a presence I feel today.
And the stark contrast between that and my swim team banquet dinner, picnic-style seating, paper plates, ladling fast food onto a paper plate, and oh, by the way, don't forget, no booze. Booze.
Well, that's unfortunate now. See, you got to help a guy out. Well, we're getting a lot of advice. We're getting tips from our listeners, too, on the text line. I glanced over there during the break. One guy goes, Murph, I don't know what you're doing. You got to put your drinks in a Yeti mug.
I know.
Act like you're drinking a coffee.
I get
That's
it.
pretty gangster.
We're trying to set the example for the kids.
Well, they don't know. That's what the Yeti mug, that's how that comes in.
The kids don't know, right?
They don't know.
All right,
It won't hurt them.
You know what they do know is that we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health.
Right.
With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Just kind of cruising around. We'll get into the Giants all day today. Today's going to be a big Giants day. But just other things that were happening over the weekend. It was really interesting to be, I don't know, because you were at the cannabis dinner, so you were chilled out.
I was happy.
But if you watch Sunday Night Sports Center, which is usually like kind of my, as I'm doing hums and bums, watching the Sunday Night Sports Center. Dude, you've never seen baseball dominate an American sports night like it, because there's probably almost literally nothing else going on.
We're at that time now. Yeah, we're like it's
NFL, lights out.
Yep.
Lights out.
Yeah, well, not for long, but yes, for now it's all baseball. Yeah.
NBA draft's over.
That's right.
Trade's done.
Right.
Pajemski came in, said he's going to be a triple-double guy on Friday. Chris Paul, by the way, at Dodger Stadium. Are you okay with that?
I actually didn't catch that. I didn't see that.
Just a little random shot of him behind home plate checking out a game. Hey, I like that he's watching a ball game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And
I'll buy
you know
that.
what? We have to kind of get over the fact Peter Guber owns the Dodgers. So, like, remember
that's
we were
a hell of a thing.
Remember that?
I had a hard time digesting that. I think I choose to, like, block that out somehow.
Yeah.
I try not to think about that.
Yeah, so, I mean,
I don't have any connection to the Dodgers.
I'm going to spin positive and say Chris Paul at least went to the baseball game, you know? But it was wild to see baseball coast to coast. I mean, all you saw was, the Mets collapsing against the Phillies. Or
I got to tell
the
you.
Angels having this crazy series where they... Did you see the Saturday Night Angels game?
Well, no, I saw what happened. I saw the score and everything.
Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
25 to
insane.
25 to 1, 25 to 2, and then they lose on Sunday. They wind up losing the series.
I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I don't want to compliment Chris Paul, but I want to go to your point about, like, it is cool that a high-profile, soon-to-be Hall of Fame NBA guy is at a baseball game. Because if you think about it, Murph, you do see a lot of others. There's like cross-sport pollination going on all the time with the NBA. You got Kittle over there. You got Jeter at Knicks games. You got all these kind of famous athletes come out for basketball. You don't get that as much at baseball games these days. So it's just good to see. Like Steph goes out once in a while. Clay goes out. Now you're calling Chris
Kevin
Paul.
Durant is actually a baseball fan.
Good one. Good one.
Make baseball cool again.
That's what I'm saying.
That's our motto.
That's
here.
my campaign.
Just to set the table, by the way, everybody 707 says, "Where's Marcus?" He's off today.
Yeah.
Although we told him that's it. He gets no more vacation.
No, he's done after this.
He says he has 3 weeks left, and I said, "No, you don't. No, you don't have to." So if you want to see Triple E in person, he's in that rectangle.
I will say this: it looks like Triple E cleaned himself up today a little.
Well,
like
he
his
had some
hair's
time.
brushed. You look good. Like he looks good today.
Maybe that accounted for his late arrival to work. He was spending extra time grooming.
Combing himself. Yeah.
He claimed he was really selling it hard that he was a victim of circumstance, Polly. A victim of circumstance.
Shout out Santa circumstance.
Yeah.
No, it was a mess. He's not lying though. I was in the same mess today. It was ugly over there.
Why did this lovely lady that he's spending time with?
Yeah.
Why doesn't he have her over at his place? And that way there's no Bay Bridge to commute to.
Well, if he was allowed to talk on the air, I'd ask him. But he's not allowed. So it's a good question, and I don't know the answer.
So anyway, it was fun to watch baseball take over, including the College World Series. Anybody watching that?
I didn't see it this weekend, no.
Well, guess what? Literally tonight, it's like the only thing going. So like, unless, I guess there's a couple of CONCACAF non-USA soccer games. You're a hardo if you're watching those. And let me give you this here right now here. It's El Salvador, Martinique at 3:30. By the way, dude, shout out the person who's watching the El Salvador, Martinique soccer team. We got some people of El Salvadoran descent.
I can see somebody like Mikey Holler watching that.
And then Costa Rica, Panama at 6. But yeah, other than that, dude, you got some baseball, whatever. Twins, Braves, White Sox, Angels. But really, to me, it's the College World Series, and that's at 4 o'clock, LSU, Florida. That's fun, man. The crowds are out for that. That's another one that surprises me. Is to you think, baseball's dead, baseball's dying. Man, not in Omaha. Those crowds are dialed. I saw this tailgate scene. The LSU fans are tailgating like crazy out there at Omaha.
Nice.
So really, really fun to do. Okay, let's get the guest list going on a Monday, June 26, 2023.
I'm going to need some horns. Yeah.
Horns there. Oh, we're waiting. We'll vamp. There
thank
you go, buddy.
Thank you. I need those.
And we're
very triumphant.
Get into this Giants weekend. On the other side, Paulie, it starts at 6:50. Hums and bums.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hums and bums.
Ready for action.
The young kid, Greg, the young employee, he's in charge of hums and bums today.
Shout out my guy, Greg.
Trust him?
I really do. It's an instinct. I do trust him.
It's an instinct.
You got to use your gut sometimes. And like my gut is that I trust him.
You know what he said to me that it boosted his stock?
What?
Because I was briefly saying something about the crowds at the game. He goes, "Yeah, I was out there Saturday."
Yeah.
I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah, great energy." He goes, "And then I did an overnight." I said, "Wait a minute." He goes, "Yeah." He said, "I went from the park to here and spent the entire night here till 6 a.m.
Well, this is what I like to hear. I like this kind of dedication.
He said it did make me reconsider the thought of day drinking before an overnight shift. You know what I mean? So,
reconsider day drinking. Yes, that is definitely something to reconsider.
He said he was training some young kid who was in.
Young kid?
Yeah, as if we were hiring.
Okay, well,
we hired like 3.
Well, cool. Come on in.
I used to do. Did you ever work an overnight shift, Polly?
Not overnight, but I did.
No, I mean in any line of work.
No.
You know my story working the midnight shift at the motel, right?
Well, yeah.
I used to work the midnight shift.
Shout out Ron Kovic. Yeah, Ron Kovic, born on the 4th of July, and Murph chilling.
That's when that guy came in and said, "Hey, man, did you see that want ad for that we're hiring a front office person.
Like, hey, that's my job.
No, I said, yeah, I saw that. He goes, yeah, that's your job. He goes, they're coming.
I think you're
for
on
you.
thin ice, pal.
He goes, they're coming for you. He said, the guy, his name was like Bill. He goes, Bill doesn't like you.
Yeah.
He goes, he's going to fire you. And
Bill doesn't like you.
I took off my name tag, and his office was on the second floor. I sprinted up the stairs to quit.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Nice. No, that's, yeah.
I said, you can't fire me. I quit. So anyway.
What did he say?
Well, I think he was like, well, then great.
Whatever it takes.
You just saved me the trip down the stairs.
Yeah,
is what he
nice,
said,
nice.
dude. So,
Yeah.
So anyway, Humps and Bumps.
Murph walked in. He goes, you know what? You're going to have to hire somebody else to get Ron Kovic's towels from now on.
It's a true story.
Because I'm done.
Ron Kovic, the Vietnam vet activist who inspired the movie Born on the 4th of July, was living at the Corte Madera Inn.
And Murph's boy.
The best Western Corte Madera Inn, and used to just wheel in and just making demands.
That's the outrageous demands.
He wanted towels, he wanted newspapers, he wanted coffees.
Line. Yeah, just wheeling in, making outrageous
he wanted his
demands.
Messages, too.
Right now, I want them, too.
His messages.
Yeah. Where are my
He did.
messages?
He did.
That's incredible. Just wheeling in. Hey, where's my messages?
Paul, you ever have a guy holding messages for you?
No.
All right.
I don't know. It's a whole different world.
Wheeling him, asking for your messages and towels.
Yeah,
Paul.
yeah.
By the way, I support. There's nothing like getting new towels at a hotel.
Yeah, I recommend it.
Mike Krukow at 7:35 to talk about the Giants winning the series, guys. They won the series. They picked up a game on Arizona. They continue to do it. And Friday night, we'll have to talk about Conforto and Bailey.
Yeah,
and Logan
Bailey.
Webb gutting out 7 more innings.
Great performance by
No man in the entire Major League Baseball has thrown more innings than Logan Webb.
Love it.
Number one.
Let him
baby,
work.
Number one.
Let Logan work.
Even in the orange. And then Saturday, Matos, the first homer of his career. Fantastic. 8 o'clock, the big hit's got to be the Giants keeping that park packed and energetic. 8:20, the cooler of content. How about us talking more Giants baseball with Travis Ishikawa at 8:35? And then, Paulie, in the 9 o'clock hour, we got to pay a little attention to the NBA because after the draft dust settled on Thursday night, Friday morning, the Chris Paul trade settled into your brain. Dalton Johnson, 9:15 from NBC Sports Bay Area.
Sweet.
And then the NBA writer for the New York Times, Sopan Deb.
That's my boy now, Sopan Deb.
That's our guy. He had a huge piece on Chris Paul.
He does. He gets a lot of space, man,
in the New York
Times.
Times.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's dive into these 3 games over the weekend. The highs, the lows. There is some bad news, but there's some good news, too. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And Blake Sable puts his hands on his head, knowing that he just ran the Giants out of this inning and maybe out of the game. Here's Kelly to the plate. Swing. There's a shot deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Right past the foul pole. Into the tunnel. And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first major league home run. And it puts the Giants ahead of the first place D-backs. Another great moment for the rookie in his 10th big league game. His first home run, and it was a laser beam right down the left field line.
Good times at the yard on Saturday. That's 35,000 out there on Saturday roaring their approval, or 34,000 roaring their approval.
It's like the place to be again. It really is. It's like a hot destination right now, which is great. When the Giants are playing good ball and the crowds are coming out, man, you can't beat that vibe. That whole atmosphere around the yard, like, it's just, I'm so happy that it's back.
It leads to Louie rejoins from Triple E.
I like that.
Well
it was
done.
a good one, Eric.
That sounded very, very good. Yeah, let's make it that way. I mean, listen, so here's the deal, guys. Yeah, they lose yesterday. Blake Sable's base running error. You know, they were still down 4-2. There's no guarantee, but it was one of the sort of the highlight moments of that loss. But let's go over what happened on the weekend. First of all, they pick up a game on Arizona.
Love it.
Okay, they take 2 out of 3, so they're 44-34. They're 2.5 back Arizona, 2 back in the loss column, right where they need to be. Do you guys allow me to look at the wild card? Am I allowed on June 26th?
I'll tell you what I'll do.
It's June 26th.
I'll make you a deal. You're making me laugh today. I'll make you a deal. You can look at the wild card after I tell you that this segment is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with the Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA.
Thank you. If you do that, can I tell you guys that Chris Rose, our friend, is going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50.
Nice. I like Chris.
For what should be an easygoing chat.
Yeah.
I would describe any conversation with Chris Rose as easygoing.
Let's have the most easygoing kind of guest of all time, like a showdown between Chris Rose and Keith Hernandez. Because Keith is about as easygoing as it gets, too.
There was something about Hernandez.
He's so cool, isn't he?
Yeah, by the way, he said, he was giving us his thing, I'm going to take the train to Philly. They were playing.
No, I'm out here on Long Island now. I got 2 days off. It's rare. He's such a gentleman.
You guys might be hearing from that Mets series because they had quite the adventure yesterday in Philadelphia.
I don't want to blow anybody's cover. I know, dude. I know. I saw the headline late last night when I was getting into bed on ESPN, and I was kind of in a giggly state. And it said something like, on ESPN, it said, comedy of Mets errors, snubs out there tonight or whatever.
They're having a rough season.
Bro, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
The amount of money they spend, they suck.
It's like if Joe Lacob, basically it would be like if Joe Lacob's Warriors finished 11th in the Western Conference, I mean, because he's the Lacob. He's the baseball Lacob.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and steal the wild card from you guys. The Giants are firmly in possession of the second wild card.
Let's go, man.
Right now. Although, you know who's right there with us? Miami. And let me say this right now. You know who's right now leading? I'm looking at the NL playoff hunt. So the Braves are leading the East, the Diamondbacks are leading the West. And, dude, I got to tell you this. Am I allowed to say this?
Sure. Say whatever you want.
I got a little, as the great Janis Joplin might say, a little piece of my heart.
Nice.
For the Cincinnati Reds.
Okay.
I'm
America's
loving
team.
this story.
It's a good story, man.
I'm loving this story.
Yeah.
They are it's all kids.
Yeah.
And Cincinnati, I mean, first of all,
Tell them.
But listen, we grew up with Cincinnati.
Opening day, the whole bit.
And then, so they were the gold standard for a long, long time. And then even as recently as 1990, they beat the A's in the World Series. The Giants played them in the playoffs in 12.
Yes.
Dusty Baker got them in the playoffs in 12. So that was, within
They were a really good team that year, too. They were really good in 12.
Giants were down 0-2.
Yep. I walked out. I thought leaving game 2, I'm like, well, I won't be back at this yard till next year. And I mean, they got crushed in those 2 games.
Yeah, but Paulie, who'd the Giants give the ball to in game 3?
Well, that's the thing.
Do you remember?
They gave it to, was it Vogie?
Yep.
Yeah, it was Vogie. See,
if there's one guy who says it doesn't end on my watch,
it's going to be Ryan Vogelsong. Yeah,
I'm going to look right here. Have they? Was that their last playoff appearance?
The Reds?
Yeah.
Good question.
No, 2020. They actually were in the wild card.
That was
that was COVID
pandemic
year.
Yeah.
I'm going to scratch that. Yeah, 2013 they were in the wild card. 2012 NLDS. But anyway, so basically for a decade, they've kind of been irrelevant. But man, they're fun.
Yeah.
Ellie De La Cruz is the headliner, but Matt McClain, and when they beat the Braves on Friday night, I mean, I know Friday night is where Sports Talk Radio goes to die, but the Braves, who are awesome, Braves are phenomenal, right? probably going to, I mean, right now, if you had to pick a World Series team for the National League, it's the Braves, other than Gabe's Babes down here at 3rd and King, right? But when they beat the Braves on Friday night, there was a post-game scene, like the NBC Sports Bay Area post-game of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Paulie, I want to tell you, there might have been 1,000 people all doing the tomahawk chop, mocking the Braves.
No kidding.
Just a Friday night in June?
Well, you know what? It's been good.
And the Reds fans were going nuts.
Yeah.
So anyway, I want to shout them out. And then they played 2 really good games Saturday and Sunday. They wound up losing to the Braves. The Braves actually took the series, but...
Maybe this explains why Murph sent me one of the funniest... I'm not even sure how to describe it.
I'm so glad you saw
one of
that.
the funniest links you've ever sent me late Saturday night. And
what
I was
if I had sent it to you last night?
Oh, I'd still be. I don't think I would have come to work today. I'd be laughing. That really made me. I was shocked when I saw that. And I'll explain in a second.
I was in bed. It was my last squirrel, and that thing made Paulie. I was
wasn't ready for that
in bed
because you made it so casual. You're like, yeah, check this out when you can or something, dude. I clicked this thing because I was up late.
Have you seen this, Triple E? It's in the 1970s.
It's a Cincinnati Reds game.
In the 1970s, a foul ball goes towards the mezzanine level, like the club level.
I mean, this is up high now.
This is up. And a guy who screams 1979 like you read about. He's got feathered hair.
Oh, feathered beautifully.
He's kind of built.
He's got guns. He's got guns. But it's like 70s guns. 70s guns.
It's not creatine.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Selfies in the mirror that you guys all do in this era.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all natural.
He's got kind of a tight velour shirt. He's wearing jeans.
This guy goes for the foul ball.
He jumps for the foul ball and falls over the edge.
Now, and then it's like a Mission Impossible episode.
So he's going to die.
He's hanging on
He's going to die, but with his left hand, he grabs the one pole that's holding the seat.
He would have checked out.
And starts swinging wildly back and forth.
No, you got to say this.
Immediately, though, grabs his right hand and grabs the other pole and starts to pull himself up in an act of superhuman
strength of those 70s guns. No, I thought the same thing.
And throws his 70s boot. The key move is he throws his right leg boot up over onto the railing.
You really need to see this.
At which point his buddy kind of pulls him in.
Oh, dude. Well, that right there. And then Creative Tony was on the thread, too.
I'll retweet
and Creative Tony had he made me laugh, too. And he goes, because he was talking about what the announcers were saying, the broadcasters, and one of the guys in the booth goes, well, that's a nice play by his friend there. God, it saved his life. He basically pulled him back over the rail. Oh, it's a nice play by his friend.
Then they cut back, and then in a very, what's his name, Tom Brenneman way, they immediately go back and call the strike 3. Fastball might have been low called, third strike, inning is over.
Yeah.
I'm going to send that out to you guys.
Couldn't be more like casual about a guy who almost got killed.
Anyways, in other words, Cincinnati Particles is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're all hyped about the Reds. Maybe that's why you sent that to me.
I mean, it's blatant. We're America's team.
There it is. Yeah. And little Rory Murphy.
Yeah.
Who's really, it's funny. He's been later than Declan to the sports scene. He's not as much of a hardo as Declan is, but now it's starting to happen. Like, because Declan said he got him into MLB The Show, and you know what he said to me Friday night?
He likes the Reds.
He said, I think I might like the Reds.
Yeah, see?
And you know what I told him, Paulie? What do you say when your kid says that when he's 11?
Oof. Well, at this point, though, considering where baseball is, I'd probably encourage him. Yeah, I would say, like, you follow that muse, man.
Boom.
Yeah, follow that muse.
Exactly.
Because we all have pet teams. Let's be honest. We all do. Like, I've gone through a thing with the Cincinnati Bengals of all teams, like where I really got fond of them.
100%. My initial instinct, I rarely, it was a rare moment of clarity for me.
Yeah. No, it's a good instinct. Let them follow the game.
I go, you know what?
Whatever gets them in the game.
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
I support that.
Yeah, me too. I would too.
I mean, of course the Giants are his number one team. He got a Casey Schmidt jersey for his 5th grade graduation, right? Which is really great. The only problem is, where is Casey Schmidt? They didn't play him all weekend.
No, good call.
What's going on?
Well, that's actually, I didn't really realize that, but you're right.
Yeah. They called him Isan Diaz for Yes. And I know he had the forearm contusion, but he played Thursday.
Is Gabe just sitting him, you think? Maybe cool.
He didn't play the entire D-back
series. We'll talk to Mike about that. That's a good call. Yeah.
I like to see I want to see him out there.
I do too.
With the gun and everything.
And meanwhile, though, while he's not out there, dude, I can't get enough Pat Bailey. I'll tell you, the more Bailey, the better.
Well, do you and Tony have anything cooking on that?
Yes. There's going to be a whole avalanche of stuff
coming. There been some ideas?
Yes.
Okay, here it is right here, Paul. I'm going to send this to you here. I'm going to send this out on everybody on Twitter.
Yeah, make sure everyone can see this. It's one of the funniest. And Murph texted this to me late Saturday night.
I have the time on it.
I was like, this is insane.
11:15 on Saturday night.
I wasn't prepared.
I was literally in bed. It was my last scroll.
I was
and, dude,
not prepared.
It got one of those weird kills. I started howling.
Me too. I was laughing too. I was like, that was insane.
If I sent this to you last night after the cannabis dinner,
forget about it.
You might have been
me and
out
the
of your
Spike Lee
mind,
actor. We would have been
dude.
howling. Yeah, I can't say his name, but he's a cool dude. He would have been laughing.
I am going to retweet this thing right now. Hang on. Yeah, here's.
By the way, speaking of baseball, this famous Spike Lee actor that I won't reveal his real name, who was at the dinner with me last night, he was very upset about the A's leaving Oakland. And it was interesting because he said he lives over there. He lives over in the East Bay. And he goes, I'm not even really, this is what he said. He goes, I'm not even really like a baseball or an A's fan. But he goes, I'm really hurt that it's like just another piece of the Oakland spirit getting ripped out. Actually, no, the word he used was soul. He was like, it's just another piece of Oakland soul getting ripped away. I was like, damn, you are an actor.
I know. It's
That's
true,
profound
man.
stuff. But anyway, it just shows you like the effect of that.
It is very true.
He's not even a hardcore A's fan, but he was broken up about it.
I know. By the way, I saw John Shea wrote a story in the Chronicle about the stadium, and he talked to some stadium expert. And he goes, them getting a stadium in that piece of land is going to be a really, really tight fit.
Yep. They said they can barely have any parking at all at this place. It's going to be insane.
I had a Stefan.
Yeah, I could sense
you know
it.
what I mean? Tight fits, you know what I mean?
Wow. 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 I got to give you a Starkey.
Wow.
I mean, okay.
All right. Well,
Wow.
listen, we got to get into the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And Pat Bailey homered from the right side on Friday night.
I'm in love with this
Did
kid.
you guys see what he did? He kind of looked at it. He kind of pimped it for a half a second.
Just
and then sprinted.
Yeah.
Like he immediately realized,
I love this kid,
I'm
man.
not allowed to pimp. I got to sprint.
Now I see.
That was cool. And Conforto had a huge night Friday night. They got that win. Saturday, the Matos homer after he had gotten picked off on the bases.
Yeah, he did.
Which was great. And then Sunday, obviously, Arizona avoids the sweep. But man, the Giants pick up a game. The crowds are back. Perhaps you will hear that in the Hum Babies and the Bum Babies. Your Monday tradition is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, yeah. Monday morning, baby. Like John Brebbia. We're turning the Monday morning narrative around.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Was it Brebbia who came on our show and said that he went, in fact, why don't we dig that out? This is John Brebbia, who, by the way, is on the IL with an oblique injury, but he basically gave us our Monday marching orders right here.
Every day's Monday. Start of a fresh work week. I got a lot of exciting hours to put in. Can't wait to get it done. The case of the Monday is I'm trying to flip around. I'm trying to make it a good thing.
Okay, there it is. So take Brebia's lead.
What do you feel about this, Murph? What do you feel about next time I get invited to one of those cannabis dinners at the Claremont? Maybe I'll invite Brebbia as my plus one. Because it sounds like he would enjoy himself. He sounds like he'd fit right in.
By the way, I was just looking at the text line real quick because we were playing that, and somebody's talking about the Patrick Bailey tribute song. Dude, I forgot to tell you, dude. I mean, if I had been at your cannabis dinner Sunday night and I started thinking, I had one of the weirdest kills of all time from the text line, and it happened late Friday, right before we got off the air. And I meant to tell you, did you see the guy who sent in the thing about the Chris Paul tribute song?
No.
Because we were talking about Chris Paul Friday morning. We need to continue to talk about Chris Paul, by the way. The Chris Paul, we were talking about, geez, Paul, because we were talking about how much you don't like his face and his short arms and all that stuff. But
I'm not crazy about the arms. There's a lot. I'm not a fan of his.
But, will we ever get to the point where you would write a Chris Paul tribute song? And you're like, I can't even get there right now.
Yeah, it's hard to even
that.
think about it, yeah.
Dude, the guy said he had it, dude. Bryan Adams, summer of 69. Dude, the line, he goes, I tore my first real hamstring. I tore it at the free throw line.
Nice.
Dude, and it made me laugh out loud. It was
Sometimes I think about the hamstring.
It was
wonder what went wrong.
It was just the way it hit. I tore my first real hamstring. It was one of the great listener-suggested tribute lines. Made me laugh all weekend. Actually, made me laugh all weekend. So
Can I continue? Can I build on that riff? It might be in poor taste, but I'm kind of in the mood today. Yeah. Who does Chris Paul think he is? The Brandon Belt of the NBA? I told you it was in poor taste. I told you.
Okay, here's the deal.
Yeah.
Hums and bumps. We rotate every week.
Okay.
Last week, Paulie, you were hums.
Yes.
Which means this week you are.
Well, the world turns, man. Yeah. You're
so,
up,
Paulie,
you're down.
give me some losers. Give me some losers from the weekend since we signed off Friday morning at 10 a.m. till right now, Monday morning at 6:54.
By the way, is talking about Beck a contemporary reference? I'm serious.
Yes.
Is Beck?
Triple E says yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Triple E in the rectangle says yes. So if you need to see us, by the way, we're on KNBR.com or on YouTube, KNBR Livestream. You see me, you see Paulie, and then in that little rectangle there, you can see Triple E.
Hey, looking good today, too.
The kid who takes so much abuse from us and still keeps bouncing back like
he's
a
good
weeble.
boy. No, he's a good boy.
Weeble wobbles, but they don't fall down, and he's right here for us, so God bless him.
And he fixed himself up today. He combed his hair, and he's all trimmed up.
He's got himself a girl now.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
And he's on the camera, so he's got to look
there's
good.
some girl out there says, that's my guy.
I love that. See, that's what makes the world a great place. There's somebody for everybody. All right, Murph, listen, bums, there's plenty of them today, and we've already mentioned this guy a couple times. I don't want to pile on or beat this kid up because I actually like him, and I think he's done a lot of good things. But Blake Sable, I got to do it, man. Listen, we were all watching. We all saw. We don't want to start your morning negatively, especially after my cannabis dinner at the Claremont with famous Spike Lee actors. Yeah, I'm trying to be positive. And especially after the Giants actually won the series, Murph. But these are the bum babies after all. Now, the Giants attempt to get back into yesterday's game. They had that 8th inning rally, and it died on the vine when rookie Blake Sable made a critical base running blunder. Murphy was running from first to third on Bailey's single to left field, Pat Bailey's single to left. Only problem was J.D. Davis had been held up at third. The D-backs caught Sable in no man's land. They tagged him out, rally over, and of course the D-backs were still leading 4-2 at that time. Murph, we're talking base running, y'all. It's base running. Another joke in poor taste, if I may. Who does this guy think he is? Who's Blake Sable think he is? Mauricio Dubon? How many times did he get in trouble in the base pass? Yeah, here's what it sounded like, Murph.
Here it comes. Swing, ground ball right along the third base line. It's a fair ball. Diving into foul ground is Longoria, and now the Giants have 2 runners at third. Blake Sable, I don't know where he was going. Horrible. And Blake Sable puts his hands on his head, knowing that he just ran the Giants out of this inning and maybe out of the game.
Yeah, from my angle, I saw him leave his feet, and he didn't get up right away. The crowd got loud. I assumed it got through. So I'm a pretty aggressive base runner. I was probably a little over-aggressive there. I thought I got through, maybe had a chance to score, tie up the game. So I had my head down rounding second. When I picked my head up, I was looking to the outfield towards, I think Corbin was out there, right? And saw him running by the line, but didn't pick up the ball. So then finally picked up third when I was already over halfway there. Longo still laying on the ground this whole time. And I thought maybe foul ball. And then that's when it hit me. I was like, well, I'm in trouble. So, got to learn from it. But yeah, my takeaway from it is, probably a little over aggressive there. Just keep my head up and make sure I pick up the third base coach and see JD in front of me, because he stayed up there. I probably would have stayed a second, obviously, if I picked him up early enough.
I mean, okay, so an extensive cut there from Blake Sable. I was going to say, Murph, any way I could get longer cuts on these.
Well, that's your guy, Greg.
No, I know, Greg's my guy.
But
everybody's my guy today.
So part of the code is when you're a rookie and you biff like that, you got to stand up in front of because the veterans are watching.
Was that a veteran like banging his cleats?
No, that's the clubby.
Okay.
That's the clubby cleaning out the mud.
Like breaking his balls. Yeah.
No, you got to clean the spikes, Paul. You got to get that clay. I got to get that mud out. But the veterans are watching. They say, is this kid going to go take the heat? And you definitely, it's almost like a firing squad you got to face. I will say the awkward, where he's like, then I was in no man's land. Some reporter's like, ha ha. Did you hear that? I was like,
well, that was classic overlap. Yeah, I did hear it. That's good.
Well, listen, so we're in the middle of All-Star season now. We finally started playing. My gosh. And what do we tell the kids going first to third?
Tell me.
Well, what do you do when you're around second? What do? You pick up your third base coach. And if he had picked up his third base coach, he would have seen Mark Hallberg with 2 gigantic palms in the air, pushing backwards as in stop.
What's crazy, too, is like that you're teaching kids those kind of ideas and rules of baseball, and there are still big leaguers that it just shows you baseball is a crazy game, man.
Polly, they say sports is unscripted theater, Polly.
Yeah.
Unscripted theater, or Polly, I get to deep insights on KNBR. That's why they play the games.
That's why they play the game. Well, listen, it's not
you
just...
got to keep your head up, kids, and
watch your third base coach.
Hey, second and third, you never know. Actually, bases would have been loaded. Because, by the way, it all starts with another Bailey at bat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This kid Bailey.
No, I can't get enough right now. I know. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I don't want to beat up Blake Sable all by himself today.
Tough, but,
that's just one. He's a bum baby. I'm sure you're going to do better in the future. But anyway, it wasn't bad. It wasn't good yesterday.
Of course, when Blake Sable's getting crushed, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader.
Thank you.
A Cumulus media station.
Well,
see any Sable jerseys out there at the yard?
But Triple E saying yes.
I couldn't even tell you his number.
You say,
what is it? A 2?
Well, that guy couldn't have told you that either, actually.
It's unusual he's wearing a single digit.
Is that you positive on that? 100%? Okay, 100%, because I can't confirm that either. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hey, moving on, Murph, we mentioned this also earlier in the show today, and I saw this headline before I fell asleep at the Claremont last night, very late and very affected, feeling very electric, if you know what I'm saying. So I was lying there and I was scrolling through ESPN, just catching some headlines, and I saw this one headline. Everything was making me laugh, but the one headline said, Mets comedy of errors in the 8th ends their night or whatever. And we're going to get into those New York Mets right now. We talked to Keith Hernandez last week. We love Keith. He's a cool dude.
Good booking by Triple E.
Yeah, see, Triple E's hot. He's speeding around. He's booking Keith Hernandez. But the Mets choking their guts out last night is making our bum baby list today. So let's explain if you didn't see this. So first of all, you got a nice NL East rivalry game, Mets-Phillies. And the Mets have a nice lead in this game. They're up 6-3 in the 8th. Game being played in Philly. Then it all fell to S, if I may. The first 3 Phillies reached in the 8th inning. And then a tailor-made double play ball was muffed by rookie Brett Beatty, 6'4". Okay, then Mets reliever Jeff Brigham comes in. He walks Brandon Marsh, bases loaded, 6'5". Now the Philly crowd's getting worked up. Now they're getting lathered up. Now you got 42,000 Philly lunatics going nuts after Brigham obliged by plunking Kyle Schwarber on the knee. Oh, I can't wait to see the highlights of this. Now you got a tie ball game. Now you got a tie ball, and Brigham is still out there. He then buzzes Trey Turner with 2 pitches and then drills him. Okay? Now it's 7-6 Phillies. This kid, Brigham. Anyways, now for good measure, Buck Showalter got tossed in a knife. Buck probably was losing his mind out there.
Yeah.
Phillies took the series. The Mets are free-falling, man. Hernandez was saying that when we had him on. The Mets are a disaster. They spent a lot of money. Those big-name pitchers they brought in. Here's their record, Murph. The Mets are 35-42. Check this out. 15 games behind the Braves and 8 games back in the NL wild card. And that's, I mean, with their payroll, dude, heads are going to roll. Anyway, you want to hear of Mets implosion? We got it for you right here.
He's 2-2 to Turner. And he hits him! And the Phillies take the lead. 2 consecutive bases loaded, hit by pitches, and the Phillies go in front 7-6. Bullpen meltdown. Oh my word. 0-2 coming. Popped up, center field. Marsh is there. And the Mets' 42nd loss of the year is their most horrific, as the Mets bullpen melts down, aided by a key error, and gives up 4 runs on 1 hit in the 8th as Buck Showalter tried to stay away from his best relievers, and the Mets pay the price as the Phillies take the series finale and win the rubber game 7-6.
I just couldn't get out of my glove. There's really no excuse. That play needs to be made 10 times out of 10, and that cost us a game, cost us a series, and cost us a lot of momentum that we had coming in from yesterday. So it was bad.
All right, well, that was Brett Beatty.
So we're just killing rookies today and Hums and Bums. Hey. So that's 2 straight rookies who had to stand in front of the locker and face the firing squad.
You know, and technically speaking, if in baseball terms, if I may, I would say Triple E is still in his rookie season too. So he's taking some shots today. He's a rookie.
I tell you.
Brett Beatty's a rookie.
Talk about it, Paul. You always talk about when you interned at, what is it, 107.7 or whatever was it?
Kiss 108 FM, yeah.
Didn't you get your A abused over there? Yeah.
These kids know they have no idea. It's a picnic.
Yeah.
They'd be like, "Oh, what are you doing today?" I'd be like, "Well, I got to go pick some." No. You're going to get in the van and drive to Cape Cod.
Triple E, you're looking at a guy who once got called in at the Santa Rosa Press Democrat, got his rear end chewed for running the wrong horse handicap at the Sonoma County Fair. I ran the wrong horses for the fairgrounds that day. People were furious.
Yeah.
And you know what I gave him famously? He goes, "What do you have to say for yourself?" I said, "Human error." Right.
Well, I might have saved your job, that response.
I might be sitting right here because what if I fired back at the guy or something?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would have said to him, you know who I am? I'm the guy who gets Ron Kovic his towels. Okay, so stand down.
Yeah, those were happening concurrently. I was working 2 jobs.
I can sense that.
Yeah, so,
I could.
Anyway.
Hey, I got time for one more bum baby, you guys, and it's another baseball one. We're going all baseball bums.
Can you pause, though?
Yeah.
I want to go back 1 second on the Mets. So just throwing this out there.
Yeah.
On a Monday, on a John Brebbia Monday.
Right.
I was reading the great Grant Brisbee breaking down trade deadline options for the Giants.
Okay, let's go.
It's not,
What do you got?
I'd say it's mildly unlikely, but
What do you got?
if the Mets continue to just plummet
it's over.
The center of the earth,
yep.
Would they trade a Verlander or a Scherzer to the Giants?
I'll be at SFO with a red carpet, dude. I would be at SFO with a red carpet for Verlander. I've always loved that dude.
I know it's unlikely,
yeah,
but it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility.
You know what? Keep speaking into existence.
So if the Mets lose 10 in a row, and Cohen's like, "What do you mean? I got to blow this?" Because these guys don't have long-term deals.
Oh, dude, that would be like my dream.
And
come
he's like,
true.
"I can go get," as 916 said to me on a text line, haunted me. He goes, "Tell your kid Rory not to hang on to that Schmidt jersey. He could be a trade deadline guy."
Well, that's true. Yeah,
I don't want that.
No, he just got here. I know. I like him a lot too.
But I mean, they could that's what the Giants would do. They trade some of their prospects for somebody like that.
Yeah, right. You think Conforto
it would hurt me right now if Schmidt got traded?
Would Conforto be in the deal?
Casey Schmidt, by the way. Casey Schmidt, 1 month ago, we were throwing.
Oh, he was the second coming of Willie Mays.
I wanted to put him on a boat and parade him around the bay.
Totally.
Dude, and now it's like, can we dump He didn't play all weekend. They're like, dump him. That's what I mean?
You know what's funny? You mentioned that is I don't think I really even. I mean, I was watching the games. I don't even think I really realized that he wasn't out there this weekend.
They're playing Isan Diaz.
Yeah.
They called him up for the.
He's got some nice flow.
Nice hair. And probably a nose ring.
Well, you don't get that every day in the big leagues.
First ever nose ring, Giants history?
I happen to be a nose ring fan, but you don't get them on the big league diamond every day.
I got to be honest.
You're not
I've
a fan?
always been anti.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Let's be honest. I mean, it's a very unclean place.
Well, Perry Farrell and
there's bugs in there. There's
Perry Farrell in Jane's Addiction actually has that in one of his lyrics.
I don't think it's attractive either.
He goes, I'm a white dread, so I got a ring and I hung it through my nose.
Did Paulie Mack ever get a nose ring?
No. I had a regular earring, but I never got a nose ring.
I'm surprised Triple E never got a nose ring.
You should get one now.
Did you see Diaz's nose ring?
I did.
It's like a little hoop.
Yeah.
Am I right, Triple E, or was I hallucinating? He looked like he had one.
I think he does. I think he does.
If I'm a scout, by the way, I'm looking at it again. I'm like, you know what? Give me Schmidt without the nose ring.
I got to be totally honest with you, man. I know that's a big change in baseball. You're not used to seeing nose rings. But on the other hand, I mean, Gabe Kapler might have given him the piercing. He might have given him the piercing.
Gabe's like, oh, I'm so proud.
You know what? I'm going to get one too. I'm going to get one too.
No, I know. I'm just
Actually,
riffing.
I'm not surprised Gabe. I'm surprised Gabe doesn't have one yet.
All right, guys. But we do have one more baseball.
925 says McCutcheon had a nose ring. Is that right?
Ooh. I can't confirm that.
Was it more of a nose stud versus a nose ring?
Yeah, that might be right. Like a stud, a little diamond or something. Yeah. Right. It's a crazy conversation. All right.
Well, Isan Diaz forced the conversation.
It's true. It's true.
As did the fact we just traded Casey Schmidt. What are we doing?
No, I don't know.
I want this kid here forever.
I do. Well, for Verlander, though, you want that postseason starter.
Would the Mets trade him?
That's a great question. I mean, and then what do you do with him at the end of the year? You
parade him down Market Street.
Wow.
Yeah, with the championship. Yes.
He's shaking his head. No, I got news for you. You're going to need a rotation. You're going to need a rotation at some point.
Okay, all right. He's saying Triple E wants to get younger, not older. But yeah, what you do at the trade deadline is you acquire the veteran who's going to win the championship for you.
Yeah, you do. You need an arm or two or three.
All right.
Anyway, more baseball. Another bum baby. My final one. It's going to be the Angels. Tom Tolbert's Angels making history and doing it the wrong way. Murph, you would have thought the Angels would probably be hum babies, actually, after they just dropped a nuclear bomb on the Rockies Saturday night. Final score, if you didn't catch this, you guys, 25-1. That's accurate. 25-1. That's beyond the galaxies of A-kicking. The Angels set franchise records for runs and hits, all in the Saturday night massacre at Coors. Don't forget, 23 of those runs were scored in the first 4 innings. That's insanity. Yes. But why are they on the bum baby list? Here's why. Because Sunday, the Rockies bounced back to beat the Angels 4-3 and actually win the series. This makes the Angels the first team in 126 years. Ready for this? To lose a series with a plus 20 run differential in their favor. You got to shout out the I'm not making this up. You got to shout out the 1897 Louisville Colonels. Louisville Colonels ball.
General, it's interesting.
Oh, dude, totally.
They were called the Colonels, but General McCabe was their best player.
Great stuff.
You know what I mean?
Great stuff. No. So, again, let's just run this by you one more time.
Can we talk real talk, Paulie?
Yeah.
1897 Louisville Colonels.
You know
what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, we've all seen, I don't even want to get into it. I don't even know. No, there's nothing to say.
The socioeconomics of the 1897 Louisville
There's nothing to say.
Still fighting the battle of Antietam every game. 9 innings. 9 innings was revenge on Sherman.
He broke in 1897 with the Colonels.
Is that a current reference?
That's it. No, not at all. We're talking centuries now. So anyway, here we go. The Angels making history, going the wrong way. You're going to hear some sound from the 25 runs and that whole scene. Then you're going to get the next day. You're going to hear Phil Nevin in the post. It's pretty good. Check it out.
In scoring position. Ground ball to third. Montes to Castro, and the relay's not in time. That franchise record 25th run scores. 25-0 Angels.
I don't know. I mean, I'm glad we came out, swung the bats and everything. It's just you get to a spot where you don't want to disrespect the game or Buddy Black and those guys over there, people that I love and care about. So you just don't want it to get out of hand.
Danger of scoring 25 runs the night before, having to play that same team the next day?
I mean, it's just baseball's crazy the way it works sometimes. So, Gomber threw the ball well. We didn't make much hard contact off him anyway until really in that 6th inning. And they go to their pen. They got to get some good arms out there.
Phil Nevin, that's the voice of
I'm a huge Nevin fan.
That's just the voice. That's an old baseball voice right there.
I don't know. Because, you don't want to rub it in. I love Bud Black over there.
Yeah, totally.
By the way, they have a winning record. They're 42-37. They're not totally dead. They're 6 games out in the West behind Boch, and they're in the wild card in the American League. They're kind of in the mix, only a game out of the wild card.
Now you're gonna have.
I want Ohtani in October.
Yeah,
I
me too.
want it.
I think you'll get him this year. I think it's going to happen finally.
They're going to have to fight their way in.
And also now you're going to have Verlander on my brain all day. I don't know if there's any hope for that, but now you're going to. Now it's in my head.
What if it meant trading Schmidt?
Well, you know what? I would expect it is going to take something like that.
I don't want to, especially because we spent good money on that jersey. You know what I mean?
That's the most important thing. Murph, the Bum Babies are in the books. They've been fully recorded. If you're just joining us, thanks for tuning in. You missed Blake Sable. The Mets choking their guts out last night in Philly, and then the Angels making history in the opposite direction of what they did Saturday.
I enjoyed hearing Nevin.
Yeah.
I enjoyed discussing the Mets and possible trade of Verlander to the Giants.
Yeah, and I got to be
poor Blake Sable.
I got to be honest.
The kid's having a nice year. I like Sable. But
I like Sable too. It was tough out there.
He had to face the firing squad.
I don't know if it's that Murph is extra funny today, or if I'm still
definitely
feeling
not that. It's you.
Little residual electricity.
No
we had this thing last night, but Murph is making me laugh a lot today.
It's great because you're making me happy because your cannabis dinner is giving me confidence.
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Right. Hum babies, and then Mike Krukow on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. You got live. You're doing that, what's your face, Tiffany thing, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Paulie Mack here, Murph and Mack Show. Thanks for listening. Question for all of our listeners today. How many of us are in pain in one way or another? Shoulder, you know what I mean? Knee. Murph's hand went up immediately. I'm in pain too. My knees hurt now. I don't even know why, but my knees have started hurting in the morning. It's just something that's going on, just like another pain adding to the list. But there are new ways to treat pain, and that's what I want to talk to you about. I'm not talking about prescriptions or opioids. I'm talking about new advanced regenerative medicine treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your bad joints and also provide lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and also no downtime. It's QC Kinetics. It's the nation's leader in precision regenerative medicine with over 100 clinics across America and literally thousands of satisfied patients. Now, again, this is a way to treat pain without opioids, without doctor prescriptions. You can call QC Kinetics now. It's a free consultation, by the way. Local medical professionals are waiting for your call. Locations in Pleasanton and coming soon to San Jose. Here's the number, 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN.
All right, into the Hum Babies we go after entertaining Bum Babies. It's funny, it was sort of a relatively quiet weekend, you know, nothing super dramatic like a Chris Paul trade or anything like that.
Although Chris Paul did surface in a Dodger game, you said.
He did. And by the way, we got to discuss NBA later in the show.
Okay.
We do have some NBA guests because a couple Draymond Green rumors are circling around now. We talked, we're giving you the Verlander rumor. Somebody decided to get some wind in the sails of Mike Brown and Draymond Green making beautiful music together.
Yeah.
Like they love each other and the Kings have some room.
Yeah.
And now The Athletic, who wrote this piece, Sam Amick, who we like very much, said, you know who else likes Portland? Or who else likes Draymond is Portland. And
I don't know about that. Sacramento's a lot easier to imagine.
Lillard would come back if they signed Draymond. And you'd have,
I don't like hearing that either.
So anyway.
You're making me nervous now. You got me from a Verlander high to like an anxiety now with
who does
dating.
like all that is Draymond Green because it's driving up his price.
Yeah, big time.
Driving up his price. Time. So all this, Draymond's agent is just like, yeah, keep telling these stories, guys. Keep
Make
talking.
Make sure Murph and Mac report all of them.
Keep talking Kings. Yeah. And Mike Dunleavy's driving in right now, flipping double guns at the radio.
Yeah.
But let's bring it back to something much happier. Who were the Hum Babies since we last saw you guys on Friday morning and now say good morning to you on Monday morning? Well, we start Friday night. And they say Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die. Not on the Murph and Mac show because I want to shout out two guys who were heroes on Friday night. I want to shout out a guy who we did not hear from at all in the last couple weeks of great Giants baseball. Right fielder Mikey Conforto.
Yeah.
He's been quiet.
A little quiet.
Super quiet. Yeah. Well, guess what? He went off on Friday night, and he is joined in arms, our brothers in arms, with our other Hum Baby from Friday night. Your boy Patty Bailey.
That is my boy,
Your
dude.
boy
I'm like
Patty Bailey, number 14.
I'm falling head over heels for this guy.
Yeah, shout out to Go-Go's Head Over Heels.
Great track.
One of my favorite just blast pop energy songs of the mid-'80s. So the Giants, don't forget, when we signed off Friday morning at 10 a.m., the Diamondbacks were coming into town. We didn't know what to expect.
No.
And then the Diamondbacks are beating them 4-3 in the fifth inning. You're like, all right, they're getting Webb a little bit. Guess what? Pat Bailey leaves the yard from the right side.
Huge.
He's hitting way better from the right side than he had been billed.
And like you said, too, nice subtlety, but I noticed it, too, that I'm not saying he pimped it, but he thought, like,
he looked at it for a
second, and then he took off fast.
Yeah, because he's like, I better not get hazed or heckled.
He's like, I'm still a rookie, but that was badass, man.
Big 2-run homer. In the meantime, Michael Conforto, the king of going the other way, by the way. Kids, don't be afraid to go the other way.
I'm another way head.
I keep telling my kids that every day because I'm doing the Bonnet soft toss. I'm like, right center, right center, right center, right center. And then a lefty comes up and you got to go left center, left center, left center, left center. But the point is that Mikey Conforto knocks 2 doubles and drives in 4. Pat Bailey goes 2 for 3, hits a bump. When Pat Bailey left the yard Friday night, he's hitting 330. So our Friday night heroes are home baby number 1.
There's a swing. Line drive down the right field line. It's a fair ball. It ricochets into the corner. Peterson scores. Davis scores. It's another 2-run double for Michael Conforto. The Giants are back ahead 6-4. 3 balls, no strikes. The pitch. There's a shot. Deep left center field. Way back there. Goodbye! On a 3-0 pitch, he launches one into the bleachers. A 2-run homer for Patrick Bailey. And it's a 4-run inning for the Giants. 8-4 Giants.
Have you always been a hitter who, if you get the green light 3-0, you're willing to take a cut at it?
Yeah, I mean, statistically, it's the best count to hit, so might as well swing at it.
Okay, I like that.
What did it mean to come out here and grind this one out and get back in the W column?
It's huge, you know, and the one thing I'll say about this team is, you know, a big loss like last night or yesterday, you know, it doesn't faze us. We come to the field every day, you know, ready to win. You know, even during that win streak, it wasn't like we were, you know, thinking about the win streak. We're just thinking about winning every single day.
That's Mike Conforto, who I like. I like his face. I like his mug. And that was Pat Bailey with dropped a little bomb on Dave Fleming. Yeah, 3-0 statistically the best pitch to swing at.
The way Bailey talks, like, and I mean like his speaking, like his speech manner, he sounds like a veteran to me. He does not talk like a rookie.
I mean, we keep wanting to resist the Buster Posey comparison because that's too.
Yep,
that's way too much to put on a kid.
But he's got that kind of savvy presence. Like he does not
got that air.
Yep, he does have that air. He does not strike me as a rookie at all.
Famous quote that we used in our promos a lot that Scott Osler used in his column this weekend. Easy, calm control.
Yeah.
That Buster said, I see an easy, calm control.
That's like the opposite of me.
100%.
I'm not easy. I got no control. And
people said, how would you describe the Murph and Max show?
It's a mess.
There's an easy, calm control.
Not quite.
No. So listen, Conforto going the other way, 2 doubles, 4 RBIs. And here's the stats, guys. So Pat Bailey, the word was way better from the left side than the right side. Guess what? From the right side, he's hitting .414, 3 bombs, 10 ribs. He's hit 3 of his 4 homers from the right side. Go figure. And he said, hey, man, I'm just going to ride the wave. You know what I mean? So there you go. Hum Baby number 1. Hum Baby 2, we moved to Saturday afternoon. And shout out a good Saturday afternoon game.
And a good crowd, too. The crowds were killer all weekend, man.
Shout out a good Saturday afternoon game in the uniforms, Paulie.
Yeah, the correct, proper uniforms.
Yeah, the correct, proper uniforms. And shout out kind of a gnarly game that was going back and forth until Luis Matos, who had a little bit of a rough game. He had been picked off earlier in the game, and he missed a cutoff, man. Don't miss your cutoffs, Paulie. Don't do that. That's when Coach Brian will start saying, hey, you got to hit the cut.
Yeah.
And yet he steps up in a 5-5 ball game. And what does he do?
What?
Hits his first career home run. And it's a tie-breaking homer that wins the darn game. That makes you, kid. If I need to make Luis Matos a hum baby every week, we will do it. That's how we feel about number 29. Hum baby number 2.
Here's Kelly to the plate. Swing. There's a shot. Deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Right past the foul pole. Into the tunnel. And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first Major League home run. and it puts the Giants ahead of the first place D-backs.
Lograron que te echaron.
De todo, fue el baño más frío de mi vida.
They poured me just about everything. It was the coldest shower I ever gotten in my life.
Did you get the ball?
¿Te dieron la pelota?
Sí.
Yeah.
Any plans for it?
¿Cuál es el plan con la pelota?
A mi padre.
It's gonna go to my parents.
Ah, that's really cool. First of all, shout out Erwin Higueros, who's our translator.
Erwin's awesome. Yeah, he's a great guy.
And listen, this kid Matos now, first of all, his mom and dad, they can't get their visa approved. How about that?
That's tough. Did you see him?
Give the Matos parents their visa.
Absolutely get them visa. Let them get visa up so they can watch their kid play ball. Yeah. Did you see him like running into the clubhouse with the lights going in the disco party?
I did not. I missed that.
Yeah. So after the game, he was doing his interview, and then he ran into the clubhouse. They have some cool footage. And they had all the lights going, and the doors swung open. The fog machine was happening. They were just having a good time, and I'm glad he got to experience that.
I got a great stat for you. Youngest Giant to hit a home run since Matty Williams in 1987.
How old was he?
Well, I guess 21. So, because that's what 21 is. So, youngest Giant, because Matos is 21. Youngest Giant to hit a home run since Matt Williams in 1987.
Pretty cool, man.
Ah, that's such a cool stat. Also, ready for this? He scored 11 runs in his first 10 games. Only Willie McCovey did that in franchise history. So we got Matos in McCovey and Matty W territory.
That's some nice company, man.
By the way, I meant to tell you guys that on Friday, the Bailey stat is that he has now 22 RBIs through 27 games in his career. And that has only been beaten in the history of the Giants by Willie McCovey and Orlando Cepeda.
Damn.
So, dude, we got Bailey neck and neck with McCovey and Cepeda. We got Matos neck and neck with McCovey and Matty Williams. We ready?
Yes.
We ready?
Yes.
Now, where's my guy, Casey Schmidt? You got to play him a little bit. Come on, we got to get the jersey.
We do. We're going to have to talk to Mike about that.
Get the jersey.
Yeah.
Anyway, great stuff. Those are the Hum Babies.
Okay, buddy.
1 and 2. We got one last one. And I was like, I was looking around and I don't know, maybe you could go with like LSU, Florida, College World Series. What do you want? I don't know. There's a little bit of golf, women's major. I was like, you know what? Since we signed off on Friday, why don't I do a Kerry Crowley and make a new arriving athlete in town a Hum Baby just to welcome them. They didn't do anything.
Who was the guy he wanted to make a Hum Baby that was so controversial?
A guy named Brock Purdy.
Oh, Brock Purdy. Yeah.
I want a Brock. He made him a Hum Baby when he was the last pick of the draft. I'm like, why'd you do that? He's like, because he's a Hum Baby. I'm like, it makes no sense. That's a terrible pick.
Yeah.
Hey now. Dubs rookies arriving in town, heralding the new era. Brandon Pajemski, the Santa Clara shooter, and Trace Jackson Davis. I'm calling him Baby Draymond. Is that a little too much? They met the media. They sounded confident. Some might say slightly cocky. I don't know. But we want to make them Hum Babies. Pajemski and Jackson Davis.
I think the biggest thing for me is I always play with a chip on my shoulder. Even coming out of high school, going to a school like Indiana, a lot of people doubted my abilities. And then after 4 years, what I was able to accomplish there was above and beyond what everyone thought. And so it's the next step in my journey, and I know I'm going to have to work, and it's going to be hard, but at the same time, I believe in my abilities, and let God handle the rest, but I'm ready to work.
For me personally, I just think... for me and Trace, I think it's all about being a sponge from day one. Obviously, a lot of veterans on the team that have been through it, a lot of championships. Coach Kerr's won 9 of them. So it's just a lot of veteran leadership that will help guys like me and Trace. And, you want to win a championship now.
He said enjoy it. You only get to go through this process one time. And so he said be in the best shape of your life. But other than that, just go out there and compete. And he knows I'm a competitor, and I'm going to play my hardest every time I'm out there on the court. That was crazy. I think about 15 hours ago, I was sitting there waiting for my name to get called, and then getting about 3 hours of sleep and hopping on a plane and coming out here. But it's been a blessing and a great experience.
I picked up basketball 7 years ago, and my favorite player was Manu Ginobili. And just seeing the way he plays and, his mentality towards things and how he's a winner is definitely someone I model my game after.
Well, there you go. There's Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis. Guys, we're going to have to get used to these guys because the Warriors right now, so you're going, obviously, Steph, Clay, Dre, Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And Looney.
Nice collection of players right there.
Oh, add Chris Paul.
Yep, Chris Paul.
And then, obviously, Kuminga and Moody, right? So that's 8. And then you start looking, these guys might get some time. They might get, the Warriors are going to sign a bunch of veterans, which we look forward to, by the way, hearing about these veteran minimums that they're going to find. But I'm interested. This is Dunleavy's first draft class now.
Yeah.
And to be totally honest, as much as we love Bob Myers, and we do, the guy's 4 championships.
Here come the swipes. Here come the shots.
Well, I was just going to say draft picks. If you look at their last several years, they've shipped them all out of town.
I know.
You know what I mean? But
at the same time, though, there's 4 banners up there.
Of
you know
course.
what I'm saying?
I'm just talking about.
But I feel you. No, I know. A lot of people say that. They pick on his draft picks.
Well, who knows? You might be saying the same thing about Dunleavy in a few years. But
yeah, we'll see.
This is his first class.
Yeah, man.
So I'm trying to create the positive vibes.
I dig that.
Be positive, bro.
By the way, I got to be totally.
It is the Hum Babies, after all.
If I could use some 2023 corporate speak real quick, I got to be honest with you, Murph. The only veteran in my head now is Justin Verlander. Thanks to you. Everything was going fine. We're talking Giants, and Murph goes, how about this? What if the Giants set something up where you could somehow bring Verlander?
The Mets would have to surrender the season.
Yeah. Which they're on their way to doing.
But, that's a big pressure cooker city. They don't want to surrender just yet.
Yeah, but they're free-falling, man. They're 15.
You made them bum babies for their implosion in Philly.
Yeah, comedy of errors.
By the way, Triple E working hard behind the glass. Did a Posey-Bailey comp.
It's a big day
and even
for
though
Triple E.
Bailey's only played 29 games, he projected over Posey's 108 games as a rookie that Bailey's numbers are on track to kind of match and in some cases exceed.
Did you just
Posey? Now we got a ways to go. But
did you just throw a Triple E projection on the air?
I did.
That's insane.
Yeah,
a Triple E projection.
I projected he was leaving some rubber on the corner of Broadway in front.
No, I've seen him do it. It's very curious. I'm not sure.
Anyway, there's your Hum Babies, Paulie. Some applause, please.
Very
Thank you very much.
Today.
Friday night, Conforto and Bailey. Saturday afternoon, Matos, and welcoming the Warriors rookies to town. All right, Mike Krukow, huge, wide-ranging chat. Giants win the series against the Diamondbacks. They have a day off today. They're at Toronto, at Brandon Belt tomorrow. Shout out Canada. Let's get all the Rush rejoins ready for Paulie tomorrow. And we'll say good morning to Kruk next on The Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
All right, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. I love it. It tastes great. Can't wait for another Amici's Pizzeria pizza, a cheese pizza. And listen, we're all busy. And you're running around. It's like summer sports season, camps, all that stuff. It's hard to predict dinner. So Amici's has the perfect solution. It's called a half-baked pizza. Yeah, of course you can get them fully cooked. That's how most people order pizza. But this one, half-baked, helps you out in your busy lifestyle. Simple idea, super convenient. So Amici's makes the pizza and cooks them halfway through. Then, whenever you're ready, you slide them in, shout out Whitesnake, in less than 5 minutes, and then slide the pizzas back into the box to serve. No dishes for you. You eat out of the box. And Amici's has a special deal this week on the half-baked pizza. If you order for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at Amicis.com, 20% off. I like that. I like 20% off. Any half-baked pizza, any size between now and Sunday. So again, any half-baked pizza for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu, 20% off. Half-baked pizzas for your busy lifestyle. Amici's delivers.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Seattle Mariners Wednesday, July 5th. First pitch, 6:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, a man who had his own tiki mug handed out at the yard yesterday. The Giants didn't get yesterday's game, but they did win the series on Arizona and picked up a game. They're 10 games over, 44-34. They're off today as they fly to Canada, go through customs, and take on Brandon Belt's Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow afternoon at 4:07. Mike, so many things to talk about. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Kruk.
Well, I just want to let y'all know, this is it. I'm retiring. I'm done.
Uh-oh. Because?
Well, you get a tiki mug and it's over.
Oh,
There's no other.
Nice.
There's nothing else to get.
You've scaled the mountain, Mike. You've scaled the mountain.
That is it. You plant a flag, and that is it.
You're like Alexander the Great who wept. There's nothing left to conquer.
Mike has arrived, yeah.
That's it. I mean, I've been dreaming about this for 51 years, and by God, I finally got one.
So we have to put some sort of Hawaiian drink in that. Like, there's no, that's not coffee
like a Mai
or water,
Tai. It's like
right?
a Mai Tai, something like that.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think you got to put a rum drink in there, no doubt.
Rum drinks
that
only.
or a plant. I mean,
Well, Paulie's got some plant ideas, that's for sure. But okay, rum drinks only. Well, Triple E, our producer Eric, he went yesterday and he got I guess you got either a Kruk or a Kipe. Is that the deal? And he got a Kruk.
Yeah, he lost, and he didn't get the Kipe. But you know what, though, Eric, he's a Cal Poly guy, so in a way he may have won a little bit there. So I'm very proud of him. He's happy.
I think you just made his entire life, by the way. He's so excited.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike. Well, 2 out of 3, huh? Beat Arizona, win it, pick up a game. The train keeps rolling, huh?
Yeah, playing good ball, and they're losing key people. And yet they still find a way to win. And, I mean, if it wasn't for a base running gaff yesterday, they had a chance to pull that game out. And I mean, we've been saying this for the longest time now about how, you're getting contribution up and down the lineup, even from rookies that you never even heard of in spring training. Guys coming up and making contribution with the glove, with the bat. I mean, it's a vibe. And by the way, the fans out here, we always talk about the fans, but the energy's back. Yep. Everybody is digging this team, and there's so many characters, so many fresh faces, so many good stories. And even in a game when they lost in the fourth game of the Padres series, where they kind of got blown out, it was still a good vibe. Yeah. Yep. Nobody left. Nobody wants to leave.
No.
It kind of feels like it did like the very first year this ballpark opened up. I mean, that's how it feels, and it's just I can't get there early enough. I mean, they're asking me, when do you want us to pick you up? Early. Can you get there early? I mean, it's a 1:00 game, and I'm there like 9:00 going, this is so much fun. So it's a great vibe, and they've been playing great ball. You go back to that game against the Cubs where they had to win that game to salvage a win, to close out a homestand, and then they go to St. Louis and sweep, and L.A. and sweep, and come home against the Padres, and they win 3 out of 4, and then the division-leading D-backs, who are a good team, and they win that series. I mean, they've just been good.
Really good. And by the way, just to give everybody a heads up, if you want to be a part of this party Mike's talking about, so they're off this week to Toronto and the Mets, which is interesting enough. And then they come home next week. Seattle's here for 3, including a 4th of July day game. 1:35, and then Colorado next weekend. So if everybody wants to be like, hey, man, I want to be part of this party, it's next week, Seattle and Colorado, including the 4th of July game. So, Mike, let's talk about some of the highlights and kind of go back chronologically. Friday night, we just highlighted in our Hum Babies, Michael Conforto on Friday night going 2 doubles and 4 ribbies, and this kid, Patty Bailey, with a big home run. And Logan Webb, even though it wasn't his best, grinding out
solid
7
work.
innings,
Yeah.
he continues to lead all of baseball in innings pitched.
Love that.
So of those 3, heroes on Friday, did any one of them grab you the most?
Well, Conforto, because he had such a bad series against the Padres. I think he had an 0 for 14. And there were times he just got caught between pitches and he couldn't pull the trigger, and yet they still kept winning, which is so great. And look, if you're going to go a little bit of a funk, do it when the team's winning, because nobody's going to point a finger at you. Right. When you're in the 3, 4, or 5 spots in a lineup, you can't hide. If your team's not winning, that's exactly where they're going to point the finger. And, you accept that. You're going to get some big iron in your contract, and there's expectation that goes with that. They're going to point the finger. But the Giants were winning, so he kind of was able to go back, do extra work, kind of, figure it out. Then the weekend series opens up, and right away on that Friday night, he has big contribution. He has a great at-bat. His first at-bat, he hit a bullet to the left side of the infield. They picked it, but it was a good at-bat. 3 of the 4 at-bats that night, he was sitting hard stuff, looking to go to left field. Yeah. And that's exactly what he did. He had 2 opposite field base hits that way. And then when they pitched him in with something soft, they kind of sped his bat up, and that's what he pulled down the right field line for a 3rd hit. And then he's the difference maker. They win that ball game because of his contribution. And he carried those at-bats all the way through the weekend. So it was great to get him back. And I thought, of all the people who were contributors on that Friday night game, his contribution was the most significant.
I agree. It was really great to see. And, man, kids going the other way, right, Mike? It's like it's the I don't want to say it's a lost art because some people still do it, Luis Ariz and all them, but I love hitters who go the other way.
Yeah, I do too. When you look to pull, you kind of lose half the field. And if you hang around a big league batting cage for a while, or go into the cage behind the dugout, it's repeated every day. And that was one thing that I always looked for when I was kind of scouting the opposing team when I'd watch their batting practice. I wanted to see which guy was hitting the ball the opposite gap and backspinning it. When a guy's doing that, he's got plate coverage, and he's in control of the bat head. And that's really how Conforto healed himself. We watched Bonds do it for years. For the most part, when he was going good, he'd just get in the cage and he'd just start yanking balls to the pond, right? But when that came that time where he had 2 or 3 games where he knew he was screwed up, the way he healed himself was the opposite way. Go up there, and Bonds would take every swing and hit it to left field, the opposite field. And we watched Conforto do the same thing. I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, it's what guys do, but it's not that easy to do. And that's what great hitters will do to heal. Go the opposite field, get that backspin out the opposite gap, and then once you do that, now you can score yourself the field. Now you can do damage to your pull side.
I love it. And so speaking of kind of going the opposite way or flipping around, I wanted to ask about Bailey.
Yeah, let's get into it.
The home run Friday night.
Loved it.
2 things about it, Mike. 1, 3-0 count. Swung away. 2, from the right side.
How cool is that?
We were told that this was not a guy who hit from the right side. Now 3 of his 4 homers have come from the right side, and he's hitting over 400 from the right side.
This kid's blowing us away, Mike.
What's your thought on that?
Well, he's blowing us away, too. Because we heard this guy was kind of an all-defensive, if he could hit 220, he could make a contribution type player, good backup. Bull! I call bull on that.
Yeah.
And I'm just leaving the S word out because I can't say it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it.
Yeah.
What this guy's done to me is showing the ability to take swing out and finesse the opposite way on good pitches from both sides of the plate. Rare that you see a switch hitter able to hit the high ball from both sides. Normally, traditionally, switch hitters, you'll see them be a low ball hitter from the left side and a high ball hitter from the right side. Don't ask me to explain it. It's just the way it is. But what Patrick Bailey does so well is he hits the high pitch from both sides of the plate, and he doesn't try and pull it. And I think this is the significance of what this guy's been able to do. Because when you have symmetry in your swing, and you can go where the ball is pitched, if they pitch you away, you go the opposite way. And if you can do that consistently, you're going to be able to hang here. But the at-bats that he's going the opposite way with he's not trying to get both cheeks into the swing. He's using his hands, and he's covering the high pitch with his top hand, and that is really, really unique. Now you get a guy who's also thinking well, thinking that, when I get count leverage, I've earned the right to gamble. And we saw him do that in that 3-0 pitch. And he was looking to do nothing more than what he did. He had 3-0 leverage. He was trying from the right side to yank that ball to the ballpark, and he did it to left center.
Yep.
And that was another great at-bat. So, I'm really impressed with what I've seen because there's finesse to it. There's thought behind it. There's a guy who's going up there looking for a situation, and he has the ability to apply a swing that is best suited for that situation. And that is not something you see often from a switch hitter from the both sides, and it's not often that you see a young player, a rookie player, able to do that. So he's really opened up all of our eyes.
It's a little scary how I don't want to say how good. I just kind of want to just let him be.
None of this seems
so good.
Yeah, none of this seems too big for him, Mike.
That's it right there.
No, I agree,
Yeah.
and I think that the fact that he thinks well within an at bat. He's not stubborn to a pitch. Yeah. He adjusts to account leverage, and that's when he'll let out a little more shaft, or if he can. If a guy's got his respect because he's throwing hard, he won't get long. He'll stay short. The other guy's doing that same thing is Blake Sable. Now Blake Sable is for the most part to me a guy who's really learning positions on the fly. But what allows you to be able to have patience with him learning left field and learning how to catch is he's a good hitter. He thinks well within an at-bat. And these things we're talking about with Bailey, you can talk about it and apply them to Sable as well. He's not a switch hitter, but you watched him yesterday's at-bat, and all through the weekend, some of his best at-bats were walks. And when he would, identify a pitch and swing through a changeup that was below the strike zone, he'd step out, slap himself upside the head, get back in there, and he'd take that same pitch and he'd work a walk. So sophistication within the at-bats and how these two guys are thinking, I think, is an example of their intelligence, an example of how they have the ability to identify a situation and apply certain type of swings to it.
Yeah.
And I get excited about that stuff. I do. I think that's the essence of our game. The brain, being able to apply thought to situation.
Love it. And you're right. They're thoughtful, they're calm, they're intellectual hitters, and they're not too big for it. It brings us to a guy I wanted to ask you about. We just love him. We love his kinetic energy. We love his defense, but he didn't play the entire weekend. That's Casey Schmidt. Now, I don't know, Mike. I tried to do as much boning up on the research as I could. I couldn't see any injury report. They called up Isan Diaz and played him a couple games. Congrats to him. Did you guys hear anything about why Schmidt didn't play the entire series?
Well, they wanted the left-handed bat in. And this is another thing, too, about the roster. Every time you have an injury on a team, it affects a lot of people. So when Yastrzemski goes down, they needed a left hitter. Okay. They had with all these right-handers coming up, they needed a left-side guy. Okay. So you bring in Diaz, who was, he had just gotten back from injury, but he played like 6 games and he was lighting it up. So they wanted to find out what he could give them. Here's a guy who could play both sides of second base. Here's a guy who's got big league experience a little less than 2 years in. Bring him in, and he gives you another look from the left side. And it completely affected Casey Schmidt. Schmidt all of a sudden becomes a guy who's going to be a defensive replacement. And that's very interesting because a guy with his talent, you can't sit.
Yeah.
He's either got to play here or he's got to play down in AAA.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting to see what they do with him as they go forward. But I think they may ride out this current situation until they get Wilmer Flores back, who's close. When he comes back, then you have to make a real decision. Do you keep VR, who can come off the bench and hit you a home run, or do you keep Schmidt? But if you do, he's got to play. If he's not going to play, he's got to go down.
Man, I think Schmidt's arrival was so spectacular that I
energized everything.
And he still has tremendous value with the glove.
Yeah.
I hope he would be, but you're right, Mike. We don't know. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. They haven't done anything yet, but And there's no probables named for the Toronto series, so we don't know left and right. And by the way, speaking of the Toronto series, we just got word Brandon Belt is going to join Papa and Lund today at 12:30.
Nice. Cool.
Good booking, Walter. Way to go. You're showing up your guy Eric right there. So anyway, I'll look forward to that. Brandon Belt at 12:30 on Papa and Lund, which we'll talk about, Mike, with you on Wednesday, I'm sure, after we see him up there. So a good answer on Schmidt is informative. And yeah, Diaz, by the way, if people don't know, had played for the Miami Marlins in 19, 20, and 21. So he has big league experience. Okay, Mike, so then we move on to Saturday, and we got to talk about Matos. We can't not ever talk enough about Matos. And it was interesting because he had a little adversity, got picked off in that game. He missed a cutoff man, and yet he hit the home run that won the game. What'd you think?
Well, he's 21. And Kipe said this like 4 days into his career. He goes, this kid doesn't play like he's 21. And he just doesn't. And you go back to what he was like when he first signed. And I told you the last time we were talking about him, about what Pat Burrell said about him. He saw that this kid's hand speed and his first step on defense. This kid's a talent. But he was wild. And he was swinging at everything. Swinging at everything to the point where, it's going to take for a while for this guy to look. That's the hardest thing, I think, for a hitter to do, to learn plate discipline, especially a young hitter. Especially a young hitter who's never had to do it. Well, they came to him and said, if you want to be a big leaguer, you need to learn plate discipline. Easier said than done. But now the guy gets to the big leagues, and he's doing that. I mean, he's getting walks. Well, the other thing, too, is how do you handle adversity? When you make a bad play and you make a bad running play or you make a bad defensive play and you throw to the lead bag and you allow the back runner to move up into scoring position in a tie ball game, how does he handle it? Does he go in the corner and pout? Or does he just say, okay, I got this, and, file it away for knowledge to make him a better player, and then be able to bring your ability into a situation like he did in a tie ball game, 5-5. He comes up, and he's facing Merrill Kelly, who's a dart thrower. Now, the pitch from Kelly, again, is runner on. He's a dart thrower, right? They set an outside target. He missed his location across the plate, but he missed it up and in with movement coming in to the right-hander hitting Matos. That was boring on his hands. It was up above the hands, off the plate in. So from Kelly's perspective, it wasn't where I wanted to throw it, but it was a damn good mistake. And what does Matos do? He yanks it over the wall. First big league home run. That was impressive. And that was the difference in the game. Giants would hang on to the win and wind up winning 7-6. But that swing of the bat, when you watch anybody, come up to the big leagues and they take the ball that's got movement running in on them above the hands inside, and when he made contact with that ball, it was a ball. It was not going to be a strike. But yet he still can keep his elbows bent and barrel that thing and knock it over the wall. That's special. And he does it after he had a mistake out in the outfield. So I just think another example of how this guy is not playing like he's 21. He's playing like an old soul, and he was the difference on Saturday.
We love it. Man, number 29. And the only problem is his mom and dad can't get a visa. He wants them to come play, and so we're urging the U.S. government to give him a visa or whatever government's involved. So Paulie Mack and I getting involved in international relations.
Whatever it takes, yep.
Mike, we do have to comment on the Sable base running error because it was very bare. It was laid bare. And unfortunately for him, there wasn't a lot going on nationally in sports. So if you watched Sports Center last night,
you saw
they played it a lot, and they were like, and they played John's call and everything. And so here's, a little adversity for this kid. You were just praising him for his thoughtful at-bats and learning all these different positions and all the good stuff that he's done. Now he has to face a little adversity, and he had to stand in front of his locker and face the firing squad of the reporters. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Well, from his perspective, he's the back runner, and runners are first and second situation. They're down 2. And as the ball was hit down the line, the third baseline, Longoria, the third baseman, goes over, and he goes out of, in foul territory, and he catches the ball. Now, from the back runner's perspective, you're watching the runner. He's coming from first to second, and he looks over, and he sees that Longoria is on his belly. He doesn't see the ball. He assumes the ball got past Longoria. In that situation there, Mark Hallberg, the third base coach, is down the third base line, and he's coaching J.D. Davis, who was the lead runner at second. So there is no coach there to be able to give a heads up to Sable. Now, for the most part, when you're a runner at first base and the ball goes to left field, that call is yours. The call that he made was based on the fact that he didn't see that ball. He thought because of where Longoria was that ball had gotten by him. So he rounds the bag, and he's looking for the ball up the field, can't see it. He doesn't look over to see Hallberg because he's not going to be there, and he doesn't look to see where Davis is. By the time he picks him up, he's halfway to third base, and he's realized, I've made a mistake. But you only make a mistake like that when you're an aggressive base runner. And the thing about him, even at 6'4" and being a catcher, he can run. We've seen him come in, and we've seen him score from first base on a ball down the line. And he's thinking, I'm the tie run. So I can't completely fault him because the thing just kind of aligned perfectly. You know, the play from Longoria, he's on his belly. He can't see the ball. He thinks it's down the left field line. There's no third base coach there. So I'm not going to completely sit there and chastise this kid. I don't think he deserves it. I think his intentions were good. He just kind of got caught in a play where he assumed. And you know what assumption is, right? It's the mother of all screw-ups.
Yeah. Do you think that, you know, there's something to the veteran? Did the veterans look to see how he handled that? You know, is there a little bit of that?
Yeah, absolutely. He didn't point a finger. He didn't blame a coach. He didn't blame anybody but himself.
Right.
And he wore it.
Yeah.
And he did it in front of the press. Yeah. And he did it in a very impressive way. They absolutely look at that. And you know what? So are the coaches.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I seemed like he really did kind of he took the medicine, and he just seems like a really impressive kid. And he played the game the way sort of you got to play the game, you know, and took the heat. So great stuff, Mike, man. They pick up a game on Arizona. They continue to roll. This Toronto series is going to be really fun. You know what we forgot to ask you about on Friday that I wanted to ask you about was the unveiling of the Hum Baby sign on the right field wall, which I'm just hearing from so many different friends
Everybody
and fans.
loves it. Everybody loves it.
We love it, Mike.
Yep.
And for you were a Hum Baby. I mean, Mike, listen, I don't want to put any pressure on Greg Johnson and Larry Bear, but I want that.
Leave it there. Yeah, we want it to stay.
What did you think when you saw that?
Exactly that. Because the first thing they said, this is going to be here till the rest of the year. It's like, the rest of the year? Go back right now and etch it into the bricks.
Yeah.
That's got to stay. That thing is, and every time I looked at it, I got a little blanket of warmth. You know, his contribution to this organization was critical. And he really was the guy that was the centerpiece of bringing the pride back to this organization. And he did it in a fashion that was fun. And he's just one of those guys that was going to make a difference in any organization. He did it with the Tigers when he was the pitching coach in '84 when they won the World Series. You know, he did it as a player when he was with the Dodgers when they won the World Championship in '59. I mean, he was just one of those guys. And he was the Hum Baby, and I hope it stays there forever.
Mike, it's kind of like if you go to Chicago, you see Ernie Banks' Let's Play 2. It's kind of our Let's Play 2.
There you go, Murph.
You know
nice.
I mean?
Totally.
No question.
Yes.
Yeah. And everybody loves it.
Nice.
Everybody looks at that Hum Baby, and they smile.
Absolutely.
Leave it up.
All right, Greg Johnson and Larry Bear, you have been advised by the Murph Mac Krukow triumvirate. All right, so there you go. Well, Mike, good times, man.
Yeah.
The vibes are pumping. We're going to be really interested to see how it goes up in Canada against a really good hitting Toronto team. But in the meantime, you enjoy your time back up with your family, and we'll talk to you Wednesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, outstanding hit with
Giants ball, dude. There's some electricity here.
Murphy family, I got to tell you a true story here. So we had those season tickets, right?
Yeah.
We have it's a big consortium. We got 8 families. Dude, going into this year, Paulie.
You were having a hard time, I remember.
We wondered if we could keep the consortium together.
Yeah. Well, it's a pivotal year. It really was. That shows you. I know, now there's a rush to the yard again. That's what's so great. It's become like the hot destination in town again, like it was in the World Series years where you're going 30, 35, like for any given game, even like Monday night.
Can we get a P-Mac out there anytime?
Oh, you get some P-Mac out there for sure.
All right. I'll be there.
Murph, that's when I'm not going to celebrity cannabis dinners. You'll get me out at the Giants games.
Early this morning, Paulie Mac was at literally a celebrity cannabis dinner.
I got to thank Jay Heidenreich, great friend of ours and the program. We used to do the Hawaii trips with him, and he's over at the Claremont now in Berkeley. Anyway, he had this private cannabis dinner last night. I was very lucky to be there.
Once again, cannabis dinner.
No, they have pairings, Murph. I'm not kidding. Here comes the salad with a nice crisp sativa. I'm dead serious. It was an amazing experience. And one of Spike Lee's, I just don't want to say this guy's name on the air because I didn't get a green light to do that.
Maybe he wants the publicity, though.
Well, you know what I mean? It's one of those things. But I can just tell you this guy...
You know me, I'd give away the guy's key code.
A lot of our listeners have figured it out. I've talked about him on the air. Spike Lee's used him several times. Anyway, was sitting right next to me at the dinner, so he and I got into it, dude. And we were talking A's, we were talking Warriors, we talked some Giants baseball.
Did you guys pass anything back?
We did.
Okay.
Murph, shout out to the strain called Pink Jesus. You guys were laughing. It's a true story. Shout out Pink Jesus. That's how we got
there. Pride Week and all that.
They had a Pride strain. They had a double rainbow. So that was one of the. So there was a 5-course meal, and when they brought out the dessert, which was like a cherry cheesecake thing, it was incredible. The pairing with that was a double rainbow strain for the Pride weekend. So there you go.
Paul's been in a great mood all day today.
Well, I'll be honest. There's still some residual effects happening.
Hey, speaking of good vibes, Chris Rose joins Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50. But actually, probably trumping that because that script was written before the belt was confirmed. Brandon Belt, Papa and Lund.
Okay.
Today, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I almost feel like somebody needs to do a Greg Papa, questioning of Belt right now. You know what I mean? Just kidding me. I just,
questioning of Belt in regards to what?
You guys all
How
do.
How are you adjusting to the great white nod, Brandon Belt? You know what we're doing? We're actually feeling the energy. It's almost time for the big hit, right? It's the energy that we're feeling. Yep.
You down with BAG?
Big hit energy.
You down with BAG? You down with BAG? Who down with BAG? Every last homie.
The big hit is the big energy at the Yard. The Giants win another series. The park stays filled. Next on the Sports Leader. All right, well, Jock Peterson joined Papa and Lund last Friday ahead of that Giants series against the Diamondbacks. Still worth listening to. Check out that podcast and more on KNBR.com or the all-new KNBR app.
Here's Kelly to the plate. Swing. There's a shot deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios, Pelota! Right past the foul pole into the tunnel. And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first major league home run. And it puts the Giants ahead of the first place D-backs. Swing, line drive, right center field. That gets in there, base hit. And it rolls right by the right fielder. McCarthy couldn't get it. It goes all the way to the 4:15 marker. Coming around third, Estrada scores, and going to third with a stand-up triple, Jock Peterson. Here it comes. Swing, ground ball right along the third base line. It's a fair ball. Diving into foul ground is Longoria, and now the Giants have 2 runners at third. Blake Sable, I don't know where he was going. Horrible.
There you go. The sounds of the weekend. Some highs, some lows, but mostly highs as the Giants' big hit today, winning the series against the Arizona Diamondbacks in front of crowds well over 30,000 every day. We got energy. We got wins. We got the Giants picking up a game in the standings. Yeah, they lost yesterday, but hey, probably 2 out of 3 will get you far in this life.
It will indeed. And Murph, if my math is correct, and I'm not so sure it is, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that now makes it 12 of their last 14.
Paul, your math is correct. Despite the cannabis dinner, you were able to maintain your math corrections.
Shout out to the Claremont.
So this goes back to, as Mike was saying, when they lost that series against the Cubs at home, and we were kind of like, who are these guys?
Yeah.
Sweep the Cardinals with those couple exciting wins. Sweep the Dodgers. Luis Matos is like, all I do is go to Chavez Ravine and win. All right,
in front of Chris Paul, no less.
Take the first 3 against the Padres.
Yeah,
smacking that brown and yellow around.
Smacking that A.
They had the one Thursday loss in front of my 11-year-old Little League All-Star team in the bleachers. The kids didn't care. They were chasing foul balls.
That's like the one game they got smoked.
We didn't even care.
You went out there,
we
right?
Took the ferry.
Right.
Everybody had a good time. They come back Friday night. Bailey and Conforto star. Saturday night, Matos. Yeah, by the way, we heard a Jock triple in there. Jock tripled. And then Sunday, they lose. You heard the base running error. But all told, probably that's a 5-2 homestand. That's a lot of happy customers. That's a lot of Ghirardelli Sundays.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a lot of crazy crab sandwiches.
I could go for Ghirardelli Sunday right now to tell you the truth.
You know,
with the hot fudge, it would be nice.
Little Rory Murphy, that's like his.
That's his thing.
Dad, can I please? Can I please? Can I please?
Well, now I know.
And you know
Murph,
what I say? Yeah, let's go get it because I can go eat some of yours.
Well, let me time out.
I can get in on that.
I need some clarification on Rory Murphy and his dietary needs because, like, all these years you've been taking Rory to the games, you always come back with this report. Yeah. He's got to have the crab sangi.
It's a pain in my rear because it's way out in center field.
It's not easy.
Tell you what,
you got to go earn that
line. Frickin' Jaws or Fast and the Furious or Marvel Comics. Oh, by the way, Indiana Jones Friday. We excited for that? We excited for that?
Oh, what
is 80-year-old Harrison Ford out there?
He's 140 though. I mean, how many
snakes is he going? Are we going Indiana Jones? All right, yeah.
You know who will like have your head on a stick if you disparage Indiana Jones in any way is Creative Tony. We got into this. Yep, he actually claims, and I got to give him credit. This has been consistent with him as I've known him a long time. He says the Raiders of the Lost Ark is his #1 movie of all time.
Well, I mean, listen.
Thank you. It's his favorite movie of all time.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm not going to, it's the guys, it's what makes it, as the great Robert Rubino once said in the Santa Rosa Press Democrat, story I like to tell every now and then when it's an instructive tale.
Yeah.
It was during the 93 pennant race when the Giants and Braves were having this epic pennant race. On the Friday night, the final weekend of the season, the Giants had to win, and Barry Bonds hit 2 gigantic home runs to win the game, and me and Robert were going nuts. And Robert was at the time in his 40s. A guy from the news side walked over, and he saw Robert jumping up and down. He goes, you're a grown man.
Yeah.
Because you're reacting to this baseball game that means nothing.
You sure that wasn't Gary Radnich?
Robert said the line I say forever, and I'm going to say this to Creative Tony right now, but Indiana Jones. He goes, hey, listen, pal. I don't go around bursting your bubbles. Don't go around bursting mine.
No, totally. No, if Tony wants to do that, that's fine.
I believe our buddy Cyrus named his dog. His late dog.
Oh.
Indiana Jones.
Is that right?
By the way, I'm doing a Locked On Warriors pod with Cyrus tomorrow.
Yeah, dude.
He booked me over the weekend.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Nice.
See, he was his own producer, and he booked me Triple E.
Oh,
you know
boy.
I mean?
We're cracking Triple E now. He's all combed.
He's having a good day.
He is having a great day.
Despite the fact that he arrived Fast and the Furious style, peeling rubber around Front Street.
And I'm not so sure I've ever seen him look this handsome, like with his hair
he's got a girl now.
And he's on camera today.
Remember that one day when he was having a rough day and you were going, look at him with the hair.
Oh, that one day. He's all scraggly. That's what I'm saying. He's like the opposite of that today.
Well, that's a Kenny Thunderhawk cut.
If I could do a contemporary baseball reference, Murph, he's like Pat Bailey on the right side of the plate right now. You got me?
Anyway, out to the big hit. Let's go over the highlights of the series. We start negative because the base running error. Geez, my kid, 15-year-old. Man. Declan Murphy brooks no mistakes by the Giants. Manaea had a bad pitch on Saturday.
So
Text me.
No patience.
DFA Manaea now. I was like, geez.
Wait, what did you say? What did he say?
DFA Manaea right now. I go, they won the game.
Damn. No,
and
they get
Sunday,
this way. It's hilarious.
He kicked open the door today. He goes, bomb baby, Blake Sable.
See?
So
I'm glad that he has passion for the topic, though.
Furious.
Yeah.
Absolutely furious. So here's
I like
Blake
when you say he's like in the other room yelling stuff.
He does.
We're losing again, Dad.
He does.
Or whatever.
He
No,
does.
that's how they get.
He also sent me a text. When I went to bed early.
Yeah.
And they were all awake. He sent me I woke up to a text from him saying, I don't need to see Chris Paul at Dodger Stadium.
Nice.
And he had a screenshot of Chris Paul at Dodger
just
Stadium.
Like my kid. I love it. I love it. Yeah, he really does.
So anyway, Kapler providing a very Kapler-esque breakdown of Blake Sable's base running mistake.
I need some.
Yes, here it is.
So I've watched him play several times, talked to Blake about it. He runs around second base as he's supposed to. So he attacks second base hard with his head up, puts his head down around second base, looks up and sees Longo on the grass, right? He also hears the crowd getting really loud, and he's making the assumption that the ball's down the left field line. In his brain, he's thinking about scoring. He's a very, very aggressive base runner. He has been the entire season for us. I maybe a little bit over aggressive. I think if there was any feedback to give Blake, that would be it. Also, young, developing player that's ran the bases very well for us so far, come up in some huge spots for us. He doesn't even have a chance to do that unless he draws a big walk. So, look, we can't make those type of base running errors. If it happens often, it's really going to hurt us. I also think it's kind of fair to give Blake the benefit of the doubt here, call it a very aggressive and perhaps over-aggressive base running mistake, but not make too much of it, turn the page, and get ready for Toronto.
Damn. Gabe, crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's.
I've watched it several times. I've spoken with him.
I get it. Listen, we don't, as he said, I think the thing he said that's the best, don't make too much out of it.
I agree.
The guy,
I agree.
But it happened. It was... I don't know if you were at the cannabis dinner. So we came home Sunday from our outing, and I had some time to put on SportsCenter. And dude, there wasn't a lot going on last night. That was like a feature of SportsCenter Sunday night, and they were using John Miller's radio call. They were using it.
It's a tough call too because John does not hold back.
John doesn't like bad base runs.
No, he doesn't.
No,
you're right. He goes nuts for that.
And so they kept showing it. I was like, poor Blake, but he stood in front of the blocker, and as Krukow said, the veterans noticed. The kid took his medicine. Listen, I hate to say this because he's a USC Trojan. I don't want to praise him. He's not Ronnie Lott, obviously. He's not an all-time icon, but he might be inching towards Trojans I can kind of accept.
Oh, alongside Ronnie and Tim Ryan.
Well, Ronnie's in Ronnie and
he's in his own category.
Ronnie's on Mount Olympus.
Yes,
he's on a different universe. You know what I mean?
Totally on Olympus.
So I'm just talking about that sort of mere mortals Trojans that you can kind of like Spider. Like Spider's on this level.
I'm thinking of other ones too. Mere mortal Trojans is a good topic. Give me another one. Like
there's not too many. There's not too many.
Didn't the Niners?
Trust me, there's a reason why. It attracts a certain type of person. SC.
Let me ask you a question. How do you? He's a guy we don't like. We celebrate him on the show during football season in a big way. I wrote a song about him just last season. How does Murph come down on a hufanga?
Oh well, we love him. I mean, listen,
his hair is tight.
Yeah. Listen, they're supreme. Yeah.
Now, he's not on Olympus, but he's on his way, though.
No, he's well there. Paul, you and I did the event down in San Jose.
Yeah.
The Dwight Clark Legacy event.
Such a great
guy walked
night.
in wearing the most beautiful white silk shirt. It's damn near Otto Porter territory.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The whole gang of them, too. Drake Greenlaw looking cool as hell that night.
Only on the Murphy Mac show do you get great Bay Area athletes who look great in white satiny silk shirts.
Shout out Otto Porter Jr.
Otto Porter and Hufanga.
Yes.
All right?
Totally.
I want to see Paulie Mac come to work tomorrow in sort of a satiny cream ivory shirt.
I ain't cool enough to pull that off,
with
man.
a little chest showing.
No, you ain't going to see that. I'll keep the same Niner jacket on again.
Here's Blake Sable breaking down his mistake and being one of those mere mortal Trojans I might accept here. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from my angle, I saw him leave his feet, and he didn't get up right away. The crowd got loud. I assumed it got through. So I'm a pretty aggressive base runner. I was probably a little over aggressive there. I thought I got through, maybe had a chance to score, tie up the game. So I had my head down rounding second. When I picked my head up, I was looking to the outfield towards, I think Corbin was out there, right? And saw him running by the line, but didn't pick up the ball. So then finally picked up third when I was already over halfway there. Longo's still laying on the ground this whole time. And I thought maybe foul ball. And then that's when it hit me. I was like, well, I'm in trouble. So, got to learn from it. But yeah, my takeaway from it is, probably a little over aggressive there. Just keep my head up and make sure I pick up the third base coach and see JD in front of me because he would stayed up there. I probably would have stayed a second, obviously, if I picked him up early enough.
Yeah, the kid broke it down extensively, man. So props to him. And Kapler said it. We move on.
Props to him, what, for just wearing it, you mean? Taking the blame,
100%. And
taking responsibility.
So listen, the guy that immediately comes to mind is you brought him up is Dubon.
Well, dude, but you remember,
but it happened too much with Dubon.
He was a comedy of errors on the base paths.
World Series champ Mauricio Dubon.
I know. Not so much when he was here in San Francisco, though. So he loved getting thrown out on the bases.
Shut out that awkward media laugh in that, because he's like, it's not really a time for people to laugh. He's like, yeah, I looked up and I knew I was cooked. I was like, ha ha.
Then that's when it hit me. I was like, well, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, that guy was like, it's not that funny, man. You know what I mean?
It's not funny. Yeah, guys, I'm glad you got a good laugh out of it.
So the big hit is the Giants winning the series. That was the negative. The positive, Luis Matos. You guys ready for a couple Matos stats for you, buddy?
Yes.
When he hit that home run, he became the youngest Giant to homer since Matt Williams in 1987.
Love that stat.
That gave me
I love that.
Ooh, that gave me the warm fuzzies.
There's some cool stuff going on, man.
Also, he scored 11 runs in his first 10 games, tying the all-time Giants record set by Willie McCovey.
Dude, wow. See, now you're getting to me.
So
you started lining them up with Willie McCovey.
Here's Kapler on Matos.
Nice. Okay.
Serious.
Yeah. Really good contact hitter. It's one of the things that we're noticing. He's not a guy that it feels like he's going to be able to put the ball in play. He's got really good bat-to-ball skills, a really good understanding of where the sweet spot is on the bat. That showed with the line drive single to right, and of course the big home run that put us up for good. Nice to have a hitter down at the bottom of the lineup that can do that kind of damage. It's good for us today.
That's awesome. And he is performing at a high level, and I love seeing him out there every day. He's a great reason to go to the yard, number 29. Look forward to how he performs in Canada. Although the only bummer is his parents can't get to the U.S. They've still been denied a visa. What's that about, by the way? What's that about? Is that international relations that I can't confirm? But they're trying to get a visa. But here's Matos after hitting his first Major League homer. He's 21 years old. And shout out translator Erwin Higuera.
Yeah.
Emocionante. Cuando yo golpeé la bola y vi que iba en zona buena. Nada, emocionado, 100%.
Very exciting. When I hit the ball and saw it was fair, I was just excited, 100% excited.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Carlos Ramirez. We have other sound from him.
With Erwin, yeah.
From Erwin, yeah, very much so. But Matos joins the home run party. By the way, while we're on this topic, what'd you think of Mike's answer on Casey Schmidt? I didn't like. What's the deal, man?
I don't know.
They said it was about left. He said injuries affect multiple people. So with Yastrzemski out, they needed another left-handed bat to face the righties of the D-backs. And Isan Diaz is a left-handed bat. Schmidt's a righty, obviously. As a result, Diaz started getting the starts over Schmidt. And he said, here's the problem. You can't sit Schmidt.
No, he said he's got to play either up here or down there. And then don't forget, too, Wilmer's coming back, too. That's going to be another roster spot. I know. It's crazy.
I bought the jersey. I bought the jersey for the kid.
We love Schmidt. No, we're very pro-Schmidt. But, no, we are. Okay. We're extremely pro-Schmidt on the show. What?
I just like that.
Well, you thought I said something else?
The way you said it, I'm very pro-Schmidt.
No, we've been consistent with that. So, yeah, man, I want it to work out, too. Yeah. But then you were talking about, well, I don't even want to get back into that. Don't excite me like that.
Let's get a couple more hits from the big hit Giants winning the series. How about Jock Peterson tripling?
Yep.
And he earns a little post-game interview on Saturday. And, hey, they picked up a game on the Diamondbacks.
I think we're just taking it as we're going to play our game, win one pitch at a time, and worry about that. It's so far in early to go for the end of the season for all that. So main focus, just stick to what put us in this position and continue to play good baseball.
There's Jock right there. Now, on that triple, by the way, he was caught on camera lip syncing quite clearly. I'm so blanking fast, is what he says. So
he's pretty fast, actually, though. He is deceivingly. He's got deceptive speed.
He made another analogy that perhaps hits our Pixar fans out here, yes.
Jock, are you the fastest guy on the team?
Hey, I'm like Lightning McQueen, huh? The kid flies.
Well, that's maybe the most spirited I've ever heard him.
And another spirited media laugh, too, to back it up and underscore.
He's usually a monotone guy who talks like that. That Lightning, are you sure that's Jock?
Hey, I'm like Lightning McQueen, huh? The kid flies.
Oh, that's a rock-solid laugh. You might need to cut that. And no, but that speaks to how this team is feeling right now. Everyone's feeling good. They're loose. They're all up. I'm telling you, man, there's something going on with this bunch right now.
Yeah,
you can
man.
feel it. You can
very
feel
much so. I'm like Lightning McQueen. And by the way, Paulie,
what do you need?
I'm trying to age James and Tommy. Were they of the Cars era?
Oh, totally.
Okay,
yeah, big time.
You?
Big time.
Yeah. So you put in your McQueen time?
Oh, more than enough. Yeah. More than enough.
Hey, I'm like Lightning McQueen, huh? The kid flies.
Power rank some of the characters in there. Like, where are we with Mater?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy the Larry the Cable Guy?
What was the hippie, the stoner of VW?
That's George Carlin playing
Franklin.
That's my boy.
Yeah,
Franklin,
dude, that's my boy.
Where are you with the gentle tones of an aging Paul Newman as the veteran?
I got a soft spot for Newman.
Ford, I believe his name was. Ford something, right? Who teaches him the ways to race?
Boy.
It's a lot like, sort of like He's like Rocky. He's like
the
Rocky's
agent.
Mickey.
Good call.
And because
Great
when
call.
Lightning has a crisis of confidence, he
You got to go
meets-
see Paul Newman
and
now.
it's the whispers of a late career
Oh,
Newman.
the late in life. Yeah, late in life.
Dude, I'm going to go ahead, and that gives me the chills.
Yeah,
man.
the whispered tones of a Paul Newman.
The female being so you guys know. Oh, you guys down with Owen Wilson as McQueen? You like the whole?
I'm fine with that.
Bonnie Hunt as Sally. Dude, we had Cheech as Ramon.
Yes, good call.
Cheech
Boy,
as
it's been a
Ramon.
while. Wow, that's bringing memories back. Yeah.
So that I'd say when you power rank Pixar,
Cars.
obviously everybody goes to Toy Story number 1, but Cars was pretty good late
Cars
stage.
is definitely.
We're gonna go ahead and say Pixar's in a little bit of a slump right now. Well, yeah, a little bit of a slump.
You know what,
Elemental's out right now. Elemental's supposed to be. I saw Soul. I was like, listen, what's going on here?
I'm out of the picture now.
So they're trying. You know what they say? You know what Kapler said? Don't try to do too much or to make big. They're trying to do too much now. Trying to do too much.
Are they? What do you mean?
Soul
Like
was like
to solving the
and
world's
I've
problems?
said this before, and the text line has come at me strong.
Okay,
it's a very unpopular take.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
Soul tried to do too much. It tried to do too much. Oh, Triple E loved it. He loved it.
That means
All right.
probably Shannon Kaler likes it too. I don't even know what it's about. But
The
if
only
you
one I'm
guys
going to
like
give
it,
a little smidge to is Inside Out.
What's it about? What's Soul
Soul
about?
is about a guy who falls into purgatory, and he has to. It's about what's it all about.
That's
Paulie.
a pretty heavy
What is
theme.
the meaning of life?
How do you explain purgatory to a room full of kids?
Much less in 90 minutes through cartoons.
Don't
You know
worry,
what I mean?
you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
no, it's only purgatory. You're not in heaven or hell. It's like a way station.
For me,
like, have you-
Cars. Give me Guido. You know the guy fixing the tires, Guido. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Give me Luigi. Tony Shalhoub is Luigi. See, that's to me.
Luigi.
That's what Pixar should be doing.
Right.
Giving me
Not
Wilson.
talking about purgatory.
Yeah, exactly.
Purgatory is way too heavy for adults.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm like Lightning McQueen, huh? The kid flies.
Yeah, that laugh. That's
Give me
a keeper.
Carlin as Fillmore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yep.
anyway, there you go.
Fillmore.
And Ratzenberger as Mac, right? Mac.
Oh yeah, Mac. Of course.
Ratzenberger.
Of course. Thank you.
What else we got out there? We got Michael Keaton is the play-by-play guy. And Richard Petty's voice is one in there, too. So, listen. Daryl Waltrip, the whole crew. All right, guys. There's your big hit.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Satisfying.
We did it.
Once again.
And a bonus Pixar power rankings
Yeah, you
there
got
for
some
you.
views on that.
All right, guys. Cooler of content. And then Travis Ishikawa. And then, guys, get into some basketball with Dalton Johnson and Sopan Deb in the 9 o'clock hour. Draymond Green, Sacramento King.
Don't start talking like that. It's a
Draymond
Monday. I
Green,
can't hate
Portland Trailblazer?
No. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's going to upset my flow.
right.
I got such a good thing going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
Giants have found some late game magic lately. Why don't you read about those comeback kids and more on KNBR.com or the all new KNBR app. By the way, shout out the text line informing me in the third deck now they're selling the crazy crab behind home plate.
Oh, that's good to know.
That's huge news.
That's a great place to see a ball game. I did the whole 2010 postseason up there right behind home plate in the upper deck.
Triple A says they're selling it in club. The crazy crab sandwich with the butter.
I've heard that too.
Grilled bread and all that sourdough.
Where on the club level? I've heard that. I've never seen it. Where on the club level?
Our seats are in the 100 level, so I got to go out to center field.
You got to put your time.
I got to grind it out.
When are you going to get to the point though where your kids are big enough for you to be like, here's a 20, go get it yourself?
It's not that we're not there yet.
You got to get to that point. That's a great moment.
For the big boy, we can, not the little guy.
He's
still very young in many ways.
You send him out. You go, what do you need? Here's money, go.
He's still kind of cutely young in many ways still. By the way, shout out the Doc Hudson Army that came saying, guys, you're thinking of Paul Newman's character, Doc.
Thank you,
Doc
guys.
Hudson.
Well, it's been a while for me. I haven't seen it in a long time.
I screwed up
Fillmore?
it's Fillmore, not Franklin. Why did I come up with Franklin?
You got to think Bill Graham, like Fillmore West.
And the Waterboy crowd's wondering what the heck. A kid has a day off. Give him the day off. It's his birthday weekend. So he had the day off. Let him enjoy it. He'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, Paulie, cooler. All right, well, Aaron Rodgers is back at it, Paulie. He is, he's in your life.
Signing it up in Jersey now, yeah.
So he was at a conference put on by the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies.
Oh, come on.
Well, this is kind of right up your alley, isn't it?
I know, but he gives it a bad name.
He's advocating for the legalization of psychedelics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what ayahuasca could do for me.
Well, here he is, speaking on the positives.
Yeah.
See,
don't forget about the darkness retreat and all that nonsense.
By the way, let me put the painting up right now.
I'm going to go sit in a dark room with no light and no food.
Murph's actually getting the painting for real. It's like performance art. Nice. Yeah, look at that guy, man. Now he wants to legalize psychedelics.
I'm blocking. Is he blocking?
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm blocking it right. I got to figure out where I'm sitting.
No, that's good. I can see him. I can see the droopy face, the sagging face of an Aaron Rodgers.
Anyway, the point is that Paulie hates Aaron Rodgers if he's now rejecting psychedelics.
I don't even want him involved. Right? Get him out of my scene.
Here's Rodgers.
Next thing I know, he's going to start coming to.
I'm coming to the Dead shows in July.
He says it's why he won an MVP. Check it out.
All right. I know in Colorado that psilocybin has been decriminalized, but is it not ironic that the things that actually expand your mind are illegal and the things that keep you in the lower chakras and dumb you down have been legal for centuries?
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, all these bums who want to, come after me online about my experience and stuff, they've never tried it. They're the perfect people for it. We need to get these people taking it. Yep. The previous year, 26 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. We had a good season. Ayahuasca, 48 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. MVP.
Oh.
What are you going to say? And now we have the opportunity to change the conversation by dispelling these archaic myths about the dangers of them or the negative side effects or whatever it might be, and start to share the actual wisdom and truth about it. And I think that's how we move this conversation forward, is for more people to be out there, comfortable talking about their own journeys, their spiritual journey, their medicine journey, their ceremonies, so that we can bring this to people that need it.
Well,
where do you even begin with all that?
Real talk, though.
Yeah.
You're a deadhead.
Wait, okay, Timothy
You
Leary.
nibble on the chocolates?
Well, sometimes I do, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, so you guys should be on the same page.
I just don't want him in my scene. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him, getting too close to our scene, getting involved. And next thing I know, he's going to start coming to shows. I don't need that at all.
Are illegal and the things that keep you in the lower chakras.
This pompous delivery. I'm so elevated. I'm operating at such a heightened level thanks to ayahuasca.
I just refuse to believe, though, is that there is some controlling council that says we will legalize alcohol to keep the masses, imprisoned, and we will illegalize.
He's giving my scene a bad name.
A cold beer tastes good. You know what I mean?
Ayahuasca, 48 touchdowns.
So he's essentially saying the reason I won the MVP is because I was tripping on ayahuasca. That's
Which
essentially
I thought you would embrace.
Nah, see, I'm going to reject it with him.
This is an interesting moment in Murphy Mac history.
That's how much I dislike this guy.
Forced into the position of rejecting
and I won't have it. I
psychedelics.
kick him out of the scene.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did for Paulie. All right?
Yeah, you got me upset.
All right.
You got me upset.
We got to move on because Paulie's in too good of a mood.
I know. I don't want Rodgers bringing me down.
Did you guys know the legendary White Sox announcer, Hawk Harrelson? Yeah, well, you don't. Put it on the board. What does he say? Put it on the board. I don't know what he says after that. Anyway.
Great name, too.
Hawk Harrelson.
Yeah.
This guy was real old school. He went on Barstool Chicago podcast. And if you don't think today's fraternization of ball players is foreign to guys like Hawk Harrelson, take a listen here.
So how many fights did you get in after a game?
Probably 6, 7.
6 7 fights.
I used to move right up on top of the plate, and all of a sudden Palmer looks in. He says, "Hawk, you better get your ass off that plate." And I told Andy, I said, "You go out there and tell that son of a bitch, if he hits me, I'm gonna break his arm." And I meant it.
I know you did.
I told Andy, "You tell him I'll wait on him after the game, and I'll break his arm."
After the game, you're not charging the mound?
I never charged the mound one time because what are you going to do?
I don't know. Hold me back? Yeah.
You can't do anything. Mm-hmm. I used to wait till the guy, if I was that upset with a pitcher, I'd wait till after the game. I'd go to this clubhouse and wait for him to come out, and then I'd beat the shit out of him.
Oh, hey now.
You got to dump that. You got to dump that bad boy.
Oh, hey now. The kid was having a good morning. So listen, Hawk Harrelson used to wait for pitchers after games and then beat the blank out of them.
Well, this is not the first time we've heard stuff like from that era. What's a famous story you tell me about the
John D'Acquisto and Bob Gibson?
Yes, great story.
Said they
Write
had
that down.
a fist fight. So John D'Acquisto threw about 100 in 1974 as a big deal.
He wasn't backing down, yeah.
And he was cocky. And Bob Gibson didn't like it. Bobby Gibson didn't think this kid should be doing this. So they were squared off against each other in 74, and they were talking mess across the field.
Yeah.
And Gibson's like, "I'll see you after the game." D'Acquisto's like, "Yeah, I'll see you after the game."
How about that?
D'Acquisto says in his book, Fastball John, that he was taking an elevator out of Busch Stadium. The elevator opened, and Gibson was in it, and he said he lunged at him. They started throwing fists on each other.
In the elevator.
In the elevator.
After the game.
Yeah.
That's
so, I mean.
incredible. This is the same era when guys were hanging from the upper deck at Three River Stadium.
Oh, man. All right. Well, there you go. By the way, KD, Kevin Durant, Phoenix Sun, you know what he's doing with his time? He's on Twitter arguing with fans in live space.
This is what he does.
And this fan comes at him, saying that Steph Curry has it harder than any player ever. Steph gets defended harder than any player ever. And Durant says, "No, man, you don't know what you're talking about." And the guy doubles down and comes at KD.
Like KD.
And KD's like taking it from this guy. This is a Twitter live space here. Listen.
Tell me what a double team is.
When two players are guarding, when two players are focused on that player,
and it ain't rotational.
There is footage. KD, there's
two
footage.
Players, what if it's a screen? Can I talk about basketball for a second?
Go ahead.
So if I use a screen, if a screen comes up, somebody try to set a pick on my man, what do you want that other defender to do?
I'm not even talking about screen. I'm talking about fast breaks. I'm talking about fast breaks. And not everybody plays a screen and roll the same way that they play Steph. They're giving some people that shot. They don't play Dame the same way they play Steph.
So Dame, if somebody sets a screen for Dame, they let him come off and they let him come for just shoot.
It's not a hard trap like you do for Steph.
It's a hard trap.
In the end of this regular season this year on the Warriors, when Dre went and shot that shot, they were double teaming Steph from the moment he caught the ball from full court. That was without you. But I'm just saying, nobody gets guarded like Steph Curry has ever gotten guarded. And that's a fact. It ain't that's not it. There's nothing to debate about that.
That's not true, bro. I'm sorry. I seen James Harden get double just like that. You said Steph definitely get double like that. But he
James Harden does not. Harden don't create the same threat that Harden does not create the same threat that Steph creates. We can't sit here and say
they're different players. They're different players.
They're very different players.
I've seen teams come up at half court and trap James and get all his hands.
It's not the same defense.
What do you mean it's not the same? It's the same scheme.
I just gave you several scenarios.
This is unbelievable.
There's footage.
I'm just saying.
In the finals.
These cuts are extreme.
Greg has to learn the tightness of a cut. We could have broken that one up. But anyway, the premise was great. In that, dude, Durant is online, and this guy's coming at him just unabated. No, man, you're not hearing what I'm saying, KD, and no, it's not the same with Steph.
Why does KD engage, though? He's one of the greatest
should we
players
praise
of all
him
time.
for being so common?
No, I feel bad. I actually feel bad that he gets into it, because don't forget about the time he got into it with the teenager from Marin County.
Marin, we had that kid on.
I know. Yeah. I just say, KD, man, you're one of the all-time greats. You don't need to spend your time arguing with these guys. Why do you think he does this? He's a fascinating guy.
I think he enjoys it. I think he enjoys it.
He was so agreeable with us, too.
Murph and Mac, what's up, man? It's KD. I would say the first, but you're second behind me and Steph as the best duos in the Bay Area.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Anyway,
I've
it's
always
fun
liked
how
KD.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
And that guy was coming at KD. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Speaking of coming at, I got to give 415 some credit. Hilarious text. He goes, yeah, well, I can't wait to see Paulie at his next Claremont weed dinner in Berkeley when Aaron Rodgers is sitting right next to him. It's a great call, 415. That would put me in a hell of a predicament. I don't know how I would handle that.
All right. Well, that was an eventful cooler of content with some length and some interesting twists and turns, but some good ones, though.
Yes.
Rodgers, Hawk Harrelson, KD arguing with a fan on Twitter. All right. Travis Ishikawa talks Giants baseball next on New Sports 8. Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Here's Kelly to the plate. Swing. There's a shot deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Right past the foul ball. Into the tunnel. And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first major league home run. And it puts the Giants ahead of the first place D-backs. Another great moment for the rookie in his 10th big league game, his first home run, and it was a laser beam right down the left field line.
There it is, man. The song we kept playing in 2021, the Any Way You Want It, fun memories. And the Giants take 2 out of 3 from Arizona, Paulie Mack.
Hey, Murph, real quick, before we jump in with Travis, want to remind everybody this segment brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA.
Very good, Paulie. And want to remind everybody that the easygoing Chris Rose will join Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50, talking all things football and baseball. We're talking Giants with one of the great Giants, World Series champ Travis Ishikawa, who's carving out his career there as NBC Sports Bay Area media commentator, as he also coaches the San Jose Giants. Travis, good to have you back on the Murph and Max Show after the Giants finish up a great homestand, 5-2, win both series against the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Good morning, Travis. How are you, man?
Hey, man.
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, good to talk, man. And so, man, they come home from the Dodger sweep. You're like, well, can they keep it going? And the answer was yes. 5 out of 7 against Arizona and San Diego. What was your kind of biggest takeaway? You've been around the game a long time. When you see this team, what kind of characteristics you seeing?
I think you just seen a bunch of guys loving to play baseball, guys that they feel, they believe that they can win every single game. They're never out. And I think the biggest game of that homestand was easily the first one, going down 4-2 in the ninth and being able to come back and tie with, that was a game I got to work. So I got to talk about, just even the young guys, how the poise that they showed in the ninth and the 10th innings of taking their pitches. And, they didn't get their pitch. They took the walk. They let the next guy have the opportunity. Bailey with 2 strikes, getting the sac fly to tie the game, and Schmitty and Matos both with, Schmitty with the walk, Matos with the fly ball that got the runner over to third with no out. So I think, and then Yaz hitting that walk-off into the Bay, I think, set the tone for the entire homestand. Yeah. And these guys believe that they're in every single game. It doesn't matter who they're playing.
Man, they do have that going on right now. It's a great energy. So that's the positive stuff. The negative stuff is, and I wonder, Travis, about these injuries that are piling up. And I'm wondering, if they've shown they can overcome them or if you're a little concerned. So Lamont Wade missed another game with that back tightness. So Yastrzemski's on the IL with the hamstring. We know about Haniger. He's out forever. Wilmer Flores, although he might be back this week. Luke Jackson's now the latest to go. Brebbia. I mean, just this string of injuries, it's a lot. So how do you kind of balance the fact that they're still winning, yet there's so many injuries?
Yeah, I think, even 21, I think there was maybe not as many this year, but there was definitely a lot of guys going down, and I think the biggest thing is just guys coming up from AAA or guys that they're asking to fill in or stepping up, and they're doing the job. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that this year, and I think that's what keeps me optimistic. I know despite injuries are never good, but thankfully we haven't had anything extremely severe, right? But at the same time too, I think the biggest part is just going to be getting these guys healthy and full go by the time we get kind of closer to that September range when fighting for that playoff spot and hopefully going into the postseason. So, I don't think there's a lot of there's always going to be concern, but I don't think there's going to be too much just because I think that the club and the team has shown that we're still able to pitch, we're still able to hit, we're still able to play defense despite all these setbacks that we've had throughout the year.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, actually, because they've had a ton of injuries and continue to, and yet here they are, 10 games over 500. So, Travis, so many different things to talk to you about. One of the ones I want to bring up is, I don't want to say it's a negative because this guy's been fantastic, but Casey Schmidt had his playing time decreased. He didn't play this weekend. Now, Mike Krukow told us because they were facing right-handers, and because Mike Yastrzemski's left-handed bat was out, they had to bring up another left-handed bat, and that was Isan Diaz. But as a result, Mike said, but that can't go for too long. He said, you got to play him. And he said, if that means he has to go back to Sacramento to play, he has to go play. But we love this guy. We don't want him to go. It's sort of a paradox. What's your read on the situation?
Yeah, I agree with Kruk. He's young, so if they're not going to see a lot of playing time for him up here, that's really the only solution because you got to keep that kid playing. The worst thing you can do is sit him on the bench and kind of as a guy that plays a lot of coming off the bench, it's hard to be consistent when you're not getting a lot of at bats. So regardless of whether it's in San Francisco or Sacramento, the best thing for that kid is to get in the box and to be playing. So if it is just because it was just a string of righties and with Yaz getting hurt, so be it. But if the plan is for him to not really get a ton of at bats, then personally, I love the kid too. I love the energy that he brings. I think that
the defense,
that what he brings to the clubhouse, obviously the defense is incredible, but even just the intangibles that fans don't really get to see is the kid he's a great clubhouse guy. He's positive, he's energetic. He seems to bring out the best in guys. And so I know that they would be hurting a little bit from that aspect as well, but overall, long term, short term, right? He needs to play. So wherever that is.
Gotcha. Travis Ishikawa is our guest on the UMA guest line. Travis, another one of the younger players who is really impressing us on the show. We just talked to Mike Krukow about him, too, is Pat Bailey. I mean, the way he's taken to play in big league baseball in that position, it just, like, he's got the aura of a guy who's already been doing this for a long time. And you got to remind yourself, guy just came up. And I don't know, tell us what you're seeing when you're watching Patrick Bailey, Travis.
That's exactly what I see. And, I've never gotten to fully coach him for a full season, just throughout spring trainings and a couple camps. But him and I have always kind of really been a little close, real close. We've always had really good conversations in the cages and stuff. And to me, he's always had that demeanor that's like, this guy, nothing's going to bother this guy. Like, he's very stoic. He doesn't, takes the good or the bad. You couldn't tell what mood he's in. You couldn't tell if he's having a good day or a bad day, and in spring training, I'm stuck in the cages, 5-6 hours out of the day because we've got all the groups rotating through. And so I don't know what kind of day he's having, but regardless of what day he's having, it's the same demeanor. And he's always been a pro, and, he takes care of business. We joke around, but when we're in the cage, he's working. And I'm the mentality in the box and behind the plate, that doesn't surprise me. But what's been really pleasantly surprisingly is just the way his bat has come alive. He just seems to have this added confidence now, and I watch him in these games and I go, this guy looks like, you're right, this guy looks like he's been in the big leagues for 5-6 years now. You tend to forget that this guy's a rookie, and he's probably going through some rookie things too, right, with the mentality and struggles and whatnot. But you would never know by the way he plays the game.
Right.
It's just been so incredible. I mean, how dangerous is it for us to even say Buster Posey vibes?
Well, I mean,
it is dangerous. What do you think,
but
Travis? Is that dangerous?
Yeah. I see where you're going with that, but I want when he's done to be talking, go the next guy up saying Patrick Bailey buys right here, because Buster Posey was one of a kind. Obviously, everybody knows that, and nobody will ever be able to do a lot of the things that he does. But I definitely think that Bales has the ability to do his own thing and kind of make his own name, and hopefully, kind of have his own separate. Because I couldn't even imagine the pressure of coming up after a guy like Buster and having to, that added pressure. But I think that Bales has the mentality and the ability to just do his thing, and I think people will recognize that soon.
Talking to Travis Ishikawa, World Series champ, of course, doing work for NBC Sports Bay Area and the San Jose Giants. Good to check in on these Giants, who are off today as they fly to Toronto, take on Brandon Belt and the Toronto Blue Jays up there tomorrow night at 4:07. Pitchers have not been announced for that series yet. Travis, mentioning Belt makes me think of first base, which I wanted to ask you about. I know he didn't play yesterday, and he's dealing with a little tightness right now. But Lamont Wade, I want to say, God, the games are all running together in my head now. Was it Friday night? He made two incredible digs. J.D. Davis threw a missile at a key point that he picked out of the dirt. And I think Crawford threw one at a key point in the game. And Wade made a really nice hand-eye pick.
Yep.
And it just shined a light to me on this guy. I mean, Travis, I'm being honest. If you asked me about him in January, I was like, is he really the full-time first baseman? Is this really going to be the guy? Dude, as a guy who played first base in the big leagues, what are you seeing? How much work and improvement has this kid put in? And is he, I don't want to say he's Brandon Belt, but is he kind of, almost close?
Yeah, I mean, the running joke I always like to talk about with guys is, because kind of the old adage from Little League, right? First base is if it's just you got a kid that you don't know really what to do, you just throw him at first, because it's first. All you got to do is catch the ball. It's not that hard.
Right.
It's a lot. There's a lot more that goes into playing first than meets the eye. And to Lamont's credit, man, he is working his tail off, because they say it's a lot harder to go from the outfield to the infield than the infield to the outfield, because the game speeds up, right? Balls are getting on you quicker. There's kind of a lot more, kind of pre-pitch stuff that you got to be able to run through your head and position and where to be and where to go. And so I think that just shows you the athleticism and the intelligence of Lamont and the ability he has to make changes and adapt. And I know that he's been working his tail off. I think that what the move started last year, maybe late 2 years ago. And it's not easy. And so to be able to make those kinds of plays, especially late in the game, I think the one was with Crawford, right? The diving play to end the game.
Yeah. Yes, correct. Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got that situation, and that was not an easy pick. I did get the chance to see that one. And, again, I think that's just credit to him and his work ethic. And, and the ability to make those plays. And credit the coaching staff for getting out there working with them. But an outfielder's going to first and being as athletic as he is, I think has made his transition a little bit easier. I agree with you. The way he plays, he obviously there's still some stuff that could be a little bit more. He can make look a little bit easier. He's making things look a little bit tougher at times, but you watch him over there, and I've got no hesitations when I see him in the lineup playing first base. And then obviously you take him on the offensive side, and what he's doing there, I think, is really what helps this team be successful between him and Slater leading off innings or leading off the game and just finding ways to get on base. And he doesn't even have to be with a hit. His ability to see balls and strikes is so good that I think it's amazing. He's been a catalyst to this offense, and at the same time too, right? Getting to see a first baseman be a leadoff hitter is always really cool for me. It makes me excited to see that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
We're not always the slow ones.
Let's stick up for first baseman right now. You think maybe the middle infielders and hot corner guys, they say, you're not an infielder. They make fun of you.
Let's see
Travis?
them take it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you're saving them airs, they will take just as high as they need to of you. So when you're saving them 5-10 airs a year, then they appreciate you.
How did you practice your picks? Guys, is there a machine for that, or just a guy ripping fungos at you, or what? How'd you practice your picks at first?
There's always different ways. Depends on what the coach prefers. A lot of the coach, especially the big league guys, they're wizards with those fungos, and they can stand out at shortstop or at second base and hit perfect one hopper. Sometimes they'll be like two hops, but it's amazing how good they are just throwing. They fungo a ball in the dirt. So that's usually how I got my work in. Obviously the best way is as close to game speed. So when you're seeing an arm being thrown at you, the problem is coaches don't typically throw as hard as like what you're going to see in the game. So then it becomes almost just like kind of an easy pick. But typically fungos are the way to go. Sometimes you'll throw a machine out there. But the machine, I don't think really gives you as true of a hop as you would off like a real throw or a fungo.
That leads me to another question. As a youth baseball coach, pitching machines versus live BP, and just in general, on the big league level, is it way better to see live BP than machine BP, or do you still see value in machine BP?
Yeah.
I think live BP is always going to be the trump card because, again, too, if you're getting as close to velocity as possible, I think it's going to be beneficial. That's where the machine, I think, has the advantages. You see more closer game speed velocity and reaction time as you do to a coach just kind of, throwing in their arm. But the problem I find when you do too much machine BP is that you lose your timing and momentum and your rhythm with the arm swing, because you're just seeing a ball being dropped into a machine. You kind of start to time that up, and then you get into the game and guys have different motions with their arms and things like that. And I think you lose a little ability to kind of track the arm, track the ball out of the hand, as opposed to just seeing it come out of one tunneled spot. But I do find value in both. I do like machine closer to game time, just so you see velocity coming at you. You see, for me as a pinch hitter, I would get into the cage and I'd fire up the machine and I would go half the distance to the machine, so that thing was coming at me like equivalent to 115 mile an hour. So if I'm getting into my pinch hit and the guy's throwing 95, I'm like, okay, this doesn't look that hard.
No,
right? But then
isn't there? And we'll leave it on this, Travis. And great to have Travis Ishikawa. The machines have now evolved in the 2020s now to throw breaking ball. Isn't there where you could actually almost mimic what you're going to face that night from that guy?
Yeah, it's getting there. They've got you can try to get the shapes pretty close to what the pitcher is going to be throwing that day. So,
crazy.
Which I do think those are really great too, because if you don't know what pitch is coming out, then it just, you don't get locked into timing up one pitch, one spot. And so, just being able to have to stay athletic and be able to read a pitch and make a decision based on that, I definitely think is valuable.
Man, it's crazy. All right, well, good wide-ranging stuff. And, hey, man, off to Toronto they go. And when are we see you on TV again?
Tomorrow night.
All
First
right.
night in Toronto.
Keep up the good work, man.
Okay, Tuesdays are your spots, huh?
Yeah.
It did. Well, we just happen to have today and tomorrow off because of 4th of July next week.
Right. Okay.
They're taking our off day next week and adding it. So, yep.
Travis on the Canadian experience coming up.
Man.
So,
I'm ready.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on, Travis.
Thanks,
Travis.
Man. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Yeah, Travis Ishikawa, man.
He's getting good, too. He's getting good on the mic.
We didn't talk about that Wade picks. Wade picking it at first.
And Crawford play at the end of the game, too. That was a hell of a play on both sides. Crawford making the play and then Wade digging that thing out. It was great stuff.
And earlier in the game, J.D. Davis threw a missile at Wade's ankle.
Yeah.
And he picked it clean.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up.
Not easy, baby.
No.
All right, fun stuff. All right, hey, we're going to get into some NBA, man. Warriors, Draymond Green, Sacramento.
Hey, Day-Day, stay in town.
Draymond Green,
stay in
Portland.
Town.
These are being written about, guys. We'll get into it next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack from the Murph and Mack Morning Show. Thank you for listening today. I love talking to Steve Moskowitz in the morning because he helps us with any kind of tax challenge or tax problem that we're faced with, and he's really talked our way through a variety of these issues. Steve, one of the things I hear, and good morning to you, sir, and one of the things I hear from a lot of our listeners is, tell Steve that we want to pay our taxes, but we just can't because we don't have the money. Steve, what do you tell all those people with that particular problem?
Paulie, that is such a common problem. I tell your listeners, just give it to us, and we'll take care of it for you. Here it is Monday morning, and people are just dragging back to work and talking about what a great weekend they had. But a lot of your listeners didn't have a great weekend. They didn't enjoy the games. They were up all night thinking about, dreaming about these taxes, imagining horrible things. It doesn't have to be. There's so much help we have for you. There's so many different deals. And in almost all cases, we do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, and you do it. Let us just take your problem, fix it for you, and then you can have a normal life and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
That is such a great call, Steve, because when you're troubled like that, you're right. You do have that on your brain when you're trying to go to sleep. So get a good night's sleep. Call Steve Moskowitz and talk to him about your tax challenges. It's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Here it comes. Swing, ground ball right along the third base line. It's a fair ball. Diving into foul ground is Longoria. And now the Giants have 2 runners at third. Blake Sable, I don't know where he was going. Horrible. And Blake Sable puts his hands on his head, knowing that he just ran the Giants out of this inning and maybe out of the game.
Okay, so this is your guy Triple E getting creative here.
A lot going on with Triple E today. It's a big day for this kid.
We talked about this Blake Sable base running error. We're not making too much out of it. I mean, they won the darn series.
But every time you hear the John Miller call, though, it kind of fortifies. That's the one thing John Miller will not tolerate poor base running. He just doesn't tolerate it.
So he talked about, Blake Sable said he felt very lonely, or we said it was a lonely spot to be. I think that's what we said. Then I said, you said something about the lonely. You made a song reference to something lonely. What was
Lonely
it?
Hearts Club Band. I don't know.
I forget.
Only the Lonely. Oh, no, you did the...
I said Only the Lonely by Roy Orbison. And so Triple E's coming here with... Want to turn this up here, buddy? What
are you doing in there with this?
What is it? This is Akon, Mr. Lonely.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
There you go.
A lot of songs about loneliness.
So if you want to praise him, he's in that rectangle right there, bopping his head. That's Triple E, Eric Engel, the pride of Casa Grande High School.
Murph, if I could...
Go Gauchos.
If I could, just to cap off the whole loneliness conversation, all the lonely people, where do they all belong? Where do they all go? All that Beatles stuff, yeah.
Triple E says in my ear, he says Cal Poly Mustang. So you're rejecting Casa? Rejects Casa. Ooh.
It's like me rejecting Aaron Rodgers.
No, listeners.
Yeah.
Little advisory point from a veteran. When in doubt, shine a light on the locals. Cal Poly's not in our listening area. Casa Grande is. Okay, yeah, but doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Affiliate, he said.
We are judged by our 9-county listening area, and San Luis ain't in there, whereas Petaluma is. So go Gauchos. All right, go Gauchos. All right, Paulie. Hey, so we are going to do a little basketball. 9:15, Dalton Johnson on to talk about Draymond Green's future.
Yeah.
9:35, Sopan Deb on the Chris Paul trade and everything Chris Paul needs. But all morning long, people have been sending in these brilliant thoughts and texts, and we should probably honor them, Paulie, shouldn't we?
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
That said, can I get a double mailbag?
Oh, we'll do a double shot Tuesday on a Monday with the Grateful Dead joining the fray.
Text me. Why don't you just text me?
We got a third one, says
Okay, I don't know what's coming.
That? Oh, very good. Very good. All right. 415-808-5627. I did shoot him that text, by the way. And he did get back to me, but he waited a while. He made sure that I was out of town by the time he responded there, Paulie.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting here is I go to my text line.
Yeah.
It's just loading and won't refresh.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Do you have yours up?
Yeah, I do.
So why don't you tell me what you got over there, buddy?
Okay, people asking me who the mystery celebrity was at the cannabis dinner. I'm not going to reveal the guy's name just for his own privacy because I don't think, it wouldn't be a cool move. But I will tell you this. Here's a hint. He's a guy I've talked about on the show before. He's a famous actor, and he starred in a bunch of Spike Lee films. If you guys are fans of the show, you probably know who I'm talking about.
This may have been Triple E's finest moment right here.
No, he does this all the time.
He just fixed my thing.
It's almost like a routine with us now. I had to have him come in and fix my computer today, too. He does it for me almost every day.
All right. 831 says, you'd be surprised to hear how well the leader comes in all over the 805. But again, you guys can't help us. You're not in our area.
Yeah, no, I need...
209 says, I'm digging Triple E's Akon rejoin.
No,
all right.
See, Triple E's having this. It's a big day for him.
530 coming taking shots. I don't like Casa Grande. They just beat Pleasant Valley in the state high school baseball championship.
See what happens here.
Okay, so now we're getting into this stuff here. 925 Paulie Mac. Roy Orbison's son Alex plays drums for the Almond Betts Band.
That is a phenomenal piece of information I did not know. Thank you for sending that in. Seriously, that's killer. I did not know that.
By the way, my guy John Credo on RTE, who slipped me a Jungle Land Friday out of nowhere.
Yeah.
First, he played some indie band from Belfast, then just slipped in a Jungle Land.
Just with no explanation.
By the way, I forgot to tell you, at the end of the song, so I'm talking about my favorite DJ. He does a late night show on Ireland, and I stream it on my RTE app. And the guy's just got the most eclectic taste. It's the best. And so just in the middle, he played some indie band from Belfast, and the next song was Jungle Land by Bruce Springsteen and E Street Band.
Yeah.
And at the very end, when Bruce tags out of Jungle Land, Credo comes back on there. He goes, in his Irish, he goes, all right, enough moaning and groaning from you there.
Enough is enough.
No,
right, he's overdoing it, yeah.
Enough moaning and groaning.
It's very dramatic. Yeah, there is, yeah.
He comes out of the song. Yeah. He goes, all right, enough moaning and groaning
Yeah, see,
from
you're
you
not
there.
going to tolerate too much. Yeah.
No, because you always got to break the cojones. You know what I mean?
Totally.
I mean, of course, he wept during the song, but at the end, he's breaking
his balls. Totally.
So, there you go.
Like when David Bowie walked in the Irish pub and the whole place let him have it because he was dressed up. And they're probly all big Bowie fans, yeah.
They crushed him for wearing like an electric yellow suit
he was
or
like
something.
a stylish guy, Bowie, yeah.
916 says, did you hear the woman in the background during John Miller's call of the Blake Sable play say, oh, no?
I did hear that, actually, because I've heard it so many times
I want to
today.
hear this again.
Yeah.
Can you hear this?
Yeah.
And somebody says, oh, no.
You can hear it.
Okay, hang on. That's really funny. What do we got here? No? Yes? No? Anyway, never mind.
Third. Blake Sable.
There it is. Yeah.
Third.
There it is.
Blake Sable.
Yeah, very, very good.
Nice work, Trips.
Yeah, very good, very good. I meant to tell you one other thing on Credo.
Tell me.
He played. Gosh darn it, forget it. My brain.
Lost your train of thought. It's all good. Were you at the cannabis dinner? I'm just checking.
No.
That's one of the side effects.
650 says, in defense of Triple E, KNBR's 50,000-watt blowtorch can be heard all the way to Petco Park in San Diego.
Nice.
All right.
You can pick up the leader, man. Yeah.
925 says, the way he's playing today, I think you guys need to make June 26 officially Triple E Day going forward.
Wow, first ever Triple E Day.
You know the day started with him arriving late, peeling rubber around the corner.
You should explain this to the listeners because it sounded funny when you told that story.
Well, so I arrived at work this morning, and it was really peaceful. Triple E was not waiting for me to stalk me as we walked in.
That's the thing. You got to understand, all these 9 o'clock hour listeners, you don't understand what the world is like at 4:30 in the morning and stuff when we're pulling in here. Like, it's a ghost town outside.
Yeah.
It's very quiet.
So sometimes I like a quiet walk in, but we've had a run where day after day after day, he pulls in the same time as me and starts chewing on my ear about his softball team,
or any number of
snowboarding,
things. Yeah, it could
all
be
these
anything.
things.
Tattoos.
He's always high energy like a puppy, and I'm just I'm just walking in, you know?
Yeah.
So anyway, lately he's been beating me to work. It's been great. But today I pulled in, and I was there at the same time as Tonelli. So he and I were walking in, and immediately he started talking about something Italian-American related to San Francisco.
Nice.
Whether it was a club, a festival, a wedding, a funeral, something was going on.
Totally.
So,
yeah.
and then all of a sudden, dude, we're walking to Cross Broad. All of a sudden, we hear the and dude, it was Triple E. And Tonelli, he bent over, had his hands on his knees laughing. He was howling. He was like,
Did he see
and
you?
I didn't even see because it was so dark.
Yeah,
I go,
yeah.
what? He goes, that's Eric.
Yeah, that's Triple E. That's our producer.
And then I hear the garage door going, and he goes into the garage.
Did he sped in there too? Yeah, no,
he comes
does
walking
this.
out, short of breath. He goes, Bay Bridge, stall big rig, 45 minutes.
Okay, now, only because of these unique circumstances, I actually spent the night at the Claremont in Berkeley last night, and I drove in from the East Bay, which I never do, but he's right. There was a real mess out there today. I got stuck in that too. So the kid's not lying.
He started bad, and since
I probably
that's
wouldn't even
happened
believe
today,
him.
he's been really good with the sponsorship.
He's doing good.
He's been really good with the rejoins.
He's all
He just
handsome.
fixed my text
He
growth,
combed
and
his
you
hair.
say his hair's better.
Yeah, he combed his hair today. Not like that one day when he took his hat off.
Is
I'm
it
like, bro.
possible that he's playing better because he's surrounded by an up-and-comer, Greg Silver, out here playing good?
Competition
Playing good
breeds
ball.
productivity. Yes, it does.
All right. His mom, Janina's checked in and says she wants to make June 26th Triple E Day.
Oh, okay. Well, she's nice.
It's a little much, isn't it?
Yeah, Triple E Day.
801, everyday listener in Salt Lake City, Utah. Go Niners and Giants. Once again, 801, you're not helping us in the 9-county area. All right,
That's what we
there
need.
you go. 415 says, your AM signal took me all the way out to my friend's wedding out by Lodi over the weekend. Well, listen, that's all great. That's all great. 209's, no, that's no good. 530, people saying more lonely songs. Lonely Boy by Andrew Gold.
Somebody texted in.
They featured in a Boogie Nights.
Of course. And also somebody texted
What
in.
a scene, by the way.
I know. Is that Little Bill when Little Bill
No,
does?
no. Lonely Boy's when, what's her face? Who's the redhead?
Juliana Moore.
Juliana Moore. She's just ignored. Her son is like, she's on something.
Oh, she's on a lot of stuff. And by the way, somebody else texted in the Police, So Lonely.
Well, that you do know that's
number one for Murph. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do know that.
Well, I also heard over the weekend, Canary in a Coal Mine sounded great.
No, they didn't write any bad songs. So they're all good.
Nowhere,
They're all
just somebody
good.
just got hit on the side of the head with a canary in a
Every
coal
one
mine.
of those songs.
And it sounded fantastic. Yeah. 408 says, Corbin Carroll of the Arizona Diamondbacks looks like a punk. He shakes his rear before his swing. I think he's a fool.
Wow.
Well, there it is. All right. So now
That
we're
sounds like
building
he's almost as angry as I am with Aaron Rodgers.
We're getting a little The Aaron Rodgers thing is very interesting because, this guy's talking your language here. And
I know
you're
it's
still
very
rejecting
confusing.
him.
No, you're right. You make a great point. This is why I need a lot of psychoanalysis because what I'm saying doesn't make sense. But that's how much I dislike Aaron Rodgers. I can't dig that guy.
405 says you guys haven't talked about Mushalinsky out there on Saturday calling balls and strikes with no consistency. I need an automatic strike zone. How you guys feeling about the automatic strike zone? You guys need that?
No.
Okay.
No.
303 says I listen every day from San Luis Obispo.
Shout. All right, nice.
Petaluma High's coming at Triple E saying go Petaluma High Trojans. Go Trojans.
Yeah, man.
What they say.
Shout out Petaluma.
Maloney Boy by the Black Keys.
Yep, hit that one.
And then 510 says, do you think, have we had enough of DeSclafani and Wood? Guys just don't have it. Paging Farhan Zaidi.
Well.
And we talked about it.
You gonna say it again?
We wrote a piece in the,
Say it again. You got me all excited.
Well, if the Giants, what's the need? Starting pitching.
Arms. Yep.
Here's
Rotation.
the problem.
Rotation.
There's going to be very few sellers at the trade deadline. We'll need to talk about this as the days go on, but there's very few sellers at the trade deadline, so there's going to be a lot of clamoring. The question is, will the Mets tank so badly?
I love this. I love what
they
you're
would
saying.
trade Verlander or Scherzer.
Well,
and would the Giants
yes.
be in on that?
I would say yes to both because the Mets really are in a free fall right now. They're playing horrible baseball, terrible loss last night, and they're 15 games out of first place.
Yeah, but, there's time.
I mean, and that's a very highly paid team, too.
Thank you, text line, for everything.
Yeah.
And 831 says, owner of A Lonely Heart, best song of the 80s.
Hey, good track. Yeah, good one.
And 530 says, caught Giants games on the leader when I lived on Vancouver Island, even over the air. And then 707 says, blank, Casa, and Petaluma go Rancho Cotati.
See what happens? It's getting
We've
heated
gotten
now.
into the Sonoma County High School wars now. Okay, end of the text line. Thank you guys for that. Dalton Johnson talking Draymond Green's future and the Chris Paul trade next on The Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
All right, June is all about late game magic for the Giants. You can read about the comeback kids and more at KNBR.com or on the all-new KNBR app.
I just like the overall makeup of our roster in terms of quality of players, depth, and kind of fit for how we like to play. And like I said before, I also like where we're going to be at with the roster spots. Heading into free agency, having some flexibility. I think at times we get kind of tight on roster spots, and a guy comes up that's available, and you just don't have a roster spot for it. So I'm really optimistic going into next week, but even more so coming out of tonight with two really, really good young players.
That's Mike Dunleavy Jr., man. Big doings. What a splash for this new GM. Trading Chris Paul. Trading for Chris Paul.
Right.
Trading Jordan Poole.
Yep.
Ryan Rollins and Pat Baldwin Jr. and draft picks for Chris Paul. Contracts playing heavily into that deal. And then Warriors adding 2 new draft picks that, well, they hope stick better than their previous draft picks, which are not sticking so far. Brandon Pajemski out of Santa Clara and Trace Jackson Davis out of Indiana. So many things to talk about with Dalton Johnson, who covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area, co-host of Dubs Talk Live. Dalton, good having you back, buddy. The Warriors are buzzing, man. How are you?
Hey, Dalton.
I'm doing well.
Oops.
Quickest interview we've ever done. That's a word from Mackey. Quickest interview. How's it going? We'll talk to you later.
All right, we'll bounce right back, huh? We'll bounce right back.
He'll be back, yeah.
You got him? Maybe it was just a quick drop. Like if Triple E's panicking back there.
That's okay. Triple E, it's all right. We'll get him.
Peddling with
He's
love.
not going anywhere.
Did the Chris Paul trade sit in your brain any better?
Not at all. Maybe it got worse, maybe, actually.
So I read John Hollinger in The Athletic, who knows more than I do.
But it could turn out to be a good thing.
Never, ever look at an NBA trade other than anything but a contract. Trades in the NBA are only about contracts. That's what he said.
Well,
and he said, so this was the Warriors. The entire motivation was to shed Jordan Poole's contract.
Okay, well, we got Dalton back.
All right, Dalton, you're back, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. Take 2. We got me?
Yeah,
Take 2.
we got you, man.
There we go.
Yeah. So I came with an explosive take when you dropped out there. I was reading John Hollinger at The Athletic. John Hollinger said, don't ever look at an NBA trade in anything other than contract terms. He said, don't even analyze the X's and O's. it's only contracts. Now, I'm exaggerating just a little bit. There's some X's and O's, but do you buy that the Jordan Poole trade was strictly about contract?
I wouldn't say completely strictly, but I think it had a really, really big emphasis, no doubt about it. The more the leaves kind of fall off and you kind of understand the entirety of the deal, and then you kind of bring in the Patrick Baldwin Jr. part of it, all of it, you're seeing, okay, this does make a lot of sense financially, because the moment that you see Chris Paul pop up on your phone, number one, emotionally, you're like, what? Chris Paul, Warriors, how is this going to make sense? Is this real life? So that's the first thing that obviously hits you. Then you're thinking, just basketball scheme-wise, how does he fit with the ball in his hands, in Steve Kerr's offense, all of that. But it really did come down to a lot of the contract made sense with this year, what they're going for, what it opens up next year as well, because none of his contract is guaranteed for next season. So it could open up a spot for another star next year. It helps out with Draymond, helps out with Clay. So a lot of moving parts there, a lot of financials that sometimes can go over my head. I'd rather just be able to understand the basketball talk instead of the financials, but financially it did make a lot of sense for the Warriors.
Dalton, it's funny with the fans. I mean, we're all very passionate. I think most Warrior fans have passionate feelings about Chris Paul, and they're kind of negatively passionate. But I wonder what the relationship between the players is. I've heard Draymond Green say outwardly, like, yeah, I don't like Chris Paul. Although I do get the impression that Steph and Chris Paul are cool, and probably Clay's cool with them. What can you just tell us about those dynamics, the Chris Paul with the Warrior personnel?
I know that the last one that we saw when it came to Chris Paul, Steph Curry, we had the big viral clip with him saying it's not 2014 anymore.
Totally.
We know that. Yep. We know their history as point guards, North Carolina point guards, all of that coming up. I know that off the court they're pretty cordial. I don't think that they're going to have a lot of issues. And Steph isn't one of the people that really came in my mind as far as a worry early on, just because of how easygoing he is, how adaptive Steph Curry always has been.
Yep.
Draymond was way more of the worry right away because, everyone is thinking, okay, this is a trade to help convince Draymond to stay with having Jordan Poole out and shedding more money for a Draymond Green contract. But just those two personalities, that is something that I do want to see as far as Draymond Green and Chris Paul, how it's going to go. Because a lot of this, to me, comes down to, at the same time, if Chris Paul fully immerses and accepts this role, because he knows that the only thing he's missing on his Hall of Fame resume is that championship ring.
Right.
There's nobody much better that you can think of as far as running an offense in a second unit. It could be a perfect basketball fit, but it's going to come down to him fully accepting it, Draymond Green putting – I also think that after what happened last season, Draymond is going to have even more of a reality check as far as putting anything he has to the side. Any ill will with people, any personal feelings, anything. He knows how some of those personal feelings hurt the team and himself last year in ways that I don't think he could have ever expected.
Right.
And it did. It put a pause on the dynasty, on the franchise.
Yep.
So I do think that maybe now more than ever, Draymond Green and anybody else in the core of the Warriors are able to put their feelings to the side and understand, hey, maybe we have 2-3 years left in this thing. Let's go for it, and let's continue being champions.
Talking to Dalton Johnson, who covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. The Chris Paul trade still reverberating. The Warriors just dumping Jordan Poole, along with draft picks and Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin, which I guess is the price they had to pay to give that contract to the Wizards and clear themselves up for the future. So as you mentioned, Dalton, that they'll play this year with Chris Paul and then maybe kind of clear the books and take a run at it. Got to ask you then about the draft picks, if they're going to make a run at it, these new guys coming in, Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson-Davis. Now, is it fair to say, lately Warriors draft picks have not been contributing that much? So how realistic should we be about these guys contributing ASAP or not?
I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. right away tried to kind of steer us clear of too crazy of expectations, and maybe to a fault to a degree, because I think right when they see Brandon Pajemski, you look for a trait, an asset that can go to the NBA immediately. And his shooting sure looks like it's something that can contribute early on. Maybe not. It doesn't need to be 15, 20 minutes, but you get a good 8-10 minute stretch of that guy moving, coming off screens. And the nice thing is that he's not a set shooter. You look at his heat map, the guy can score from all over the floor, especially from long distance. You shoot 44%. I don't care if it's Santa Clara, Illinois, Duke, or North Carolina. You shoot 44% from three-point range. That usually translates over to the NBA. So I do think that they see someone who could, maybe it's not all the time, but can contribute. They really, really like the way he plays with an edge. This guy is a confident player. And then Trace Jackson-Davis, it's the experience, first and foremost, that jumps out to me. He played 126 college games. Steve Kerr was there, and I kind of brought that up to him. I go, hey, Trace, 126 college games. And he says, yeah, compared to 0 for JK and 3 for James. And that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we think just high-end talent with these guys, and it's so hard to miss with the Jonathan Kuminga, James Wise, and some of these other players. But just to be able to have years of basketball experience, I think is just kind of a shift that the Warriors in general, whether it's Chris Paul, whether it's Trace, whether it's Brandon Podziemski coming in, that they feel like they're getting the feel of the game back to the Warriors' way in the system that just fits Steve really well.
Well, I'm intrigued by that guy. I mean, it's unfair of me to say this, but it's just like Draymond Green vibes of a Big Ten second-round power forward who had a great college career who fell in the draft. You know, listen, no, not saying he's Draymond. It's like saying Patrick Bailey is Buster Posey. But anyway, The point is that it's intriguing. All right, and then finally, Draymond. And you give NBA writers enough time before July 6th when everything happens, and you start rumoring, and then Sacramento starts looking like they might be interested in Draymond Green. Mike Brown, what a fit. People start writing about that. Mike Brown loves Draymond. Draymond loves Mike Brown. The Kings are on the rise.
Here we go.
And then Sam Amick writes in The Athletic, Lillard could re-sign with Portland if they go get Draymond Green. So,
oh man.
Then Mark Stein reports all signs point to Draymond Green returning to the Warriors. So
help us out here.
What do you think, Dalton?
Yeah.
How are you reading it?
We're going to hear Portland. We're going to hear Sacramento. We might even hear the Detroit thing, LA teams.
Yeah.
I still very much see Draymond Green wearing a Warriors jersey next year and for the foreseeable future. I think everything lines up with him probably looking at a 3-year contract with the Warriors. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that not is done by any means, but has been talked about, and it's kind of figuring out the final details at the same time. Look, he had to opt out. It made the most sense for himself basketball-wise, business-wise, all of it. So none of that was a surprise to me. And we're going to hear rumors just like you do with any other free agent, as you probably should from more of a business standpoint. But I think that Draymond Green, still even at this age, is valuable to a ton of teams. I don't think he holds as much value with any other team as he does with the Warriors. And I think Draymond at the end of the day knows that. I think the Warriors at the end of the day know that this is still the perfect marriage for what the Warriors want to get done and what Draymond Green gets done. And it'd be really hard for me to see Draymond playing anywhere else.
So people thinking 3 years, and that would match Curry's contract? Is that the best bet?
That's where I see it lining up. It is really just kind of lining up with Steph. We need to remember that Steph Curry, if he could pick pretty much any teammate, you throw names out of a hat, Draymond Green's going to be right near the top of that list, might even be number one. He loves playing with them. He knows what he does for him. He knows what he does for the team, how he helps them on defense, how he sets them up on offense. So I think 3 years, try to line it up, and that is the window now, guys. Is that 3 years? That's the timeline with Steph, with Draymond, with Clay. These next 3 years, we're going to see them, I think, go even more all in than they have the last 2 or 3 years.
Wow.
But I mean, they looked old last year. How are they going to look in 2 years?
Oh, I get it, and that's the thing where that's for sure is a big question where you got to be able to. You have the health concerns. We know Chris Paul isn't someone that you can always rely on health-wise, especially in the playoffs. And that's why, of course, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, this is year 3 now. That's the year where you're supposed to really make the leap. Maybe at times they had a bit of a sophomore slump, but year 3 is the time that you really expect them to make the leap. And if you can get that out of them, that is 2 lottery guys right there. You have young guys can contribute. And I think for them, it's just about players who know how to actually play basketball and fully play basketball, not just be these athletes or assets at the same time, you know.
Well, man, fascinating times, and we'll see. I can't wait for the Chris Paul press conference and all that. And July 6th. It's not official till July 6th. So, all right, Dalton, and we will continue to track the Draymond situation and all the rumors. And we appreciate your time, and we'll keep reading you on NBC
Good
Sports
stuff,
Bay Area.
Dalton. Thanks.
Always fun, guys. Thank you.
All right, Draymond. Triple E posits Draymond going to Sacramento would be like Andre Iguodala leaving Denver to come to the Warriors.
Yeah, but that doesn't help me feel better. It's about me feeling better today. That's the goal.
Do you think
here.
Mikey Brown would welcome him in purple?
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? Yeah.
Can't you hear Draymond saying, light the beam, baby? Welcome back to the Light the Beam Invitational, baby.
I got to turn the tables on at KNBR Murph and ask you what you asked me earlier in the show, which is how do you feel about the whole Chris Paul thing?
Oh, well, you can read about it on KNBR.com.
Nice. We're talking jock blogs?
I did.
Nice.
I jock blogged about it. I said, I don't hate it, and I wrote parentheses, I will now duck when you throw an object at me.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. If you ask the Warrior fan base, like if you did a poll, he would be in the top. I mean, he might even be in the top slot.
I wrote in a paragraph, I said, if we took a Twitter poll the day before the trade, knowing nothing, just said, hey guys, just for fun, who's the most
top
hated?
three?
And
top three.
I said, I put the four candidates, Dylan Brooks, LeBron James, James Harden, and Chris Paul. I said, he might squeak out a win, but if he doesn't, he definitely podiums, as they say in the Olympics.
Oh, he's Mount Rushmore.
He's on the podium.
Warrior
Top
fans
three.
can't stand this dude.
He either gets the gold, silver, or the bronze.
Yeah,
right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does.
But I'm intrigued by the mix and match, and I'm also the other part is just how badly they dumped Jordan Poole. Just this guy.
Like they couldn't do it quick enough. And that's like right after Dunleavy was like, he's going to be here for 4 more years.
Like we said, lies, damn lies, and press conferences.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's really interesting. Let's continue that conversation with Sopan Deb, who covers the NBA for the New York Times. The Chris Paul conundrum opportunity? Next on the Sports Leader.
Chris, what is your reaction to being traded to Golden State today?
I'm excited. I ain't got that question. I don't know how many times already, so I'm really excited.
You spoke with Steph, it sounds like, already, and how did that go?
It was good. Yeah.
What do you think your role will be on that team?
To help us win games.
All right, there it is, man. Chris Paul. He happened to be doing some podcasts in Charlotte, and so they got the first quotes from him. Not exactly electric, but hey, we'll hear more from him when it gets legal on July 6th, Paulie. But
Hey, before we dive into this segment and this Black Keys rejoin, brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Where am I? Oh, and your debit card earns more cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA.
And want to remind everybody that Brandon Belt, who's going to join Papa and Lund today at 12:30, Giants at Toronto Tuesday, should be a lot of fun.
Okay.
Susan Slusher just posted a story on sfchronicle.com about the return of Belt and all that humor. But our focus now is that Chris Paul trade, which went down Thursday night, and then we came in Friday morning. We could barely make sense of it, and then we had a whole weekend to digest it. And let's talk about it with New York Times national NBA writer Sopan Deb. We've had Sopan on a bunch, and Sopan, the NBA never fails to intrigue, man. And Chris Paul to the Warriors.
Who saw that coming?
First of all, good morning to you. And second of all, what'd you think when you heard the news?
Well, I'll tell you what I thought is I had a pre-scheduled interview with him the next morning in New York. And so when the trade happened, like, it's rare as a reporter that you get such a gift, like that you get such a moment like that. Yeah. But as far as the actual kind of X's and O's of the trade, I was certainly surprised for a couple of reasons. The one is, Jordan Poole. Yes, he had his struggles last year, but he's still he still averaged career high points last year on relatively good efficiency. He's, I think, 24 years old. To pull the ripcord on him after giving him a $140 million extension, to bring in a 38-year-old Chris Paul, who's probably not even going to start for the Warriors, that was pretty surprising to me. So it certainly was a surprising night when I found out.
So did you guys get the interview?
Yes, yeah. I had the so I was the one Chris told that he found out on the plane because his son texted him.
I have that story here, but it says published June 19th for some reason. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right, because the trade happened. Or it was broken on the Sunday night. Or sorry, it was.
Oh, you're talking about the first trade when he got traded from the Suns to the Wizards. He's been traded twice.
Right.
Yeah, it's a chain.
Right.
Yeah.
Great as much. I apologize. But anyway, so he gets traded later in the week. You're right. I apologize. So either way, when I found out about the Warriors, I mean, I just kind of laughed because it's very funny how, because a very similar thing happened with the Lakers with Russell Westbrook and Pat Beverly, right? It's weird, as you get later in your career as an NBA player, you just end up playing with a bunch of, guys you don't end up expecting to play with. And this is another example of that. And as I said, look, I'm surprised. I'm like many of us, I was surprised. Jordan Poole got a lot of attention for, bad turnovers and bad shot selection. But to me personally, he's still only 24. You can work with that. Players can, but Chris Paul is, 38, and it's a risky deal for the Warriors.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Chris Paul is still one of the greatest point guards ever to play, and he's still been productive the last couple of years when he's been healthy.
It's funny. He's just kind of, I don't want to say like his, what's the word I'm looking for? His stock has plummeted. That's not the right word. But the Phoenix Suns sort of said, nah, we don't need him. We don't want him.
Yeah.
And the Wizards just were sort of a mainstay. The question was where he was going to go next. There was some thought that he was just going to be released, flat out released. Now, from our perspective out here in the Bay, Sopan, is that Jordan Poole's contract became an instant albatross when he had a disappointing season, and a 4-year, $130 million deal kicked in. So, John Hollinger of The Athletic, one of these NBA writers, says never look at trades for X's and O's, just look at the contracts. And that's kind of what the Warriors kind of did, and they get Chris Paul for only 1 year in return. But I'm just kind of wondering about Paul, the player. He's, as we say, 38 and the hamstrings, and
he's
a walk-it-up point guard versus a screening and cutting team.
It's a head scratcher. It is.
Yeah, I'll also say, though, yes, he has kind of injury history, but he's still a very good player when he's healthy. And if you look at his numbers, last year was kind of a down year. I think he had his lowest points per game of his career. But he's not coming to Golden State and expected to help carry the offense in the way he's had on every other team. He's probably a 20-25 minute per game player on the Warriors, probably anchoring that second unit. What he'll be able to do is come off the bench and give the Warriors, a new type of offense when he comes off the bench, right? Because when Steph and Draymond and Clay are out there, it's a little bit more free-flowing. It's a little bit more kind of, it's a little like less traditional, if that makes sense. Whereas Chris Paul comes in, he gives you a little bit more, a little bit more of a traditional offense. It'll give the Warriors another look. But at the end of the day, look, if you look at his numbers and you look at it, there are worse options to have than Chris Paul as your sixth man.
Right.
Because he's still one of the best point guards ever to play the game. And yes, you're right, his stock has plummeted. But if you look at his last couple of years, if you look at the numbers and you look at how he's played when he's been on the floor, the analytic numbers have been very good. At the end of the day, he's not coming to Golden State to have to play a Steph Curry or Klay Thompson-like role or Chris Paul on the Suns 3 years ago. He's coming to play, the Leandro Barbosa role, or Andre Iguodala role. It's a very different role that he's being asked to play.
Right. Talking to Sopan Deb, who covers the NBA for the New York Times. And I'm wondering, it'd be a fun story to do as the season gets going, and maybe we'll do it here, is like try to find NBA teams as old as the Warriors who've ever climbed the mountain. Because, so far we're looking at Steph is, I think, 30.
It's a good question.
Steph he's 35.
Yeah.
Clay is, I think, 33. Draymond's 33. And then Paul is 38.
Yeah.
I mean, Wiggins is now looking like an absolute baby at 27, 28. Yeah. Looney, same thing.
Here's what I'll say to that, though. Steph Curry, if you look at his last year, if it wasn't for LeBron playing as well as he is at 3 years older, Steph Curry's productivity last year is virtually unprecedented outside of LeBron at that age. So yeah, we can talk about the Warriors being very old and this and that, but at the end of the day, Steph Curry is still having still is one of the best players ever to play the game right now. He's still playing at that level. So I honestly, personally, as a guy who watches games, I worry less about that, just because what we saw last year is that the Warriors are still kind of close to, maybe not close to peak form, but they're still a really good team. And I don't think this is like the 97, 98 Rockets with Scottie Pippen and Charles Barkley.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
I don't think this is that, because Steph Curry, is still a top 5, player.
Yeah.
And sure, have we ever seen a team this kind of experience, I'll call it, to win the championship? Probably not, but we've also never seen a player like Steph, play this well so deep into his career. So it's never happened until it does. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Steph's 35 is like, it's like 25.
It's like my 23. Yeah. Right.
Whereas, Chris Paul's 38 is.
And that's a real 38, maybe even like a 42 on him.
It's funny though, Sopan, I was doing a little thing on for our website. And, he played the last 2 years, for what it's worth, you can kind of twist, but he played more regular season games the last 2 years than Steph.
Chris Paul?
Yeah.
That's an insane stat.
Yeah, he played 124 to Steph.
You just blew my doors off with that. I was not ready for that.
Well, and part of it's a playoff availability thing more than it is.
You just nailed it right there.
That's the problem.
You just nailed it right there.
And it always happens like right before the postseason. It seems to be that's when he usually gets hurt, and then you don't get him in the postseason.
I mean, the classic example is that Western Conference Finals where the Warriors and the Rockets played.
Yep.
I mean, that's the classic one where there's a world if Chris Paul is healthy that whole season, how we talk about Kevin Durant, Steph, and James Harden is very different. But but this has been a problem for Paul a lot over the last, I'd say, decade, where he's just, regular season, he gets you really far and he plays really well, and then come the playoffs, the availability is just not there.
That's what it all comes down to, is can this guy be healthy in the playoffs? It's intriguing as hell. If he is healthy and the Warriors, finish top 8, because we're talking Sopan, look at the West now, right? I mean, right? The Nuggets.
It's a Bloodbath.
I don't know if the Nuggets, it's hard to repeat, obviously,
but they're going to be firmly in the mix, yeah.
And then the Kings were on the rise,
you
and
got
who knows
Phoenix,
what moves they're going to make.
You got LeBron down there. There's a lot of competition in the West.
Right, and if Harden comes out west, who knows? But that's the case every year. And at the end of the day, to me, it would be very surprising if the Warriors weren't in the mix again. The weird thing to me about the Chris Paul deal, and this is that Chris Paul, to me, doesn't fit as much of a need for the Warriors as much as I felt like they needed another 3-and-D guy, another Otto Porter type, a guy who can, guard 3 or 4 positions, a guy that can, play defense and, offer some athleticism off the bench. And to me, Chris Paul doesn't fill that gap. I felt like they needed another Gary Payton type, right? And that's where I feel like the Warriors, still have some holes to plug. But look, free agency hasn't even started yet. I'm going to guess that I'm going to assume that Chris Paul is not the last move they make in the offseason.
Oh gosh,
so,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is not the final product of what the Warriors look like come the fall.
But it's really I know you're out in New York, but Chris Paul has been a villain for Warriors fans forever.
Oh,
of course.
Yeah. So Clippers, Rockets.
Draymond has made very clear that he, that he doesn't like Chris Paul. So I'm curious how they get along. Look, these guys are all professionals, right?
Yeah.
They all have one goal in mind. And for what it's worth, Draymond said these guys seem to respect Chris Paul's ability.
Yeah.
Whether they like him personally or not is besides the point. You don't have to like each other to win a championship,
Politics makes strange bedfellows, so do NBA trades.
True story, right? Especially in this day and age. So upon another, you mentioned the word villain. this name pops into my head, Kyrie Irving. He's a polarizing figure. And what are you hearing about his future? Like, what's in the cards for him? Where do you see him going?
Staying in Dallas.
Predicting Kyrie Irving, what he does, what he's thinking is such a fool's errand. It really is. Like, his camp does not really leak much. There was that week, I think during, I want to say the finals when, he was trying to recruit LeBron to play in Dallas, which is, that never seemed realistic. Look, the truth is there are not that many teams with cap space. There are not that many championship competing teams that have cap space. And, if Kyrie, wants a, $200 million guaranteed 4 or 5 year max or whatever that is, his options are kind of limited. It's Dallas and maybe 1 or 2 other teams, like maybe Houston, So Kyrie wants to compete for a championship and get his money. His options there are not that many other options other than Dallas. It's just a question of whether Dallas and Mark Cuban have given every indication that they plan on trying to put all the chips in for Kyrie. To me, that seems to be the logical endpoint here. But again, Kyrie has long been unpredictable. Yeah. Kyrie has long kind of marched to the beat of his own drum. We just don't know where his head's at. Because maybe he's the kind of guy that would, fine, I don't want to come back to Dallas. I'm going to go somewhere else and, take less money. Who knows? We just don't know where his head's at the moment.
So much fun in the NBA, as always. Sopan, we enjoy your writing, we enjoy having you on, and thanks for hopping on Murph and Mac.
Thanks so much, man. We'll talk soon.
There it is, man. So
he's becoming like a real.
He said it, and you said it too.
Yeah.
Did I miss the Draymond Green smoking gun where he said something negative about Chris Paul?
He did. He was on a podcast with. Was it Matt Barnes and Stack Jack? I think it might have been their podcast.
All the Smoke?
Yes.
Are you sure that wasn't your dinner on Sunday night?
That was, dude, All the Smoke was definitely part of my dinner last night. I want to shout out Jay and the good people at Claremont again, too. It was so much fun last night. Murph, All the Smoke podcast and my dinner. But Draymond just came right out and said it. He goes, I've never liked Chris Paul. He said, I respect him. He goes, I respect his IQ. He's a very smart player. But he doubled down on saying, I've never gotten along with him. I don't like him, and I never have.
Okay.
Essentially what he said.
All right.
Yeah.
They said, do other KNBR hosts say that about us?
All the time.
Okay.
Yeah, outwardly, too.
Look at Triple E's like, yes.
Yeah,
yes, they do.
Believe me. Triple E's probably the guy spreading those rumors.
Paul, you got to have that thick skin.
He's like, Triple E's like, right after the show, he's like, hey, did you hear what they're saying about Paulie Mac?
Man.
He's like, starting all kind of
well, once again,
scandalous.
By the way, somebody texted in, speaking of bad blood, that they think that you and Aaron Rodgers should sit down, eat some chocolates,
Doses.
and he quote clear the air.
Yeah, no,
that was a great
It was
phrase.
an intriguing
Clear the
idea.
air.
I told the guy, I answered that guy because it was a great text, and I said, you know what, man,
Like a good-
stranger things have had. Chris Paul just came to the Warriors.
Exactly.
Why can't
Exactly.
Paulie Mack and Aaron
Same
Rodgers get along?
vibe. Same vibe. There you
Right.
go. All right, well, hand it over to Pop and Lund on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. There it is. So all the lonely stuff came about because it was either Blake Sable or me discussing Blake Sable saying when you get caught between second and third and there's a runner on third, I said that's a lonely place to be. And it led to a little riff on being lonely in a sports sense and then in a musical sense. And here we go. Well, this is, this is it. This is it. No song makes me kind of like happier or more hyped than this song. I don't know why, Paulie.
It's like one of the greats, man.
These guys, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? I told you how I feel about Orlando Moore. It's like,
we've already been over this, yes.
You know how I feel.
I do know.
You know how I feel.
It's a great album.
Tripoli, pretty good. So what we solved today? Giants are back. The weekend was fun. The park was buzzing.
Yeah.
Even though they lost on Sunday and Blake Sable was lonely.
You got to start asking your girlfriend to come to the city so you don't get stuck in the East Bay.
Tripoli got caught in a big rig.
And the reason I say
Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, will be back tomorrow.
Yes.
Back tomorrow.
And the only reason I brought that up, Tripoli, is because Murph asked specifically, he said, what did we learn today? And I'm saying, well, you learned that you should spend more nights in the city instead of being over there. Yeah. I'm not trying to snuff out your romance. I'm just saying
pre-5 a.m.
logistics.
A pre-5 a.m. traffic jam is a pretty tough deal.
It's a real thing, though. I was in it, too. It was a mess.
You're like, that's not what I bargained for. I got up early to avoid stuff like this.
I can't tell you how different the morning commute during our hours is on the East Bay than the North Bay. It's night and day, dude. It's Death Race 2000 over there. It really is.
I'm talking about lonely. The North Bay commute driving in, you're like the only person on earth.
It is. It's so different. It was like a dogfight out there today. Jockeying for position. It's too much.
No wonder why he was leaving rubber when he was coming down Broadway and hanging a Luigi.
I understand that stress. I do.
And by the way, shouting out when I say Luigi, that's another thing we learned today is that Cars remains on Mount Pixarmore.
I like this. What did we learn today?
Right. And Mount Pixarmore is Toy Story, Cars, Toy Story 3. And here's another hot take. I'm going to give you, oh boy.
Almost time to go, too.
I'm going to sign off and just take people are going to start throwing tomatoes at me.
I can't wait.
Wall-E, a little overrated. Yeah, I see already. Already now they're coming at me.
I've never seen it. I got no comment.
Well, I was the subject of my brother-in-law was like, he's like, you got to watch this. So I was like, what am I watching?
What am I going to do with this?
I said, give me back. Where's Lightning McQueen when I need him? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Where's Buzz Lightyear?
How about just something with real humans? Can I get like a real actor? Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here.
Cheers,
when I'm doling out anti-Wall-E takes, it's time to leave.
Yeah, time to get out of here.
I know.
Fun show. Cheers.
All right. Hey, but don't forget Brandon Bell joining Pop in London 12:30. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Is it not ironic that the things that actually expand your mind are illegal, and the things that keep you in the lower chakras and dumb you down have been legal for centuries?
Hey, I'm like Lightning McQueen, huh? The kid flies.
That's the end of the game.
Three balls, no strikes. The pitch. There's a shot. Deep left center field. Way back there. Goodbye! On a 3-0 pitch, he launches one into the bleachers. A 2-run homer for Patrick Bailey. Here's Kelly to the plate. Swing. There's a shot deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Right past the foul pole into the tunnel. And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first major league home run. And it puts the Giants ahead of the first place D-backs. Here it comes. Swing, ground ball right along the third base line. It's a fair ball. Diving into foul ground is Longoria. And now the Giants have 2 runners at third. Blake Sable, I don't know where he was going. Horrible. And Blake Sable puts his hands on his head, knowing that he just ran the Giants out of this inning.
Got to learn from it, but yeah, my takeaway from it is, probably a little over aggressive there. Just keep my head up and make sure I pick up the third base coach and see JD in front of me, because he would stayed up there. I probably would have stayed at second, obviously, if I picked him up early enough.
Thanks for joining us on a Monday. I was down at the Oracle Park for a couple of those babies and talked to Blake Sable. Just could have had a sweep on Sunday, but it was not to be. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Hello, Brandon Belt. Got a ton to get to as well, getting over these injuries. All-Stars are starting to be talked about. Still getting used to Chris Paul. Damian Lillard wants Draymond Green. We got a ton going on a Monday. Good morning, my friend. You look nice.
How are
and
you,
orange.
John? I heard the buzz. I heard the buzz at Oracle Park. You were there both Saturday and Sunday. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back.
Well, I did a family affair. 6 of us cruised around the park on Saturday, and then took young son, who's a broadcast student, and we met John and Dave, and they were awesome to him. And we went into the clubhouse, and he was in awe. And we met Jock Peterson, and he was nice. And so we just we had a day of it Saturday and Sunday. But the park is the park. It is a buzzing. I'll tell you that. It was cool.
Without a doubt. I mean, the crowds weren't as big as the series against San Diego, as Andrew Bagley predicted with us on Friday, but still, 35,000 yesterday, easily over 30 all 3, and it was a great weekend of baseball. Friday night, up and down and all around. Michael Conforto was ice cold going into this series against the D-backs after the 0 for 17 against the Pods, John. He came out. His approach, line to line, gap to gap, and now he's going back to Citi Field to play the Mets. But, the young guys did make some mistakes. Patrick Bailey, and I don't know how to fault him on those slow roller up the first base line. The throw did get to Lamont Wade, but, Lamont, got it late. It was one of those where I guess it's a team error, but he got to single out one guy. They gave it to Bailey. Not an egregious error, but he comes back, and you heard John's call on the 3-0 pitch. That right-handed swing looks fine to me. I mean, he's killing the ball. 3 of his 4 home runs have been as a right-handed swinger, his natural side. And then on Saturday, and you were there, you were probably doing laps and didn't see all of it, but Matos got picked off by Woogie, Merrill Kelly, and then he airmails a cutoff man trying to make a throw at third base. He did, nail a runner at third yesterday, but you got to keep that lower where it's able to be cut. But then later in the game, and it's his ability to put barrel on that ball, John. I mean, that was Pablo Sandoval, like up and in, how he was able to square that up and keep it fair. And then yesterday, Blake Sable, by the way, was swinging the bat well all weekend. I'm sure you sent George into the clubhouse to inquire, where the hell are you going? I love John's call. The Giants have 2 men on third. Is that legal? No, not a good idea. I mean, the bottom line there, and he thought Longo didn't get it. Longo didn't. He was all disappointed when he got up. Then he realized, wait a minute, they got
Plus, he was showing the ball. I did sit and talk to him after the throng left and everything.
Sable?
And,
yeah.
And he admitted it, and he was good, and he stood up to it. And Gabe Kapler gave him a little bit of a pass, said he's an aggressive. This is how managers do things and coaches nowadays. They want to criticize too much, but he said right away, before the question could even be finished, that he's been an aggressive runner. We're okay with him being an aggressive runner, and he didn't pull back there. So. Look, I get it. It's just and he got caught up in the crowd. Again, you mentioned this to start the show. These are rookies. These are young guys. They're getting caught up in things. And as the crowd swelled, he got confused. And as we're sitting there and we're right there watching Longo, he's showing the ball. So we were confused to how he could screw up. But I think what he was doing was he didn't see it. He wasn't looking at the third base coach. He's a young player. He got overly aggressive. And the big part that's a problem with that is that Brandon Crawford, I don't know how many people know this, he's the best runners and scoring position hitter in the league, and in June he's absolutely tearing it up. So you would have had bases loaded with Brandon Crawford, who's the king of runners in scoring position this season in Major League Baseball, and you'd have had a pretty damn good chance to make a play there. So maybe, there's 2 out, so maybe Crawford doesn't get a hit. So, but that ran him right out of the inning and the momentum, and they just couldn't recover. But they had a lot of opportunities on Sunday to sweep these guys, but still, 5-2 on the stand, 1 of 12 of 14, 4 straight series. They're 27-11 since May 15th, and they're dealing with a ton of injuries. They couldn't go the way they normally wanted to go yesterday. No Yaz, no Lamont Wade Jr., no Flores. I mean, to do what they're doing with these injuries, it's pretty impressive.
As far as the Blake Sable play, and Hallberg was telling the runner ahead of him to stop. Don't run up the back. You just watch the runner ahead. I mean, coaching Little League at third base over the years, the kids get so excited, and the mistake Sable made was having his head down. And you run faster, I guess, if your head is down than up, and you see what you're running into. It's a train wreck. So if the runner, I don't care, where the ball is, if the runner ahead of you is stopping at third base, you can't run to third base.
You got to keep your composure. Yeah.
Well, just watch. Just look at the runner ahead. Don't run into the runner ahead's going to tell you what to do. You don't always have to pick up the third base coach. Hallberg's coaching who was the runner ahead of him, John, on the walk to lead off there. But in any event, you got to be smart there, and it's an easy pickup.
It was J.D. Davis off the top of my head.
It was J.D. Davis. You're right. It was J.D. Davis. He had a good game, good weekend, swinging the back and forth, coming alive. It's a mistake, you can make, but did it cost you a game? Arizona was the better team yesterday. They controlled the game, but that would have got you back into the game and a chance to maybe tie the game. But don't make that same mistake twice. And I think Blake Sable's smart enough that he won't make that same mistake twice. So we're not going to dwell on the end of the weekend because most of it was so good and just what Patrick Bailey has become and Luis Matos. The one curious thing, John, I'm sure you went there, and great to have you back at the ballpark, and I'm coming in studio tomorrow, and you're going to be there, and we're going to have a passionate, emotional embrace.
Yes.
But I'm sure you were there looking to see your guy, Casey Schmidt. Yeah. He didn't start. He didn't play all weekend. He's become a defensive sub. We'll see what happens here. Wilmer Flores is going to be activated, I think, tomorrow before they resume. We got an off day today in Toronto. And we are going to talk to the captain, the one and only Brandon Belt, at 12:30, which should be fun. But assuming Wilmer comes back, we talked about David VR. Does he hang around in a bench role? Well, now that J.D. Davis is healthy and hot, and likewise for Craw, they did rest Tyro Estrada, on Friday night, and Diaz made the start, interestingly, and not Casey Schmidt. I mean, do you send Casey Schmidt back down, John? I mean, I would say...
Yeah. He's got to play.
Maybe keep VR here, but if he's not going to play, then he needs to play. He's still developing as a young player. So we're talking about the young players and how well they're doing, and the bullpen's been stupendous. But right now, Bailey and Matos are the flavors of the month. Casey was the original, hot guy coming up. When he came up in mid-May. So what do you do with him? I mean, you got to play him, right? Whether he's playing in AAA or here, and can you find a spot for him in the lineup? What do they do with Casey Schmidt now?
Yeah, I agree with you. As much as this pains me to say, it pains me deeply because I am the number one fan on the Casey Schmidt bandwagon, and it took all of my might when I was in the clubhouse yesterday to not go over and go, "Hey, how's it going, Casey?" But
why didn't you slip him a card to sign? Don't even tell him what it is. Hey, Casey, can I have your Casey Schmidt here?
I was a professional. I saw him over there. I just said hey to him, But yeah, like you said, he's got to play. And if Diaz is playing ahead of him, and Diaz just every at-bat I saw from him, especially on Sunday, just non-competitive at-bats. And so he even going to get into the game to maybe pinch hit for him late in the game. And clearly he has something to work on, which is pitch selection. He's got to be much more selective in what he swings at, and the league has a book on him. And so he needs to go down there and work on that. And I'm sure he'll be back because his defensive abilities are so good. But he knows now what to work on, go back to the minors, work on it, and be back. But it clearly, as you said, J.D. Davis is going to play. Lamont Wade Jr. is going to come back. He had some back issues. He's going to be back in the Toronto series.
Is he going to be all right? He already had the side and now the back. I'm worried about him going on the IL, but Wilmer's coming back.
Yeah, and so Wilmer's coming back. So you have enough guys that you're going to get that thing done. And clearly, if you're playing Diaz above Schmidt, that's a huge sign.
I think it was just the left-handed bat. They wanted a lefty bat in against Arizona. It was more, Tyro Estrada took a game off on Friday. So it was simply, they wanted the left-handed hitter in there. We're going to see the Blue Jays coming up, and Chris Bassett is going to pitch at some point in this series. I mean, the Giants are going to load up all left-handed hitters against him. He devours right-handed hitters, but he does not get out lefties. What an interesting series here, huh? Kevin Gausman is going to pitch tomorrow night against the Giants. How weird is that going to be with that 90? I saw him throw 99 in his last start with a devastating splitter. And then you got to deal with Brandon Belt all weekend. Giants flew right after the game. They got in the wee hours going through customs. So it's 1:11 in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We're going to have Brandon Belt on at 12:30, which is 3:30. Is he bringing the boys over to the house? It's an off day? I mean, he's going to probably bring at least Brandon Crawford and a few of the guys over or meet up with them for dinner, huh?
Yeah, that's got to be a lot of fun. I mean, that's going to be cool. I mean, they're going to want to beat each other like brothers on the field, but have him in that. It's going to be weird. I mean, how they're going to announce the games and everything and have him in that blue, that's going to be really strange. But he hasn't lost his edge. What was it, a week ago or something, where he was getting beat by Ohtani in the DH race, and he was basically saying the whole thing was rigged and all that. It was great. I mean,
they're chanting MVP at Rogers Center.
He's
can't
classic,
wait to
man.
catch up with Belt.
He's going to be awesome. All right, so we'll get into it. The text line is wide open. What'd you think of the Giants on the weekend? And we'll get into this conversation. I think this is a legit team. The NL West is tight. The Dodgers and the Giants essentially are tied. Arizona's just a little bit ahead. You keep thinking the Padres are going to do something, but then they lost a series to the Nationals over the weekend. So we'll get into a big view of the National League West and what the Giants have proven since May 15th, if they're a legitimate team in this whole race, not only just for a wild card, but for the NL West as well, because they just went through the NL West. They just played every team but Colorado. So obviously we have a good sense of what the Giants are. We'll do that. We have a great guest list today. As Pop said, 12:30 for Brandon Belt. So spend your lunch with us. It's going to be fun. Tim Kamakami is going to join us at 11:30. We have a lot to discuss, not only Giants, but Warriors as well. And Jason Anderson, we got some NBA stuff to talk about as well, because Bobby Marks came out with some interesting thoughts on who has cap room, who can make some moves, and Damian Lillard is starting to ask for some guys, or he could potentially be moved. So we got a lot to get to. We'll do it all coming up next on a Monday. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
The great Mike Krukow, he joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the newfound energy that the Giants youth is bringing to the clubhouse and to the ballpark. That podcast and more, trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Here's Kelly to the plate. Swing. There's a shot deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Right past the foul pole into the tunnel. And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first major league home run, and it puts the Giants ahead of the first place D-backs.
By the way, you can confirm with my son. I was standing in the arcade areas. We were kind of walking the park a little bit. I said it's about time for Luis Matos to hit his first home run. Next pitch, gone right down the line.
Did the ball go right
Fact.
near you, John?
No, we were on the.
Were you over by the
arcade.
wiffle ball field?
No, we had just started. We're kind of a big deal, so we were up in the suite for a minute, and we were in our seats, and then we were just past the Ghirardelli area. We had just walked past it, so we're walking up onto the arcade, and George is talking smack. And oh, by the way, he's wearing an Saturday, not Sunday, when he was a professional Sunday, but Saturday. He's, of course, your son Derek would be proud of this, wearing an A's jersey, a Ricky Henderson, with an A's satin old-school jacket.
What, with 35 for Ricky or 24?
24. He wore the 24.
Well, that's not old school enough.
Oh, yeah. And
he came up as 35.
Yeah. So we're walking the arcade. I said it was time for Matos to hit a homer, and he did. And then the second thing, and then let's get into a little Giants talk. I got a question for you. You and I need to go to a Giants game and just go into Gabe Kapler's office.
How about in Toronto? Let's go in Toronto.
Well, his office is so.
I heard. I've never been in there since both.
You got to go. We got to go because so you
next
walk
time
in.
we're on the patio.
Yeah. You walk in and you go to the left there, and he's got this nice leather black couch that he sits on for post-game interview. He's very
leather-bound
comfortable.
leather.
Yeah, and it does. The room smells of mahogany, much different than when Bochy was there. And then right to his left, my right. And I didn't want to get too close because I would have probably been overly tempted. I haven't had a drop of booze since the old surgery. But
he has some good stuff there.
Oh man, does he ever! And the whole time, and see, I'm right in the center, right? So he's staring at me, and I'm standing. And I didn't want to be overly obvious, kind of like when I got busted by our big boss at the meeting the other day. But I'm staring at his
for
stash.
not paying attention. Yeah. All right, Chris Paul got traded to the Warriors, John. Move on.
But he's got this great bar card, and I'm a bar card aficionado too. We have a really nice one in our house, and he's got this beautiful bar cart, and it is just chock full of high-end whiskeys, which is my weakness.
So when does he get after it? Right after a game is over?
Must be because I know Amy G has done an interview with him, and they've talked whiskeys, and he's into bourbons and all these different things. And I just wanted to stay in his office and sit there and talk to him about whiskey, but I resisted and
go through the bar cart.
He kept looking at me like, "Are you going to steal my bourbon? Are you going to steal my?" Because I was just staring at his whiskey.
Why didn't you just? He would have been.
I'm
respectful of your knowledge.
Well, I would have thought, after a win, I might have stayed for a second and asked him, but I had young son with me, and he wanted to go through the clubhouse and talk to players and such. So I resisted, but at some point, you and I need to go.
August the 3rd, John.
Yeah, we need to go.
Schedule.
We
don't have a day game, midweek day game, July 4th, and we're obviously not working. The A's come in late July, but those are both night games.
Right.
And the next one, it's against Arizona again. Last time they're here, unless we see them in the playoffs. August the 3rd, a Thursday, we'll be there.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. We got to get with PR. We just need 5 minutes in there, and we need discussion. But all right, so we know what they have done since May 15th. They're 27-11. They take 2 of 3 from Arizona, 3 of 4 from the Padres. They sweep the Dodgers. So they go through this NL West kind of gauntlet here, and they've really proven themselves. And with the injuries that have occurred, they have still gotten through all this whole thing. So as we sit here nearing the midway point of the season, this is probably dangerous for Giants fans because I don't know that I'm going to say I'm all in, but certainly this is a team. I think this is a legitimate team that is going to contend all season long. Are you at that point or beyond?
Yes. I contend for what? The National League West, and
absolutely
easily, and the National League West is winnable, and the wild card spot as well. I mean, John Shea Hay wrote about it over the weekend. The NL West right now is upside down. We thought it was going to go. A lot of people, the trendy pick was to pick the Padres over the Dodgers in light of both teams' off seasons. So everybody was picking Padres, Dodgers, Giants, D-backs, right? Throw Arizona out there. They lost 25-1 on Saturday, but still won 2 out of 3 over the weekend, which is crazy. But in any event, take Bud Black's team out. They're 18 under and 16.5 out. So it's a 4-team race. It's the other way. It's not Padres, Dodgers, Giants, D-backs. It's D-backs, Giants, Dodgers, Padres right now. And I was watching the Dodgers last night on Sunday Night Baseball. They came back. Freddie Freeman got the double, his 2000th to tie the game, and then Will Smith goes out, but they lose in extras. This is clearly a different Dodger team that has won the National League West 9 times out of the last 10 years. The one exception being the Giants in 2021, beating them 107 and 106, but still, they had 106 wins, 111 last year, and got bopped out by the Padres. Arizona, and Sean Estes will join us tomorrow before he goes on his trip to the Midwest. He lives down there, and he's been saying Arizona's good, but, and I kind of agree with Arizona. I think they need another starting pitcher. They don't have a clearly defined bullpen. They're a little young. Bringing Evan Longoria in is helpful, but I don't know if they have enough there. So I think right now it's a 4-team race. I think it's Giants and Dodgers, really, John. San Diego just does not look right. They lose over the weekend to Washington. Got bombed yesterday. Just talking to Bob Melvin on Tuesday or Monday, I was there. He's a little frustrated, not only with the roster and the expectation, just the process of how they prepare for games. I would not be shocked if Bob Melvin does not finish up his contract as the manager of the San Diego Padres. He's got one more, I believe, John, after this year, and then we'll see where it goes. But I don't know if he's having as much fun as he had managing Billy's underachieving, low payroll team. It's the complete opposite. The Mets have the highest payroll in baseball, and San Diego's number 3. And I think they're capable of kicking in gear at some point, but they just have not shown it. So, yeah, I think the Giants easily are going to be able to stay in the National League West. Then when you pull out a little bit and look at the wild card spot, is Miami all that good? Atlanta's that good. There's no doubt. Atlanta's that good. Yeah. Is Miami that good? Philadelphia is so inconsistent. The Mets, and we're going to see them at the end of the road trip. They go to Toronto for 3.
They might be
the
sellers.
I mean,
they're bad. They are bad.
I can't imagine they're going to sell off. I mean, how far are they out? About 8 out of the wild card? Mm-hmm. They were 4 out recently. But, history shows, the Washington Nationals that won, what was that year, John, 2019?
19, yeah.
When they were 19-31, the Atlanta Braves were able to come back. Obviously, in 21, they were a sub-500 team at the trading deadline. Anthopoulos, bought a whole new outfield, traded for one, including Jock Peterson. So teams can have a first half and a second half and flip it. The Reds right now, and they've lost a couple in a row after winning 12 in a row. De La Cruz, could he push Corbin Carroll for Rookie of the Year?
No doubt.
The way he is playing. But look at their plus minus. They're 41 and 37. They're 4 over. They're a minus 15. Are the Reds that good? Is Miami that good? So I think clearly the Giants could win the National League West. I just think it's going to come down to the Giants and Dodgers all over again. And you'd much rather win the wild card, rather win the West than to be the wild card. But to answer your question, look at the Giants since the 6-13 start, April the 22nd. Their 1-loss record versus the Mets. The Mets are completely upside down. The Mets were hot going into that game on Saturday afternoon, April 22nd, against the Giants. And they've been a train wreck since. And the Giants, it's been a long stretch. It's not just been the 10-game winning streak, even since Mother's Day. Mother's Day is a long time ago. We're coming up on the 4th of July now. It's a long stretch of baseball. But go back even further to April the 22nd, a week into the NBA playoffs. What were the Warriors and Kings then? 2-2, I think, at that point? The Giants have one of the best records in baseball since that date.
Oh, no, there's no doubt. I think, first of all, they've done it this long. They've done it with injuries. There's certain guys who haven't even been that good, like Ross Stripling, who maybe needs to go back to the scene in Toronto this weekend. Gabe Kapler said yesterday.
Is he going to pitch tomorrow? Is he going to start tomorrow?
Kapler said that yesterday that he was going to come out of the bullpen to start. So he might be a bulk guy. I don't know. But he did say he wasn't going to start. He was going to come out of the bullpen for now, and he didn't announce a starter for Tuesday unless he did today. But
the Bay Area News Group has him starting tomorrow night.
Oh, does he?
Against Kevin Gausman.
And maybe he changed his mind, but he did say in the post game yesterday that he was going to bring him out of the bullpen for now. But that could have changed overnight, obviously. But it's exactly like you're saying here. The Dodgers, I don't think are going to make a big ad. They may make an ad, but I don't know that they're going to make a big ad because I really think they're in on Shohei Ohtani, and they don't want to mess up their their salary structure. The Padres, as you said, you know what? The Padres are this arrogant team that walks around like they're 20 over 500. I think that's what frustrates Bob is, guys like Machado and Soto, and they just kind of, I'm not saying they're not good players. They're great players, but they just give off a weird vibe. And then, as you said, I was talking to a friend of mine who was at the game yesterday who covers the Diamondbacks, and he said the Diamondbacks are like a year early. They said they didn't expect to be this good this fast. They did expect to be good, but maybe not this fast. He said they don't really have the payroll infrastructure right now to add a big one as well. So, the Dodgers will get somebody, but I don't know that it's going to be somebody big. Arizona, I don't think, is going to go in for a big one. I don't know what the Giants are going to do at the deadline. It seems to me every time I watch them pitch that, Logan Webb was great on Friday or good enough. Alex Cobb, if he's healthy, fine. DeSclafani is hit and miss. I still think they need a starter, and they have done a masterful job of manipulating what they have as far as the rotation is concerned and the bullpen's coming around. But as I look at these other teams, I don't think they're going to be a big move. The Padres scare me in that, as Bob told us, the starting pitching has been good. The relievers have been good. Now, they weren't in the series against the Giants, but the hitting has been the issue. And I guess my question would be, if there's any of these teams amongst the Phillies and the Mets and the Padres who have underachieved, I would think it would be the Padres, just because their issue is hitting, and they have too much hitting to be this bad, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's the bottom line of runners in scoring position with them,
right.
And they got great hitters. I mean, come on. The top of their lineup is the National League All-Star team, and Fernando Tatis Jr.'s talent, when you see him on the field, I don't know if I've ever seen Jose Canseco in his prime. Barry Bonds different. I mean, just oozy, toolsy talent. I mean, Fernando, and he's become an excellent right fielder. I mean, my God, I was skeptical of him going to the outfield. He's really good in right. They got it all. They got their bullpen didn't pitch well against the Giants, but overall with Hader, they've been good. It's just they're not clutch. They're not coming through with runners in scoring position. So I think San Diego will be heard from. They're only 6.5 out of a wild card spot. There's a lot of baseball to go. But to answer your question, I think there's no question. With Farhan Zaidi now, this last week of June, July 1st is Saturday, he can look at it and say, I mean, we're halfway through the year now, John. They're 78 games in. When they finish up the Toronto series, they'll be exactly halfway through the year. So it's not a small sample size, and they've been streaky, but lately they've been streaky really good. They were streaky, 6-13. They got, they lost those 3 in a row in Arizona Mother's Day weekend. Since that point, they've locked in and obviously winning 10 in a row. So we just got to figure out, exactly what their starting rotation is. They're going to get Alex Cobb back, I think, in New York to start Game 1 against the Mets. What are they going to do tomorrow? Is it going to be Ross Stripling who will take that ball, or will they piggyback him and, maybe go with a lefty to open? Who do they have as a lefty to open? No, you're not going to start Taylor Rogers. Scott Alexander's on the IL, so I'm not sure what they're going to do.
Man, they've been doing this with such a short roster, too, as you're pointing out. 415-808-5627. Text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts on the Giants at this point. How legit are they to you? And I'm not just talking wild card. I'm talking NL West as well. 415-808-5627. Hit us up on the text line. We'll read the best ones on that one as well. And remember, Brandon Belt at 12:30 today. Do not miss the captain. Brandon Belt at 12:30. And by the way, there's still a bunch of those captain's hats floating around.
There may be a captain hat floating around my premises, John. I could surprise you.
Oh, that would be
It's an ode more to Mustache Harbor than to Brandon Belt.
Oh, very nice.
Don't tell the captain.
Okay, no, I want it all. If you want to possibly see that captain's hat, of course, we are on Twitch and YouTube as well. So
I'll
you can
break
tune
it out
there.
at 12:15. What time's Belt coming? At 12:30?
12:30, yeah.
I will break it out.
I'm excited.
And by the way,
about
he's got Logan Webb on Thursday and Alex Wood tomorrow night.
Yeah.
We'll see who pitches tomorrow night. Sam Warren's going to join us from the Chronicle. Susan Slusser had the weekend off.
Yeah,
She's traveling
I didn't
to
see
Toronto.
her, yeah.
Sam is a Syracuse guy. I got to find out what he did. A great job covering the Giants over the weekend. So Sam's going to join us at 10:50 before we get into.
Cool.
I'm still trying to figure out the Chris Paul trade. Kawakami will help me. He talked to Steve Kerr, and then we got a big week with Draymond Green, John. Big week with Draymond.
Got some
Green.
information
Jason
on that
from the SAC B is going to join us at 1:15. He wrote about it. I think SAC's going to make a strong play to get Draymond Green. Will they actually be able to get Draymond Green by the weekend?
All right, let's discuss a little of that coming up next. We got a lot of Giants for you. And again, you get some Giants questions, hit us up on the text line. We will get to the best ones, but let's get to a few Warriors things because some things started to crystallize a little bit more on Chris Paul and, of course, Draymond Green. And Bobby Marks, who's going to join Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. You want to tune in for that one as well because he has a great breakdown of all the teams and what tiers they're in and who's over and who's under and who are players and who are not and who could clear some cap space to potentially try to steal Draymond Green away from the Warriors. So we'll get into all those things next. Pop in London on Monday on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Seattle Mariners. Wednesday, July 5th. First pitch, 6:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
None of this happens without Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson's input. None of this. And I think this is a big hint that Draymond's coming back. I thought that anyway. Again, we'll see when the contract sign. We'll see. This is run through those guys, or even those guys have like initial input on what the best way to go forward with. And I don't think it was with Jordan Poole. I've kind of had that feeling for a little while now. And this was them deciding, let's go another way. Let's try to go short-term with Chris Paul, and then you have some free money.
That's Tim Kawakami. He will expand on that. Of course, Tim Kawakami from The Athletic. They do a great job covering the Warriors and everything. And he's going to join us at 11:30 to expand on that thought. We'll talk more about Chris Paul. We'll get back to the Giants as well. We're going to talk to Sam Orman of the Chronicle at 10:50, who covered the Giants over the weekend. So we'll get into that and back to the Giants. And again, hit us up on the text line. But Bobby Marks is going to join the guys this afternoon, Pop. put every team in its tiers, who's got cap space, who doesn't. The Warriors are obviously a tax-paying team, and he puts the number above the tax, above the first apron, second apron, blah, 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 blah. But an interesting thing, and I still think Draymond's coming back, but Tier 2 says cap space but at a cost, and there's 2 teams in there. And he says the following: the Lakers could create up to $30 million in room, but to do so they'd have to renounce all their free agents except for Austin Reeves.
Yes.
He says decline the team option on Malik Beasley, then waive the contracts of Jared Vanderbilt and Mo Bamba. He says the more likely scenario would be the Lakers operate as a team over the cap, giving them access to a $12.4 million mid-level exception. He says the Kings could create up to $36 million in space, but would need to renounce Harrison Barnes and Trey Lyles. It says they'd be allowed to renegotiate the contracts of Sabonis, putting him in line for a max extension, and still have enough money to target players like Kyle Kuzma, Jeremy Grant, or even Draymond Green. So, while I do think Draymond is going to return, I think it's a pretty high confidence level, Sacramento and the Lakers could make it interesting at the very least for the Warriors.
Without a doubt. And we are going to talk to Jason Anderson, who became a favorite of the show when the Warriors were playing the Kings in April, John, in the first ever Warriors-Kings matchup in Northern California history, or for that matter, wherever they were playing, Rochester or Philadelphia, they never played. So, and he's got a piece online, the movement they made, the trade they made on draft day opened up some money for them to go get Draymond. And I've been asking about the Lakers all along. As far as getting Draymond, could they let everybody go, Rui Hachimura and everybody, just keep Austin Reeves? That's a guy you want to keep. So we'll find out from Tim. This week is a big week for Draymond Green and the Warriors, because by the end of the week, and when we go off the air Friday at 3 o'clock, we're off at 2 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, and Tolbert and Cope's show will pick up from there. Then free agency starts. And I think it's going to happen fast for someone like Draymond Green. The legwork is already there. You're not supposed to talk, but we know. You talk about another client that's under contract and somebody comes up, and there's a way around it. So Kawakami will join us coming up at 11:30, and he talked to Steve Kerr when the Warriors had their draft selections in the building on Friday, and that was right after we got off the air Tuesday, 2 o'clock on Friday. They introduced the draft picks, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. Handled that, but Steve Kerr was there, Joe Lacob was there, and Tim, caught up with Steve, and it was just, the line is, we sensed we needed a shift. So, I mean, the first thing is, I'm still trying to figure out the Chris Paul transaction, and I think basically they were looking to trade Jordan Poole. They were looking to get him off the roster. We talked about it, though. You have to match up salaries in a trade in the NBA, even in the offseason. So you have to take salary back. But in taking Chris Paul back, you're taking an expiring contract. He's in the final year of his contract, and that's a value. I'm not going to say it's like the D'Angelo Russell trade the Warriors made when they knew Kevin Durant was going to leave via Brooklyn. That was strictly made. And I think some people with the Warriors like D'Angelo, they wanted to see. But then Steph got hurt, and it just all imploded. But D'Angelo was not going to be a good fit with the ball movement. I think that Chris Paul will be a better fit, not so much with the ball movement, but the overall way they want to play. He's a much better player than D'Angelo Russell in every regard. He's a first-ballot Hall of Famer. But, like D'Angelo Russell, they swooped in and got him away from Glenn Taylor, the then owner of the T-Wolves, and he still has a piece of the club along with Alex Rodriguez and other interests there. But in any event, they kind of knew they could flip him, and they lucked out. They got Andrew Wiggins in a future one, which turned out to be Jonathan Kuminga. So I'm kind of looking at the Paul trade as a much better fit than Angelo never fit with the Warriors. And they were able to flip him and get a one. I would have given a one to get Andrew Wiggins and D'Angelo. They got the one going back the other way. The interesting thing is that you had to give Washington a one on top of it, which is really odd to me. So Tim can kind of make us understand this trade. It's strictly a financial move. They wanted to move Jordan Poole. There's no doubt. To do it for an expiring contract was the goal. I think they would have taken any expiring contract to do it so they can get off the books and start a new next off season. And then it's Chris Paul. And there's a lot of baggage there with Draymond and Steph and all that, but they're pros and they played on, I don't know if they were Team USA teammates or All-Star. I'm sure they know each other over the years. John and Steph and Paul go back to, Steph's formative years. So in any event, we're kind of in between. I'm still trying to process the Chris Paul transaction in my mind and why they had to do it, but I think we know why, but Tim will tell us why and what Steve thinks. And then, the serious threat of Draymond. This is Draymond Green week. A lot of big free agents in the NBA this week, obviously. But from our standpoint, how much of a threat is Sacramento going to be? How much are the Lakers going to be? And, I think we could figure out, although I'm not sure. Steph makes over 50. Clay makes over 40. You think Draymond's going to settle for appreciably less than that? I would be willing to go more and backload the contract more in the average annual value and then the term. I mean, how many years do you want to give Draymond Green? Do you want it to be a 3-year deal to line up with Steph Curry? Clay's deal expires after this year. You can always extend him. But I think the term, in light of where Draymond is in his career, the injury factor, just the amount of basketball he's played, having gone to 6 NBA Finals in 8 years, and just the wear and tear. He's in his early 30s, into his mid-30s now. So are you comfortable with a 4-year contract? Would you do that? Do you want to keep it at 3? How do you want to structure this? And then how are the Kings and Lakers going to be not only players to drive it up, whether it's more an average annual value or maybe they force the Warriors to give him an extra year on the Draymond contract? Is there really going to be a tipping point where Draymond has to make a choice between Mike Brown, between LeBron James, between going home to Detroit and the money if he wants money, he can get a lot of money just going back to Michigan. And then what does he really want at the end? I think it's to play for the Warriors, but he's got the leverage right now. So, how is this going to play out this week? This is Draymond Green week, to be sure.
Yeah. Look, I don't buy any of it in terms of the Warriors did a great job even if people don't like to trade, in giving themselves some financial flexibility to basically gain $100 million in real money as far as the Chris Paul trade versus the contract to Jordan Poole. And then, of course, all the penalties on top of that. I don't know exactly what the number is, but it's in the hundreds of millions. And by doing that, they gave themselves some flexibility in being able to sign Draymond Green and lessen their tax burden the way it would have been done before. You don't want to play too big of a game of chicken because you don't want to lose this guy. Joe Lacob said it. Mike Dunleavy said it. Bob Myers said it before that. Steph Curry wants him back. All those kind of things. I'd want to give him a 3-year contract. If I had to give him a 4th, I guess I would. But I would try to say to him, look, you're going to line up with Steph Curry. We'll see where it goes. I think where it might get hit between the Lakers and the Warriors, potentially, driving up the price a little bit. I thought maybe they could do $375, which is 25 a year, and he's coming off 27.6, or he turned down 27.6. That thing may be closer to 30 than it is 25. That may be the number. But geez, if you're the Warriors and he's that important to you, after you just unloaded all this money, can you just do that? I would imagine so. I mean, Draymond is saying, $100 million for 3, or it was agreeing to that thing that Stephen A. Smith said. I don't know that you could go up to 100, but then again, are you going to nitpick over $2 or $3 million with Draymond Green? Probably not. And then, like we said last week, this flexibility allows you to keep Klay Thompson, not at the number that he's at now, but if you kept Jordan Poole on this roster, I don't think you can keep Klay Thompson next offseason. So that's kind of where they found themselves. So, yeah, you look at the Chris Paul trade and you say to yourself, geez, I don't like it on the surface, but there's a lot of things underneath it.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're a better basketball team today than they were last week. In any event, with Draymond, there is a multiplier on every dollar you give him, and right now it's times 7. That could adjust, obviously, next offseason if they could get below that second apron, and it wouldn't be such a heavy penalty. But Draymond's 32. He's going to turn 33 this year. Steph Curry is clearly going to age more gracefully than Draymond. I don't even know if Steph's in his prime or approaching his prime or past his prime. Steph, the way he conditions and the way he plays, could play for a number of years more. I'm not worried about him as much as Draymond. You see the constant packs on the knees whenever he's out of the game. He's got both knees in ice, just sitting on the bench for a few minutes, comes back in and unravels. Eric Hausen has to pick up looks like a mummy. And he just, the shoulder injuries, the hand injury, the way he plays. And the worst
he's an undersized big who runs your offense. I mean, that's a lot of burden.
He bangs on every play.
Right,
he's playing middle linebacker. There's a collision every play. He's got all kinds of body parts. This is a harder call. Clay's had the injuries 2 years in a row. Hopefully he'll be able to get beyond it. With Draymond Green, the question really is, a lot like Madison Bumgarner, Lincecum, and, Timmy was, he had the hip injury. And, there's a risk factor in giving Draymond Green a 4-year deal that starts out at age 32, John, and by the time he's done and they're playing playoff games at the end of that year, what will he be, 37 years of age after all the finals appearances? I mean, that's like an extra year. Guy went to 5 straight finals in 6 and 8 years. So to me, the term is the big concern. You can backload the contract, but do you want to go a 4th year with him?
All right, we'll pick it back up with Tim Kawakami and get some exact numbers at 11:30 and get his thoughts on why he has come around on the Chris Paul trade. And I don't know, I wouldn't say that he soured on Jordan Poole, but he said he had a feeling that this was the way it was going to go. So we'll talk to Tim more about it at 11:30. But Sam Warren's going to join us coming up next. The Chronicle, let's look at not only the Giants weekend, but where they sit as we're near the midway point of the season. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So I've watched it play several times, talked to Blake about it. He runs around second base as he's supposed to. So he attacks second base hard with his head up, puts his head down around second base, looks up and sees Longo on the grass, right? He also hears the crowd getting really loud, and he's making the assumption that the ball's down the left field line. In his brain, he's thinking about scoring. He's a very, very aggressive base runner. He has been the entire season for us. I maybe a little bit over aggressive. I think if there was any feedback to give Blake, that would be it. Also, young, developing player that's ran the bases very well for us so far, come up in some huge spots for us. He doesn't even have a chance to do that unless he draws a big walk. So, look, we can't make those type of base running errors. If it happens often, it's really going to hurt us. I also think it's kind of fair to give Blake the benefit of the doubt here, call it a very aggressive and perhaps over-aggressive base running mistake, but not make too much of it, turn the page, and get ready for Toronto.
What a nice guy that Gabe Kapler is. The old school way would have been, well, what the hell he was thinking there.
He's not Bochy, John. I think we've realized long enough.
He is not
He is
Bochy.
Cap. He is Cap.
Sam Warren with the Chronicle covered the game yesterday. It's in the Chronicle right now. Giants fall to Arizona. His 8th inning base running gaffe proves costly because Brandon Crawford's the best runners in scoring position hitter in baseball. He's been red hot with runners in scoring position. There was 2 out, but he was going to be the next hitter, and thinking that there was going to be some fireworks. But Blake Sable got a little over-aggressive there. The crowd started to roar. Young player maybe got confused there, and the Giants lose 5-2, but very successful homestand to beat the Padres 3 out of 4, 2 out of 3 of Arizona. They swept the Dodgers down in L.A., so very successful over the NL West, and they got Brandon Belt in Toronto, who's going to join us at 12:30 today. So let's talk to Sam Warren of the Chronicle all about it. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Sam.
How are we doing, John?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Excited to be on with you guys after a pretty impressive homestand from the Giants.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to you. I've been reading you all weekend. Susan is traveling. She'll join us tomorrow from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. John Shea normally fills in when Susan's gone, but you jumped in. So give us your background a little bit, what your role's going to be as you cover the orange and black. And I hear you got a lot of orange in your closet being from Syracuse, Sammy.
Yeah, Greg, I'm excited to be on with another Syracuse grad. So I am from
Assuming
Marin.
that I graduated, but go ahead.
He went there.
Sorry to bring up that thing. So I just graduated from Syracuse University.
You just graduated? When?
Just graduated, yes.
Like this past May?
Yes, this past May.
Very nice. Very nice.
Are you old enough for me to take you out for a cocktail?
I'm 22 years old. So
Very
I'm legal
nice.
of age.
The answer is yes.
No, you know what? He's like you. I mean, you joined the Pacers at what, 21? He's joining the Chronicle at 22. You guys are both prodigies from Syracuse, man.
No, but I know you know the game. Now, when I was at SU with the student radio station and the rights to the AAA, the Blue Jays team, the Syracuse Chiefs, so I did 2 full years of minor league baseball. But what baseball did you cover before? Because SU does not have a baseball team. You know the game, Sam. You impressed me this weekend.
Thank you. You mentioned the Syracuse Ball Club out there. I was previously working for Syracuse.com, the local paper in Syracuse, and I was covering Syracuse Mets games. So we have the Giants have the Mets coming up here on the second stint of this road trip.
Right.
I was covering some of those top prospects that are now on the Mets. So Francisco Alvarez, Mark Vientos, Brett Beatty, those all guys have been covering them for a little bit. So, played baseball in high school as well. Just kind of have been around the game for a long time.
Very cool, man. Sam Warren's joining us at Sam Warren _3, covered the weekend series against the Diamondbacks. The question we're asking, just more of a macro view on this whole thing, is as you look at the NL West, and you see, obviously, we just saw the Padres, just saw the Diamondbacks, just saw the Dodgers. And we haven't seen the Rockies, but we know what the Rockies are, generally speaking. Where do near the midway point of the season, where do you think the Giants fit in this whole mix?
Well, I mean, you look at these past previous series, these 3 series that we played against, or the Giants have played against these, 3 teams that they seem to be jockeying with for position in the NL West. And it's been 10 games, and they went 8-2. So, it's only June, but given how hot the Giants have been over this stretch, it's hard to say that they aren't going to be in the mix coming down, heading towards August, heading towards September, and heading towards October. So I think that the Giants are in a pretty good spot. And over this weekend, Logan Webb and Gabe Kapler, they made sure to say that they weren't making comparisons between the 2 teams, but they couldn't help but bring up the 2021 team and the 107-win season, and just kind of the similar characteristics that both teams carry with their ability to come back and win games and never really giving up and kind of always feeling that they've been in games. So just the fact that there's that feeling around the clubhouse with this Giants team able to come back and kind of always hanging around in the game, it seems like they're in a pretty good spot heading into this road trip.
Yeah, I totally have that vibe from the 21 team to 107, with the major exception, and we're going to talk to Brandon Belt, Sam, at 12:30, and we're going to see Kevin Gausman pitch against the Giants tomorrow night at Rogers Center. That was a veteran team. That was the Brandons and Buster having career years, and Buster's second best year of his career. This is a youth-driven renaissance of this franchise, and you wrote about it on Saturday. We heard Gabe, talk about Blake's base running error. You're going to make mistakes, but, he's a good base runner. He gets on base. I thought he swung the bat beautifully all weekend. Conforto came alive, but it was Sable and Patrick Bailey on Saturday. Bailey with the right-handed home run, and then Matos hitting his first major league home run on Saturday. After getting picked off base and after, overshooting a cutoff man, so the errors are there from the rooks, but they're coming through big time. If I was to ask you, and you're just kind of jumping in here, but they, the young guy in Arizona right now, Carroll, is probably going to win the Rookie of the Year. But among the Giants, Bailey arrived late. Sable's been here since opening day. If you had to pick a top rookie this year, would it be Sable or would it be Bailey? Or Matos? It's time to get there, and Schmidt.
Yeah. You mentioned Carroll. Kind of all 3 of those guys overshadowed, this hyped up prospect in Arizona over this weekend. So it's hard to pick just one. But through talking to the pitchers this weekend, just listening to them speak about Patrick Bailey and the confidence that he gives them behind the plate, as well as, he was heralded as this kind of defensive prospect coming up into the major leagues. Nobody really knew how he was going to perform, catch up to big league pitching once he got up here. And, all he's done is hit lefties incredibly well. So the things that Patrick Bailey give you on the defensive side, and then the added plus of having him, warm up here with the bat and give you something behind the plate that maybe you don't really expect of, is probably where I would lean towards of kind of the most valuable rookie Giant on the team right now.
Sam Warren is joining us, covered the series over the weekend for the Chronicle as the Giants take 2 of 3, lose on Sunday, and he's got the story, the Blake Sable gaffe on second base, so make sure that you read up on the Giants. And, of course, they head off to Toronto and Brandon Belt, and Brandon Belt's going to join us at about 12:30. In regards to Casey Schmidt, we were talking about this, and, he came up and he was on fire, and now he's kind of cooled off, and they've got a book on him. He's chasing, obviously, some pitches out of the zone, and he's got some work to do. Over the weekend, and especially on Sunday, they had Diaz at third base, and he had a lot of non-competitive at-bats. And it seems to me that right now Schmidt is just a defensive replacement. Do you see when they get healthy, they get Flores back, they get everybody back, Lamont Wade's back at first, JD can move back to third. Do you see Schmidt going back down and maybe trying to remedy some of those situations he's having at the plate?
I'm pretty sure that's probably a possibility. And speaking to Kapler this weekend, his response to Schmidt not really getting a ton of playing time was the Giants have people at positions that he plays. So, you know, with J.D. Davis at third, he obviously moved over to first yesterday with Lamont Wade out of the lineup. But then having Crawford at short and having Tyro Estrada at second, there's kind of not a ton of room for Schmidt to play with all these guys coming back and getting healthy. So it's definitely a possibility for him to go down. Kapler said that, you know, when Schmidt is rolling, there's no reason to take him out of the lineup, but he hasn't been rolling as of late. So there, you know, is definitely the possibility of seeing him again in Sacramento.
And, you know, Wilmer certainly is going to be activated, I think, in Toronto. Lamont Wade Jr., Sam, do you have a feel? You know, first it was the oblique, it was the side, now it's the lower back tightness. Should we be bracing possibly that he goes on the IL or no?
There could be that sense. The Giants kind of keep tight lips when they are making moves around that, obviously with the Stripling late activation before the game yesterday. So there is kind of a sense that there's some issues going on with Wade because there's kind of been some injury stacking. But Gabe initially said that Wade was going to be available off the bench, and then after the game said that he wasn't available off the bench. So there could be a possibility that there's something bigger there, and he does end up making a stint on the IL.
I was in Gabe's office. That was the first time I had been in Gabe's office, and I'm sure you were in there, and it was a tight little group, so I wish I would have introduced myself. But what an impressive office and bourbon stack he has there, right? Which side? Were you on the right? Were you close to the bourbon, or were you on the other side of it?
He's from Syracuse, John. Of course he was there.
I want to know where he was.
He's been on M Street once or twice, yes.
I've enjoyed Marshall Street quite a bit throughout my 4 years at Syracuse, but I was on the other side away from the bourbon last night.
Okay. That's where I should have been, too.
You mentioned Ross Stripling, and John's going to spit up here when we bring this up.
Here we go.
So I saw him stretching out in the bullpen. I think Cap was saying he wanted to use him in a piggyback role, but the Bay Area News Group has him starting tomorrow night against Kevin Gausman. Where do you think they use Stripling when he first comes back to pitch?
You know, the Giants have seemed to have this affinity for having these bulk guys and having kind of these bullpen games that have been going forward. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if Stripling kind of fills in that similar type of role, to see one of these guys like Tristan Beck or Keaton Wynn fill in kind of one of those type of roles. But it's kind of impossible not to see the stretch that Stripling put through in San Jose. It's still high A ball, but he struck out 10 batters in, I believe it was less than 4 innings. So him, you know, stepping in to be a starter when there's been a lot of, you know, stress been put on the bullpen, I wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of fill in that late starter role to fill up some innings.
Hey, Sam, it was our pleasure. Thank you so much for making the time and giving us the insight. We'll do it again real soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Welcome.
Thanks, man.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. That's Sam Warren of the Chronicle. At Sam Warren _3.
He just graduated in May?
He's like the Greg Papa of writing.
Wow. No, I didn't get the Pacer job until September, October.
Yeah, but you were weren't you 21 or what were you, 22? You were young.
I was a baby.
He's 22, right, for the Chronicle. That ain't bad.
Yeah. He did a great job. He's a very good writer. So, and he fits right in. I don't know with Gabe's bourbon collection, but all the rookies.
Exactly.
And Blake
He's the same age as those guys.
You know, obviously Patrick Bailey, I mean, when you just look at it, who would be the rookie of the year? And we're only halfway through the year, but, I mean, Blake Sable's offense has been a revelation. He's a good enough catcher, and he fills in here and there. Obviously, Casey Schmidt is not getting playing time. You know, thinking about it, you know, Casey got drilled last week on that right arm. Mm-hmm. Remember, right below the elbow?
Yeah.
And we wondered if they would put him on the IL. He has played just a little bit since. Came into play defensively, and I think he swung the bat a couple of times. I wonder if they're partly protecting him, that he fully can't swing the bat with the right arm. It's also on his throwing arm, which could be an impact. So I'm not sure if they're just choosing not to play him or if they think he's hurt right now. But I think we're going to figure this out tomorrow when Wilmer Flores comes back off the IL. Stripling's already back on the roster. Sam Conn intimated that maybe something's more with Lamont Wade Jr., but if Lamont's fine, maybe they put Casey Schmidt on the IL at some point. But he didn't play at all this weekend at all, did he, John?
No.
I know he didn't start any of the three. Did he get in any of the 3 games? I don't think he did.
I don't think so. Sunday he didn't at all, and I was watching because, like I said, Diaz just had totally non-competitive at-bats, and I realized it's a left-right matchup.
He swung the bat better on Friday night, Diaz.
Sunday he was atrocious. But Schmidt didn't get off the bench on that one, and then I don't remember on Saturday. And again, I'm dead sober right now, so I would have an excuse in the past, but I don't believe he got in on Saturday as well. So, by the way, as far as Stripling is concerned, and again, I don't know if he starts, I don't know if he finishes, but how many damn bulk guys do you need? I mean, they've got Manaea goes bulk, Wynn bulks, Peck bolts. Or whatever, bulks, I should say, bulks, sound like a gym, and so does Strip. I mean, it's like, do they just not, it's like there's like 4 or 5 long guys on their team who have all been starters.
Because
somebody's got to start.
Last week, and we'll talk to Susan tomorrow, she's traveling to Toronto. They had more starters in the bullpen than they have in
exactly.
the rotation.
That's what I'm saying. It's we're going to put Stripling in the bullpen. It's like, who's going to start?
Now, I know the guy who enjoys his ayahuasca thinks that alcohol dumbs down your body and your brain cells, and it does kill brain cells. But Big Brain Cap has plenty of brain cells.
Right.
When he's sipping his bourbon here and there. They think outside of the box, and it works. Everybody can criticize it now. Walker's had a couple of bad outings, giving up the home run to Marte and Soto. But that's, it's not everybody can do that. That's where Brebbia was so good at it. So they're going to have to find a guy to do it. So I don't know, with Walker giving it up a little bit and Brebbia on the IL, and he's going to be out for a while, whether or not they'll continue to do this. But you just have to think outside of the box. They have more starters. I mean, look at Jelly shoves the other day, and they wound up sending him back down to AAA because he has options. So I love the way they use the rotation. It is unconventional, but now that Stripling is back, do they just start him tomorrow night, or do they use an opener? And who would be the opener? Would you go back to Walker? The last 2 have not been great for him, and you don't have Brebbia. So who can fill that role? The key thing is to get through the first inning unscored upon. And when you look, what Cap has been saying, the best hitters in the other team's lineup, regardless they're left or right, are at the top of the order. I mean, Toronto comes at you right away. You got George Springer hitting bombs right away, Bo Bichette. Then you got Brandon Belt hitting number 3, and then Vladdy came alive over the weekend. I mean, and then you got Matt Chapman behind him, John. So if you're in that opener role, you're going to face the other team's best hitters. And in the Toronto Blue Jays, they are stacked with hitters.
Do you see where Springer now has 55 career leadoff home runs, which is second to Ricky? I mean, that's just. I mean, he's had a great career.
Who's going to pass him at some point is Mookie Betts.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know if Mookie. To me, Mookie's not a leadoff hitter. He should be a middle of the order hitter. With the Blue Jays, and we'll talk to Brandon Bell at 12:30. I mean, their lineup is insane.
It is. It's crazy.
From top to bottom, they got hitters.
Absolutely. No, they got a crazy lineup. Just real quick, Corbin Carroll, he's really good. I'm not saying he's not. He had a tough weekend. He dropped a fly ball in center. He had some non-competitive at bats. He struggled this weekend. He's really good, and he's rookie of the year.
Take him.
No, I agree. No, I agree. He's rookie of the year.
Baseball,
I love the
you're
kid.
Not going to dominate every single. I don't know why he dropped that ball. He doesn't play center every day. He's a center fielder. He plays left and right. Thomas was out of the lineup.
Yeah, they put Thomas in center sometimes.
He just squeezed his glove a little bit early, but that guy, how fast is he? My God.
Yeah, he's good.
The fastest player in baseball now? De La Cruz.
What about the kid on the A's? Kid on the A's is pretty fast.
Yeah,
was he about 40 stolen bases too?
Yeah, but he has a hard time getting to first base. And he also, one thing about going to Toronto was watching the A's over the weekend there. That outfield is fast. Ruiz was overrunning. How many singles did he turn into doubles and triples all weekend? He's fast, but Corbin Carroll knows how to play. That guy's not just fast. He's a great young player.
All right, Tim Kawakami is going to join us bottom of the hour. We'll get into more on the Warriors situation, and there is a soundbite going around with Draymond Green. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but people are making a big deal of it. We'll play that for you, and then we'll talk to Tim Kawakami at 11:30 about all things Bay Area sports, specifically about the Warriors and Draymond Green, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Oh, Blake Sable. The late base-running blunder cost the Giants in a 5-2 loss to Arizona on Sunday and a chance to sweep. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It's always great on this Monday to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's going to help you out of your tax situations. And Steve, here's a big one. What if you can't pay your taxes?
That's a real common problem. And here it is. It's Monday morning, and a lot of people didn't enjoy the weekend, didn't enjoy the games, and they were up all night and dreaming about their taxes and just miserable. Folks, it doesn't have to be. If you can't pay your taxes, that's okay. There's so many good options. In almost all cases, we can do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. But don't stick your head in the sand and think it'll go away. It won't. It'll just get worse. And we don't want some IRS agent coming and doing something bad to you. The bottom line is just talk to us. We'll explain everything right over the phone. It's easy. You don't have to come in the office. We can do everything on the phone and through the email. And then you can relax, you can enjoy your life, and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
Call Steve Moskowitz today at 888-TAX-STILL. If you can't pay your taxes, it is a common problem. And as he says, don't bury your head in the sand. Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP can help. 1-888-TAX-STILL. That's 888-TAX-STILL. Or simply online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell. And
smart.
And CP was kind of using, like, CP saw stuff coming up. And, you know, once you start to get older in this league, you start to realize, like, okay, this guy is coming. Eventually, he may catch me because I'm going to start to decline at some point. And so I would kind of see CP kind of keeping Steph at bay, but yet giving him a stiff arm at the same time. Now, Steph, you know, Steph ain't, you know, Steph is Steph. Like, we all love Steph, right? He ain't cut, like, he ain't got the street part to him. And so
He ain't confrontational at all. He ain't confrontational.
Exactly. And so with me coming from where I come from and the way I grew up, I'm kind of watching like, yo, he kind of rock with you, Steph, but he kind of don't. He kind of keeping you at bay. And so I took it upon myself to try to create division there.
That was back in 2020. Draymond Green talking about Chris Paul. That is making the rounds today. And he says he doesn't like him. They'll be fine. They'll be fine as teammates. That happens. This stuff happens.
They will?
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Okay.
They get the same jersey on, just like the fans. Fans hated Chris Paul. He puts on a Warriors jersey, hits one of those mid-range floaters in the key. He's a Warrior. They cheer. That happens, right? I think you're fine. I think you're fine. By the way, minor trade. John Collins going to the Jazz. He's got $3.78 left on his deal to the Hawks for a second-rounder and Rudy Gay. They needed some financial flexibility, and Utah had cap room. So that's another team that probably
John
won't.
Collins, a good player. The Warriors
solid.
were after John Collins for a number of years. Good player.
Yeah, he's solid.
Utah's going to be good.
Yeah, they'll be all right. We'll make some moves. That probably takes up their cap space.
They overachieved last year. John Collins, a good player.
Yeah, well, marketing up front, and they did some good things. Walker Kessler, he's a shot blocking machine for them. I don't know if Clarkson is going to come back. I think he's a free agent, but we'll see what the Jazz do. But that's one move.
Well, the bottom of the West is going to be interesting with San Antonio winning the lottery and getting Victor Wembanyama. Are they going to be able to flip it enough? I mean, it's not going to be a Tim Duncan type of flip. But they're going to be a better team. So the bottom of the West is going to be interesting. And John Collins is that was Travis Schlenk in Atlanta for a number of years. And our friend Grant Liftman is there. So it's an interesting transaction. Some of the Warriors were all in on. But Kawakami's going to join us in 9 minutes. And when the trade went down on Thursday afternoon, John, we had just, because the Giants were playing a day game against San Diego, we just went off the air and we get the alert. Mm-hmm. And I if we would have had a show right in the middle of that, I don't know how we would have handled it.
I would have loved to have heard your live reaction.
Even the next day on Friday, I was still, and I'm not on board with it at all. Tim saw Steve Kerr Friday when they introduced the draftees, and he thinks it's just a shift in mindset. It's more than that. I mean, the bottom line is, what did Jordan Poole do to have to get shipped out of here? And it was just they were looking for any contract back that they can make the trade work, and it had to be an expiring contract. With any expiring contract, I think they would have done it. And to get Chris Paul out, how does he fit? Where does it all go? It'll be fine. But, Chris Paul is going to be long retired, and Jordan Poole is going to be averaging close to 30 a game for the next decade. And you're going to have to watch that. And, I know he's in Washington, as Bruce Jenkins wrote over the weekend, but still, he's in the NBA. And it's just a trade that is made for all the wrong reasons. It's a trade that's made for the mistake in giving him if they just would have waited a year to give him the contract, how would that have changed the outlook, and what kind of money would he have gotten? So still, all that, we'll get into that with Tim. And then just how does Chris Paul fit? How is Steve Kerr going to use him? And then, with Draymond Green. And the week that is now leading up to Draymond Green. And there are a lot of guys out there that can opt out. Chris Middleton already has. What is James Harden going to do? What is Damian Lillard going to do? Is he going to demand a trade from Portland? But the real interesting guy around the league to me is, and it's obviously a Warrior, is Draymond Green. And, how hard does Sacramento go for him now that they got money? Will the Lakers really go after him hard? We're going to know by the end of the week, John, because the Lakers got to make some of these calls on these restricted free agents. And I assume they're going to bring Austin Reeves back because he's one of their own, Rui Hachimura. That was part of the original Washington dump. He was a Wizard. He was the first trade that they made before they got Westbrook and everybody else they got, Vanderbilt and everybody else they got, Beasley. I think we're going to watch the Lakers and see what moves they make or don't make before the end of the week because the new league year starts on, or at least tampering does, Friday at 3 o'clock our time. And would they make a serious push to get Draymond Green?
And we'll talk to Tim about this in just a couple of minutes. I think the thing is that if we talked about long ago the teams that had cap space, and the only one that made any sense was Detroit, and they could offer an outrageous offer of like $5 and $150 that would blow the Warriors out of the water. The Kings can't do that. They might be able to get a little bit more than what the Warriors would be comfortable with, but not much more. And the Lakers in the same boat. So if the only way Draymond Green leaves is if Draymond Green wants to leave. And he's said publicly that he wants to stay and he wants to ride with Steph. Now, look, people don't tell the truth all the time. But my point is that the Kings can't make an offer that's going to blow the Warriors out of the water, and the Lakers can't make an offer that can blow the Warriors out of the water. The only team that can do that is the bad teams that have salary cap space. And Draymond Green doesn't want to go to one of those teams and be irrelevant. So I don't think he's going to leave. And the only way he would leave is two ways. Either he wants to leave, or B, the Warriors lowball him and just say, look, it's $3 and $75, take it or leave it. They won't do that because the Lakers could probably offer around 90 and the Kings could offer around that same number, but they don't have enough to just give him an absolute blow him out of the water offer. So I don't think he's going to leave.
What's the longest contract by the rules of the collectively bargained agreement you can give a player? You can't give him a Magic
Well, it depends
Johnson
on years, right?
25-year.
Right.
What's the longest contract? Term. I'm not talking about $1. What is the longest contract I can give a player?
I think it's 7. Is it now
years?
6 or 7? It's either 6 or 7, something like that.
See, that's where you get into trouble.
If somebody wants to do that, then he's going.
Well, I'm just saying. You're saying is there anything they can offer years? They can offer security and tens of millions of dollars way past his 37th birthday. I mean, that's the thing you're looking at. To me, the money is the money as far as the average annual value. It's how long would a team go out and guarantee. That's how you get into, if you give him $25 a year for 6 or 7 years, that's a different deal. Now, does he want that? Does Draymond Green think this is the last contract he will get? Maybe the last big money contract, but I don't know, how he views it. So the first thing you're looking at is the term. How long do you want to go? And with Steph Curry under contract for 3 more years, Klay up after 1 year, how long do you want to ride this out at this kind of price tag? So I think the real issue is going to be term and not average annual value with him.
I'm reading right now that his max deal that he could be is eligible for is 4 years for $138.4 million.
Max. Yeah, that's from the Warriors. That's the bird rights.
Right.
But I'm saying if somebody else, non-bird rights, what's the longest term contract he can get? Would be the concern. If you're Sacramento, you'd come in. If the Warriors can give you, $138 for 4? What if we give you a 6-year deal, 7-year deal, and the most we can get?
Then go for it at that point.
Well, I'm just okay.
Because he's going to play till he's 40, and the thing is that you could do that with a guy like Steph Curry. You're not going to do that for Draymond Green for the very reasons that you mentioned in the last segment, which is he's already icing, ice up, son. He's already icing up the way he's icing up. I mean,
he's not son. He's old man. He's
right, but
his knees
that's Steve Smith. Ice up, son. But the point is that nobody's going to do that. They'd be insane to do it. And if somebody's going to go to that level to get Draymond Green, then you wish him best of luck and enjoy counting your money.
That's how you steal a player away as you go longer in the term.
Yeah,
so
but
I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying what it is. Kawakami knows more. We'll ask him. Trying to understand the CP3 deal. And where do we go from here? But I think a lot of teams, and the 2 exact teams that I identified, because the Warriors played them both, and they could clear. If Sacramento wants to improve their team dramatically in the offseason, it's not drafting a rookie, Rashawn Holmes, get him out of here. Go get Draymond Green. And, right away with Sabonis on that front line, Sabonis will be a tougher player. Obviously, they lack defense. Now, would they have to renounce Harrison Barnes?
Yes.
Jason Anderson from the B will join us coming up. Will they do that? I think they will. So, and then the Lakers. I mean, the Lakers are a good defensive team. That's what Darvin Ham, their head coach, wants to do. That's what Mike Brown wants to do. They want to improve defensively. What's the one way? And the Lakers made great strides defensively. Sacramento did not. If you want to improve, and you got to deal with the Joker as well, And nobody guards the Joker. And Draymond, that's a tough cover for him because the Joker is just so big. He walks you down to the restricted circle and just jump hooks right over you. It's a hard cover. But at least Draymond will give you a posture to be able to do it with an Anthony Davis doubling. That's the way to guard the Joker. So if you want to make that jump, if you're the Lakers or Kings, you go get Draymond Green.
All right, we'll talk to Tim Kawakami about it all coming up next. We'll get a little Giants in there as well, but we'll have a special focus on Draymond Green, the Chris Paul trade. We'll do all that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Nation. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
If Draymond's not back, we're not a championship contender. We know that. I mean, he's that important to winning and to who we are. So I absolutely want him back.
That, of course, is Steve Kerr. Tim Kawakami talked to Steve Kerr. We're going to get into that conversation. The Chris Paul trade, the residuals still from that one. Might even get some little Giants in here as well. Tim Kawakami, of course, covers everything for The Athletic, our friend, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Night. What's happening? How are you?
Okay, I guess. I'm not say I'm great. I'm getting over a cold, fellas. So let's see how this goes. See how this goes.
You sound strong. I think you'll be able to battle through. We all play hurt sometimes. So
there you go. There you go.
I'm in kind of a funk after the events of Thursday at around noon and the Chris Paul trade. I just give me a historical note where you trade a 24-year-old coming off a 20-point-a-game season. I know it didn't all go perfectly and hardly did for Jordan Poole for an aging, you call him a grumpy 38-year-old. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So give me your thoughts, and then, I value your opinion, but you did speak to Steve Kerr, and the quote was, "We sensed we needed a shift." So why did they trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, Timmy?
Well, there's a lot of things. I think the money, we keep talking about the money, and maybe fans are bored about hearing about the money, but that's coming. That second apron next season when the new CBA is very punitive. It limits what a team can do. It's that high in the money. It takes away the mid-level. They had taken the mid-level this season, and they want to get out of it. And they were looking at it and saying, if you could possibly do it by just letting Clay walk, and that is an option. Wanted another option. I think the money they decided that they gave to Jordan Poole last year, which hasn't even started yet, which is too much. In their minds, for the value, if they could get anything for him, from what they saw last season. Again, it's a different evaluation than a season ago when he played pretty well to very well in the playoffs. That didn't happen in this last year. I just think they decided with this second apron, with these things coming down on the cap, if you can change him for somebody who's more useful in the short term, they believe Chris Paul is, and Chris Paul signed up to be the sixth man, and Steph Curry's good with it, Draymond's good with it, Clay's good with it. If they can do all that, the money works. You're stripping away like $100 million in future money, and you multiply that by all the luxury tax penalties. You can figure out how much of a hit of a savings that is. And they got optionality. That's a big word for them. Like, you can either trade Chris Paul at the end of next year and he's expiring, or the money goes completely away because it's non-guaranteed. He might be better for you. They just think it's the better way to go into this with different kind of options than committing full go to a monster salary cap, or they'd have to move off of Clay or move off of Draymond, and they weren't going to do it. And guess what? Number 30 doesn't want them to do that either. And they keep saying that's kind of important. What Steph Curry wants is kind of important, and they want to go forward with these three guys and Wiggins, and then see what Chris Paul can do in a year, in one season, and then make a decision after that.
Well said. Tim Kawakami's joining us. We're talking about the Chris Paul trade. Well, I think you hit on everything. First of all, it's $100 million in salary difference, basically, between Paul for this year, or the 4-year contract versus what they're going to pay Paul, and then a non-guaranteed contract next year, and then times that by the penalties, and that's just a boatload of money. And then, as you pointed out, if you don't make this move, can you afford Klay Thompson? So there's another residual effect of this whole thing. And then the other part of it is, too, and I do think this is debatable, at least for this year, and you pointed this out on Steph Curry, and he had to approve this. They have a clear direction now. Last year, they're trying to do two things at once, stay young and try to win a championship, which is almost impossible to do. And now it's a clear direction. Yeah, they're going to crash like the Bulls or the Celtics or some of these teams at the end of this thing, but clearly the direction is maximize Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, and they've been going this way for a little while. I mean, trading Wiseman was like the biggest sign of that, right? That's the number 2 overall pick, and you're getting off of him. For Gary Payton II, obviously he fits them, but it's not exactly value for value there. They've been moving this way. Kuminga up and down. Moody, I think, they believe they have a role for him now. But Jordan Poole was kind of the leader of this. Like, he was a little bit older than all of them. He gave them a lot of hope. They stuck with him after a really tough rookie season. They were talking like he was going to be like, when Steph Curry turns over the mantle, there's Jordan Poole there to be the lead scorer. And I think that kind of got changed in there. And it's interesting because Dunleavy was certainly, I'd always heard that he was all in on Poole for the draft pick. He was all in on Poole for the extension last year. He's told us at the press conference 4 days before trading him that I hope to have him for 4 more years and more. And then he trades him. I think that's a sign about the Dunleavy kind of approach to this. I think, he's a bit of a killer. He's a GM killer, and that's what fans should want. I know that's what Joe Lacob wants. Like somebody who could trade anybody anytime. What Kyle Shanahan says, he could trade John Lynch if he gets the right thing, and John Lynch could trade him. Like, you could trade anybody. And, well, they're not trading Steph, but in this world where the dollars are so important, they're so multiplied, and you have this little range of, what do you got, 1 year, 2 year window of this, maybe 2 years, you got to maximize it. You got to do what you can, and then you get out of the money that you don't love. And again, if Poole was somebody they valued as who could really take over, or at least be a version of a lead guard when Steph Curry is no longer that guy, they probably don't do it. But I just think that decision changed, that evaluation changed. We can get into the Draymond punch, we can get into the two-time line. All these things are part of the discussion, but you judge what's in front of you, and what was in front of them was a Jordan Poole that they didn't think was going to be that guy. Maybe he tops out as D'Angelo Russell, and that's a top out. And I don't think D'Angelo Russell is the kind of player they want to turn this franchise over to anyway. So it's a lot of different things, a lot of different levers being pulled and evaluations, but I think that's it. He was making too much money to kind of fit their evaluation of where he was, and to make it more simple, they just went, let's just stream down this to one short timeline, and then we'll figure it out after that.
Yeah, it was 1 week ago to the hour that Dunleavy Jr. said we want him for 4 more years and beyond because he's just starting a new 4-year deal. But things changed. The Bradley Beal trade to Washington, what Boston and ultimately Memphis did last week with Porzingis and Marcus Smart, and originally it was the Clippers and Brogdon. And then, so my question is, was the directive this offseason just move Jordan Poole? Any way, shape, or form, get him off the roster, move his money, 100% of it, and to do that, ideally, we want a player on an expiring contract, and here comes Chris Paul. We'll get into the Paul fit or not, but was it simply we got to move Jordan off the roster, Timmy, and ideally do it on a contract that is expiring?
Yeah, I'm going to write a little bit about this later this week, but it's a good question. I have heard that it was not just get off the money. It was something that fits better, whether that's the money, whether that's the talent, whether that's both. I'm not going to throw the names out until I report it myself, but there were a name or two that I've heard that they were looking at, and it would have been longer-term money. Not huge money, but would have been longer-term money. So I think it was Jordan Poole doesn't quite fit. This money doesn't quite fit. Doesn't quite fit in the locker room. Now, that's not his fault. I always try to stress this. It's not his fault he got punched by Draymond. That was Draymond. And they all said it, and they all knew it. But then Draymond went out there and played. He had a very good season, and he was one of their best guys in the playoffs. And it didn't work with Jordan. It just didn't work on the court, whether that's a major effect of the punch or the punch was just a syndrome of that. But I think the decision was it's not working with Poole. This money is too big. Let's see what we can do. They took a look at several different things, and the Chris Paul thing is the one they landed on. And it just happened to be for a short term for a older player whose contract is coming off. And I think they believe that they can trade him, trade that contract next season. I think there is some confidence. Bob Myers, that's classic. He acquired D'Angelo Russell, not exactly for D'Angelo Russell. He traded him because he knew he could trade him again for him because he knew he could trade him and get something. I think they're feeling the same way about Chris Paul. Give him a year, see what happens, and then they believe they can trade that contract next offseason.
Tim Kamakami joining us talking Warrior situations. That's the Chris Paul part of it. Draymond Green. I think all signs point to him coming back, but obviously, Bobby Marks, ESPN, kind of broke everything down, and the Kings could clear space, and the Lakers could clear space, and the teams that do have space are probably not a place that Draymond Green would want to go. So how do you read the tea leaves on what's going on with Draymond?
Yeah, every expectation of the Warriors is that he's coming back. Doesn't mean that they know the dollar. I think he's going to negotiate this hard, which he should. They'd love it to start at a lower number than 27.6 was his opt-out number, because every dollar saves them $7, basically. You cut off $1 million from that starting salary, saves them $7 million. It's not up to him to agree to that. It's up to the marketplace. I just never saw Sacramento, other than we know Mike Brown and Vivek. We understand there's kind of some emotional pulls, but they're going to give up this cap space to get older and a guy who probably doesn't play real well with Sabonis. That doesn't seem to fit. And they got other things they can do. They want to use some of their cap space to extend Sabonis, and they're going to need it. So I the fits. Is he going to? You're going to the Lakers, and you go LeBron and Draymond and Anthony Davis. It could happen. I'm not saying it won't happen. I don't see that incredibly compelling market. He's going to have to, have something set up, and I believe he will have something or some other option. But I'll just say the Warriors are pretty sure, and I don't think Draymond talks the way he's talked from the end of the season about how he wants to be back, he expects to be back. He's run it again with Steph and Clay. Unless he knew pretty well he was coming back. It's just a matter of the dollar, and that's important. That could screw things up, but I think both sides are generally working on the assumption that he's coming back, probably a 3-year deal. But you have to go through all this kind of procedure to get there, and something could screw up in the meantime. If you're the Warriors, you do not trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul if you think that there's any question that Draymond Green's leaving. You just don't do it. And there's various other pieces that are coming in place, and I think Draymond is a part of the Warriors' 3-year plan.
Yeah, so you said probably a 3-year deal, a 3-year plan, and Steph's got 3 more years. Clay's up after next year. To me, that's the sticking point. Could Sacramento and Vivek and Mike Brown, or the Lakers and LeBron and Pelinka, could they drive the price up? Maybe some degree in average annual value, Tim, but more so term. Could they put a 4-year deal on the table and force the Warriors to go 4 or even longer?
Yeah, I could. I mean, I wrote this. Iguodala in 2017 did the exact same thing. He wanted a 3-year guaranteed deal. The Warriors were offering 2+. He got the Rockets then, who did not have the cap space, but threatened to sign and trade, which you can't really threaten to a team because Warriors have to go a little bit. He threatened to the Kings. There were certain ways he put pressure on the Warriors, and they had to go up in that 3rd year. It could happen. At some point, if you're the Warriors and the Lakers are offering Draymond a 4-year deal, you say, maybe at some point, say, fine, he's on your cap for 4 years now. You do have to play hardball here, and both sides are going to play hardball. I can't imagine any sensible team that's going to put a 4-year deal in front of Draymond Green. I could be wrong. He's 33. He's incredibly valuable to the Warriors, but he's way more valuable to the Warriors than he is to anybody else. If he can get it, go get it. Absolutely. He's earned whatever leverage he's got, but I don't see that. I don't think the Kings anymore see themselves as, let's go screw the Warriors. They're a good team. They want to improve themselves. They want to do the stuff that helps them, not just pokes a little thing and Joe Laco's back. That's not where Mike Brown is. He wants to get better. He wants to beat a team that is there for a while. It might be with Draymond. I can see them talking about it. I just don't know how that fits exactly. And you don't want to be the little brother, right? You want to be the big team. You want to be the big team doing good stuff. So a lot of this scenario of Vivek and Mike, I think it's overplayed. I think it's overstated. I think it's that they're trying to get better as a franchise, not necessarily to kind of tweak the Warriors.
I would agree 100% because I don't think the fit is real good. I think that would hamper their financial situation. And if this was a couple of years ago, I could see what you just described, which is, we're going to poke at the Warriors. But as you said, they're trying to improve themselves. And I don't see the fit between Sabonis and Green playing together, working together. I don't see how that makes them a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, you could threaten it, right? You could, I think there's going to be lots of that going on,
right?
And probably already has. But I think it's kind of already has. That's what I said. I think most of this scenario has been played out. You don't, Rich Paul doesn't go into this blind as Draymond's agent. You knew what the situation was. I'm sure he's had these conversations, unofficially with everybody, including the Warriors, and you know what the numbers are. Now it's a matter of, can it move $2 or $3 million a year up or down? Can he get that 4th year? And I think it's mostly played out. It's mostly understood. Now, again, things have changed. Somebody can make a big, massive trade, and also there's massive cap space that we did not imagine, and that changes it. And that's why you wait it out. But I just don't see those things happening. And I'm just telling you, the Warriors are not operating as if there's any, large question about Draymond Green coming back.
All right, Jason Anderson from the SAC B will join us at 1:15, and we'll get the Sacramento side of it. Meanwhile, other things go on besides the Chris Paul trade and Draymond Green this week. You were at Oracle Park yesterday to watch the Giants play and went in the clubhouse. And just give me your thoughts on the vibe and what the youth has done to this franchise. And we're almost midway point of the year, Tim. They're back 10 games over 500 after the 6-13 start. In your eyes, are the Giants a playoff team this year?
Yeah, I just want to be a little correct. I was there Saturday, so I was
Saturday.
Sick yesterday.
Okay,
so,
okay, gotcha.
I might have been there yesterday, but just to make sure we're clear on that. No,
I wanted, there and they won on Saturday. Gotcha.
I want to be around the field. Yeah, what does it feel like in there? And it's not like you've got a ton of rookies just kind of roaming around and screaming out. It's not that. It's just the energy of playing well. I think Crawford, as always, said it kind of wryly. He goes, I'm asking, what have all these rookies meant for you? What has been, what's it like to have all these rookies in the clubhouse? He goes, it helps that they're playing good baseball. That's the most important thing. And it is an important thing. And Kapler kind of was talking to him, and he just said, this is about seeing who can last. It's like seeing who can make it. And not all of them are going to. And we're going to see. And, we've seen Brett Wisely kind of come up, get a shot, and he's gone. We've seen Joey Bart, the same thing. Like, you don't know. Casey Schmidt going through something right now. We'll see. I think he's probably a long-term player, but maybe not right now. Elliot Ramos, we've seen these guys come up down. I think what is notable, though, is even in the small sample size, you can tell that Patrick Bailey's a guy. Like, he's a guy. Ryan Walker, probably a guy. Luis Matos, probably a guy. Like, there's a difference between guys who kind of go up and down and guys like you just see. I don't know what the stats are going to be after 3 months, but I'm betting on this guy. I think that's the difference where the veterans are acknowledging this and they're seeing quality play and quality commitment and focus out of these guys. Just look at Bailey. Like, you hate to say he reminds you of Posey because it's just too easy. But the guy, you just see how he operates in the clubhouse, and there's respect for him from the young guys to the older guys. The manager, I'll tell you, the manager loves him. The manager loves him. This stuff matters. And it's just, I think it's about proving it. It's about understanding the place, understanding the veterans have what they've done, what they've achieved, but it's also, these guys just can play. And that's been the important thing. If they haven't done this out of hey, it's fun for rookies. Hey, let's just do this. They promoted them when they've needed them, and they've stuck because they've been good. And that's really important. It's not just a play thing. It's a real thing. And that's what I think this team has some lasting power. I think they're a playoff team. Yeah, I think they are. Probably need another pitcher, but I don't think, they certainly have been going on a little bit of, if not fumes, a little, card trick to try to survive with 3 healthy starters. They get a 4th. They can plug in Kyle Harrison at some point later this season. They should be about this good, which is like the 3rd or 2nd wild card. I think that's kind of the level they're at. I think they're better than the Padres. And they might not have the superstar talent, but I think I think they're better than the Padres.
Everything you're saying about Bailey, and they love Blake Sable. I mean, they're 2 top rookies. What do they do with Joey Bart over the next 5 weeks? Yeah,
I think he's got to be traded, right? I mean, they're not saying that, but there's no path for him to the major league anymore. He had his chance at a job, multiple chances. Bailey's gone right past him. Sable's going to have a job. I think Bart has some value, not a ton, but what's he doing for you in Sacramento right now, other than depth? I mean, unless you're ready for depth. I was thinking, perfect platoon with Bailey. If Bailey hits right-handed pitching better and Bart can hit against left-handed pitching, but Bailey's hitting great against left-handed pitching too. He's hitting really well right-handed. So I think you move Bart. I mean, I think he's got talent, but it hasn't shown up for the Giants. He's had his chances. You can't say he hasn't had his chances. I think they were kind of setting the stage for that in this offseason when they kept talking about Bailey out of the blue. It's like, oh, yeah, this Pat Bailey. We're hearing great things about Pat Bailey. And guess what? Bailey comes up last month, and he has the job. I think that moves aside Joey Bart. I just don't think there's a question about him.
Tim Kamakami, great insight into everything, man. Thanks so much for the time. Hope you feel better. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Hope so, too.
Thanks for playing hurt, brother. Thank you.
That is Tim Kawakami. Good stuff from The Athletic about Chris Paul, Draymond Green, a little bit into the Giants as well. We'll talk about some of the things he mentioned there, but we're going to go to the 49ers. We haven't talked to him in a few weeks, and Tom Pelissero has a little update on Brock Purdy. So we'll ask Jennifer Lee Chan about it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, here's the thing. There really was never a lot of interest in Trey Lance for what they gave up and what they get back, which is not very much at all. It doesn't make sense to trade him. There was no trade market, and Kyle Shanahan has said that they didn't have any trade talks with teams. He's not going there. He's not going anywhere right now. He's there. Now, I will say this. Sam Darnold signed with the 49ers on the first day of free agency. And if there's a player signing with the team on the first day, that tells you that the team really liked that guy. And they really did like Sam Darnold. He was looking at a couple of different options. He chose the 49ers. But let's also be very clear that Brock Purdy, if he's healthy, he's the guy on opening day. He's the starting quarterback. He's the number one.
That, of course, is Adam Schefter. And, hell, we haven't talked about the quarterbacks for like 3 days. What's wrong with us? Tom Pelissero.
We were
reporting.
Off Saturday and Sunday.
That's
John.
true.
I've been thinking about him.
Tom Pelissero reporting this morning. Brock Purdy headed to Jacksonville today to throw the next couple of weeks with QB coach Will Hewlett and ortho specialist Tom Gormley. He says another sign, Purdy is progressing through his rehab following elbow surgery and remains on track to be ready for the 2023 season. The question is always when. So he's off to throw with a QB coach and an ortho specialist in Jacksonville. And by the way, Jennifer Lee Chan, of course, who does a tremendous job with Matt Miyoko covering the 49ers, part of the 49ers Top podcast as well. She's got a great piece. She was down in Nashville at Tight End U, at Kittle's Tight End U, talking to Nick Mullins, who, as she points out, details the recovery from the same injury as Brock Purdy. So we got a lot of Brock Purdy to talk about, and Jennifer Lee Chan joins us courtesy of the Uma guest sign. How are you?
3 days, no quarterback talk. What is going on with you guys?
I know.
I don't know.
Ridiculous. What's wrong with us?
Just not on the air with John, but I've been thinking about it and talking about it. So just give me your thoughts, because you saw Nick Mullins, and we've reached out to Nick to have him on the show. We thought we'd get him on before Tight End U in Nashville. Hopefully we'll get him on before the Vikings go to training camp. But you were just in Nashville, and you saw Sam Darnold, you saw Trey Lance, but you also saw Nick Mullins. And I know you spoke to him about having he didn't have the Tommy John, he did have the torn UCL and the internal brace procedure, Jennifer. So just give me your thoughts on what Nick Mullins told you about the same rehab that Brock Purdy's going through right now.
Yeah, it's really odd because it's such a rare injury for quarterbacks, but both of them were on the 49ers when they had the exact same injury. He actually told me that when he was watching the game, he saw the injury happen to Brock Purdy and thought immediately he had exactly the same issue that he had himself. So he said, he thinks that the recovery, as long as Brock Purdy is on time, it's going to be very similar to what he had. He also had the same decision after the injury, whether to have, whether it was going to be the internal brace or the Tommy John surgery. And thankfully, the ends of the ligament were in good enough shape that they could do the internal brace instead of the Tommy John, which is the same thing that Brock Purdy went through. That ramp-up process just, I think for any athlete, it's really difficult to come back gradually. But as long as, he said, as long as he was following the exact recommendations and the plan and sticking to it, his recovery went just as it was supposed to. And after 6 months, he was throwing and he felt normal. But I think the mental part of it, trusting the body, making sure that it's going to stay where it's supposed to be, it's going to hold up through all the rigors of training camp and whatnot, that was even a bigger hurdle for him to get over. So I would think as long as Brock Purdy, and he's a preparation junkie, so as long as he's prepared to go through it physically and mentally and, be strong through it, I think he'll be fine. But I think, you talk to guys who have come back from ACL injuries, it takes a while for them to trust that their body can take the hit, can take the pressure of a full NFL game when they get back in there. So it's that mental hurdle that's, I think, even more tough than the physical recovery.
Jennifer Lee Chan was just in Nashville at George Kittle's Tight End U and talked to Nick Mullins, as she's talking about, who had the same injury as Brock Purdy. So we keep hearing that 6-month number, and it's not that, as Pelissero says, he's on track for the 2023 season, but the question is when in the 2023 season. So it was March 10th for the surgery. It's 6 months from there. That's September 10th. That's like week 1. So based on,
the day of the opener in
exactly.
Pittsburgh.
So that's exactly 6 months. So just logic tells me that he's not going to be ready for that first game. So when you say Nick Mullins 6 months, is he 6 months and he could go into an NFL game? Or as you're talking about, there's a mental side, a physical side. And here's a 23-year-old guy that you want to be your franchise quarterback. So you're sure as heck not going to rush him back. So in your mind, it's going to be close. But would you expect him to play that week 1?
It just depends on when. Now, it's kind of a math question, right? So 6 months exactly is September 10th. So now if you look at it, a month is 4 weeks. You've got some long months in there because of the summer. So if you go by 4 weeks, then it's a little bit before that. So if you go 6 times 4 weeks, 24 weeks, then it's a little bit less than, and he'll maybe get like a week of practice in before that season opener. If he does, I would think that it just depends on how he looks in practice, how he feels in practice. Kyle Shanahan said before, everybody broke for the summer that he's not apt to put a guy in there who hasn't practiced. So if he can't get back to practice, and I can't imagine him starting week 1, like you said, but if he is healthy enough to get back maybe like the week before and he's able to do it and he's looking great, then maybe they put him in. I mean, everybody has said throughout the offseason that it's Brock Purdy's job to lose. So I would think that's who they really are aiming to have under center week 1.
Well, I think they expect and hope certainly that Brock will be ready for the season opener. But if not, that's why they brought Sam Darnold in. That's why they had Trey Lance on the roster. So you just got back from George Kittle's 3rd annual Tight End University in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
I knew Trey was going. I did not know Sam Darnold was there. So we'll get into the tight end play in a minute. But since we haven't talked about QBs in 3 days, we got to catch up. How did Trey and Sam look at tight end U, JLC?
Both of them looked great. And, also just a quick thing on Nick Mullins. When he was throwing the ball, he looked like he was back to full strength. I mean, it's been a while since we watched him on the practice field for the 49ers, but if you're projecting at what Brock Purdy might look like after surgery, I mean, Nick Mullins did look like he was full strength, looked good. But as far as the other two guys, they looked great. I think, that Sam Darnold is still adjusting to being in Kyle Shanahan's offensive system, but both of them looked like they were having fun out there. They said they were learning a lot from just listening to George Kittle, Greg Olsen, Travis Kelce. I think anytime you get, they get to work with George Kittle, he's one of the guys who's going to be one of the top pass catching guys on the field for them. Building that chemistry is going to be good for both quarterbacks.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us just back from Nashville at George Kittle's Tight End U. And again, a great piece you need to check out on Nick Mullins, who went through the same surgery as Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy now off to Jacksonville to throw the QB coach and work with an ortho specialist, so he's on track to do his things. The thing we've debated here, too, is, and look, who knows who's going to be the second quarterback, and they seem to love Sam Darnold. But if Darnold wins the job and Trey Lance is 3, is Trey Lance here or is Trey Lance traded? What then?
I just don't think there's a lot of trade value for Trey Lance. I mean, he has very little experience. He doesn't have a big resume of his NFL play. I don't know what they would actually get for him, so I don't see them actually doing that. And you look at their history of how many quarterbacks they've gone through every season, it probably wouldn't be wise to trade away Trey Lance at this point.
All right, so tell me about tight end U. I believe, JLC, this is the first time you've been there in Nashville. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I've been reading about this for years. This is year 3, but it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Tell me about the list of tight ends and just what did you see going to Nashville to hang with the Kittles?
Yeah, I mean, I've been to the city of Nashville before, obviously for Titans games, but this is the first time I went to Tight End U. And the first time they did it, they had it on a high school campus, and now they do it at Vanderbilt University on their practice field. So they had over 70 tight ends there. It's a 3-day thing for them. They get in Tuesday night. They had a reception. They do classroom work. Emma Kittle, George's sister, teaches yoga in the morning. They've also got recovery there. So they've got acupuncture. They've got chiropractic work. They've got massage therapists there. So when they practice on the field, they can do the recovery afterwards. Now, they didn't let me in the classroom, which I really wanted to just go sit in on I know. I'm like, I won't take pictures. I just want to listen. But they do get into those classrooms, and they're in there from 11 to 1. They were in there for, a good amount of time. They watch film. Another guy that was there that's, played on the 49ers for a minute was Jordan Reed. He spoke about releases. Travis Kelce did a lot on his route running. Greg Olsen was there, and just great stuff. George Kittle talked a lot about outside zone run blocking. And what was interesting is once they got on the field, they would huddle up with everybody around. Travis Kelce would give, a few pointers about how to get out of a certain break or how to run a certain route. They would go through it, walk through it, and then they'd break up into smaller groups. And that's when Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, the quarterbacks, would throw the balls to them after they were running those routes. So they really got
C.J. Beathard was also there, right, JLC? C.J. Beathard was there as well? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was a 49ers quarterback reunion of sorts. But they really got some
Past
good
and
hands-on work from those guys. Mm-hmm. Yes. So I think it's a good program. And of the 49ers, Charlie Warner was there. Former 49ers, Tyler Kroft was there. Jordan Matthews was there. Just a really good group of guys. And I think that, any tight end would benefit from showing up there.
That's very cool. Thank you so much for the insight. Great piece on Brock Purdy. We listen to you all the time with Maddie on the 49ers Talk podcast. Thank you for putting up with him. We put him up with him for a week. I think he's on vacation again. He's an over-Instagrammer. He's just an over-Instagrammer, man. It's like, dude, we don't need to know every beer you drink. Anyway, I love Maddie. I'm just kidding. We'll see you soon at camp.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Jen.
Sure. Yeah. Maddie loves his Instagram.
We got to go there one off season. Let's go to Nashville.
Let's go next year.
There's
love
some live
Nashville.
music and hang
love
out with the
Nashville.
Kittles. Do yoga with them in the morning.
Yeah, I would love that.
His dad got him on the field as well. Former offensive lineman of the Iowa. And hang with all those tight ends and former 49ers. Wow.
If Jennifer Lee Chan, though, can't talk her way to the classroom, you and I can't. Because to me, I'd love to see the physical stuff. I would love to know the insight of, the things that they're teaching in the classroom stuff. I'm not normally a classroom guy, but I would love to sit in that classroom and, to see how they interact and how that kind of stuff works. That'd be pretty cool.
Got in there. Didn't Lombardi get in there? David Lombardi?
If she didn't, he did.
She's been there the last couple of years. I'm not sure. David Lombardi is in Tanzania.
Yeah, he and Mayoko
overly aggressive on IG.
Those
Mayoko's
two, man.
Just going in the continental United States. Lombardi is in Africa. Wow.
Yeah. I've seen some of his stuff. He has a great. Right now, he's got a great video of Dubai. I have no issue with it whatsoever. I'm just saying.
In Dubai now.
Yeah, it was cool. It's like he's in some pool, and then you oversee, and there's the big city right there. Mayoko just tweets out booze. Just here's where I'm drinking a beer. Here's where I'm now drinking a beer. Like him and Mike Holler are like twins. Here's where I'm having another beer. This is a great IPA. You should really try.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Now with Lombardi, you're going international. And we're going international. We're going to one of my favorite cities in North America. Toronto, Ontario,
it's beautiful.
Canada.
I can't
to
wait.
Deal with Brandon Belt. This is going to be fun.
Let's get you prepared for that coming up next because you need to get prepared. He's going to be on fire. Brandon Belt, tell all your friends, 12:30, spend lunch with us in your car. Brandon Belt is going to be awesome. He's going to join us in about 15 minutes. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
How are you feeling about the CP3 trade, Dub Nation? Brian Murph on his latest piece explains why he doesn't hate the Chris Paul trade. Do you agree? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We all want to reach our full potential, and a Sleep Number smart bed can help you harness your potential by getting next level sleep. I get great sleep every single night because my Sleep Number Smart Bed learns how I sleep and then helps me sleep better. Sleep Number beds help you get proven quality sleep by allowing you to adjust for your ideal firmness, comfort, and support. You know, with the two herniated disc I have, I like it high. So I start at like 90, go to 95 and 100. That's my Sleep Number, and I sleep great. Sleep next level. Unlock your special potential with a smart bed that can perform as well as you can. And now, the Sleep Number 360 Queen C2 Smart Bed is only $899, so you'll save $200. Plus, you get special financing. The sale ends today, though, Monday, June the 26th. It is only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. See stores for details.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, I was probably so close to signing with the Dodgers. I'm just kidding. I would never do that.
I almost fell out of my chair.
I didn't know. You got deadpan.
That was a nice
on me,
deadpan. Yeah, that was nice.
I didn't know.
More of that in about 10 minutes. Brandon Belt is going to join us from Toronto. The hijinks we'll have in store for his former mates north of the border. That's going to be fun, man. Can't wait to talk to him.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We had him on in the off season, and I said, do you know what you're going to be doing the dates of June 27, 28, and 29? And he already had the schedule when he signed with the Blue Jays. He was on the IL, John. He had a hamstring strain. He just came back last Wednesday in Miami, which happened to be Kevin Gausman's last start, and he has been raking. He's over the last 30 games or so, he's swinging the bat well. But he will be in the lineup against the Giants. So we're going to catch up with Brandon Belt. Off day for the Giants, a little after 3 o'clock in the great cosmopolitan city of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. So I'm wondering if he's getting together with his former teammates. And so we had Evan Longoria on Friday.
Yeah.
And he was in the lineup, and he hit a home run that night off of Logan Webb right away out to dead center. And they didn't catch it on TV, but the reports were when Longo was running around the bases, Logan Webb gave him the one-finger salute. He flipped him the bird. So Alex Wood, we'll see. He doesn't know Stripling. I mean, Stripling was a Dodger, but what do you think it's going to be like for him to get in the box maybe against a Tyler Rogers or Logan Webb or Alex Wood? How's that going to play that the Giants are pitching to Brandon Belt this week, John? Going to be weird. And how's it going to be for Belt?
I think it's all going to be weird just seeing him in that because I've caught him in a couple of games. I have the MLB package and I'll flip it around, and if the Blue Jays are playing, I'll see him in there. And I've seen him a few times. It looks really weird, but to have him against the Giants, and remember he went up into the booth last year and talked to Kruk and Kipe, and we've had him on a ton. And he's just he's very symbolic of those teams. Now, is he the number one guy you think of? No, but he's the most polarizing. You and I have had this conversation about Brandon Belt a million times. And then just him and Brandon Crawford. What if he's standing on second base and Crawford comes over to him? Can you imagine what they're going to be saying to each other?
It's going to happen.
I mean, it's just or he's DHing most of the time, but he could be over at first, and Crawford could be on for. I mean, just crazy. Well,
I want to know what they're doing tonight. So I assume they're going to have him over to the house or meet somewhere and have a meal or a few beverages and get together. I mean, it's going to be weird with the Brandons play against each other and all the self-deprecating humor they've had. It is weird. I was watching the Blue Jays this weekend, and he's not wearing number 9. He's wearing number 13.
Yeah, right.
He's
That's
still
weird
got that
in and of
classic
itself.
Ted Williams kind of stance where you see the entirety of his back, and he whips into it. But he got off to a slow start, and now he's starting to pick it up. He hits right in the middle of their order. He's a middle-of-the-order hitter. He's DHing. He's not playing first base. Bad Vlad is. And, we talked about the Belt Wars for years, John, and he was up and down and all around. Obviously, above the belt, fastball tormented him for a number of years. He could be able to close that. I look at the 21 season he had here, and to me, he was the MVP of the team. And he only played 97 games. And the Giants have not had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds. Hunter Pence got close. Pablo Sandoval got close. The closest was Belt. He had 29 home runs that year in 381 plate appearances. And then he squares to bunt in Denver, and he, breaks a thumb or whatever it was, a digit. He went out. I think if they had Brandon Belt against the Dodgers in that 5-game series, they win. They just couldn't score enough. And that was the year that he broke out the captain. And we got captain hats all around the Bay Area, and I got mine out. And, what he did going to Wrigley Field, remember the captain? He put it right on the crest of his chest, and it was just insane. And then we came back, and you and I were on the field for the opener. It was 2022, John. It wasn't that long ago. Last year, here comes Brandon Belt in a boat, and he's the captain. And the self-deprecating humor, and he's taken that to Toronto. He just didn't play well last year, and we had him on in the offseason. He was a shell of himself last year because of the knees. We thought, how's he ever going to bounce back? And now he's DHing. And they do have a turf field there at Rogers Center, so maybe it's better that he's off his legs. So It would be interesting to see. Longo got a nice ovation, as you predicted. Not a thunderous ovation, but polite applause. Next year, and I think he only signed a 1-year deal.
Yes.
So who knows? He could come back to the Giants. He could go anywhere. But the Giants are going to Toronto. So, Giant fans can't have a reaction. I wonder, because we talk so much about the Belt Wars, because he is probably the most polarizing Giant player during the championship run. Some loved him, some hated him and wanted him out of here. I wonder if the game was being played at Oracle Park, what would be the reaction of Brandon Belt stepping in the box to face the Giants? Not going to be at 3rd and King. It is going to be in Ontario, but it's going to be fun to watch the Giants play against him and catch up with him.
Yeah, I think it would be overwhelming. I mean, like you said, Longo was nice, polite, golf clap applause, but I'm going to go so far as to say it would be thunderous, just because at the end and what he meant, and yeah, like you said, back and forth. But you know what? We had him lots of times during Fan Fest and things like that, and we spoke with him many times in the clubhouse. He just evolved into a funny, fun, loose kind of a guy, and a lot of great one-liners. Like I said, coming into the segment, I mean, the line about the Dodgers, and he just deadpans. I mean, he's a funny, good guy. And the thing I guess that frustrated fans the most was he was hurt, because a lot of times when he was healthy, he was effective, but he just didn't play enough games.
Even the best year of his career, 2021, he had 29 home runs that year. His ops, well, actually, the 20 year, the pandemic year, was over 1,000.
Right.
But he played 51 of 60 games that year. But his best year was 2021. He only played 97 games, 325 at bats, 381 turns. He had 29 home runs, John. And when he came off the IL in June, early in the year, Longo, Buster Posey carried it. Craw was good all the way through. But I thought the best player on that team was Brandon Belt, and his defense was sharp, but he was driving the ball. He had 29 home runs that year, John, in less than 100 games.
Amazing. And it's just the same this year. Look, April, at the beginning of the season, he hit 170 with a 534 OPS. In May, he upped that to 333 with a 940. And in June, he's at 290 with a 930 OPS. And like you said, he's been banged up and he's DHing most of the time. But, for as good as that lineup is in Toronto, to show you the respect, he's hitting 3rd in the lineup for the Blue Jays. When he's in there and he's facing right-handed pitching, he's the DH and he's hitting 3rd.
Right behind Biggio and before Bad Vlad.
I mean, that's a bit of respect that he can hit. So anyway,
he gets on base. He's an on-base machine.
All right, let's do it. Let's talk to Brandon Belt. We did a couple of months ago, right before the season started, and now with the Giants coming into town, what is the plan for him? He's got a night off with some former teammates. What are they going to do? And then what about the series itself? How weird is it going to be for him that the orange and black is going to be in the other dugout? We'll talk to Brandon Belt about it from Toronto next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Brandon, do you know what you're going to be doing the nights of June 27th, June 28th, and June 29th?
I think I'll be playing the Giants.
I think you are. 7:07 Toronto time. So was that was that one of the first things you did when you signed with them? Show me your schedule. When are we playing the orange and black?
Oh yeah, definitely took a look at that. I wanted to see when I was going to get to see all the guys again.
Brandon Belt is going to join us momentarily. That's going to be fun. He has been hot. April he struggled. May and June he's been very, very good. Last week he said something to the effect when the voting came out that it was basically there was a scam that Shohei Ohtani was ahead of him in the DH race, which he did finish 2, despite some.
Yeah, they're not going to have 2 DHs though for the American League, but he is a DH and a pretty good baseball team. So we asked him what he's going to do June 27, 28, and 29, which is tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, and they're all night games. 4:07 our time. But what is he going to do tonight? With the Giants having an off day, they flew last night. They already got through customs. They're off. Sure, a lot of the guys slept in, but it's 3:30 now, John, in Toronto. I wonder, are they coming over to his house? Is he going to meet him somewhere? I mean, you want to get all that out of the way before you go play him. So I think tonight would be the night to mix and mingle and do a little of that around the cage tomorrow, then go play. But it's nice that the Giants have a day off where they can get together, and the Blue Jays obviously are off after beating up on the A's. They lost the first game on Friday, laid 12 runs on them yesterday, and beat them 12-1. But I want to hear the itinerary of the Brandons. If Crawford's coming over, or where they're all getting together tonight.
Yeah, I gotta think that at least the Brandons certainly. I don't know. I don't know where Brandon's living. I don't know what the deal is there, but. You know,
I told him to go Yorkville. We'll see where he and Haley wound up living.
But hopefully,
great areas in Toronto.
Absolutely,
you could live in the hotel there. They got a hotel right, and it used to be the Sky Dome for years. Now it's the Rogers Center. You could live right in the hotel there.
That's what I would do. Have somebody, get a suite or something. Have somebody clean up after you and everything. Room service anytime you wanted.
Fabulous.
I've always thought of that. Rick Majerus, when I was living in Salt Lake City, lived in the hotel that was at the University of Utah, and it was okay. It wasn't like 5-star. But that's what he liked about it. He would always tell us, I could throw my stuff anywhere. They'd come in every day. They clean up after me. I order food. It's there. He was like on a thing. But, yeah, he lived in the hotel. It's unbelievable.
That does not surprise me. He probably ordered a few cheeseburgers before the game and then right after the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know about living in the hotel the entire year where the ballpark is and where you live. I mean, you come in late, they're all going to see you. But we used to stay there. With the A's, we stayed there. Not with the Warriors. With the Spurs, we stayed there. And that's the only time I went to an NBA shoot-around. Was you going to make shoot-around today? Well, it's not that hard. I just hit the elevator, go down to the
downstairs,
lobby.
I guess I will.
They have a shoot-around right in the hotel, so it is convenient. But so many great areas. I mean, Brandon Belt lived in San Francisco throughout his career, and New York's a great city, Chicago. But Toronto, Ontario, I want to hear what he's doing there because that is a tremendous city. What a fun town.
Yeah. And I would imagine, too, that at this point, again, text line is open because we've had so many discussions about Brandon Belt that now that all is said and done, I mean, he won with this team. He was funny. He was fun at the end, like you said, at the beginning of last year, opening day. He comes in the boat and the captain's hat, and they're coming off all those wins. And I don't know. I mean, people look back, and I guess it just depends on your point of view on things. If you're a person who likes to remember things in a negative or positive fashion, but I know all the things that he went through. I know all the debates that you and I had. But now that I look back on it, I mean, Brandon Belt's one of the good guys, and that's all I'll remember him.
Willie Mack is the only guy to play more games at first base than Brandon Belt in the history of this franchise, and they've had so many good first basemen. Orlando Cepeda before McCovey, back-to-back rookies of the year in 58, 59. I mean, Willie Mack was so good, they traded Cepeda to St. Louis for Ray Sadecki, and then, Jack Clark and on to Will Clark and on to J.T. Snow, and in between, Darrell Evans was a really good first baseman. They had a lot of good first basemen here. It's kind of like 49er quarterbacks. The first base position just churns them out. I don't know where Brandon Belt ranks. When you got McCovey and Cepeda, you got Hall of Famers, and JT won half of his 6 Gold Gloves with the Giants, and obviously Will Clark we think is going to be a future Hall of Famer, but nobody played more games outside of McCovey, John, than Brandon Belt at first base. And when you include the playoffs and the expanded round. He played more playoff games at first base than anybody in history. So, and he didn't win a Gold Glove with the Giants, but damn, he played Gold Glove caliber first base every single year. And I think he really began to settle in as a hitter. There were ups and downs along the way. The knee injury at the end in 22 deprived him to follow up his great 21 year, but he had some good years and moments in the playoffs, the home run in the 18th inning in Washington. You talk about dramatic playoff moments in Giant history. There have been some big ones, Madison Bumgarner and Pablo Sandoval and Timmy Lincecum, but the home run that Brandon Belton in Washington, John, that a lot of people point to that being the singular biggest moment. I mean, it was cold as hell that night. They had to get out of there and win that game, and he found a way to turn that one around. What a major moment that was.
Yeah, and so people are checking in on the text line, the streakiness. I get it. That was the thing, right? I mean, sometimes he couldn't hit it, and other times you couldn't get him out.
He's streaky right now. He told us to call him at 12:30, and we call him at 12:30, and he's swinging and missing.
Yeah,
he's not there. Maybe we got the time zones wrong. It is 3:37 in Toronto.
Yeah.
How's he getting used to the metric system? Has he figured that out?
Oh man, I would struggle
kilometers,
with that.
The loonies. It's a whole different world there.
Yeah, I would struggle with that. I'd like a pint of beer. I don't know. I mean, what
you actually want 2 pints of beer?
Yeah, something. Yeah. No, you know what? I think that would be part of the fun of this whole thing. Like you said, to go there. I mean, obviously you're going to go where the best deal is and so forth, and your family and all sorts of things like that. But I mean, just the one thing I am interested in knowing, because I think when we spoke with him and we played those clips, I think that was from spring training or just shortly thereafter. So he hadn't obviously lived in Toronto at all or all that much. And I would like to know how he's acclimating, because remember, he's of the palate of, what's the Italian restaurant he said was the best Italian restaurant of all time?
Did he say that?
Yeah, remember? That was him, the Olive Garden. He was the Olive Garden.
When he got to Yorkville, they have so many great restaurants.
That's what I'm saying. Like, has he acclimated to that?
He was kidding, right?
Was he kidding? He was telling that one. I don't know if he was tongue in cheek on that one.
The garlic bread is pretty good there. It is pretty good there.
Yeah, it's hard to screw up garlic bread and salad. I mean, that's everybody's
Toronto is a great cosmopolitan
town. My gosh, yeah. Unbelievable.
And that's a great ballpark to hit in. It used to be Sky Dome and Rogers Center. I mean, you could rake there. He only signed a 1-year deal there, John. I think he had a kind of a make-good contract, a prove-it deal after last year. But he's having, as you said, he started slowly. He was on the IL. He just came off. There was a time where I thought, he's not going to miss the Giants series, is he? And then he came back after being out with a hamstring last Wednesday. And just watching his at-bats, I mean, everything is a 3-2. He grinds you out. And you can't wait till he gets in the box Wednesday night against Alex Wood, his former teammate. But really, the one we want to look forward to is when he faces Logan Webb. That's going to be fun.
Yeah. I mean, look, another texter, how could a batter look so locked in for a month and look like a double rookie flailing away? I mean, that was at times.
Because it's hard to hit a baseball.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Vladimir Guerrero did not hit a home run at home until this weekend. He had 9 home runs all year.
That was crazy. I saw that.
None at home. And that ballpark, it flies. And he had 2 bombs, one Friday night they lost and one Saturday. So baseball's a hard game. It's hard to hit a baseball. Look at Casey Schmidt. He was so locked in, now he's in a funk. So that is the nature of baseball.
Yeah, it kind of takes a minute. All right, we'll try to get a hold of Brandon Belt. I'm sure we'll get him at some point. But, again, we want to talk to Brandon Belt. And, again, the Giants red hot. And, again, they're right in the middle of the standings as far as the Dodgers are right on their tail. Dodgers lost to the Astros last night. The Giants take 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks over the weekend. They take 3 of 4 from the Padres. They sweep the Dodgers. So through the NL West, red hot. And remember, they had that whole thing going on in St. Louis where Yastrzemski hits that home run. And the thing that I think is most impressive, and there's a lot of things that are impressive through this streak since May 15th, they're 27-11. Yastrzemski out. Lamont Wade Jr. was out. You're bringing up all these rookies. The pitching has thinned out as far as all the injuries are concerned there. Ross Stripling is finally coming back, but, if Flores gets hurt, I mean, you're talking about a bunch of guys in this team that have been in and out of the lineup. Guys have stepped up in their place. And if and when, and maybe they won't because they're an older team, and we always talk about when they get healthy as they possibly can. I think that they're going to be a player in the NL West, and I give them a ton of credit for not only winning like this, but winning through the injuries.
Well, they're already a player. I think they've proven. This is a long stretch. After the 6-13 start, that April 22nd game, Remember that Friday night game against the Mets? They lost 7-0. Brock Purdy was there. He got the biggest ovation. And honestly, we talked. That was the weekend after Craw had the tough weekend at Comerica Park in Detroit when he had the 2 errors. Could have been 3. They looked old. They looked hurt. They looked nothing like the team Brandon Belt played on in 2021. And I didn't know how they were going to do it. You kept saying how they're going to flip it around. They brought up, they started the win. Logan Webb played well. Joey Bart had a good game on that Saturday against the Mets. It flipped, but they were still streaky. They get hot. They get cold. It wasn't until Mother's Day when Casey Schmidt was up for that weekend in Arizona, then bringing up Patrick Bailey. Sable's been good and getting better, and then Matos. So to me, they're a playoff team. Now, can they actually get in? They're going to contend. But the National League West is tough. Arizona has certainly arrived earlier. Last year, they had a losing record. The year before, they lost 110 games. They're a good team. Are they good enough to hold off the Dodgers and Giants and Padres? We'll see. Colorado is Colorado. And then you're going on a road trip here to play the American League East. Remember when you went to New York to start the year and, Baltimore came in? This division is loaded. And the American League East, where Brandon Belt now resides, John, they don't have a Colorado Rocky at the bottom of the division. They're the worst team is Boston. And they're only a game over 500. The Blue Jays are 7 over, and they are 10 games back of Tampa Bay. The Yankees are 9.5 back, and they've been a shell of themselves offensively. Aaron Judge being out is terrible, and he's got a torn ligament in that foot. And they've benched Josh Donaldson. By the way, the Yankees are coming to Oakland this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and a day game on Thursday. I may go over there. And, of course, Tampa Bay has been the best team in baseball. So you look at now, the American League and the Blue Jays right now. John, we were talking about this last week. How many wild card teams could you have from the National League West? One's going to win the division, obviously. Giants, Dodgers are your second and third wild card teams. Can San Diego get it together? They're 6.5 back. Could they catch Miami and have all 4 teams, excluding Colorado, make it in the National League West? Have you looked at the American League now? Tampa Bay by far leads the American League East by 5.5 over Baltimore. But the 3 wild card teams right now are all from the American League East. The Orioles, the Yankees, and Brandon Belt's Blue Jays. Amazing.
That is amazing. Wow. All right, we'll catch up to Brandon Belt. We'll catch up with him during the break. He'll come back. We'll get Brandon Belt on the program and get to that. Plus, we got a foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. Give you the 4 big stories of the weekend. A lot of it obviously involves the Giants and what they did against the Diamondbacks and looking ahead to the Blue Jays. Well, all that stuff coming up next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants go 5-2 on this recent homestand and try to close out a red-hot June as they head north of the border and see Brandon Belt. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
We were out at the all.
sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We will continue to try to get a hold of Brandon Belt at some point. Tomorrow night, Giants and Blue Jays get things going. Talked a lot of Giants
he's
today.
hanging with his teammates right now.
I would think, right?
Former teammates. Maybe some current teammates.
I think it's just Brandon and Brandon. Probably doing promos or something with Amy G.
Yeah. Cap brought the liquor cart. They got the road trip.
Yeah. Well, I hope he did.
They got an off day in one of the great cities in the world, Toronto. So, bet he's hanging with his former teammates and maybe some current ones.
Yeah.
Kevin Gausman may show up.
Oh, there you go. That's right. Yeah, he's in town too.
He's facing the Giants tomorrow. He's pitching. He's the game series opener.
Yeah. Man, he's been good. I give him credit. He's been good.
Man.
I wasn't
He's throwing 99 with the splitter.
Yeah. Look, when he got offered 5, I was like, all right, I'm not going to go 5 on Kevin Gausman, but man, a couple years into that thing looks legit. He's good.
He looks the part. He's the ace of that staff, and they got good pitchers. Giants are going to see some good pitchers throughout the series, but he's throwing 99 miles per hour right now, and he's got the split, a little bit of a slider. I mean, that's going to be a heck of a matchup going up against Kevin Gausman tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's going to be really good. We did get a chance to talk to Tim Kawakami as well on the Chris Ball deal and Draymond Green. As far as Draymond Green is concerned, we shall see. But I agree with Tim in that I think that Draymond is going to be a guy that is going to come back. It will be interesting to see if the Lakers or Kings will drive up the price. Listen to Tolbert and Cope say they're going to have Bobby Marks on. And Bobby has a piece on ESPN right now that details basically that even though the Lakers and the Kings are what he's calling the Tier 2 teams that could create some space, they'd have to clear a lot of stuff, both the Kings and the Lakers, and I don't know if they would do that. Now, in the Lakers
the Kings
case,
already have, haven't they?
Yeah.
Getting Rashawn Holmes?
Right, but they still would have to renounce Harrison Barnes,
see you later,
and a couple others. And then as far as the Lakers, they'd have to renounce a lot of guys, but the key to them is they wouldn't have to renounce Austin Reeves. So would either of those two teams just drive up the price or drive up, as you pointed out, the years, or would they just worry about themselves and then the Warriors do what they've got to do? And then it comes down to, would Draymond accept 3 years to match up with Steph? He liked a post on Fridays where Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins said that he was worth $100 million easy. So what exactly is he looking for, and what years is he looking for? Those are the keys.
100 for how many years? 3 or 4? It's a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
If it's 3, we're talking 33.3 a year. If it's 4, it's 25. And when they tack on another year, maybe an option year or something. So I heard you and Kamakami were talking, and I just listened. I don't agree. It's just to poke the bear. First of all, you still got to get past the Warriors. I know the Lakers beat them, but the Warriors are the 4-time NBA champions here. And Mike Brown knows how good they lost to them. So the easiest way to make your team better, it's like, divisional football. If you want to make your team better, you poach someone. If you're the 49ers with the NFC West, or go get Javon Hargrave from the Philadelphia Eagles will beat you in the championship game. You lessen the Warriors' effectiveness dramatically if you take Draymond Green off their roster. And they aid your roster. He aids it. He's the number 1 free agent for Sacramento and or the Lakers would be Draymond Green. And similar reasons. But the Lakers, and LeBron knows them, but it's one thing to hang out with them in France. They've been in locker rooms together a little bit, right? On Team USA, is LeBron on those teams or not? But they know each other. But Mike Brown knows Draymond. So there would be some reticence if you don't know Draymond to bring him into your locker room. And we asked Robert Horry about it with the Lakers, and he said, hell no, I don't want that guy playing for me. And they just don't know him. And they're going to have to, Mike Brown knows him. So, to me, if I'm the Sacramento Kings and Vivek Ranadive, Monty McNair, their GM, and Mike Brown, who knows Draymond and can handle Draymond, who, if anybody can handle him, it's Draymond. He's unhandleable most of the time. I go get Draymond Green, and I clear the decks. Now, the Harrison Barnes part of it, and we'll ask Jason Anderson, who covers the Kings for the SAC B. He is so on top of everything, knows the game so well. He visited with us when the Warriors and Kings were playing the first ever playoff matchup. But I would go. If I'm them, I go get him for every reason. The question would be, is he going to age well? If you're Sacramento, you'd be more in line to let it play out a little bit longer with him, if that's what it takes. Now, does Draymond, and Kawakami talks to the Warriors, and he made it sound like they don't think that they're worried that he will leave, and there may be a simple number Draymond wants, and if you get there, you bring him in. As far as coexisting with Domantas Sabonis, why wouldn't they coexist? He played beautifully with Andrew Bogut, and Sabonis is a similar player than Bogut. He's not the defender Bogut is, but the way they run their offense with the DHO game, the dribble handoff game, with Kevin Huerter coming off all that, is a lot like, but different than the Warriors ran with Bogut from the high post. So it would all work, and I think he would make Sabonis a better player. And as far as stomping on him in the playoffs and all that, it's like bringing Chris Paul in. You have to kind of soothe it over the first minute he's here, then you deal with it. I think Draymond would be, and Harrison Barnes is a good player, but if they want to, make themselves better where they're weak, they would bring in Draymond Green and teach Mike Brown's defense to them. A lot of it is what Bogut passed on to Draymond, the communication as a middle linebacker of the defense or a free safety. He would help them just communicate, be attached. He would make that team so much better, and he would hurt the Warriors, and he would give them a bona fide frontline defender against the Joker, against Kevin Durant, against Anthony Davis, whatever you want. So I think if I'm Sacramento, I'm all in on getting Draymond Green. The bottom line is, John, can they get him? Ultimately, does he leave all this and go to a brand new franchise? I know it's only an hour away, but it's a whole different deal than the Lakers. I mean, I don't know if he ultimately will do it, and we'll find out from Jason Anderson on the Sacramento side from the SAC B. But they've already cleared the cap space to go get him. As far as renouncing Harrison Barnes, Trey Lyles, a few others, that's just accounting. If they can make a play to go get Draymond Green, and we'll find out from Jason how realistic it is, that one transaction would improve their team more than anything they could possibly do this offseason.
The only fly in the ointment to me is that the Lakers can clear about 30 and the Kings can clear about 34. Neither of those numbers are going to blow the Warriors out of the water. I mean, those are numbers that are above what the Warriors are comfortable with. But again, when you evaluate the Chris Paul trade, this is and the Chris Paul and Jordan Poole trade, this is what you have to evaluate beyond the two players themselves. They cleared so much money from the Jordan Poole deal, almost $100 million, and then times that by the tax, that they can go above what they're comfortable with Draymond Green. So in other words, if Draymond Green is set on this $100 million number, and the Warriors would go 3 years, and they go 3 at 33 per, which is not exactly what they want to do. They want to probably stay in the 25 range. But what I'm saying is if there was a team like the Pistons who could offer a ton because they're so far into the cap, they could blow an offer away from the Warriors, where the Warriors would just say, we're just not going to pay that. The Kings and the Lakers can give a substantial offer, probably much more than the Warriors want to pay, but the Warriors could pay. And just based on, and this is lying season basically in sports now, every season is lying season. So maybe everybody's just lying through their teeth. But Draymond Green said he wants to ride with Steph Curry, and Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, anybody who's ever asked about Draymond Green said we're not a championship team without him before, current, or in the future. So I believe that if both sides want a deal done and neither of those two teams can blow him out of the water, then I don't see how Draymond Green leaves, unless he wants to.
Well, what the big thing is the Warriors have is bird rights. So that allows them to pay more than anybody else, but not necessarily as far as length of contract. People say things all the time, whether you're lying or not. Mike Dunleavy said about a week ago at this time that they were never, Jordan Poole would be here for 4 more years. He's not lying. It's just what you have to do to, run business. And then, the bottom line is they don't have Draymond Green signed to a contract. So everything we're talking about is unfolding right now. This is the week. And I don't know how much interaction they could actually have before Friday at 3 o'clock when you can start to talk. That's when Mike Brown can call Draymond Green and say, you want to come here? What will it take to get you here? And I don't know what that price is. I believe everything Draymond said. He wants to come back, and likewise for Steve Kerr. But this is ongoing negotiation. And let's just see where it goes. Jason will have more intel from the Sacramento thinking. The trade that they made over Rashawn Holmes the other night, John, it cleared a lot of money. They do a number of things with that money. They don't have to go get Draymond Green, but just sensing for what they need, their team needs to improve defensively. The best way for Mike Brown to teach his system to his team defensively is to bring in Draymond Green, to not only teach it in the film room, but on the court when you're playing games. If you want to be more connected, you bring in Draymond Green. Now, can they actually do it? I don't know. But and also Rich Paul, an hour and a half before Dunleavy's press conference last Monday, comes out with a statement. We're opting out. He's going to hit free agency. Well, still talking to the Warriors. What he's telling everybody is, come get Draymond Green. If you want to get Draymond Green, this is the only time in his career he has been a free agent. It may be the only time he's ever a free agent, depending on how long he signs. Will he get another contract? Maybe not one as lucrative as this one. So let's just see where it all goes. I mean, did we honestly think, a few days ago, the Warriors would trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul? Who thought that was going to happen? So everybody wants Draymond back. The Warriors have all said it. Draymond said it. But this is the week where you got to make it happen. And how big of a push will Sacramento make for him?
All right, let's get to it. It is Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. It is foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, 4 good ones for you today. We'll start with the Giants. Got a couple on the Giants. Got a couple on the Warriors as well, including Steph has a new project, so we'll give you that one as well. By the way, Jason Anderson at 115, so we will get the angle on the Kings at 115. But this was pretty funny last night, or yesterday, I should say. Kruk and Kipe agreeing with a fan who didn't agree with the call, and it was outside. It was shown there was an outside pitch to Jock Peterson. This fan wasn't happy, and Kruk and Kipe agreed.
Crowds have been good here on this homestand. Bleachers are packed. The arcade is packed. And the 2-1.
I don't think we're the fan behind.
Well, I kind of agree with him.
Yeah, I can't argue with him.
That was awful loud fan.
So the bleachers are packed. The arcade is packed.
Yeah.
You could see that. I mean, just, the 415 area, you were out there over the weekend. But we are hearing things, and there's some shots where they take, the low first and low third, depending if it's a left-handed or a right-handed hitter. The lower box seats, lower level seats are not packed. I mean, it's not like the days when they sold out 530 consecutive games. There was 35,000 plus yesterday. But you were there over the weekend. There, the top rim is more, and that's where you could always tell in the old days if anybody was sitting in the very top deck. And that's probably the greatest view in all of American sport.
Oh, it's amazing.
When you get up there. But those areas are filling in, and the bleachers and the arcade, there's a buzz there. But when you can hear, and they put mics right behind the screen, and DC does on our broadcast, and TV does it as well, Jim Lynch and Jeff Kuiper, when you can hear a fan yell, "That's Bolt!" then you're sensing, because normally when you hear something like that, it's a smaller crowd. It's more like you're over in Oakland, and they're not playing the Yankees. So I think we're still hearing things during the Giant broadcast, John, that we didn't hear during the Bond days or when Buster and Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford were winning World Series every other year. Hey, that was
By the
loud.
way,
just give that guy a mic.
Exactly. By the way, there's my Kipe Tiki mug from Sunday.
Oh, wow.
You like that? You like that?
Yeah,
babe?
does that look much like him?
Not really.
Did you get just one? You didn't get the Kruk one?
No, I got the Kruk one too, but my son stole it.
Both?
I'm going to just steal it back, but I'm just.
So what were you?
There you go.
Are you back to being John Lund now? Could you actually have an adult beverage in that?
Not quite. I'm going for the
I'm coming in studio tomorrow with you. Are we going to be early at 2:00?
Yeah, in pulling back the curtain completely, I am going to see the doc today, so we'll see. He'll poke and prod, and maybe tomorrow will be the day. But like I said,
me in the meeting. I want a green light for tomorrow during the show.
Well, I did try. There's a certain bourbon that is my favorite, and a friend of mine came over the other day to check on me, and I poured him one, and he's hard. Like, I like the big giant ice cube in there, but he goes, I don't do that, man. He's like, give me dude, neat, straight, let's go. And
no
so
ice?
He's drinking it, and he's like, come on. He's giving me grief. And so I said, okay, I'll put a little over ice and see how it goes.
Was it Gabe Kapler coming over?
So I take a tiny little sip, and about a minute later, the body's like, no, like, it wasn't good.
You'll be
it wasn't
there.
that
You'll
good.
Be there.
I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. I could use drying out, be like drying out the ocean, but I could use.
It's been the longest for you. We're going on 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been a while. Body's like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you?
Wow.
They do take 2 of 3 over the weekend against Arizona, but Blake Sable with a little base running gaff yesterday in the 8th inning. Here is Blake, and I give him a ton of credit because I stood right there, and then I talked to him a little bit afterwards. He answered all the questions, no problem. Here he is explaining what happened.
Yeah, from my angle, I saw him leave his feet, and he didn't get up right away. The crowd got loud. I assumed it got through. So, I'm a pretty aggressive base runner. I was probably a little over aggressive there. I thought I got through, maybe had a chance to score, tie up the game. So I had my head down rounding second. When I picked my head up, I was looking to the outfield towards, I think Corbin was out there, right? And saw him running by the line, but didn't pick up the ball. So then finally picked up third when I was already over halfway there. Longo still laying on the ground this whole time. And I thought maybe foul ball. And then that's when it hit me. I was like, well, I'm in trouble. So, got to learn from it. But yeah, my takeaway from it is, probably a little over aggressive there. Just keep my head up and make sure I pick up the third base coach and see JD in front of me, because he stayed up there. I probably would have stayed at second, obviously, if I picked him up early enough.
Who he's got to learn from is Walter Matthau, because he did say in the original Bad News Bears, don't assume anything. He said he assumed it went through because you make an ass out of you or me. So
yeah, I know.
There's what to learn.
So why are we calling this Sable's gaff and not Blake's boner?
Or
Should be known as Blake's boner. You ever heard of Merkel's boner? Fred Merkel of the Giants back in the early 1900s.
No. What's that? Merkel's boner?
Google Merkel's boner. It is Fred Merkel, New York Giants.
I don't know if I can Google
he made
Merkel's boner.
That's the beauty of language.
Let's see what comes up.
Back then, it was known as Merkel's boner. Why isn't it Blake's boner instead of Sable's gaff?
Because if you do any boner, it's probably
Blake's
not good.
Boner. No,
oh my God! Wow.
Are you just discovering Merkel's boner now?
Yes, and it's not safe for work.
And it just rolls off the tongue.
I must have misspelled it.
Stay off of Zion Williamson. Don't go there. This is Fred Merkel. It's a infamous baseball.
I must have spelled Merkel
known
wrong.
As Merkel's boner. Why aren't we calling it Blake's boner? Is my question.
Why did Pornhub pop up here?
Or it could be Belt's boner for not picking up his phone when we called him.
Yeah, it could be. Damn him. All right. Yeah, I see Merkel's boner there. I changed it. I fixed that. I'll take a look at that later. All right. The Chris Paul trade, obviously, so everyone's pulling up old stuff that guys said on the Warriors. Here's Draymond Green back in 2020.
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell. And
smart.
And CP was kind of using, like, CP saw stuff coming up. And, once you start to get older in this league, you start to realize, like, okay, this guy is coming. Eventually, he may catch me because I'm going to start to decline at some point. And so I would kind of see CP kind of keeping Steph at bay, but yet giving him a stiff arm at the same time. Now, Steph, Steph ain't, Steph is Steph. Like, we all love Steph, right? He ain't cut like, he ain't got the street part to him. And so
he ain't confrontational at all. He ain't confrontational.
Exactly. And so with me coming from where I come from and the way I grew up, I'm kind of watching like, yo, he kind of rock with you, Steph, but he kind of don't. He kind of keeping you at bay. And so I took it upon myself to try to create division there.
That was so long ago. That was 2020.
They'll get along.
First of all, he said CP.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say CP3. He could have meant, I meant Cliff Paul. I didn't mean Chris Paul. You got the wrong guy.
Yeah,
so they just gonna take Jordan Poole's number and rip it off his back, take number 3, and just give it to CP3? How
Don't
weird.
punch that guy, too. Yeah, come on, man. No more punching.
Well,
no more
Draymond's
punching.
been eerily quiet. Does he have international waters rights for podcasting? When was the last time Draymond podcasted?
See, I'm glad you mentioned that because I am shocked. I mean, Jordan Poole gets traded, nothing.
He's in
Chris
France
Paul,
with LeBron.
Nothing. Yeah, you can podcast from.
He's
you
a
pick
little
up your
busy
phone
right now.
Pick up your phone.
Maybe Vivek Ranadive said, "Okay, Draymond, we'll give you $30 a year for 7 years." But we're buying out your podcasting. You can't do that here. Yeah.
Oh man.
When's he going to have his next podcast?
I don't know, but
something tells me he will announce where he's going. Now, don't commit a tampering
not going
charge.
anywhere.
Now he could sign with the Warriors anyway, anytime, right?
Yeah.
He could sign with the Warriors
exactly.
today,
right now.
right?
Yeah.
They don't have to wait till 3:00 on Friday.
Right.
So if he leaks anything out, he's amazingly quiet here. But if he does tip his hand at all, that's a tampering charge because the other teams can't legally talk to him.
Yeah, but are you at least mildly surprised to the fact that he didn't mention anything with Jordan Poole being traded? The Chris Paul thing,
Rich
whatever,
Paul's
his
got a
deal,
gag order on him.
whatever. But
Rich Paul said, Draymond, nothing until we get the bag. Just hold on. Just
I'm shocked.
Like John Lawn going on the wagon. Just give me 2 weeks.
This is a forced
of radio
wagon.
silence. Just hold on to it. You can all do it Friday at 3:00.
Man, I can't believe he didn't say anything about Jordan Poole.
He will announce his next team via his next podcast. Watch that.
Is he going to do it like LeBron? I'm taking my talents back.
Jim Gray?
Yeah.
No, I don't
Hire
know.
Jim
He's
Gray.
going to do it by himself. He's going to go solo act. He doesn't need Jim Gray.
All right, and should we do? Well, let's do the trailer at 1:30 because I want to get to Jason on time. So, Steph's got a new project going on. We'll play that for you as part of the Caboose Pistol at the bottom of the hour. His Apple original underrated film drops on July 21st, and we've got a trailer for it. So we'll do that for you at 1:30. But Jason Anderson's going to join us coming up next. We loved having him on during the Kings series. Does a great job. He covers the Kings and runs the whole thing over there at the Sacramento Bee. So we'll ask him if the Kings could make things interesting for the Warriors when it comes to Draymond Green. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Krukow, he joined Murphy Mack this morning to discuss the newfound energy that the Giants youth is bringing to the clubhouse and to the ballpark. That podcast and more. Trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
Look, he's won it 5 times. He's got the right to say anything and everything that he wants to say. So if he does, great. If he doesn't, that's fine too. Obviously, you try to tell him as much as you can about each individual player, not just Draymond. You show him film on each individual player. You know, Draymond, he's going to be intense. He's going to be physical. He's going to let you know what he's thinking, every single minute of the game. And all those things, you just got to be able to stay the course. You got to be able to play your game and be just as physical with him on both sides of the ball as he is with you, if not trying to exceed it.
That, of course, is Mike Brown during the Kings-Warriors series, and Jason Anderson, our pal, who we talked to throughout that series. Make sure you follow him at JAndersonSacB. Does a great job covering the Kings and running everything up there. And You wrote a piece a couple of days ago. The Sacramento Kings about to use newfound cap space to pursue Golden State Warriors free agent Draymond Green, and of course that could be coming up. The Kings could even clear more. We're talking about the Lakers as well, or is he going to come back to the Warriors? Let's talk to Jason all about it. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Jason.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, man. It's good to catch up with you.
You too.
So tell us about it. Many people think that Draymond is going to return, but as you write out, the Kings, they know him very well. There's a contingency, obviously, of former Warriors up there. Is that something that they might pursue?
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting conversation. The Kings put themselves in a kind of a position of strength going into free agency with the trade on draft night. They moved Rashawn Holmes to the Mavericks, and in addition to the number 24 pick. And so what that did is it got Rashawn's money off the books and gave them an extra $25 million over 2 years and $12 million this coming season. So it gets them into the range of about $33 to $35 million to play with in cap space if they choose to stay under the cap and be a cap space team. And so that opens up a lot of possibilities for them. They're one of the few teams in the league that has significant cap space right now. The Rockets are the primary team there with over $60 million. The Jazz just used a lot of their $47 million in the trade for John Collins. The Spurs are up there in the 30s, and then the Kings are in the 30s if they choose to be. And the Kings are the only team on that list that had any success last year. So they could be attractive to some free agents, which hasn't always been the case in the past. Draymond specifically fits some of their needs. I think it's some of it, when you get into the question of fit, I think some of that's questionable. How, just the shooting and the spacing that they've worked so hard to achieve here. I think you run a risk of losing that with Draymond, but he certainly addresses your needs defensively, brings an element of leadership, could run the offense when Sabonis isn't on the floor if they still want to play through a big man like they do. So I think he fits in a lot of ways there. Mike Brown loves him and mentioned him 100 times throughout the course of the season. And so it was always kind of in the back of our minds here that the Kings might be a sneaky player for Draymond at this time. Then the playoff series happened. It was a little contentious, and Draymond steps on Sabonis, and so now you're kind of looking at those factors. But I do think there's probably some interesting conversations going on over there between Mike Brown and Monte McNair and the rest of the staff. Just in terms of how hard maybe they want to push. I think all signs are pointing to Draymond staying with the Warriors. I think both those sides want to stay together. I think so much of Draymond's identity is tied to the Warriors and what he's done there with Steph and Clay and Steve and everybody. So I don't know that I would say it's likely, but I do think it's possible that the Kings maybe try to get involved.
Now, during that first-round series, Jason, we had you on a couple of times, and great insight in all regards. You know the game well. I thought of Draymond going to Sacramento right away. He would just be the perfect fit. I think he would be able to play next to Sabonis the way he played next to Andrew Bogut when Bogut was here, and just communicate the defense, which Bogut taught him, and being able to bark it out and be more connected. There were several things you mentioned there, the Sabonis stomp and all that, and Draymond's public enemy number one in Sacramento. There was also the on-court feud that we all kind of felt between Draymond and former Warrior Harrison Barnes. When Barnes missed that shot, maybe Sac's one real good shot to win the series, to go up 3-1 at Chase Center, Draymond kind of called him out. You got to make that shot. You got to take that shot. And, not inviting him to the wedding and all that. So if they do this and they're all in on Draymond Green, Jason, it has to be Draymond or HB, right? It can't be both of them?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think that just the numbers and the money would dictate that as much or even more so than any kind of personality issues. Draymond presumably would be coming to play the 4. Keegan Murray would then slide to the 3, and Harrison would probably be moving on. So but that's a question anyway, whether Harrison's going to stay or go. The Kings have given themselves really a lot of flexibility here in what they can do as a team that's either under the cap or if they, do want to bring Harrison back, they can operate over the cap and utilize some other spending tools. The mid-level exception, they would have a $12 million traded player exception from the Rashawn trade. They would have the biannual exception, so they could, they could get. They could do a lot of smaller things, smaller deals, $12 million here, $12 million there. They could divide up some of those exceptions and make some smaller moves. It just kind of depends on which way they want to go, how they want to operate, how big of a swing they want to take in free agency, and how big of a fish they think they can bring in.
Jason Anderson, Jonas Core sports editor, and covers the Kings for the Sacramento Bee at J Anderson SacB. Make sure you follow him. Great stuff on all Kings news. Was this money just, it was cleared, just Rashawn Holmes? It wasn't specifically done to say, hey, let's try to get Draymond Green, or is it just, hey, let's clear this money and let's just see what's out there?
Yeah, no, this was a long time coming. Rashawn served the Kings really well for a couple of years here, and they brought him in as a third center. And it took him about 2 weeks to earn the starting job at that point. And he held that down for a year and a half and really was a higher energy guy and played well, great in the locker room. Then they made the trade for Sabonis and his role changed. He moved into a backup role. Then the offense changes with Mike Brown coming in, where they're running a lot of DHO stuff and a lot less pick and roll, which is where Rashawn excels. So they've been looking to move Rashawn for really, a year and a half. They worked on that around the same trade deadline where they picked up Sabonis. They worked on it again the following summer. And then they've continued to look for good options to find him a new home. And finally, that opportunity presented itself here with Dallas.
So, Jason, it's been a couple of days that Dub Nation here with the Warriors have got the thought of Chris Paul playing for the Warriors as odd as that feels. I believe on many levels that we're talking about, Mike Brown, Vivek Ranadive, the Kings owner, some members of the staff there that know Draymond well, would love to bring Draymond there, subtract from the Warriors and what they do and enhance where they're weak, which is defense and overall, that end of the floor. And Draymond's a good offensive player as well in his own way. But how would the fan base take this? I mean, you described Draymond as public enemy number one in Sacramento during the first round of the playoffs. Could they wrap their brain around Draymond Green becoming a Sacramento King?
I can say just from, kind of keeping an eye on social media and the interactions I have with fans, that reach out to me. Some of them already have wrapped their brains around that idea, and some of them would really have a hard time with it. He was, we all saw how that played out in the playoffs, and it wasn't just the incident on the court with Sabonis. There was also, quite a display towards the crowd there, and it was kind of an ugly scene at Golden One Center. It would be a tough sell for a lot of people here. But look, you do this to win basketball games and to win championships. And if the staff feels that Draymond can help them do that, if the fans see that he moves the needle in that regard, I think a lot of people would move on. But initially, tough sell probably.
I would agree with it, but Warriors fans maybe not to that level because, Chris Paul and they certainly had a lot of battles, but we've been asking that question with Chris Paul, and I think the minute he makes a floater in the lane, Warriors fans will cheer for him, and I think probably the same thing in Sacramento. The first time they see, Draymond Green make some hustle play, bring it up the floor, hit Fox for a corner three or something, I think all is forgiven. But maybe I'm wrong.
No, we see that all the time. It's a lot different when somebody's doing the things Draymond does for your team rather than against your team, and so I think to your point that they could forgive and forget if things will break right.
So how do you think this plays out? Unless we get the notification that and Draymond can sign with the Warriors anytime before the tampering period opens at 3:00 on Friday. But if that does not happen, do you think the Kings will go after Draymond? That Mike Brown himself may call Draymond directly and not have GM to agent do it. And then the one thing, obviously the Warriors can pay him more with the bird rights, but Sacramento can give him more years. So could they stretch that out and make it a longer-term deal? How do you think this plays out, Jason, this week?
Yeah, interesting stuff. The Kings, could potentially, try to play a role in driving the price up for Golden State and stretching that contract out. I don't know. My inclination is to think that Draymond's going to stay put. I don't, in the end, I don't think he ends up here, but I do think those conversations are taking place. There are some other guys who are on the radar for Sacramento, I think. Jeremy Grant, Kyle Kuzma. And then, you could move down the list of guys who might fit what they're doing on the wing, 3-4 spots. So, I don't think Draymond's the only guy they're looking at. I don't think he's the only guy out there who could make this team better. I think, there are a couple of guys out there who might fit in a little more seamlessly than he would. But, again, I think those conversations are taking place. And I think we're just going to have to wait and see, how things shake out on Friday.
Jason, great stuff. It's always good to catch up. Either great insight, great information, and I'm sure we'll talk to you throughout the offseason. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be with you guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, that's Jason Anderson from the Sacramento Bee, and he's got his piece on if the Kings would entertain Draymond Green. Make sure you check it out at the Sacramento Bee. All right, your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol, and as a bonus, we told you that we would play a Steph Curry's trailer, so we'll do that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Following you on Twitter, you talk a lot about the Olive Garden?
The Olive Garden.
I like the Olive Garden. It's a good place to eat. Yeah, I like, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm not drawn toward the really authentic type of food. I like the Americanized version.
Like never-ending
potholes. Exactly.
So you like Chevys too?
Yeah, I like
Chevys.
That's because I don't venture off too much from what I know, especially up here. I know there's a lot of good food up here, but I just don't venture off too much. And when I go back home, I have my same places I go to eat all the time. So I'm just like that. That's my personality.
We were out at the Olive Garden for dinner, which was lovely. And I happened to look over at a certain point during the meal and see a waitress taking an order. And I found myself wondering what color her underpants might be.
So that's probably about first. What is that? Will Ferrell, right there. Yeah. Oh, that's from Old School. Very interesting. All right.
Do we have the captain now, John? Is that what I'm being led to
No, we
believe?
haven't. No.
We don't?
No. No. He still doesn't.
I was
call
told
us.
we had him.
Maybe tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I don't think we've heard from him, have we? No. All right, we've got to give you an update first and foremost. Remember when I gave you an update on the Jell-O shots for LSU? And now we're down to the final games. That was a while back, and I think
Florida
they're around,
LSU. Yeah,
they're down about. They were at about 9,000 Jell-O shots at the Omaha bar right by there. Was it at Rosenblatt Stadium? There
used to be. Now it's Charles Schwab.
Is that what it is?
Now?
Charles Schwab now. So anyway, they are up to now LSU fans because they keep track of what school you were from. They were up to 50,000, well, almost 50,000, 46,269 Jell-O shots at Rocco's Pizza in Omaha, an all-time record in the annual Men's College World Series contest.
God, I want to be there. Rocco's Pizza doing Jell-O shots?
Yeah.
How fun is that?
And I'm looking at the board right now. By the way, Jell-O shots are $5 a piece, so put that times 5. Thinking of Joe Lacob.
How much alcohol do you get in a Jell-O shot? You get one shot?
That's a good question.
One shooter in a Jell-O shot? Got to be, right?
I was so when we got down to the city yesterday, of course the Pride Parade's going on, so we maneuvered through that and got to our parking place, and as we're walking towards the field, there was a guy, and I wonder if I think you would consume these, but I walked by, and usually there's there's people with beer and water and things like that on the street, offering to sell you that. One guy had a cooler full of Jell-O shots, and he offered them up to me, and I looked at my son, and I go, probably not. I mean, that's like the popcorn ball at Halloween, right? Like
we are in San Francisco. Are we sure it's just shots of alcohol?
That's what I'm saying.
It could be shots of anything.
So that's why I didn't partake.
I would sample as a good father, John. I would sample myself before I loved George.
Yeah, I didn't do it. I didn't go for it.
Hallucinogenic.
Yeah. But, they're way ahead. 46,259, second place team to them, and they stayed for a long time. And ultimately
got LSU?
Beat. Yeah, so LSU's at 46,259, second place. Wake Forest, 7,622.
They're out.
So, they're way out.
How about Florida? What's Florida at?
They're at 3,270. So they're not even close. They're not even close.
Wow.
But, these are $5 a shot. So, because we do some quick math on 46,259 times 5, that bar is cleaning up. My gosh, man.
200,000.
Jell-O shots are cheap. You just take some rock gut vodka and you just throw.
So this is all being consumed at Rocco's Pizzeria?
Yeah,
that's
Rocco's.
it?
Rocco's Pizza. This is, it just says for 2023, the Jell-O Shot Challenge. So, anyway. 46,259, which, it's just second place.
A lot
is
more
not
fun
even
than the
close.
Ice Bucket Challenge.
1,000 times better than the Ice Bucket.
That was the original, wasn't it? What year were we doing that?
Oh, crazy.
Not good.
I always think this when I see a pizza place usually is legit, but if I see like I've walked around in the city and I've seen like a shoe repair place Or, you'll see kind of weird places. You're like, how does that place stay in business? Well,
Rocco Shoe Repair?
This is it's a pizza place, but this is a different place. It says maybe they needed the dough. What appeared to be a typical Los Angeles pizza shop was actually operating as a drug lab, cooking up illegal THC concentrate, according to the LAPD. They called it the Super Lab, discovered by cops at a shop in the 7300 block of Radford Avenue in North Hollywood next to an animal hospital. Anyway, what they had was it was a front for a pizza shop, and in these boxes it said hot and ready pizza, but it was actually THC that they had cooked up, the oil version of it, and they were selling it out of this pizza shop. And as cops went in the back of it, they saw this big elaborate, it almost looked like a
the cops go in for a slice?
Yeah, it must have. And you see, it's almost like a mini brewery back there where they have all those canisters and everything, and they were cooking up THC and selling it out of this pizza joint. So
wow,
that's what they found out. But don't you always wonder when you see a shop that it's like, how could those people possibly survive? Don't you think to yourself, like, does anyone get a vacuum repaired anymore? Like, you just buy a new vacuum. Like, when I see a vacuum repair place, I think to myself, that's a drug front.
It's all a front. There's no outstanding members of the community.
I mean,
were they actually serving pizza there?
Yeah, they were. But
if you had a sign out front, you got to serve them pizza.
Yeah, a little bit.
It can't just be a super lab.
Right. Yeah. So you got to sell some.
So what's the tip of what you want? Give me everything on my pizza.
I want the green pizza.
I want it heavy on the anchovies.
Exactly. Yeah, you're
extra
right.
cheese on my pie.
You probably had to
There's
probably
got to be
have
some code, right?
Right. Yeah, extra cheese probably wouldn't work because everybody likes extra cheese.
So who ratted them out?
That's a good question. I don't know how they got caught. Let me see here.
Police officers like pizza. They probably just went in there.
Yeah, they probably went in there.
What do you got in the back? Where are the ovens?
You know what they probably did? They probably were like, this is the worst pizza I've ever had. Like, how can this place stay in business? What it is, that's how I think. I look at places. Like, I'll give you a great example.
DiGiorno.
Right? Yeah.
We got DiGiorno.
Yeah, they're probably throwing DiGiorno in a box, and somebody went, this is DiGiorno. Yeah. There's a now maybe this is a big deal, and I just don't know it, but there's like a big plaza, and it's got this big place in it, and it says Russian math. Like, is that in demand here? I didn't know.
Russian math?
Yeah, it's like it says on the front,
like
Russian
the Kuman
math.
of Russia?
Like, that's a drug front, right? I mean, I don't want to get myself killed here, but I'm thinking to myself.
No, they're very good at math, John. Take it easy.
Okay, well, I didn't know. Anyway, I could be wrong. But there's certain places
do they have
where
a different
I do scratch
system
my
than
head.
us? Do they go with the base 10?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how could that stay in business? But maybe
the
there's
judges
a big
there. You don't
demand.
know how
I just
they're going
don't
to score
know.
anything. Maybe they do have a separate math. I don't
Could
know.
be.
They did in the 72 Olympics.
That's a good point. That's a solid point. Very good. Yeah. All right, here's a strange one. It could be the plot of a dark comedy if it wasn't a science tragedy. A janitor working in a laboratory who was annoyed by this incessant beeping reportedly flipped a switch that killed the noise but also shut off a storage freezer, destroying decades of scientific work. So this
all
guy,
because he was annoyed by the beep.
Yeah, there was like a beep, beep, beep. So this janitor decided.
So what was in the super cold freezer?
Let's see. It says
dead bodies from
work.
Rocco's Pizza.
Let's see here. 20. Oh, this is what's so bad. The cleaner's carelessness cost the lab at least $1 million in damages. People's behavior and negligence caused all this. It says, unfortunately, they wiped out 25 years of research. Oh, my gosh.
Wait a minute.
Why
would the janitor turn off a super cold freezer that had to be there for a reason?
Well, and here's the other thing,
too. His first day on the job?
How could he have access to it? Like, wouldn't you think if there was 25 years of research that there might be some sort of a code or something or a key before you could just flip a switch and turn off a freezer?
Just hit OFF. Hit that button and see if it works.
Yeah, but come on. There's no safeguards. This janitor can just, like...
See a brand new janitor?
Let's see.
Don't go near the super cold freezer.
No, but it's kind of what you said. It's like cells and things like that. So it had to do with human research. So that's what happened.
He may have wiped out all of humanity by doing that, just because he got a little chilly. What was the beeping he was hearing?
That's what he said. He said there's a beeping noise.
There could be a little noise.
The beeping noise. That's what happened. You get all angry with it. So anyway, yeah, there you go.
Sounds like a Seinfeld episode to me.
Beep beep.
Ah! I can't take it anymore.
He could just flip a switch. I mean, I don't know that I buy that, but okay. This is a good one. A McDonald's drive-thru worker was busted for allegedly being rude to her own mother. It's a TikTok video, so I'm not sure if this is true. But the mom pulled up to the service window of a McDonald's and jokingly demanded to speak to the manager. I said, I'd like to speak to your manager. You're rude. Taking my order. Blah, 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 blah.
What?
Ended up being this woman's mom.
Why was she? Did she know it was her mom?
No,
So
that's
when
what
she
they're
pulled
saying.
up to the
That's what they're trying
drive-thru,
to. That's what they're trying to make us believe.
Did the mom know it was her daughter taking the order?
She's saying no, but I mean, you would know if your child worked a certain McDonald's, would you not? So I don't know.
I would think so, but I don't know the relationship between mom and McDonald's.
maybe it's a problem.
Maybe she wanted to get the daughter fired, John.
It could be.
Thought she could move on to something else.
Although I like it that my child has a job. It's nice. I don't know if I'd want my child.
Where's Georgie working in?
He's working at that gym that Mully works out at all the time.
Oh, that's right, in San Ramon.
Yeah, they're becoming fast friends. He's like, hey, what's going on? So I guess they work. He goes in there and works out
Chris
first.
loves to be asked a lot of questions when he's working out.
He doesn't.
Make sure you do that.
Although he's been going to the same place for years, and my son said that nobody bothers him because they all just know him. He's just Mully. You know?
I went to that place in San Ramon. Mully is a creature of habit.
Yeah, so nobody bothers Mully, and that's what he said. And he makes sure people don't bother him, too. He's like, yeah, I make sure nothing's happening. So, anyway, good man. Did I have one more? I guess that's it for today. But we do need to play the trailer. We can do that coming up next. Oh, one more.
What's this about NASA and turning 98% of human pee into drinking water?
Yeah, NASA has announced that they can now turn 98% of human pee into drinking water. Quote, unquote. This is a very important step in the evolution of life support systems, says NASA's Christopher Brown. Okay. All right.
I think I've tasted this before. I've had this in my mouth. Wait a minute.
What movie is that? That's amazing.
98%?
Yeah. Oh, Dumb and Dumber.
So what's the other 2%? What's the other 2%?
That's what I want to know. And how do you know?
I'm going to get stuck with that.
How do you know? Because I'll be the 2%. So 98% is fine, but what about, like you said, what about the other 2%?
Yeah, I don't know.
What happens then, and how do you know? Do you know, like, right away, like,
98% of the water purified, and the other 2% is... I've had this in my mouth before.
And they're actually showing the
taste.
guy. There's a little video here of the guy, like, drinking it, and he's got a thumbs up, like, yeah, this works. Like, oh, man,
Wow.
you try it, not me.
He didn't yell, this water tastes like piss. Well, sir.
I got news for you. So 98%. So you have a 98%. You know, they give themselves an out. So
how do you market that?
Good luck.
We have piss water in a bottle.
98% of the time, it works every time.
I'm going to get stuck with the 2%.
Exactly. That's my luck. Terrible luck. All right. All right, we'll give you that trailer for the Steph New project, and we do have some starters, according to our good friend Susan Slusser, for this Toronto series. So we'll give you all that coming up next as part of some remnants. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Oh, Blake Sable. The late base-running blunder cost the Giants in a 5-2 loss to Arizona on Sunday and a chance to sweep. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Come on, give me that booze, you little pumpkin pie haircutted freak. Come on.
Sir, no, wait.
No, sir, don't drink. You'd keep your mouth shut if you knew it was good for you, buddy.
Tic-tac, sir?
Get the hell out of here.
Dumb and Dumber.
I don't think that was
that's
from
the
Dumb and Dumber, the
2%.
line that I had, though. I don't think that was.
I think that's the 2%. So the 98% is good. 2% of it is going to be that. That's what's going to happen to you. 2% of the NASA now. They can turn 98% of your pee into water. Good drinking water, but not there. We did not have Brandon Belt on. We will continue to effort, but one thing I wanted to bring up with them, had we had him on, is Susan Slesser, and she's got some pitching matchups for this series, which we'll give you in a second. But a great line in her piece talking about Belt and Crawford. Says, always have had a rivalry about who's the better pitcher, something Belt did well at Texas. Played on the field daily for those who watched carefully. Before every game, they played catch from a fair distance right before the game started, Dwayne Kuiper said. They continued to play catch and get closer and closer to each other. The last one who got the ball made sure that the last throw was from 2 feet away, right into the crotch. Inevitably, Crawford always ended up with the last throw.
The crotch shot?
The crotch shot. So that's
Why
what
didn't
the
they
two
ever do that in
Brandons-
the Brandon commercial?
I don't know.
I remember they would warm up. They would start, either they would start extremely close to each other or start far away.
Yeah,
and
they
then
went
move
far to close.
Incrementally
Is what she
closer.
said,
Was
yeah.
it far to close?
Far to close is what she said, yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that.
And then it finished 2 feet away, and Brandon Crawford would throw into the crotch of Brandon Belt, and then he would go. He'd be like, yeah, we're done.
They go low, yeah.
Classic. Tomorrow, the old opener with Ryan Walker, then Logan Webb on Wednesday, to be determined on the 29th. Tuesday, it's going to be Gosman versus Walker. That's tomorrow night. Wednesday, to be announced. Thursday, Chris Bassett, the old A. So that's what we got.
Bassett's not going Wednesday? I thought it was Wednesday, Bassett, and then Barrios Thursday. They switched that up in Toronto?
Yeah, this is Susan Slesser. Just tweeted this out 26 minutes ago. Bassett Thursday.
John
So that's
Schneider,
what
the
she's
Blue
got.
Jays. So we knew it would be Gosman. So with where does Stripling factor in? Will they start Walker and then come up with a
Bulk
righty
innings.
behind that, or save Stripling for later in the series? He is a
Don't know.
former Blue Jay, eh?
And he pitched well up there, so maybe he can find himself. You know? That'd be good. So that's what's going on there.
Kevin Gosman is throwing pellets. He's throwing like 99 miles per hour, a little bit of a slider, but with him, it's really the two pitches. It's the four-seam fastball and the splitter.
Yeah.
A lot like what Keaton Wynn is featuring. He's got to factor in at some point. Maybe not in this series, but in New York to be sure. And then they're going to see Scherzer and Verlander.
Which has been good this year for the opposing team.
They still got great stuff.
Yeah.
They're still pretty good.
No, I like them both, and I wouldn't want to face them. I'm just saying, to this point, of all the issues that the Mets have had, they've actually been part of the problem, not part of the solution. Man, what a mess. Steve Cohen's going to be like, what
Scherzer
what?
Saturday and Verlander in the Sunday. They're on Sunday Night Baseball on Sunday from Citi Field.
Correct. So saw this today. Steph Curry, this is going to happen on July 21st. His Apple TV original, Underrated. And it's the hashtag underrated film. He says, where I take you down memory lane. So we have a little bit of a teaser for you here. Preview. Here is Steph's underrated film, July 21st on Apple TV.
All right, Steph, ready?
Stephen Curry. Do not rely on him to run your team.
He was about 5'6".
Looks like a little kid.
150 pounds, soaking wet. That was when I first really understood I'm different. How did I get here? I was the undersized, scrawny kid that was just trying to figure out how to make it.
Steph Curry is hurt.
I was overwhelmed by everything. How would I respond? Let the work begin. When you are an underdog, you have to take what is yours.
Get buckets! Davidson College to the Sweet 16.
It's not about proving other people wrong. It's about proving himself right.
And that feeling of being underrated will always be part of the drive that keeps me going.
There you go. Sounds cool.
Sounds great.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, Steve Brenner just sent me the trailer. We got to get him on the air before July 21st. It'll be on Apple TV. And that'll be the premiere. But you think about it, underrated. And then last year he gets his 4th NBA championship. And there was a point there where he never won a Finals MVP. He was the league MVP a couple of years unanimously after his 402-3 year when they went 73-9. But that last championship just took him to a whole new level, John. I mean, a year ago at this time, Steph Curry was getting ready to host the ESPYs, right after the All-Star game, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, and Steph finally made it. It's just credible on how his career has been looked at, but he has been overlooked. He was the skinny, scrawny kid, and he was underrated. I mean, to go number 7 overall, the Joker went 41 overall, and now look at him, but so when we do the doc on Steph, it is called Underrated. Would the doc on Chris Paul be overrated? No. Now we love Chris Paul, right?
Yeah. Everybody. I mean, I don't know how fans are feeling about it, but
I would say right. I mean, they're both going to be first ballot Hall of Famers, but Steph has the glittering resume: the 2-time MVP and the 4 NBA championships and the Finals MVP. I mean, Chris Paul's got, 5 assist titles and 6 steal titles and all the All-Star games and everything. But it's going to be fun to watch this. July 21st is the premiere.
Yeah. That's it. It's very cool. Steph's moving up. Everybody wants to be in Hollywood, so I'm going to imagine most people are going to watch that, right? I mean, like you said, all these people doubted him and all this, and to what he's gotten to right now. And by the way, we were off the air yesterday, but 2009, so the 14-year anniversary of Steph being drafted, June 25, 2009.
Was it to the day? Was it to the
yesterday?
day?
Yeah, today's the 26th, right? So June 25, 2009.
Wow.
Steph Curry. And of course, Minnesota goes Rubio, Flynn, 5'6". So when Blake Griffin won, Hasheem Thabit to Memphis at 2, Harden at 3, Tyreek Evans, who ended up winning Rookie of the Year that year, 4 to sack. Then Minnesota with David Kahn with the back-to-back Rubio, Flynn, and then Curry 7. And actually, the Currys wanted to go to New York at 8, and they took Jordan Hill. So
the Arizona
that's it.
Center.
Yep.
I remember like it was yesterday, and when Nelly drafted Steph, you thought right away, Monte Ellis is gone. And it took a little while, and Nelly was never a Monte Ellis fan because he was not a pure point guard. We tried to get him to throw. He just couldn't put the ball in the pocket, and Monte really frustrated Nelly. And I remember Steve, Mully was there as well. Mully loved Monte. And there was a changing of the guard. Mully brought Nelly back and hired him, and Nelly wound up taking over, and his guy Larry Riley took over as GM. But Nelly loved him. But it was Larry Riley, very quietly, does not get a lot of accolades around here, John, who preceded Bob Myers as the GM. He's the one that pushed hard to get Steph Curry. But Nelly knew he was going to be great. He thought he was going to be the next Steve Nash, and he's been that as far as back-to-back MVPs at point guard and then some. The greatest shooter and 4-time NBA champion. So, wow, it seems like yesterday they drafted him, huh? Changed the fortunes of a franchise. Wow.
Well, what's crazy about it is, and we never really talk about it, and it is what it is. It's not, revisionist history isn't my favorite thing, but I mean, if Minnesota does draft one of those guys, I mean, what is Johnny Flynn a Warrior? I mean, what do they do? Is Jordan Hill
if they
Warriors?
Draft Steph, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is DeMar DeRozan? I mean, those were the next guys that came up. I don't know if we've ever asked Nelly that. We've had him a ton of times to talk about it. I don't know if we've ever asked him, like, who were you going to take if he wasn't there? Because they were.
And the other side of it was Del Curry has spoken about this. They didn't want the Warriors to draft him. Right. He wanted to go to the Knicks. And how would that have changed the Knicks?
Can you imagine?
But it was also Steph. It was Clay. It was getting Draymond. I mean, Steph. And it took Steph a while to overcome the ankle sprains. And, there was a time there when his second contract, Ty Lawson got more money in Denver than Steph Curry got.
$444, right? The second one was $444.
Yeah.
So,
and Lawson got 48 for 4, didn't he?
Right. Yeah. That was it. All right, thanks as always. The boys doing a tremendous job today. We'll try to catch up with Brand Belt later this week, but Tim Kawakami, Jennifer Lee Chan was great, Jason Anderson, we had a great time. And we had a guy from Syracuse on as well, so that was very cool. Young man with the beat. Right,
Sam Warren.
Yeah, he was great. So, anyway.
When did you graduate Syracuse? Recently.
Yeah, last year.
A month ago. What?
Oh, man. Cool. All right, that is a show for today. We will see you. We'll see you in the studio tomorrow, man. We'll have a deep,
and you're
long
showing.
embrace.
I'm coming in because you're coming in.
Yeah, I'm coming in tomorrow. It's been 2 weeks since I've been in the studio, and I was able to travel to the city yesterday, and I'm still working on it, but good enough to get into there to the studio and hang out. So
can't wait to see you, John.
I'll see you in studio tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Tomorrow.
Very much so. Very deep. Thanks to by the way, love the captain hat today. If people weren't on the YouTube channel, the Twitch.
We didn't have
today,
a captain.
I know. I'm so bummed out for it, but we'll get him tomorrow. We'll get him back on the show. Thanks to, as always, thanks to Walter and thanks to Danny. Great job. Tolbert and Copes coming up right now on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Well, I kind of agree with him.
Yeah, I can't argue with him.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by Chris Rose. We can talk a little baseball, a little football, John Boy Media. Chris, one of our favorites. He always does a great job. Dr. Bags, get a recap on the Giants, who, by the way, against the Dodgers, Padres, and D-backs went 8-2. Nice little run. And then we'll talk to Bobby Marks. We're going to talk a little free agents, salary, who can afford what, where he thinks players may be going. I mean, we'll get his thoughts on the Jordan Poole trade, his thoughts on the Porzingis trade, all those sort of things. So we'll have some basketball for you, some residual effects from last week.
Residuals.
And baseball. Yeah, residuals are always nice, especially when you're... It's like when I get my residuals for being in Like Mike every single year.
Right.
Which I never get.
They never send you a check for that?
But they tax me for it.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't get any money for it? You don't get.
No,
you're not still making
have.
anything. Why not?
I don't know. Maybe they got the wrong address. I mean, I'm not sweating it.
But the tax man has your address right.
Yeah, but it's like it's like $4.10 or something. I'm like, I wouldn't even cash this if I got it. So I don't feel. Let's put it this way: for $4.10, I really didn't feel like going through the hassle to either say, "Hey, take it off my taxes," or pay me,
or fill out a form. You don't want to be filling out forms.
Did I just see the Admiral saluting him at the end of the game? You know, Cambridge's contract makes him the youngest and the shortest person ever to sign a deal with the NBA. He's lean, he's mean, he's 13.
And you're an idiot. So thank you for playing that. I appreciate that.
It's better than my dad's line in the bucket list, which is just this. But he's getting more a year than you are, I think, for that.
He is.
Yeah,
he must be.
They cut his lines. He's like in the bucket list. Plays one of Morgan Freeman's sons, and he's got a couple of scenes where, like, I remember we saw it in theaters, and there's one scene where he like gets up to go hug the mom or something in the hospital, and you get like sort of he kind of comes in focus for a half second, and we were in the theater, we're all like, hey, there he is. There's Dad in the background, kind of focused, and then that was it. They cut like his two, and one of his lines was like, "Oh, come on, Dad." It was like something simple, you know what I mean, like a debate that they're having in a hospital room. But he said at the end of the movie, Jack Nicholson, he still has it too. He sent like everybody this really nice like North Face jacket. It's pretty cool. It's like a nice. It's got like embroidered on it his name and everything. It's pretty sweet. And then he gets
very nice.
I think when it sold to like Netflix or like when whoever started distributing it on like Saturday Night TV or whatever on TBS or whoever has it. He got to check them, but you're right. I think they come in pretty small year after year, unless you were in like the Avengers, you know.
I think then you're doing okay. Or if it's like Seinfeld, I think they were doing okay. Married with Children, I think that might have been before. I think Seinfeld, like Jerry Seinfeld, it's obscene how much money he got.
Oh, he's making a ton of money, and none of them else are making anything else. Nobody else is making anything.
You know who I think the first one was Cosby. I think that was the first one.
Wow.
And he could afford all the Jell-O pops.
He could afford all that. He could afford all those appeals. Is what he could afford.
Yeah,
yeah.
He could afford all that Sominex.
Jell-O put in the pie. All that crap he was doing. Yeah, all the stupid faces.
He was buying all that Sominex to put into people's drinks.
Yeah, I was gonna say all that. What do you call Spanish fly? That's what he's doing.
What happened?
Man, this guy. He's not all that funny anymore. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Tim. Probably get off the Cosby tip. You know?
Yeah, it does. It does kind of lose its humor once you find out the kind of the end game.
Yeah.
The Crosby end game wasn't
Crosby. Now Sidney Crosby's end game. Now we're talking.
Sidney Crosby's end game.
Crosby Stills Nash. They finished strong. You know what I mean?
Not bad.
Now we're talking different. Bobby Crosby. He started strong. Didn't finish so strong.
Much better in the end game.
Speaking of Crosby, Derek wanted us to mention you did do better, and my dad did get more FaceTime than Greg Papa did in Moneyball.
That's true, but his voice was all over the place.
What are they putting in the water in Oakland? That's, I think that's a line he gets off.
Oh, don't forget about Doug Crosby.
I don't know Doug Crosby.
Cowboy tight end.
Doug Crosby, Cowboy tight end. When? Circle when?
Doug Crosby had to be in the 80s.
I see your Doug, and I order you, and I raise you a Bing.
I wanted the Bing Crosby. Yeah, well, yes, Bing Crosby.
He's the Rushmore of Crosby. So
yeah. I'm pretty sure it was Doug. I think it was Doug Crosby.
Yeah, Derek gives the thumbs up on a Doug Crosby.
Yeah, he was like, I want to say like he might have been late 70s. I know his 80s.
Yes, that predates me. I'm not big on my 80s tight ends.
Correct. Yes. Nor should you be.
Yeah, they weren't the players they are now.
But you should remember Kellen Winslow.
Of course.
Like the 80s tight ends and late 80s, early 90s. So you had Winslow. You had Todd Christensen, which was one of the...
I know Todd Christensen.
He was one of the best pass-catching tight ends of all time.
Can I give you a Brent Jones just for the nod?
You can give me a Brent Jones, 80s, absolutely. You can give me Dave Casper, goes to the post. Raymond Chester,
damn right you can.
I believe was a tight end.
Ooh, he's still scaring him.
All the way back, give you a Mike Ditka. Mike.
By the way, I got to take you back to Doug Crosby just because it's hilarious. Yes. We've come full circle now. Doug Cosby.
Doug Cosby.
A little bit funnier than Cosby himself.
Correct.
Bill.
Yes,
all right, we've checked our Monday box. See, we got to get our riffing in early this week because we got 4 1-hour shows after today. So we'll get the meaty part off today, and then we'll have some fun rest of the week as we take you into more Giants baseball. Who won 2 of 3 from the D-backs over the weekend? They're 10 games over 500, 44-34, an 8-5 win on Friday, a 7-6 win on Saturday, a 5-2 loss yesterday Not as bad as I think the score said. And really, man, I said it to Derek right before the show started, and I'm getting a look at it again here on NBC Sports Bay Area. They're replaying the game. The base running mistake by Blake Sable yesterday.
Oof,
We've been
that was a rough one.
I'll tell you what, that was really rough, and the explanation to me makes it even rougher. I'll tell you why on the other side, but we've been really, really lucky, I think, to this point to have this many youngsters, rookies, contribute and not really have the growing pains feel to this point. That's sort of the first mark, I think, we've seen from this Giants team where other than like striking out in big situations or, here and there you have some mistakes where, okay, they're just not up to that moment yet. This was a mental error for a rookie that might have cost him.
Well, I'm going to give you before you give me his explanation, because I didn't hear his explanation. When we come back, I'll give you mine.
Perfect.
And I'll see if it matches up, because it's the only thing I could think of. Because I was trying to put myself in his shoes and thinking, how could you not see the guy in front of you? How could you not see it?
Well, when you're not looking at him.
I did think of something, so we'll see if it matches up with his.
We'll give you what Blake Sable had to say yesterday, and we'll give you our thoughts on the Giants over the weekend. They've been playing some damn good baseball. As you mentioned, what'd you say, 8-2 against the Giants?
8-2
against the division over
Dodgers,
the last...
Dodgers, Padres, D-backs.
About the last 2 weeks. Giants and D-backs, are they the best two teams in the division? We'll talk about that a little bit later as well. Tolbert and Copes, it's a Monday afternoon. Giants are off. We're stretching out with you till 6, only here on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Giants won 2 out of 3 this weekend against the NL West leading Arizona Diamondbacks. They cut that division lead down to 2.5 games. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's a shot. Deep left center field. Way back there. Goodbye! A 2-run homer for Patrick Bailey. And it's a 4-run inning for the Giants. Swing. There's a shot. Deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first major league home run, and it puts the Giants ahead of the first place D-backs. Swing, ground ball right along the third base line. It's a fair ball! Diving into foul ground is Longoria, and now the Giants have 2 runners at third. Blake Sable, I don't know where he was going. Horrible.
Oh, man. John Miller on the call there, and he's right. It was a horrible base running mistake. I mean, something it's a mental mistake you see in high school, you see in Little League, where a guy hits second base, doesn't ever look up at his third base coach, and gets 2/3 of the way to third base before he realizes the ball is not only in play, but the runner in front of him is standing on third base. Was the third out of an inning, ran the Giants out of the inning. They say don't make the first or the third out at third base. Really, that's what you did. I mean, he gets caught in not really even a pickle. He gets tagged running back to second, but that's making the third out at third base. You have Crawford, who's up next there, would have come up with runners in scoring position, chance to tie the game or take the lead. He's hitting .385 on the year with runners in scoring position. It was a huge mental mistake. I said it's been stuck in my craw for almost 24 hours now, and I said it in the bullpen. We were throwing it around, and one of our women who works here, Maureen, said, "Yeah, you don't really like it when anything gets stuck anywhere. If it gets stuck, it's a bad deal." I said, "Yeah. You're right about that." They get stuck with a guy on third base, and Blake Sable tagged out going back to second. The silver lining is that this type of mistake has not hurt the Giants really at all since they've brought up all these young guys. You'll get this, and I think you sort of expect that. I'm pretty surprised it's taken this long. It means they're coaching them up right. It means they've got smart ball players. It means they've got guys who understand their roles and their situations, but what did you see? You said you had a theory or a thought as to what happened. You tried to put yourself in Sable's situation.
Was my thought. So Sable's coming around second base.
Yep.
And he's looking, instead of looking ahead of him, he's looking at Longoria.
He's looking up right field line, right. Left field line, excuse me.
Yeah, he sees Longoria has it. And I think he's assuming the runner ahead of him is going home. So Longoria is going to throw home to try and get that runner. So he wants to get to third base as the throw's going to home. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of because other than that, and that's lame, because if you just glance, you notice, hey, wait, my teammate's there. I can't go there. I got to stop.
He didn't take a big turn.
No, he didn't at all. So he just wasn't even looking at him. He was looking straight at Longoria, saw Longoria caught it, and just thought either A, I could beat him to the bag anyway, because the other guy's going. I forget, who was it ahead of him?
It was J.D. Davis was ahead of him.
J.D. Davis, yeah. Or J.D. Davis is going home. He's going to try to throw it home and get him, and I'm going to go ahead and take third. Those are the only two things I'd come up with.
Yeah, my other thing is if you see the angle at which he rounds third at, and where I saw they at one point have an angle where it's kind of above, like up the, it's sort of in line with second base coming to third base, like it's behind the bag, like almost where the third base coach would be standing. And the third base coach is standing a little bit to the right. Mark Hallberg is just to the right of third base, like closer to home plate. Davis is on the bag. I sort of wondered if at some point when Blake Sable looked up and took a peek, if he had thought maybe J.D. Davis standing near the bag or taking that turn around the bag was the third base coach and not a man standing on the bag. Now, still inexcusable because in baseball, from the time I was in Little League, you're taught you're sort of responsible from the moment you leave first base to keep an eye on where the ball is. You freeze on a line drive so you can get back. If it's a fly ball, you sort of run halfway, 2/3 of the way. If it's to left field or to center field so you can get back. If it's to right field, you're a little more shallow, right? You don't take a full all the way, maybe 2/3 go. You go halfway. But the second you hit second base, your responsibility is to look at the third base coach. Because then if you get thrown out at third or you get thrown out at home, it's on the third base coach. He's the one who told you to go. He's the one who told you to stay. They've got signs for you. You look at him. Based on the explanation we're about to hear, I'm not sure that ever happened. Here's Blake Sable after the game. Runs the Giants out of a key, crucial inning with runners in scoring position for the third out of the inning.
Yeah, from my angle, I saw him leave his feet, and he didn't get up right away. The crowd got loud. I assumed it got through. So I'm a pretty aggressive base runner. I was probably a little over-aggressive there. I thought I got through, maybe had a chance to score, tie up the game. So I had my head down rounding second. When I picked my head up, I was looking to the outfield towards, I think Corbin was out there, right? And saw him running by the line, but didn't pick up the ball. So then finally picked up third when I was already over halfway there. Longo still laying on the ground this whole time. And I thought maybe foul ball. And then that's when it hit me. I was like, well, I'm in trouble. So, got to learn from it. But yeah, my takeaway from it is, probably a little over aggressive there. Just keep my head up and make sure I pick up the third base coach and see JD in front of me, because he would stayed up there. I probably would have stayed a second, obviously, if I picked him up early enough.
There you go.
Didn't think of that one.
Pick up the third base coach. Thought it might have been a foul ball, and I got that. I mean, I get thinking it's a foul, and Longo did lay there for a second. And Longo jumped up to your point, Tom. You said you thought maybe if Sable saw that JD was going to go home, Longo would have thrown the ball home to try to make a play, because he wasn't real deep up the line. He probably could have tried to make a play, which is why they didn't send him. They held him up, right? But if you look up and you see your base coach, then you see there's a guy standing there. I don't think Hallberg even expected Sable to be coming into third base. Like I think we were all sort of surprised that he was as far to third as he was. Like, he never even glanced towards third base. And if you're looking at the ball or you're trying to find the ball, that's the issue. Is it's not on you to find the ball. It's on the third base coach to know where the ball is.
Yes.
He directs you and tells you where to go. And if you see Hallberg, he's got JD on the bag and he's telling you to stay at second. And I hear him saying he thought it might have been foul, because if you look at his action as he's sort of running to third hard, he pulls up like he's sort of pulling into third, and then he realizes, oh, crap. Longo has the ball. I'm getting tagged out pretty easily here. So, you can live with physical errors. Mental errors are ones that beat you and will kill you, especially in baseball. And they're a team, the Giants are, that have taken advantage, I think, of other teams' mistakes over and over and over. This, to me, is sort of an outlier. It's a rarity even for a team that has this many young guys. You just don't see this few mistakes.
Yeah, that didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought of. I thought it got by him. Obviously, the crowd influenced him. When the crowd goes, then he's like, oh, it must have got by him. Let's go. No, it didn't get by him.
It was the odd him getting the ball, I think, because it was a great play. I mean, he lays out to stop the ball and knock it away.
But he was delayed. He got it, and then he kind of got up, and he was just ready to throw it back in. And all of a sudden, he looked. He goes, "Oh, wait, we got one here. We got a bleeder.
We got a bleeder." And the bleeder was the Giants there. Then the 3-run homer right after that, or the 2-run homer right after that from Ketel Marte off of Tristan Beck buries the Giants' day. Disclafani had a pretty nice outing, considering his last several. He only struck out 3, gave up a couple of runs. He had a tough month of June. 6.65 ERA. He went 0-3.
Better than 6.66.
Better than 6.66, yeah. You'd rather be 6.65. One, it's better statistically.
Damian Omen Disclafani.
It looks better and it feels better statistically.
Never want 6.
No, that's 6.69 I would take. 6.69 is kind of funny, right? 6.9 would be a funny ERA to have. They just rounded up, though, to 6.70. Gabe Kapler on the base running mistake said, quote, "We can't make those type of base running errors. If it happens often, it's really going to hurt us. Call it a very aggressive and perhaps over-aggressive base running mistake and not make too much of it." They're playing really good baseball, so you have the luxury of not making too much of it. You'd already won the series. Would have been real nice coming into today, a half game out of first place behind Arizona. They played pretty damn good baseball, and they've consistently done this over the stretch where they've won now 12 of 14 games. They fall behind early, and then they'll mount a comeback. We were hanging on Saturday, Tom, and I said to you, they're a team that feels like, especially on Friday night with who's that guy who left his wife? I forget.
Davies.
Zach Davies.
Zach Davies.
I didn't want to put that on Zach.
Ghost.
We did it for Megan. Nice win on Friday night, Giants. We did it for Megan. 8-5 win for the Giants. Logan Webb, 7 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 5 strikeouts. They couldn't hit him the first time through the lineup, and then second time through, third time through, laser show. I don't even know if he made it a third time through before they went to the pen, but they scored 5 runs in the 5th inning, and it was not all on home runs. It was like hit. Then Patrick Bailey eventually goes yard. But they're a team that their approach, like if you come out with a strategy against them, it feels to me like once you see the Giants lineup, once they've got to look at you first time through, they're a pretty good approach at turning you around second time. And I think that means or has made for why they've had so many like crooked number innings in the middle parts of the game, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. That second and third time they're seeing the pitcher.
Well, it's got to feel pretty good to have Logan Webb, your ace, not be super sharp his last 2 starts.
Yep.
And they just knocked around the opposing starter. They knocked around Gonsolin, and then they knocked around Davies. So you're hoping that, every time he touches the ball, it's not going to happen this way, but he goes 6, maybe 7 or more, and keeps the opposition below 3 runs or max 3 runs. That hasn't been the case the last couple starts, but the offense has taken over, and that's the great thing about it right now is they don't have to be super fine with their staff. They just keep us in the game, and we're good enough to get 5 runs, get 6 runs, get 7 or 8 runs. So that's what they've been doing. They've been every once in a while they're going to throw in a 1, 2, 3, but for the most part the offense has really, really performed. And I don't see. And look, they've been doing it. Remember, Schmidt came up, and he was hot as hell.
Yeah.
He's basically taken the last few days. The last series.
Right.
Yeah, he's been, I looked, he was 3 for his last 23.
Are they playing him against lefties only mostly? Is that kind of what they're doing now?
That I don't know.
Davis has been hot.
I'd have to look. I haven't really looked to see who the starters are when he plays. But the fact that Crawford was hitting a little bit better, and I mean, look, it's not a huge deal. He's still really good defensively. We know that. And he's going through what most guys go through who are rookies. You get off. I'm not saying they get off to a hot start, but at some point, whether you start off this way or they start making adjustments, you're going to have to figure it out and then come back. So we'll see if he does. I'm figuring he will. But he's not even playing. And he was one of the reasons they started off. When he came up, they started playing better. And then when Bailey came up, they played. And then Matos comes up, they don't even lose. But a couple times. So, no, I mean, you love where they're at right now. You love the bullpen's such a huge part of baseball nowadays, and their bullpen is fantastic. I mean, they won a game where Duvall even gives up a run.
Yep.
Win by 1, or go by 2, win by 1. But so he wasn't even great that night. But they end up. So they're just finding ways to win, and we've been saying it for a while now. It looks like a playoff team. Could they be the best team in the West? Yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, it's them, the D-backs, and the Dodgers. And the Dodgers aren't healthy yet. So wait till they get Muncy back and start getting some of their pitching back. I still think they have an issue in the bullpen. I'm still not in love with that bullpen at all. But those 3 teams, I think, look pretty similar right now. The Dodgers are the name brand team, so you think they're going to probably do it. But I don't know. They're a little bit different this year. Their lineup isn't quite as deep this year. The rotation isn't quite as deep this year. With May being out and Buehler being out and Urias being out, although he's coming back fairly soon, they just don't have that depth. The Diamondbacks are really good. We just saw them, and the Giants are really good. I mean, that's a good baseball team. They're deep. They don't put anybody in the lineup that can't help you offensively.
Yep.
Well, except for the third baseman yesterday. It was a kid they brought up from Miami.
Isan Diaz, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, he's not a hitter. I mean, that guy, he's not a hitter.
Hey, he can turn a double play. He can turn it at second, though.
You can. But
he can turn the hell out of a double play.
I want hitters. I need them. Can't win without them. No, I'm just kidding.
All the pitching in the world don't help you if you can't hit. Yeah, that's true.
So
With an F.
With an F. There's nothing not to like about this team right now. I mean, sure, would you like a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit? Would you like some more depth in the starting stack? Of course, yeah. And I think they're probably going to concentrate on doing that, along with 20 other teams come trade deadline.
Everybody wants pitching.
Everybody wants.
No, we could use
pitching.
some pitching. Yeah,
yeah, and there's more teams that want it now because there's 6 6, as we know now, playoff
6 teams get
in each league. So there's more teams that want that pitching. And for the 6 that are going in, there's probably another, 4 that think they could go in. So they're going to be looking for pitching. So, yeah, everyone's going to be looking for it. But we'll see what Harrison does when he comes up. Assume he'll come up at some point. That certainly helps. So maybe you don't have to be as aggressive or give away as much come trade deadline time. But, yeah. It'd be nice, another starter. Hell, maybe 2. Get greedy. If you get 2 starters, that'd be fantastic. But I look at the lineup. Nothing wrong with that lineup. Nothing wrong with that depth. Nothing wrong with that bullpen. And they're even fighting some injuries right now. So, when they're healthy, they have a surplus of dudes that can come in, and you feel like you're not losing that much. From maybe this guy to that, like did they lose anything from going to J.D. Davis? I guess they did. Diaz, is that what his name is?
Isan Diaz, yeah.
Yeah, Diaz, yeah. So Diaz, ideally that's Davis playing third, and
you'll have Davis at third, Tyro at second. You'll have Crawford at short. Casey Schmidt is kind of like before Schmidt was sort of plugging in for all those guys. He was sort of spelling a day at short, a day at third.
But I'm thinking who's hurt that would have played first yesterday.
Well, Wade has been playing. Wade did play Friday.
No, but against
like 4.
God, I'm trying to think.
Well, am I forgetting a first baseman or Wilmer Flores is hurt?
Yes, Wilmer. Yeah,
he's
Wilmer
supposed to be back on this road trip.
Yeah, he could have played. So look, they have more than enough depth. So I don't know. Will they win it? I don't know, but they're not. I looked a couple. I almost thought about taking them like about a week ago. They're like almost 5-1. I was like, yeah,
to win the division.
To win the division.
I think I'm gonna get on it. Yeah, I might do it today. Before.
Well, it's down to 3. It's down to 390. I'm like, well, that sucks.
That stinks.
I'm gonna wait till they lose 2 games in a row and maybe try to try to get in on it.
Jump on that bad boy.
They might not win it, but I don't see a ton that separates them from the Diamondbacks. Like the Diamondbacks are more athletic. They have better top-end pitching, I think. I mean, I'll take Kelly and Gallen over Webb.
Let's pause that. Let's talk about this on the other side. Let's do this because I'm wondering now, after this series, with what we just saw, Giants beat up on the Dodgers, but we didn't see the Dodgers at full strength, which makes, again, I don't think what we saw was like fool's gold. I think we saw the Giants play damn good baseball, take advantage of mistakes by the Dodgers, and beat up on a team that's built to win a World Series. They just didn't have the pitching that they could hold up, and the Giants played better ball on the road. They did the same to the Rockies. They did the same to the Padres, and they really played well against Arizona, save for one big base running mistake yesterday. They might have won that ball game, and maybe you don't have Tristan back in there for that extra inning of work. If you score some runs there, the whole situation may play out differently. Are the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks the top 2 teams in the division? Are they both good enough to pull away from the Dodgers? Or the Giants and the Diamondbacks, excuse me. Are San Francisco and Arizona the top 2 teams? Are they good enough to pull away from L.A.? What would it take? We'll talk about who's coming down the pipe, what Kyle Harrison has looked like as well on the other side. That's coming up next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
We got a bleeder!
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Seattle Mariners. Wednesday, July 5th. First pitch, 6:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What did it mean to come out here and grind this one out and get back in the W column?
It's huge, and the one thing I'll say about this team is, a big loss like last night or yesterday, it doesn't faze us. We come to the field every day, ready to win. Even during that win streak, it wasn't like we were, thinking about the win streak. We're just thinking about winning every single day. We're just worried about us going out there and being ourselves, playing sound baseball, doing the things that we're capable of, and I think it's a good mentality to have.
That's Giants outfielder Michael Conforto on Friday night after the win. He had a couple of big doubles on Friday night, actually. He went 3 for 4, 2 doubles, and 4 RBIs in that game. In the series, Conforto 5 for 9, snapped an 0 for 17 skid. 0 for 17 for Conforto entering the series, went 5 for 9 with 4 doubles. 3 of the doubles came with 2 outs. His third 2-out double came yesterday, and again, 4 of his 5 hits in the series were doubles. The Giants stayed hot through this one, won the series 2.5 back as they head into a couple of a big road trip series here with Toronto and then the Mets. The Mets will be another tough team, big payroll team. Giants have fared well to this point against those teams so far, and we'll check out the pitching matchups for that later in the week. Did you leave this series? I know you were just kind of getting into it, thinking that the Giants and the D-backs, from what we saw, did Arizona hold up in your mind as a top 2 team in the division?
Well, I'm going to put the Dodgers in there because I think the Dodgers are still right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't count them out. They still got some players.
I think it'd be foolish to think they weren't still involved.
And look, they're just getting Muncy back. They played without Muncy, so I mean that is the best top 4 in the division. Easy. It's one of the best top 4 in the batting order. I mean, in baseball, you got Betts, Freeman, Muncy, Smith, or however you want to dice it. And then Martinez has been swinging a pretty good bat too. So I mean, they're stout. They have some, like the Giants a little bit. They have some back end of the rotation depth problems. A lot of that'll be addressed when Urias comes back. I'm not sure what they're going to do as far as Bueller said maybe September, May. I'm not sure, but they have those, and still. I don't love their bullpen. Phillips is fine. I mean, I don't mind Phillips, but getting to Phillips, Gratterall's okay, but they got a bunch of guys that you're like, not sure. Arizona's the same thing. I like their lineup. I've talked about their athleticism, their speed, their defense. Love their outfield defense, athleticism. I just love their defense. Their defense is really, really tight. Probably have the best top 2 starters in the division with Gallen and Kelly, although Kelly got roughed up, which you don't see very often against the Giants. He usually owns the Giants, but not this weekend. I don't love their bullpen either, to be honest. So I think the Giants, out of those 3 teams, I think the Giants have the
strongest
best bullpen.
pen. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think so. As far as like lineups, the Giants may be the deepest lineup. Again, we've talked about it. I don't think any part of the order kills you, but no part of the order kills you by either team. Like the Giants, you don't have a part of the order like, oh. And if you're the opposition, you don't have any part of that order where you're like, ooh, man, afraid of that. No, it's a good lineup. So again, I think they're right there. I don't know that any team is let's all agree the Braves are the best team. They're the best team in the National League. But other than that, I don't know. I mean, why not? The Mets stink. I was dead wrong about the Mets. I always said the Mets, Dodgers, and
Padres.
I said Mets, Dodgers, and Braves are the 3 best teams.
Yeah.
And I go, the Mets will be there at some point. They're just too talented. I don't buy that anymore. I was completely wrong about that. And I'll take that. If I end up turning it around, then I'll say I was wrong on that too. I could be wrong twice on the Mets. But they're just bad. You watch them. They gave up like a 4-run lead, or give up 4 runs in the 8th inning on 1 hit. I mean, just they're hitting guys, walking guys, booting the ball. I mean, they're just a mess in New York. So I don't know. That doesn't feel like they're going to turn it around anytime soon. Cohen will throw money at it if he has to, but I'm just not buying that team. So when I look around the National League, it's almost like the NFC in football.
It's Niners and it's Eagles and it's kind of
you got a couple good
else.
teams. Yeah, and then if you're anybody else, you're like, well, why can't we be there? No, who else is great? Who else is in the NFC? Like those two are obviously the big dogs, but why can't we make it and then win a couple games in the playoffs and maybe have a shot at it? Whereas the AL is like the AFC. You're like, man, that's rough sledding. Like you have damn near the entire AL East is good enough to make the playoffs. Now they probably won't because they're lucky they're not playing 19 times against one another. They get to pillage outside the division because it's tough sledding in the division. The Orioles are really good. The Jays are pretty good, but they're not close. The Rays are the best team in baseball. The Red Sox can hit. Their pitching's a little iffy, but I think they're over 500. They were last I checked. The Yankees are hurt as hell. They're still kind of hanging in there. And then you got the AL Central, much like the NL Central, which is kind of whatever. And then you got the AL West, which is pretty damn good. The Rangers are really good. The Astros are good. The Angels have been, they're okay. We'll talk about this weekend, I'm sure. But,
we will.
They're okay. They're good enough to make the playoffs. But you start adding up the teams, and then Seattle hasn't even gotten going. And hell, they might have the best pitching in the division, like 1 through 4. They got some pitchers in Seattle. I don't know what's wrong with them. I haven't watched them play enough. I know they're not hitting and not scoring, but so you look at that and you're like, damn, we could be really good and not make the playoffs. Whereas in the NL, I think you can be okay and make the playoffs. I think the Giants are better than okay, but I just don't think it's going to take as much to make the playoffs, especially if the Mets aren't what we thought they were. We'll see about the Phillies if they get it going a little bit. Marlins are good. I like the Marlins starting pitching, but it's just the National League. You think, well, hey, let's just get in. We win a playoff series. We'll be good to go after that. So I don't see why the Giants can't be one of the top 6 teams. I don't see why they can't win the division. But if they came in third, wouldn't shock me because I think the Dodgers, and the Diamondbacks, and the Padres are the Padres until proven otherwise. Like last year was a one-off to me. It's an exception. This is kind of what the Padres do.
But you ain't going back to the championship.
What's that?
Series. They're not going back to the championship series.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I don't think so. Come on.
I mean, I think last year was a fluke because, again, the Padres usually do what the Padres do, which is
they're doing it right now. They're just doing it early.
It's exactly what they're doing right now.
Doing it early this year. I kind of like them getting it out of the way.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, is there anything to you about this team? You're like, I don't know. That doesn't look playoff.
With the Giants?
Yeah.
The one thing that concerns me, and we'll talk more about this, I know, as we get closer to deadline time, still, is the starting pitching situation. Now I'm intrigued by Ross Stripling had a really nice outing, a rehab start last week, and Joe Rizzo said, I think at one point he'd struck out like 5 or 6 or maybe more than that consecutive batters. I believe he struck out 10 on the day. He was topping out at 94, 95 miles an hour, so he looked good. That's a guy I think they're counting on. I think you need him to be a 4 starter. I think you need him to be a 4, 5, 6 inning guy consistently for you starting games and getting through it. Because Sean Manaea is not a guy I had tons of hope for. I didn't love the addition, but I thought if he's a 5 or a 6 and they've got all this depth, no big deal. And that's still kind of where I am with him. But I need more from Ross Stripling. Alex Cobb's getting ready to come back and I think he's going to start on Friday on this road trip. And that'll be a big boost for them. If DeSclafani has figured it out a little bit, I saw a note. Those 2 hits he gave up yesterday that scored runs early in the game, the double in the gap, and a Christian Walker had one. Can't remember how the other run scored. Anyway, they were both hit off sliders. In his last 6 starts, 19 for 55 on the slider. He said he didn't really have it yesterday, but it's starting to work a little bit more. He said he's putting things together, and I thought yesterday for him was a good outing to build on. 6 innings from him was his best start in his last 5 or 6. So just looking at this note, of all the teams' bullpens, remember we saw the Giants had pitched more innings with their bullpen than any. They had the fewest starting pitcher innings of any team in all of baseball. Their bullpen this year has thrown the 3rd most innings of every team in baseball. The A's lead because their starting pitching is terrible. The Rays have done the 2nd most bullpen innings. Their bullpen's been fantastic, and the Giants are the 3rd most. I think the only reason I've still got this concern is not because I don't believe it can work, because I haven't seen it work enough with teams that aren't the Tampa Bay Rays. But the Giants appear to have enough depth. They won this series without a bunch of their bullpen guys. John Brebbia is out. Scott Alexander's out. You didn't have 2 of your starters. There's some guys that are putting it together here. And we'll talk more about this with Chris Rose. Can you get through a season the way the Giants have, the way Tampa Bay has, Tampa still hasn't turned it into a championship. You know, Moneyball's a great philosophy and a great theory. The A's never won a World Series with it. So how far can you go with this? Do the Giants need another starter? All stuff we can discuss, as well as the Reds' hot streak. The Reds, another team who have used their bullpen, the fifth most innings in all of baseball and the third most in the National League. They stayed hot this weekend. Had a really good, fun game yesterday against the Braves, too. We'll talk about that with Chris Rose, who joins us next. It's Tolbert and Copes, Monday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
How are the chances of you being that good at pitching and that good at hitting? I think like that might be an alien. And then also being like super humble and like not a douche. Seems like an awesome human being. But yeah, it's very impressive. It's like a whole nother world of talent, you know?
What do you think his next contract starts with, a 5 or 6?
6. It should be 6. I don't know how it couldn't be 6.
But how long can he do this?
I don't know. I think they're going to find out. I just think I think the bet is a little bit more sure than other people. Like you're betting on 2 things. Like, could he be bad at pitching and hitting? Like, I think if one doesn't work out, the other one's probably going to be good. I think it's like a pretty good strategy there. Like if you give him a 10-year, whatever, $600 million contract, I think that's good money spent.
Like, let's say he's pitching against the Rays and then he hits in the game and he hits a double or something. You just sit there and you're like, God dang.
You appreciate it while you're watching it, but while you're maybe competing against him, it's just kind of like whatever. Like, and then after it's like, that guy's pretty good.
So our next guest, Chris Rose, on the Rose Rotation podcast, talking with Tyler Glasnow, pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays. My whole thing, Chris, is why not do the LeBron thing? Not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8. It could start anywhere, man. Chris Rose on the Yuma guest line. What's up, man?
All is well, guys. How are you?
We're doing well, dude. All is well in Giants baseball world. It's been fun to watch. It's been fun to watch the emergence of Ellie De La Cruz. The Shohei Ohtani story is alive and well. I mean, it's been a fun first couple of months of baseball, and as every year goes, storylines we weren't expecting.
Yeah, and it was, it's been nice to see the attendance numbers are up 8% over last year. I don't know if you guys have been to ball games, but there's definitely a much better pace to it in person. On TV, the way I watch every night is I watch it 8 games on one screen. So it's actually like too fast for me because now there's no breath whatsoever. But it's fun. I mean, yes, the stories have been wonderful. The Reds, and it's much more than Ellie De La Cruz. They've got a bunch of young guys. Matt McClain, the shortstop they brought up, has been great. Spencer Steer has done a really, really good job. If they get any pitching whatsoever, and that includes a bunch of young guys in Hunter Green and Nick Lodolo, who are high first-round picks, who have had some degrees of success at this big league level, but are both banged up right now. If they can come back and give them anything, and then if they could make a trade, they could be really interesting in the second half. And I think the Giants have been a real pleasant surprise. I certainly didn't expect this year.
I was relating the NL to the NFC a little bit in football, in that it's not great. You got the Braves are really good, and the Dodgers, we'll see what happens when they get healthy. But even if they are what you thought they were going to be, it's only 2 teams, and the rest of the league looks kind of like, we're in this. We can make it. We can at least get to the playoffs and see what happens. Where the AL is like the AFC. You're thinking, damn, we could be really good and still not make the playoffs. So that's why I think the Giants have. You look at the rest of the teams, Chris, other than the Braves, and again, let's see what the Dodgers look like when they're healthy. I don't see any team in the National League that I look at and go, there's no doubt they're better than the Giants.
Well, so I put the Braves in kind of their own category right now.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think they might even be 1 in the entire league. I think I might take them slightly over the Rays, but I think I could be convinced either way there. If you're a Giants fan, you've got to feel really good, in part because we thought it was going to be Dodgers, Padres at the top of this division, and then some serious length in between whomever you thought was the second best team, and then whomever you thought was the third best team, whether you thought it was San Francisco or Arizona, who have both been great stories this year. But the Padres have just been horrible. And you can't, with them, it's not an injury thing. I mean, they have had most of their guys out there ever since Tatis returned from his suspension. It's not like, hey, we're waiting on this guy to come back, and then you can judge us. I think it'll be fascinating because I think they have the biggest trade piece out there in Josh Hader again. If everybody needs bullpen help, why wouldn't you want a guy who we know can do it, who has been healthy for the most part and is in his walk year? I mean, I really think the Padres have to make a decision over the next month.
I got a Chris Rose on the Yuma guest line. Does Juan Soto at any point become a trade piece for them?
Whew. That'll be a tough one, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I didn't anticipate I think it would take more falling out of it, but they have so much money committed. I just wonder if that's a piece they would consider moving to recoup prospects and maybe reset some of that money or some of those positions.
Just knowing them and how they operate, I don't see that as being a possibility, right? I mean, he still has 2 years of control after this one. So that one doesn't feel that doesn't feel the way, because I don't think any of us would be shocked if they had a bounce-back season next year. I mean, I'm not even counting them out now, maybe because that was my World Series prediction, and boy, that's looking great at this time of year.
You got to hang on still. Yeah, you got to stay for a while. You're in this one.
Hang on for dear life, right? Until September 30th, I'm going to just keep fighting that. Chris, they were mathematically eliminated on September 16th.
Start dropping math.
I don't care, guys. Yeah. I still feel like there's a shot.
You're telling me there's a chance. When you start dropping mathematical stuff, then you know it's getting thin. Yeah, I know that they've got more time with him. I wonder how you get creative. And okay, let's talk about them this year though. What is the most correctable element of their roster? Because I'm with you. I'm going. They've got their guys out there. The Dodgers are banged up, which is why I still see hope for them. The Padres need to correct. They've got to play better. They just haven't performed.
Well, I mean, look at the career numbers for the guys in their lineup, and look at them this year. I mean, it's just horrible. And I'm shocked that all these guys have had this big a drop-off, because they're still in their prime. You know, I mean, they all signed. Bogart signs an 11-year contract. Machado, who we knew was going to opt out this year, gets the 10-year extension. So you thought maybe, okay, in 5 years they might start showing some regression, but not immediately after they put pen to paper.
Right.
It's just been bizarre. And I don't know exactly what's going on with Soto. He was one of my favorite players to watch. I think all the comparisons to Ted Williams and the patience at the plate and the Soto shuffle has taken away some of his aggressiveness. Like, he is a great hitter. Hit the ball. Like, you don't just need to walk. It's been weird.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, one thing we've been talking about, Chris, with the Giants is the back end of the rotation. Of course, that's literally everybody. What are they going to go for come trade deadline? Starting pitching. Go for a starter pitcher. Go for the back end of the rotation. But that's everybody. And so many teams are going to be involved, either make the playoffs or feel like they can make the playoffs. Seems like that's what everyone is going to go for. I mean, pitching's going to be an obscene cost, I would think, come trade deadline. How do you see that play out? Are the Stroman and Giolito and maybe Rodriguez, maybe some of the Cardinals move? How do you see this all shaking out? Because not everybody's going to get a starting pitching. The price is going to be too high for some. But who do you see as most likely to move, and what do you think the cost is going to be?
Well, the cost is dependent on how much control guys have left, right? For Giolito and Flaherty, those are the guys that are both in their walk year. Stroman, same sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Stroman's really interesting because the Cubs are very much in the hunt in a terrible division.
Mm-hmm.
So as great a story as the Reds have been, they got off to such a bad start that, this outstanding record they've had the last 6 weeks hasn't exactly pushed them 20 games over 500.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Cubs are kind of in an interesting spot. Plus, Marcus is a really, really smart guy. Really smart. And he's done something fascinating. I mean, he has essentially had, a very public negotiation. He has said, listen, I love it here. I want to be here. I haven't heard from the Cubs at all. And so you have all these Cubs fans that love Marcus Stroman because he's been so damn good for him. I mean, he has said this all while performing at an all-star starting level. There are some guys who might go public, and then you're like, yeah, but have they really been worth it? Well, Marcus, every time he opens his mouth, he says something, and then he goes and pitches better. So, that's when I can't figure out exactly what they're going to do. Is a guy from my team, Shane Bieber, available? We know that he's had a major dip in velocity. He doesn't strike out nearly as many people as he used to, but he's a healthy guy that can give you 7 solid innings and work his way through a lineup. That's pretty valuable. Plus, he's got a year and a half of control left. So I think it's going to be fascinating. We know that everybody always needs pitching. They think that's going to make the difference. But if you're a team like the Giants, who have brought guys in and it hasn't worked out for a myriad of reasons, if you're a team like Arizona, who you guys just saw this weekend, two really good starters and then question mark in the rotation. If you're Cincinnati, if you're even Texas without DeGrom the rest of the way, I think those are teams that would be interested in all those guys.
Chris Rose, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. When you talk about Shane Bieber, and whenever I hear it was like back in the steroid era when a guy would have a huge jump in home runs, everybody would immediately think steroids. When I see guys who have dips in velocity or strikeout numbers or spin rate now, I think everybody thinks sticky stuff. What are you hearing this year about it? Are we back where the sticky stuff is ahead of the science or the testing for it? Is it as prevalent? What do you know about what's going on in the game today?
Well, listen, the guys I talk with, and, Lucas Giolito is a co-host on the Rose Rotation. Right. We talked about that. I asked him, have you ever had your hands checked during a game or been told to wash your hands? Like, to me, that's a new thing. I've been watching baseball for decades. Like, the only time I ask people to wash my hands are my kids when they would come in from outside after playing baseball, not in the middle of a game while trying to throw one 96 miles an hour. Yeah. So all this stuff is weird. He said, listen, we are not where we were 3 years ago with the sticky stuff. He said, well, that's just not happening. It's not going on. And so, yeah, we're always hunting for reasons.
Right.
Guys have had velocity dips before, and they weren't outlawing the sticky stuff. It happens. Guys get injured. Bieber had a bad shoulder 2 years ago where they had to kind of shut him down a bit. And so maybe it's just that. I had a long talk with him recently when I saw the Guardians in San Diego, and he said, listen, I'm constantly searching for reasons as to why I can't get my velocity back. And, he's fighting like hell to do it. So I'm not going to pin that on guys necessarily. I don't think it's just A to B on that.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for an accusation because I'd like Shane Bieber to be a Giant personally. But I just wonder because it just hasn't been as much of a conversation, and guys are still getting checked, and so I was wondering what you were hearing. But good reasoning and stuff to look at, I think.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand. And by the way, I think I've said this ever since the beginning of the year. I think the Guardians, even though they're very much in contention in another crappy Central Division, that I think it would behoove them to maybe move Bieber if they could get a decent haul for him. But they are not going to move him unless they get exactly the price they're looking for.
I'll tell you, one of the bigger surprises this year is Texas and their ability to pitch. Haney's been pretty good for him. Uvalde's been really, really good for him. Gray's kind of been the guy I thought he could be for a number of years, and now he's kind of turning into that guy. Dunning's, and they don't even have DeGrom. DeGrom, he hardly pitched, and they're still pitching well. They're winning because their offense is a damn juggernaut, but still, the pitching has been much better than I thought it was going to be, especially in light of the fact that DeGrom only made a couple starts.
Yeah, he made 6 starts, and they went 6-0 as a team when he was out there. Yeah, John Gray has been phenomenal. Nathan Eovaldi has been an all-star. Martin Perez hasn't been nearly as good as he was a year ago. Dane Dunning has kind of saved him. Yep. He's a guy that has moved around from place to place. If they get somebody, it's just going to be, in my opinion, an innings eater because I think they're comfortable with going Eovaldi, Gray, Perez in a series and then having to figure out that fourth spot, whether it's Dunning or somebody else that you bring in. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying they're not looking to replace Jacob DeGrom at the top of the rotation. They'd fill in at the back. And then I think they'd try and get a reliever as well. So if you get something we haven't talked about here is if you trade for Lucas Giolito, you might also trade for Joe Kelly in that deal or Kendall Graveman. So you're not just getting a starter. You're getting a starter and a reliever. Yes, you might be adding some salary, but if you're talking about two guys who have pitched in the playoffs, who have done it before, I think that's something teams are going to need to look at.
It's interesting, Chris. We were talking about, you mentioned the bullpen when we were talking about the Giants and the rest of the division, and that's one thing. I look at the Dodgers, Yeah, I'm not all that. The bullpen to me, and I know they got injuries, so when we'll see when they get the guys back. But right now, not great. Arizona, not great. Like the Giants' bullpen the last month or so has been phenomenal, and I think when you have a bullpen you can rely on in today's baseball, I mean, not just today, it's been going on for a while now. Man, that is such a weapon to have a bullpen. It keeps you in games. You feel like if you're down 2, you can stay there and maybe have a chance to come back. You get the lead, you don't give it back. I think that's where they have the big advantage in the division.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers bullpen, you can look at it and you say, boy, our bullpen's been bad. No, it's been the worst in the National League. Maybe until that bullpen game where they shut out the Angels last Thursday or Wednesday, whatever night it was, that bullpen had been atrocious. So, but that's something that has been a huge strength of theirs over the last decade. Hasn't mattered who they've added, whether it's been veterans or guys they've developed or guys that have seemingly come out of nowhere. It has always clicked, and Dave Roberts has had a lot of viable options. Well, right now he looks down there and he's like, I can't run out the same 2 or 3 guys every day we have a lead. It's just, we're in June. Yeah. Guys are going to be dragging after the All-Star break, and then what? I expect them to make some moves, to try and fortify that bullpen. I expect Arizona to try and get a legitimate closer type guy. And like I said, I think Texas is a team, and the Angels definitely need help back there.
Oh yeah. They're actually not bad in the back end.
Estevez has been solid.
Yeah. When you get Estevez has been good. Moore was good when he was healthy, and Davinsky's kind of leaking oil a little bit the last few starts. But he's been pretty. They're like anybody else. The Angels are just like anybody else. They need back end of the help in their rotation, except their back end starts at the 2 starter. It goes 2 through 5 instead of 4 and 5. They haven't been. Trust me, I watch them every night. They haven't been great. Okay,
I know.
Let's get that straight. Yep. Except we got Ohtani to watch for another 2.5 months, so that or another 3 months maybe. So at least Angel fans have that going for him. And it's funny because I know you were talking about him with Glasnow, and $60 million sounds about right. But I'm thinking, like, as an Angel fan, do I even want him for $60 million? Like, would it even be good for the Angels financially? I know they'll make the money back. I mean, he's worth more than that anyway. But if you're not going to really stretch the cap, or not really a cap, but stretch your budget, is it, especially with the Rendon contract, is it worth it to have 3 guys making $130 million on your payroll? I mean, can you even feasibly build a team that way?
Well, it means you better be good at drafting and developing.
Oh,
that's what it means.
That's their strong point, Chris. You know that. That's definitely right up the Angels' wheelhouse.
Okay, well, so remember a couple of years ago, the Angels, all they drafted was pitchers.
Correct,
they didn't draft one position player.
Yes.
Well, I think what they're trying to do is, hey, we'll figure out the rest if we can get a bunch of cheapies and maybe 2 legitimate pitchers. So next year, Trout's making just over 37. Rendon's making 38.6.
Yep.
And other than that, the next guy in line is Aaron Luke, who is making. Max Bassey. My bad. Wait, no, Drury. All right, Drury's 8.5. I feel like an accountant, guys. This is great. You guys you're early for your 3:15 appointment.
Yeah.
Please, grab a seat. Go check out our fine little coffee machine. We'll be with you momentarily.
So you spent $38.5 million on Rendon. What's that mean? What's a Rendon? Yeah.
I think we're all trying to ask.
Checking the receipts here.
Whatever it is, you can find it on the shelf.
Yeah. Thank you.
But all right, by the way, I butchered this whole thing. I'm the worst baseball account ever. Tyler Anderson.
Ty Anderson.
Tyler Anderson third at $13 million. Jesus. Can I take? Is there such thing as an accounting mulligan? If so, I'd
start
like to
over.
on the Angels. Can I have a breakfast ball, guys?
Yeah, go ahead and re-tee.
Oh my
Go ahead and
God.
tee it up. Go and tee it up again. No worry.
Let's be honest. Nobody gives a damn about what I just talked about.
No, but it's funny. It was good. It was entertaining.
Oh man, but it was interesting listening to you guys because like, okay, $60 million sounds right to me, right? Because $30 million for a pitcher, $30 million for a hitter. I have no problem with that. Problem is if he can't hit or can't pitch, let's say 3 years into the contract, then you have a $60 million either pitcher or hitter, and nobody's worth $60 million. It's just a pitcher or just a hitter. I guess that's the risk you're going to take for that type of contract. It's substantial. I would say it's worth it, but man, you asked a good question. How long can he do both of those? If he can do them for 7 more years, then you're good. But if he does it for 3 more years, then you're not looking great.
Okay, so I think, if I remember correctly, because we recorded that episode a little bit more than a week ago, I think we talked about the possibility of positioning it where if he eventually only turns into one or the other, then you could change the money somewhere down the line. Now, of course, CAA, who represents him, is going to have no part of that when he's at the top of his game with both. They're not going to be like, you know what, guys, that sounds fair.
Yeah, that sounds good. That's fair.
Yeah.
You know what they're going to say? Okay, if you don't want to guarantee us the whole thing, we've got the Dodgers waiting on line.
Find somebody who will. Right.
Thank you very much for. They're not going to be like, oh wow, this totally makes sense. I love it. It seems fair and it's nice to your team, and it could help your situation with your payroll flexibility. Yeah, let's do it. Nope. Sorry, if you're one of a kind in the history of the world, if you're the only person that's ever done this at this level ever walking the planet, you're good. You can decide whatever the heck you want.
No doubt about it. Hey, Chris, it's always fun catching up with you. The stuff on John Boy Media is fantastic. You guys do a hell of a job. The podcasts are really, really good. Some thoughtful stuff, some funny stuff. So keep up the good work, and hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with you at some point as we kind of get into football season and maybe down toward the stretch run of baseball season as well.
No, I always appreciate it, guys. I do want to let everybody know one thing that became really popular that we've done with John Boy Media is this blitzball thing. It's essentially like wiffle ball inside of our warehouse that we have up in New Jersey. We've got a new thing coming out that we just started yesterday. It's called the Ball and Play League. It's kind of a combination of blitzball and cricket. It sounds wild. The rules are insane, but it's a lot of fun. We just started that season yesterday. So every Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday at 3 o'clock Pacific time, we stream live. But you can always check it out on our Warehouse Games channel on YouTube. I think people will really enjoy it. It's
fantastic.
Fun.
Good deal.
Awesome.
Thanks so much,
Thanks, Chris.
Really appreciate
it, man. Yep.
Good stuff with Chris Rose. Great to whip around baseball with him. Fun to hit different corners of Major League Baseball. We'll get back into some baseball a little bit later. We do have to make a jump here to some basketball. We talked a lot about the Chris Paul acquisition last week. Thanks, Grandpa Joe. We have to believe Steph and Draymond would have signed off to give the okay on acquiring Chris Paul. But based on some previous Draymond Green comments, are there any chemistry concerns about this trio? We'll talk about that next, and we'll tell you what Draymond said back in 2020. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Mark Stein is reporting that the Warriors are prepared to offer Draymond Green a multi-year contract. There's more on that story. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680.
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell. And CP was kind of using, like, CP saw stuff coming up. And, you know, once you start to get older in this league, you start to realize, like, okay, this guy is coming. Eventually, he may catch me because I'm going to start to decline at some point. And so I would kind of see CP kind of keeping Steph at bay, but yet giving him a stiff arm at the same time. Now, Steph, you know, Steph ain't, you know, Steph is Steph. Like, we all love Steph, right? He ain't cut like, he ain't got the street part to him. And so
he ain't confrontational at all. He ain't conversational.
Exactly. And so with me coming from where I come from and the way I grew up, I'm kind of watching like, yo, he kind of rock with you, Steph, but he kind of don't. He kind of keeping you at bay. And so I took it upon myself to try to create division there.
Are you telling me that Draymond Green stirred the pot? Is that
who cares? Hard to believe.
I like the opening line of that statement. Hey, Draymond, do you like CP3? Tim, you got it?
I don't like CP at all. Like,
there it is. Pretty cut and dry. That's from back in 2020 on the All the Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. So I get what they're saying there, or what he's saying, that Steph is not a confrontational guy. I don't think any of us thought Steph was like a demonstrative, boisterous, like in-your-face, start stuff type of dude. And that's why Draymond oftentimes plays that role. He's the enforcer. And so I like that he said, I took it upon myself to sort of create animosity between them because I didn't think CP3 was rocking with Steph. But part of that to me is on-court stuff too. Part of that to me is your teammate it's the firing your buddy up. It's you're telling him, hey, you're better than him. He doesn't think you're as good as him. He's pretending this with you, or whatever you've got to do to give yourself the edge. I think athletes do that all the time. I mean, we saw Michael Jordan pretend somebody said something to him so that he could cut his throat the next time he played him. He just made up some scenario in his head. So the question I had is are there any concerns about any animosity or any chemistry here? I cannot believe for a second that there would be, or that these guys thought there would be, or they wouldn't have okayed the trade. And CP3 may have made a bigger scene behind the scenes, or a bigger issue of it behind the scenes, if it were a problem for him. He does want to win a championship. I think it'd be hysterical if he got a championship and he did it with Steph as the dude who was at the helm. Like, he had to come to Steph groveling on his knees to finally get a title. Sort of a funny way to think about it, but I just can't imagine that chemistry would be an issue, because these guys want to win more than they hate, I think, anybody in the league.
Well, let's not forget that Steph also told Chris Paul during a game,
this ain't
it's not 2014 no mo.
Yeah.
Or maybe he said no more. I'm not sure if Steph would say no mo.
No mo.
No mo. No mo.
Hideo
no mo. Look, do you think Sabonis likes Draymond? Probably not. Think he'd be okay with him if they signed him?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. See, I mean, it's different when you have somebody on your team. You build up that kind of stuff. Sure, you're not going to like somebody. You're fighting for the same thing.
It's like pro wrestlers when they see each other and they're like, hey, but I don't really like you. We've had beef, but we both hate that guy. And they're like, they kind of team up for a second and they go after you. You're like, hey, this is a weird connection, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They all want titles, right?
Wrestling, anybody could turn on anybody.
It's the best.
If you watch wrestling long enough, you know that.
NBA is not far off, dude.
Never trust anybody.
NBA is not that far off.
But yeah, I mean, you competed against him when he was with the Clippers. Yep. You competed against him when he was with the Rockets. You competed against him when he was with the Suns. I mean, that wasn't really a rivalry, because when the Suns were good, the Warriors weren't. So it's been intense. And you have that whole point guard thing where Chris Paul was the point guard, and then all of a sudden here comes Steph,
the point guard,
getting a little closer, getting up by him. Yeah, you could see that coming, and I'm sure Chris Paul could see it coming too. And I don't know what happened with the whole State Farm commercial thing. I never really read into that. I knew it was odd that Steph was on the commercial and then off the commercial like the next year. I don't know if Chris Paul felt like, wait a minute, this is kind of my thing, my commercial, and this guy's on here now.
Am I training my replacement?
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe it was Steph, like, I don't feel like playing second fiddle to anybody during a commercial. Like, I can go get my own commercials, which he's done quite nicely on that. So I don't know what that whole thing was about, but I think ultimately they want to win. They all want to win. So no matter what your feelings are, whether you hang out before the game, after the game, during the it doesn't matter. Like, can you win? Can you figure out a way to win? And again, I think they're better off next year. Probably not by a ton. Does this make them better than Denver? Probably not. But I mean, they're right there. But again, I look at the West, and usually the West is loaded, right? Mm-hmm. The West has question marks this year. Like, you definitely question whether the Warriors are better than they are next year, whether they can stay healthy, whether they're going to have a bench, all those sort of things. The Lakers, you question whether that was a short run for them, or more time will mean more chemistry. But LeBron's a year older now. I know the guy's a freak, but I mean, at some point he has to start declining. I mean, you can see it. You can see it a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's still good enough.
He's putting like 25 a game, 27 a game.
That guy's 39.
His vision is
And Anthony Davis probably played as well as he had all year at the end of the year.
Yeah, he was real good. He helped carry them. I mean, they didn't have LeBron for the second part of that part of the after the All-Star game. He wasn't there for a lot of that.
I think if they get Reeves back and they get Vanderbilt and Beasley, I don't even know if they need Russell. They may use that money somewhere else if they can, because he wasn't even on the court half the time at the end of the game. The Clippers, I'm not even going to talk about them because they're the Clippers until they prove they're not the Clippers.
They're the Padres, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, expectations always, guys always. I mean, just look and go, why couldn't they be there? Why aren't they there? And then they're not for whatever reason. Memphis, you got to downgrade them. John Morant's not going to play the first 25 games, so who knows how that plays itself out. Now, should they be better? Yeah. I mean, basically, it's Dylan Brooks or Marcus Smart. So, yeah, you got a lot better there. You didn't lose any defense. You didn't lose any toughness. And you got a hell of a lot of leadership. And you get guys that doesn't wear Stone Cold Steve Austin outfits to the game. Great for Halloween. Love it. Not to the game. I mean, come on. Grow up, Peter Pan. So, they're better. But it's still, you're missing your best player for 25 games, and I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work out. So it's hard for me to put them there. Phoenix, grab a bench occasionally. I mean, just go out there and grab somebody. They might have to hire guys out of the stands to sit on the bench to make them fill out a bench. Here's your uni. What size? Doesn't matter. Take it. Just sit there. You're not playing. So I don't know about them. Dallas, I mean, come on. Am I going to take Dallas seriously? Kyrie, as long as Kyrie's on that team, I'm sorry. I don't care what they drafted, what they do during free agency. I'm not taking Dallas seriously at all. Who else we got? Minnesota? You know, they were better last year toward the end of the year. So my point is, thank you. I mean, there's a lot of teams other than maybe Denver. And Denver, the only question would be, how do they handle being the hunted? That's always a new feeling for teams.
When you're the team at the top.
Yeah, all of a sudden now everybody's chasing us, and every game's a big game, and they're kind of we're their measuring stick, so you got to be up for every single game. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that, but as far as like roster, they'll probably have to replace Brown, but they're going to be fine. But really, I think the West is going to be good, but I just don't know what order it's going to fall in. Really, I don't. It's like there's a lot of teams that could go from 2 to 6, and wouldn't surprise me at all. And I think the Warriors are one of those teams. The Warriors have, good chemistry, and everybody falls into their roles, and everybody stays healthy. See, to me, I'm not pushing guys next year, but I'm kind of getting tired of the regular season doesn't mean anything. That never used to be the case when I was growing up or when I was playing. The number 1 seed meant something. It meant you got home court throughout the playoffs. Now, ultimately, it didn't matter in the East. It mattered in the West. And then who won? The number 1 seed. Now, Denver never had to play a 7th game at home, but they opened the series at home. So just get me in the tournament. Like,
come on, what is this, baseball?
How about trying to win some games? Yeah. How about trying to get the high seed?
Jordan was like, I'm down with a 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just get me in. Jordan said, I played 55 this year. Just get me in.
Just give me in the tournament. Just give me in the tournament.
If we go to the play-in, if I'm good.
They tried to win all the time. They tried to get the number 1 seed.
They tried to win every game one time.
Yeah. It meant something. So I would like to see, and not push it, but you know what? It's not okay to just rest guys. We're just going to rest. If we lose this game, we lose this game. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to break them. I mean, if you're going to break them doing that, you're going to break them at some point anyway. So you might as well try to win as many games as possible and see if you can get a top 4 seed, maybe even a top 2 seed, which means you have home court throughout the first 2 rounds. So I don't get that mentality for me now. I know everyone, especially in basketball, that's what I love about football. You get like 17 games, like, bro, can you play? Get in there. We need to win this game. It's not just get in the tournament. We're trying to get a home bye. We're trying to get a bye the first round if we can. We're trying to get at least a couple home games.
DeMar Hamlin's like pissed he missed games. He's trying to play this year. DeMar Hamlin died on the field. He's like trying to get back for this season. He's like, I'm trying to miss more games. I got to get back.
Because there's 17 of them.
There's only a few. Right.
We got to win these. We got to win every one we can. Baseball and basketball, especially basketball, kind of drives me nuts. They get enough days off. It's just, let's not worry about now. Let's worry about when we get. Let's just get to the playoffs, and then we hope we'll be healthy come playoff time. Gee, I don't know. Why can't you have both? Why can't you win games during the regular season and also be healthy and ready to go? Like, it's almost like nobody ever did that. Like, nobody ever tried to win games during the regular. Like,
since the Dubs, nobody cares. Since 73-9. Yeah.
It's a foreign concept. Right. Like, you can win games, try to win games during the regular season, and be healthy going into the playoffs. It's happened before.
It's crazy talk.
Happened during the 80s all the time.
Crazy
Man,
talk,
look,
Tom.
look, Magic's playing. Look, Worthy's playing. Look, Korean's playing.
Nah,
look, they're all
come
playing.
on.
They played during the regular season. Now it's like, well, if we play them too much, they won't be. They won't be.
All because we paid him too much. We paid him because he's so good at playing, and then we're like, well, we can't play him. We don't want to hurt him. We're paying him too much.
It's October 27th, and they're like, yeah, we just want to be healthy come playoff. What playoff time? What are you talking about? It's October. We're not even at Christmas yet, and you're talking about April. They win some game, coming off the road trip, and it's a tight.
Yeah, it's a back-to-back, and it's a 3 and 4.
God, maybe some of the Warriors can play their first game in New Orleans this year in like 3 years. I can't tell you the last time they've played. They don't even know what the Warriors look like anymore down in New Orleans.
Oh, no way. Dude, they haven't seen Steph Curry since 2011.
Steph's still playing on the team?
No,
Steph's
not in New Orleans.
Wow, it's incredible. Because we don't want to. We can't play him back.
There's only one October.
Shut up, Dane.
That's why they're playing October 27th.
Yeah, heaven forbid you can't play back to back. What if you play back to back? You play 24 minutes, 26. Like the game in New Orleans, that's just a giveaway game. Right? It's like here, we don't even to take it. We don't even care if we win or not. But we want to be healthy and come playoff.
Steph playing? No, he's not even in the state. We wouldn't fly him out here. Are you kidding me? It's in New Orleans. Steph hasn't seen New Orleans since I don't know, 2013.
The playoffs?
Yeah, 20. Yeah, right. He might have even played then. We'll sit him for this playoff game. We don't need Steph in New Orleans. Gentlemen sweep and come on home. A little bit more on the Warriors. What's the latest with Draymond's situation after the Kings clear a little bit of cap room? The Lakers could also be in the mix for Draymond Green. Steve Kerr has a couple of comments on what's gone on in the last week with the Warrior roster and 2 big names that could be traded this week. One big one in the Western Conference. We'll tell you about that next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
To the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's only one October.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. No Giants today. They'll be in Toronto for a 3-game series starting tomorrow against Brandon Belt and the Blue Jays. And then Friday out to New York to take on the Mets. Tough little roadie here on the East Coast. Giants a little test, and we'll talk more baseball tomorrow and a little bit later. But a little bit more on the Warriors here. Draymond Green, we talked briefly about it on Friday, and we'll talk more about it a little bit later with Bobby Marks about how he's effectively had an open dialogue with the Warriors, opted out of his contract, but it's expected he'll return. The Kings were expected to be in pursuit of Draymond, as was the Lakers, because of their ability to free up some room in his relationship with LeBron James. Mark Stein wrote this weekend that the prevailing belief is that he's going to return to the Warriors, likely on a 3-year deal. You get on a 3-year, Tom? That's kind of where we thought the sweet spot was.
Yeah,
right?
3 years.
4 way too many to me. 2 is probably not enough for him.
Yeah, probably between 75 and 90 somewhere, probably in the low 80s, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's good range, I think. So he gets a little bit of a bump, and he's got some security. His last big contract. Steve Kerr then says to Tim Kawakami, quote, "The biggest point is that what we needed in the draft. Didn't mean that we needed an overhaul, but we needed a shift, we needed some sort of shift. I think everybody in the organization sensed that, and it feels like we made a pretty significant shift without giving up our identity and our sense of who we are as a team. I think all in all, it's a positive shift." Which is interesting. What do you make of those comments? That we didn't give up our identity. I get that. I mean, the identity is Steph, Clay, Draymond, and those 3 guys are able to run your system, and Andrew Wiggins should add that, and Kevon Looney. Those 5 guys, I think, are your absolute core. You got as far as you went this year in the playoffs without Jordan Poole playing well. He says it was a positive shift. I think that's good verbiage there. That's good head coach speak, because I don't know that you say we got better, but I do think it was a positive shift in the direction of pursuing another title this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love Steve, but you know how I feel about coaches when they say stuff like that.
That's a positive.
My eyes glaze over.
That's kind of what.
What are you going to say?
You can't say I love getting rid of Jordan Poole.
We wanted to do something, and we were just bored.
We sensed
wanted
that.
to do something for the hell of it, and so we just pulled the trigger on this one. We thought it sounded good. We all had a couple cocktails, and we just go, hey, how do you think this would work? Let's find out. So we made the trade, and we're going to see now. So, of course, they're going to you wouldn't do the trade unless you think it's going to be positive for your team. Again, I'm not so sure. I'm not sure it won't be. Did they need a shift? Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, he would know. He's closest to the team.
Well, he sensed it, he said.
Yeah, he just feels like well, I mean, look, if you better be able to sense something.
It's like you're the coach. You had probably had a conversation, Steve. We sensed we needed a trade.
So he probably felt like things were getting a little stale with where they're at. I just look. Let's be honest with this. This probably doesn't get done if they didn't want to get rid of that contract.
Of course,
that contract was way too big, and Washington's going to have enough room just to let him go, pay him, and just kind of let him go, and hopefully mature, get better. And they got 4 years with him. The Warriors wanted to win now. They didn't think Jordan Poole was ready, or maybe not ready enough for their liking based on what they saw last year.
And he wasn't happy. He wanted to start.
Yeah, if it was a 1 year, but he should have known. I think he knew that, but he got the most money from the Warriors. So it's like, let me get my money, and then we'll worry about that at some point.
That's the NBA today. That's what happened.
He wasn't going to start. He just wasn't. That was not on the table for at least the next 2 years. He just was not going to start. Last year, this year, wasn't going to start. Maybe not even after that, depending on what happens with Clay. He just wasn't. So he took the money and said, okay, we'll just make the best of it. And then the punch, and then everything after that. So I think this ultimately works out better for the Warriors, because I'm not so sure you were going to get great value for that contract anyway. That was the problem. I just don't think anything was out there for him. Like, there was the market for Jordan Poole was probably as cool as it's ever been, based on his play at the end of last year and
the
his
money.
new contract coming up. Exactly. So, you say, okay, we don't want him on the books for the next 4 years. We want to win next year. We think this gives us a better shot. I don't believe it gives them a lot. I believe it gives them a better shot, but they're not like, whoa, okay, now they're on to something. I don't believe that at all, just because of where Chris Paul is in his career. He was just okay last year, and maybe he's better with rest, running the second unit, stuff like they won't have to play as much. The expectations won't be
free shooter,
as high.
right?
Yeah, like he was the third guy on that team last year, It was Booker, Durant, and him. He won't even be the third guy on the team this year. I mean, he'll be able to pass, get guys involved, still hit the shot, a mid-range shot occasionally, but he won't be asked to do as much as he was during the bulk of his career. So, yeah. Although I am interested to see what the closing lineup's going to look like. Is it going to be him or Looney? I guess it depends on who they play. Like if it's Denver, Looney's got to be on the court because you can't just say, "Yo, Chris, go guard Jokic," can you? No, I mean, nobody can guard him anyway, but you want a body on him. So I know I'm intrigued to see how it works out. They've basically said, you know what? Let her rip for a couple years. Let's just see if we can win another one. Let her rip, and then we'll figure.
The window's open. You have to use this window.
Yeah,
you have to.
We're going to go ahead and figure it out. Like, you know what road they're heading down? They're heading down the Giants road, which was, let's ride this thing till the wheels come off, and just we'll just figure it out after that. And it's taken the Giants a long time to figure it out. Like, it takes you a lot. It took the Phillies forever after they got rid of, who was it? There was Howard, there was Utley, there was Rollins, and then it was,
they also
Holiday
had,
and Oswalt.
Victorino.
And who was the lefty that they
Cole
had?
Hamels.
Cole Hamels. I mean, they were just stacked. And they go, let's just ride it out. Let's just, wheels come off. Let's see how many could win. They won one. I mean, you won at least. You got one. The Giants ended up getting 3, which is awesome. But, you want to do the
Phillies went to 2. They went and they traded for Cliff Lee. They got Roy Oswalt, like you said. Yeah, they went in a few different times.
So you want to do the whole Bill Walsh thing and trade guys 2 years before you need to trade them? You could do that. Or you can do the, you know what? We're going to stick with these guys. They helped us win. They made this franchise worth a lot of money. They made a lot of people a lot of money. Managers got extra contracts. Executives got extra contracts. Everybody did well. So let's repay them and just, give them contracts and let's ride this thing out. And, it's great. I mean, it's fun. It's kind of romantic. We're sticking with these guys to the end. But when it crashes, I mean, there's debris everywhere. And it's hard to come back from that. I mean, it's especially when you have a whole team that's kind of like disintegrating in front of you, not at one time, but close to it. So you're like, okay, now we got to be able to replace these guys. Well, you're talking about replacing a Lincecum and a Kane and a Bumgarner and then a Posey. Posey, he lasted till last year. Bell in Toronto now, and then Crawford's kind of the last of the guys. Pence was out a while ago. So, again, I don't know that there's any easy way to do it, and I don't know if there's any right way to do it. I would probably do what the Giants did. I'd probably do what the Warriors did. I'd say, you know what, it sounds great. It just does. Let's go ahead and start trading some of these guys.
It's easier in baseball to lean in. Basketball,
so we can keep it going.
Right.
But I like the idea.
They're still good.
Of paying my guys, and I like the idea of rewarding guys that if I'm an executive, help me get a contract or me get an extension that help make the franchise worth. I mean, hell, look at the Warriors franchise is worth now. Now, a lot of that is a move to the city, but I mean, winning 4 championships certainly raises the profile. So, yeah, you want to reward guys, and you want to take care of those guys. They took care of you. Let's take care of them. But there is a price to pay. There is a price to pay. And if the Warriors keep Steph, Draymond, and Clay for another 3-4 years, then they're going to find out what that price is, because it's not going to be great. They're not going to be terrible, but they're going to be in that, that dead man zone in the NBA where you're like 13 through 20. You don't really have a chance to win a championship.
It's a worse spot to be maybe in sports,
you're not
dude.
Bad enough to get like a top 3 pick.
Oh, no.
So,
17, you get nobody.
Would you sacrifice 5 of those years for one more championship?
Yep.
Would you sacrifice 8 of those? I mean,
I already did it. Yes.
Yeah. So at some point, hey, trust me, Warrior fans sacrificed about 20 of those years.
We did it
with no champion,
with no playoffs. I went kindergarten to junior year in high school without a playoff berth. You know what I mean?
That's amazing.
That's a lot. Isn't that a hell of a run when you think about it in those terms? 4 years old to 17.
God, that's bad.
Isn't that wild? 16 years old, something like that.
That is bad.
That's a crazy run with no play, and not even sniffing it. Like they might have gotten not even really close once. No huge draft picks and bottom falling out. Anyway,
they were the NBA's skid mark.
They were. They were.
Them, the Nets, and the Clippers.
Dude, the skid mark of the NBA. You don't want to be in those shorts. What are those?
Tied up. It was tied up in there too.
What are those? Those are the clips. I got the clips in there.
Clips were in there. Yeah, it was gross.
Dubs were down there. Yeah. And then Cohan put him on and he walked his ass out. The other notes from the NBA this weekend. How about this? Nasir Reed has signed a 3-year, $42 million deal with the Timberwolves, leading many to believe that Karl Anthony Towns could get traded this summer. He has a trade restriction. He can't be moved until July 7th, but he's entering the final year of his contract. We can talk more about that with Bobby Marks a little bit later. And Damian Lillard on Friday was streaming himself on social media with the song Welcome to Miami by Will Smith is what he was singing. Even after the trade, Sam Amick, our buddy at The Athletic, then reported that Damian Lillard's still has interest in joining the Heat, but would like to remain in Portland if they showed signs of actually wanting to compete, like acquiring somebody like Draymond Green. He's also planning to meet today with the Trailblazers about his future. So these are all things we can talk with Bobby Marks about when he joins us at 4:50. On the other side, we'll catch up about the Giants weekend. Andy Baggerly, who covers the Giants for The Athletic, is up in Toronto getting ready for their series with the Blue Jays that starts tomorrow. Giants, Blue Jays, 3-game series beginning tomorrow afternoon, pregame right here on The Sports Leader at 3:15. Andy Baggerly joins us next on The Sports Leader. Mike Florio believes the 49ers and Rams will be in a tug-of-war for Vikings quarterback Kirk Cousins in 2024. Hey, remember when Florio said Tom Brady would be a 49er? Yeah. Anyway, more on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
faces are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Tolbert and Copes. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, I saw Andy Baggerly last Thursday when I was at the ballpark. We had our broadcast from the bunker, and I saw him when he was leaving. Told me he didn't know if he would be at the game on Sunday because he was flying to Toronto for the Giants game. And then I was just talking to Derek. Here we are Monday, and he says that Bags is driving to Toronto. Bags, with us on the Uma guest line. Where are you driving to Toronto from?
I wish it was someplace closer than Newark, New Jersey.
Oh, well, I mean,
yeah, I didn't think I'd be talking to you from the lovely scenic roadside views of Parsippany Hills, New Jersey, in a driving thunderstorm. But that's where I am right now. And if you hear the Google directions in the background, sorry about that, but I can't get lost.
All good, dude. It's a little, and that sort of adds to the character of the call. Well, it sounds to me like this is a situation where this was just the easier route than air travel.
You know what's funny? I heard from Katie Wu, who covers the Cardinals for us,
right.
And she said, "Are you having travel problems today?" Because she was in touch with our editor who handles travel, and she's stuck in Toronto because I guess she's trying to get out. All the flights just got grounded there, and I mean it's a zoo trying to get. There's no way to get to Toronto other than just driving. So that's what I'm doing.
I hope the Giants are there.
I wish we could snap fingers and just trade places, but and also they won't do any one-way rentals, car rentals, because otherwise all the cars would just be taken.
Dude, no way.
Be driving everywhere.
You gotta drive it back.
Unfortunately, yes, I'm going to be driving it back.
No.
How far is that drive?
It's like 8 hours, I think.
Oh, Jesus.
With an international border crossing.
Come on.
This is a sick joke, dude. Come on, man.
And visibility is actually pretty bad right now. I mean, I'm hands-free driving, but yeah, this is not fun, guys. This is not fun.
Be safe, please. I mean, God, now I'm scared. Just I was supposed to go to Oklahoma City one time, and the flight there was an ice storm, so all the flights got messed up. I had to go through Wichita. So Wichita, driving to Oklahoma City, and during the ice storm, the windows started frosting, and then the ice would hit it, and I go, okay, I just got to get the windshield wipers. Good job for the windshield wipers. It was a good job for the windshield wipers. If they had put any fluid in the rental car, it would have been a great job for the wipers. Unfortunately, all I did is smear ice all over the windshield. No. So I had to stick my head out the window. It was like 24 degrees and ice snow, and I'm like, I'm going back. I called ESPN up. I go, guys, you better get somebody else to do the game. I am not driving 3 hours to Oklahoma City with my head out the window trying to figure this one out. So, yeah, that was my fun. So basically, I ended up back at home. I went to Denver, to Wichita. Then I drove about 30 minutes back to Wichita, back to Denver, which, by the way, I left my wallet in my rental car that I had to run back and get before I could get to flight in Wichita. So I left home at 6 o'clock. I got back home at 11:30, and my wife's like, what are you doing home? I go, it's a long story. I'll tell you tomorrow.
Wow. Yeah. Well, you didn't ever leave your wallet on top of your rental car at a gas station in Charleston, South Carolina, and drive off.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And I was going to return it to fly. I was getting on a flight, and then I didn't have an ID. You can, by the way, board a flight in the year 2018.
I've done it.
Without an ID. They give you a full body cavity search. But
I've been there. I've done it, Bags. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've done it. Oh, yeah. Me and how about this? Me and multiple friends at once told all the guy at one time leaving Vegas, yeah, none of us have it. We all, none of us have our IDs. And he's like, yeah, all three of you just come with me. They're in Vegas, they're like, oh, this is standard. No big deal. Vegas is the airport to have that happen in, but
full body cavity search, and they go, "Oh, there's your ID."
Oh, there it is. This is his.
How'd it get there?
Which one of you is Tom? Yeah, there you go.
No ID, but you kept all your teeth, so that's good for you.
Andrew Baggerly from somewhere between Newark, New Jersey, and the Canadian border, on his way to Toronto, with us on the Uma guest line. So, Bags, were you here then? You were here through Saturday, is that right? Were you at Saturday's game?
I was not at Saturday's game, but I was at Sunday's game.
You were at Sunday's game. All right, cool. We want to talk a little bit, I think, about the Blake Sable play, which I was saying to Tom, for all the rookies and all the youngsters that have come up this year while they've competed and contributed, there have not been a lot of mental mistakes that have hurt the Giants tremendously. At least that's what it feels like to me, that they've either been able to make up for it or to pick those guys up, or it hasn't come back to bite them in terms of losing a game. They were already losing at that point, so it wasn't necessarily the end of the world, but you can't help but feel like, with the way things were going, that they might have been able to get the big hit there with Crawford. Sable's explanation to me still was just sort of weird. I'm still sort of put off by the fact that he never, ever looked up at the third base coach. Like, why he was looking for the ball is beside me.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They want him to run aggressively through second base, then pick their head up, and I think he was distracted by, he was looking for the outfielder and where Corbin Carroll was, and he said, well, he's not making a throw, so where's the ball? And then he sees Longoria still on the ground, and he's confused. So you're right. He is, and he's got to see where Mark Holberg is. But I just hard thinking that the ball had gotten past Longoria, because otherwise, why would Longoria still be on the ground? And he's thinking, hey, I can score here. I can tie the game. So, it definitely was a mistake. I think when you sort of think about it in total, it probably looked more egregious than it was. It certainly did cost the Giants an opportunity to hit with the bases loaded there, and with 2 outs, which is no guarantee of anything. But the way that they've been coming back, it sort of had that air of an inevitability, and it kind of went derailed from there. But you're right. Sable is learning to catch. We know he's going to have some growing pains behind the plate. It's sort of the cost of doing business with keeping him on the roster and having his production against left-handed pitching, which he was so big for them, especially when Jock was out, to DH and get that production against right-handed pitching. So, and Casey Schmidt makes some poor swing decisions. We know that he's hyper aggressive. That's got to get toned back a little bit if he's going to stick in the big leagues. But all in all, I agree with you. I think you see a lot of poise. Luis Matos caught a ball the other day that was in Gregor Blanco land that required an absolutely perfect straight as an arrow route to get to that ball. And you watch him play in these ballparks, he's never even stepped foot in before. And it looks like Dodger Stadium, Oracle Park, it looks like he's played there 10 years. And there is a poise with a lot of these guys. Patrick Bailey, off the charts, right? So you take the good with the bad, and there's been an awful lot of good. And a lot of the reason the Giants are where they are is because of these young guys that have come up and not only contributed, but really kind of put some wind in their sails.
I know this is easy to say after they've gone 8-2 against the Dodgers, Padres, and D-backs. The last 10 they've played those three, but there's just nothing that leads me to believe they can't compete for this division. They look every bit as good as the rest of the teams. Dodgers got to get healthy, so let me see that. But some teams have bullpen issues. Some teams, like the Padres, have a deep lineup, or not a deep lineup, but a great lineup 1 through 4, and then kind of fade off. I think the Giants are just kind of balanced throughout. Yeah, I would like to see them get a couple more pitchers at the end of the rotation, but when you look at it, Bags, I know we're only halfway through, but and again, it's easy to say after you go 8-2, but just watching them play, they don't look out of place. In fact, they look superior to some of those teams in some aspects of the games.
Yeah, and if you take it back a little bit further, you get to the Rockies series that they swept, and in a 19-game span, they played all 4 teams in the division. They went 11-2 against them, and this is a little bit of a different schedule. The Dodgers are used to winning the division by, basically beating the Diamondbacks and Rockies like 28 times, and you're not going to face those teams as often. And by the way, the Diamondbacks are pretty good now. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a different calculation for how a team gets to whatever X number of wins it's going to take to win the division. And what I think is a really reassuring thing is we talked a lot early when the Giants were struggling that, they weren't even beating the Royals. They weren't even beating the Nationals or the Tigers. But now you look up and, their record maybe isn't what you'd think it would be against losing teams. I think they're like maybe 21-17. But, entering the last game of the Arizona series, they have the second best winning percentage in the majors against teams that are 500 or better. So they've played well against their toughest opponents, and the Rays were the only team that had scored a little bit higher on that front. So they might be, they might have slipped a spot or two in those rankings or whatever since they lost Sunday, but that was the case at least heading into that game. And I think that's a really good sign. It just shows that they don't get outclassed very easily very often, and we know the travel was really rough on them early in the year. The travel should get easier. Ha ha ha! I say that from Rockaway, New Jersey. But
thanks.
Yeah. I forgot. I forgot my point, but yeah.
It was good. Yeah,
very good point.
And you made us lay out a punchline, so it's all good. The point's not as important when you make us laugh. Andy Bagley with us on the UMA guest line. I thought Anthony DeSclafani had taken a step in the right direction yesterday. I thought he looked pretty good. I know he gave up a couple of runs early, but got through 6 innings. It was certainly his best start of the month. But then his comments after the game, he was kind of like, yeah, I was working with what I had. He was sort of ho-hum about it. Maybe he didn't feel like he had his best stuff, but I thought he looked pretty good yesterday.
He didn't walk anybody, and that was a good sign. That really is. He was a little bit wild with his breaking stuff. It was in out of the zone. I don't think he knew where his slider was going a lot of the time. So, the fact he was around the plate enough or dialed it back enough to be able to limit those walks, didn't walk anybody, I think is a good sign. And, he seemed like he was very upbeat after the game. I talked to him. I hung back and spent a little more time with him after everybody else finished just to get some perspective about the team and used a lot of his quotes in my story. He really seemed like he's in a good place mentally, both where he is and with where this team is. And, they're going to get Alex Cobb back, they think, on this road trip. Ross Stripling is a guy that they still think a lot of. You don't just say the die is cast since he started the year, obviously with the rough patch. We've seen other guys come back from a rough start. Sean Jelly was able to have a really nice outing after a rough start. Tristan Beck didn't start the year so great. He gave up 5 homers in his first 8 outings. And boy, if they can get Stripling to really turn it around now, that would really be a big boon for this pitching staff, because we know they still are missing some pieces.
I don't know if you talked to Crawford yesterday, or I'm sure you'll talk to him tomorrow, but has anybody said what it's going to be like going up against Brandon Belt in the baby blues of Toronto?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, everyone's going to have fun with that. You've already seen that he hasn't really broken character.
Yeah, of course not.
and I think he's loving it. As long as he does say after, like, he'll say something outlandish, he'll turn to whoever the PR person on the trip is and say, they do know I'm joking around, right? It's yes, we know, Brandon. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to seeing Kevin Gossman. He's a guy who, really just made a lot of really tight connections and was just a really well thought of teammate and obviously a great pitcher in the time he was a Giant. And he's having a good year for Toronto. We're going to see him. I was sort of hoping it would line up to be Gossman versus Webb. We're not going to get that matchup exactly, but yeah, it'll be fun to see him again too.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Should be a little test for them up in Toronto, and then the Mets, who have been, wildly underachieving. Giants could stay hot on this road trip. I was just looking. I know Tom's not big on power rankings, but Major League Baseball put them out. They have the Giants as the biggest jump this week from number 12 to number 6. They're the 3rd best team in the National League according to the power ranks after this week. To Major League Baseball, right behind Arizona. The Dodgers then are right behind the Giants. How much farther behind do you think the Dodgers are right now, Bags? They're the one team. I know the Padres have underperformed, but because the Dodgers are banged up, they're the team that I've got caution about them, I think.
Yeah, well, you're asking the guy who thinks that power rankings is basically like the ultimate fake content.
It is.
Right? It's just something for people to argue about, and it means nothing whatsoever. Prospect rankings are a very close second there.
Sure.
But I think it is worth it to take a look at the Dodgers, to your point, and wonder just how beat up they were when the Giants were able to sweep them in L.A. And I almost think it doesn't matter. Every team is going to go through those stretches where they're missing pieces, and you still got to go out and you take care of business and take advantage of them when you hit them. I always say it's not who you're playing, but when you're playing them, and that seems to make a big difference. And you just, if a team's coming in hot, you just got to be a little bit better.
Bags, thanks. Go ahead, Tom.
Real quick, I just wanted to ask him. What do you make of the Mets? They're going to be playing the Mets after the Blue Jays, and now I thought they'd still turn it around as of 3 weeks ago. I'm like, nah, they just don't. I've looked at them. I don't know if you saw the 8th inning yesterday. What a joke. Gave up 4 runs with 1 hit, 3 walks, 2 hit by pitchers. I'm like, these guys are they're a disgrace, as they would say in, what was the movie I'm looking for, Slapshot. These guys are a disgrace. What do you guys think, or what do you think of the Mets and their prospects of turning it around?
Well, I think the Mets probably will not lose a game today, and I say that because I think a Lhasa Apso just hit my windshield. So I'm guessing that they're not going to play. Citi Field is not too terribly far away, but I would be
Say
shocked
hi
if
on the
Mets
way
get
by.
the game in today. So they might be able to avoid a loss today, but no, I mean, yeah, what are they going to do? I mean, they've invested all this money in their payroll. It seems like you got to at least give them a little more time before you'd make any rash pronouncements. And you would think, okay, you take the Mets and the people that have been out of commission for them, and then you would compare it to like the Rangers and say, well, the Rangers are going to miss Jacob deGrom after 7 or 8 starts, and he's going to be done. And you think, well, then the Mets will have the Rangers record, and the Rangers will have the Mets record. But It's been the opposite. It's been a weird year. It's been a really weird year on a lot of levels. Look where the Reds are right now. Like we've talked about the Dodgers, and they've looked very, very human over the last month. Diamondbacks are certainly surprised to some people, not all. But I think that there's a lot of unpredictability in this baseball season, and there's so much brain power spent on trying to predict the unpredictable. I think it's kind of refreshing to know that baseball is still like, no, we're gonna throw some curveballs at you don't see coming.
How much longer in the drive, Bags?
Well,
do we kill some time for you?
I'm going 32 miles an hour, and I can't see the car in front of me, so I'm guessing I'm not gonna go the speed limit. It's saying 7 hours and 7 minutes.
All right. Well, we're here till 6. So if you need help, I don't know, getting through an hour or so, go ahead and give us a call, man. I'll give you what Gabe Kapler gave us the last time he was on. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go. All right, Bags. I'm going to let you go.
Be safe, Bags.
All right, thanks, guys.
See you, man. All right, dude. Andy Baggerly on his way, hopefully, to Toronto from Newark, New Jersey. Dude, you should see the text you were sending Derek. He's like, yeah, they canceled my connecting flight from Newark. Now they've rerouted me. He texted Derek, and he said they rerouted him through Raleigh, but he doesn't leave until Wednesday morning. He said, so what, he was going to fly into Raleigh and sit there for 2 days and then take off for Toronto? Wednesday after the Giants leave Toronto, he'll land Wednesday afternoon. So hopefully the Giants...
Well, where are you going to go?
Hopefully the Giants get there. By the way, he said he thought that Mets game wasn't going to happen today.
It started.
They're underway, top of the first, runner on. I'm watching it right now against the Brewers. So Bags, they're avoiding the rain, at least as of right now. Mets and Brewers are underway. On the other side, we've done some basketball. We've done some baseball. Time to get you some NFL offseason storylines that are so stupid, we can only spend 1 segment this week on them. NFL storylines that are absolutely dumb. Coming your way next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Won 2 out of 3 this weekend against the NL West leading Arizona Diamondbacks. They cut that division lead down to 2.5 games. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every week throughout NFL's offseason, because the NFL, as you know, Tom, you said it earlier, they only play 17 games, but they have your attention 365 days of the year.
Pretty much.
Especially in the offseason, especially when baseball starts to flare up, and we're, like, excited about Ellie De La Cruz. They're like, hold on a minute. You know that Brock Purdy is like, throwing this week. And that's why we've got another edition of Stupid Offseason NFL Storylines.
Stupid Offseason Storylines.
Went super heavy metal.
Yeah, no, I kind of like that idea where it's like it's real. I want to like not understand the lyrics, you know. All right, we'll start with this one. As I mentioned, big stupid story here, Tom. Brock Purdy. It's actually not all that stupid, but they're making it like it's. Oh my God! Did you see this news? Brock Purdy. He's headed to Jacksonville. He's doing it today to throw for the next couple of weeks. He's going to be with a QB coach, Will Hewlett, and an orthopedic specialist, Tom Gormley. I never give a damn why they give me any of these names. I'm like, how many Super Bowls? How many Super Bowls did Will Hewlett win?
I don't know.
How many Grey Cups at the very least? Throw me some Grey Cups if your name's going to be mentioned here. Tom Gormley, I don't care. If it's not Ken Akazuki, I don't need to know. You know what I mean? That's the only name that matters here when we're talking orthopedic surgeons. Another sign, though, is that, or this is another sign, Purdy is progressing through the rehab. This is the next logical and progressive step following the elbow surgery. He remains still, they're saying, on track for the start of the 2023 season. It won't be a stupid story if there's like a setback or it's just like, yeah, he's good to go. He'll be out here. Then we're like, okay, those are the stories we're waiting for. Let me know if there's news. We know he's rehabbing. There's no, basically, this is an update, Tom, to tell us there's no news.
Yeah, it's stupid, which is why it's in the file.
Which
is why it's right here.
Aptly named.
It's stupid, and it means nothing, and insane people don't care. But insane people, a lot of those people follow the NFL, so they do care. I don't, and I'm with you. No one cares about the doctor's name.
There's 2 updates I need.
No one.
There's 2 updates I need.
When they say someone went to so-and-so elementary school, why don't they list all his teachers?
No, I don't care.
No one cares. In fact, they deserve more of a mention than the doctors.
I second
Doctors
that.
are getting paid to do this big money, so hell with them. Just do your job. No one cares who you are. In fact, request that they stop mentioning you. Please.
Stupid. Why do we get the surgeon?
Stupid.
Why do we get the surgeon? Derek, can you give me a little background?
Do we get the anesthesiologist?
No.
Stupid. No.
Can I? No. Do we get the guy who, I don't need the orthopedic surgeon's name.
No.
Because, you know what I mean? Because he's only out there because it's Brock Purdy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he did when he did your grandma's knee, he wasn't out there pushing her through rehab. You know what I mean? Checking in on her at her rehab assignments. But he's like, I'll go to Jacksonville.
The guy who has to deal with the bedpan? No.
Dude.
Him.
You know, that's the guy.
That guy's as important as anybody.
That's maybe the most important.
Maybe.
You know?
Yeah.
Give me some Will Hewlett knowledge when you get a second there, Derek. I want to know why he was
mentioned. I can give you some
mentioned.
Packer Hewlett.
I know more about that than I do Will Hewlett, who's out there who's just going, yeah, Brock, nice.
Think they're related?
He's just going, yeah, Brock, make sure when you throw it, you do that. This guy got to the NFL without Will Hewlett, right?
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, Derek's on his LinkedIn page now, so we'll get you. That's all you need to know is Brock Purdy's out there throwing with a guy who has a LinkedIn. More here from, here we go, our next story, Tim, in the stupid off-season storylines.
Stupid off-season storylines.
Mike Florio. First time he showed up, and he may show up a lot. Mike Florio is going to show up in stupid off-season storylines, hopefully all off-season long. He may be the author of most of these stories. Mike Florio said today on the Rich Eisen show, ready for this, Tom? Quote, I think you're going to see, unless the Vikings re-sign him by then, and they can't use the franchise tag on him the way the contract is structured, you're going to see a potential tug-of-war between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay for Kirk Cousins next March. Quote, mark that down.
Stupid.
Same guy who 6 weeks ago was like, Tom Brady's coming out of retirement. He's going to be a 49er. More accurate news from Florio. Florio, shut up. I don't care. Lion Mike Florio. Just making crap up.
Florio is verbal vomit.
Never did that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never said that. I know Kyle loves Kirk Cousins. Loves him a lot. I'm not sure why.
I've never once watched a Niner game in the Kyle Shanahan era, walked away and said, you know what that needed? Kirk Cousins.
Stupid.
You know what would change things? I don't know that anybody has ever said that signed Kirk Cousins. I mean, maybe the first time he was drafted, the Shanahans were high on him. Yeah. Because they wanted the third-round draft pick on Kirk Cousins, and they didn't want to use the number 2 overall pick on RG3, so they went out, was it third or fourth? They went out 2 or 3 rounds later and went and took Kirk Cousins, right?
Yep.
He's been a fine NFL quarterback. He's fine.
Yeah.
What does he give you that Brock Purdy doesn't? What is he going to give you that I mean, again, maybe I'm higher and more excited and more intrigued by Sam Darnold than a lot of people. Everybody I've said that to thinks I'm crazy. I'm intrigued by a young quarterback with that type of ability under Kyle Shanahan. I just am. I think you're going to get more out of him.
Let's put it this way. What are you going to get out of Kirk Cousins that you don't get out of Brock Purdy for about $18 million
Exactly.
more?
What are you paying Kirk Cousins to do that? We're talking trading Debo, and it's not to get Kirk Cousins.
It better not be.
No, hell no. God, no.
It better not be, because I don't see it. This guy, he had it as, you know what? When it comes to any type of quarterback news coming out of Santa Clara, he had it as punt. Just punt the topic and move on.
Yeah.
He's too invested in it emotionally.
Where's Wisnowski? Get his ass over here.
Yeah,
get him over here to do it. Kick one of those balls. Yeah.
I look, unless something really goes terribly wrong this year with Purdy. And again, I'm not ready. I've said it. I'm not ready to just say, okay, he's their quarterback for the next 5 years. I don't buy that. Everybody's got to earn their stripes, especially a guy who was drafted last. So I want to see him do it for, another 6-7 games. He's already done it for half a season. Now, I think he will. I'm just not positive. But yeah, come on. Kirk Cousins, a tug of war. Mark this date down.
Dude, mark
so
it down.
And laugh at him again.
June 26, 2020. Yeah, put this down, dude. If we can get the audio to mock him again later, that would be even better.
But you know what he got? What he wanted.
Now we're talking.
People are talking about it. We're talking about what an idiot he is.
Lion Mike. Yeah,
of course.
I got a new nickname out of it.
We got to learn how to play the game. You got to just be stupid. Just say dumb ass stuff. and you get all the attention you want. The thing is, I don't want that attention.
Yeah, well, he's going to get it because he ended up in another edition of
Stupid Off-Season Storylines.
And we got one more, Tom. This takes us to the land of Robert Saleh and I guess currently Andy Baggerly to near Giant Stadium and Jet Stadium, MetLife. The Jets. How about this? Tom loves Hard Knocks. He loves Hard Knocks so much.
Big fan.
Let's see how much he loves Hard Knocks news, even better than the show Hard Knocks.
Oh man,
the Jets could be forced to appear on the on HBO's Hard Knocks this season. This would actually be hysterical. Aaron Rodgers shows up in a Jets uni. They got to be on Hard Knocks. The 4 teams that are eligible for Hard Knocks are the Jets, Commanders, Saints, and Bears. Without a doubt, they are picking the New York Jets. Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers. The qualifications are teams who have not made the playoffs in the last 2 years. You can't have a new head coach, and you cannot have been featured on the show in the last 10 years. Jets have been public that they do not want to appear on the show, but they may be held hostage to these. And nobody ever wants to be on the show. You just have to do it when they pick you. Them's the breaks.
Yeah, how many teams actually wanted to be on Hard Knocks?
Think about the stipulations. Like, nobody good. You can't be a good team. You haven't been in the playoffs any of the last 2 years. You can't have a brand new head coach. So it's got to be someone who's potentially maybe in a hot seat year or coming off of an underachieving season or on the rise maybe, which is kind of what the Jets are.
The Jets wanted to be on it when they had Rex Ryan.
Right.
Because Rex Ryan.
He's a character.
And the Ravens wanted to be on it when Billick was the coach. Like, he was a former PR guy for the Niners.
I think the Lions liked it.
So they might have. I don't know. I know the Raiders hated it. Basically, the last few teams have hated it. And the access hasn't been nearly as good. Like, it should have been incredible when the Raiders were on, because that's when all the Antonio Brown stuff was popping off.
His feet were frozen.
And they got no news. Like, they were able to do none of that because it wasn't like he was giving them the news. It was, you'd think, well, HBO has this. They should have the news on. This is going to be great. Nope. They're just breaking all over the place.
Remember showed up in the hot air balloon, dude? Remember that?
Yeah, and they never showed it. Never showed all this stuff. It's like, what are we doing?
What the hell's the matter with that kid?
What do we want to know? What do we want to know about Gruden's hot routes and his Y2 banana, whatever the hell that thing is?
Y banana.
Yeah, we got all this stuff. Let's get now. We can't get that stuff. He doesn't really want to be in it. So
coolest part was the opening scene, like his opening speech at training camp. I was like, this is sick. And then like the music kicked in behind him. It was kind of cool. And then after that, I was like, this whole thing stinks. Now they got Caliendo doing Gruden to the Raiders.
Exactly.
I was like, look, we have Gruden. What do we have Caliendo here for?
This is crap.
We got the real
it's
guy.
Not Scottish. It's crap.
It's crap, much like all of these off-season stories and storylines. Stupid off-season storylines. Hope you guys are updated.
I like the music, though.
Yeah,
music
me too.
Was very nice.
We'll keep that around. You'll get another edition. I'm sure we'll have plenty more stupid off-season NFL storylines coming next week. Let's rage. On the other side, we are going to catch up, by the way, at 4:50. Former NBA GM Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider. He's got a lot of stuff out there. Released an article today evaluating why each team's salary cap situation, or what each team's salary cap situation is, where they could go this offseason, and the best chance for Draymond Green to win a championship. While it's appearing the Warriors are the favorite, do the Warriors give him the best chance to win a championship if he's to re-sign here? We'll talk about that next, and then Bobby Marks at 4:50. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. With everything changing so fast these days, the one thing you can't lag behind in, Wi-Fi. You got to have the coverage, you got to have the speed, you got to have the power. Now, there's Xfinity's 10G network. That means you get all kinds of speed, all kinds of power. So the people that are working from home, they're good to go. Maybe you're going to summer school. But if they are, you can take care of that. You know you're having kids over, maybe a Call of Duty tournament or just playing whatever Fortnite. Well, I don't even know what the games are nowadays, what they're playing. But you know they're going to be over there, and you know they're going to be mad if you are lagging. Lagging equals whining. Xfinity 10G, no whining. You're all good to go. And even if you had like 10 times that many people in your house, like you have 10 people, you have 100 people in your house. Everyone's taken care of on every device, loser party, but everyone's taken care of. So at least you got that going for you, which is nice. More power, more speed, more, 10G. So all you have to do is go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit a store today. And remember, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. And that's just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Sounds good to me. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply to internet services and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love more power. You love more speed. You love 10G. You will love Xfinity.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. Tolbert and Copes hanging with you on a Monday afternoon. We're going to talk to Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider, in about 15 minutes or so here at 4:50 about this free agent period that's coming up for the Warriors, the move they made to get Chris Paul, and what the future holds for Draymond Green. So he focused in a piece today on ESPN on two teams that could create cap space or have created cap space to get Draymond. Now, the Lakers and the Kings. I don't think there's any real concern here for Warrior fans. And, Tom, you and I have talked about it. It doesn't seem like you're too worried about it. It seems like Draymond wants to come back. It seems like they've done some things and reallocated some funds and moved Jordan Poole so that a lot of these things can happen, and they've freed up money for beyond this season. Now, the Lakers could create up to $30 million in room, but to do so, they'd have to renounce all their free agents except Austin Reeves, decline the team option of Malik Beasley, and then waive the contracts of Jared Vanderbilt and Mo Bamba. That seems completely unreasonable, and it would completely undo what they did at the trade deadline to revamp their team and make them the contender they were. Right? Is that where you are? Do we lose Tom? Is Tom down? Are we? We have I think we're reconnecting here with Tom. I can see him. I got you. There you are. Hey, Tom.
We got me now. Can you hear me?
Do you think they'll renounce all the rights of every player on their team just for Draymond Green?
Thank you for re-asking the question. I love hearing it twice. What the hell happened there? No, I don't think they'll do that. We've seen it happen now with the Suns, no bench. The Warriors, no bench. You got to have a bench. I mean, you got to have players. It can't just be a couple stars.
That's what saved them was the bench.
And hope for the best. When the Warriors won it, they had depth. They didn't have as much depth as they did. 2015 was the most depth they had. Now, I mean, when you have Durant, Clay, and Steph, and Draymond, it's like now you can keep two of those guys on the court at all times. So you don't need as much depth, but you still need some. So yeah, to me, that would make no sense from a Lakers standpoint. Let's dismantle everything we did to get Draymond and hope for the and look, Draymond's not any younger. I mean, when KD, Steph, and Clay were winning it, they were pretty young, and Draymond, right? They're still right in their prime. So you're not asking old bodies to do that. with this one, you're asking Draymond, who's a little bit older now, and LeBron, who's definitely older now, to play a little bit more, a little bit longer. So, no, the only one that makes sense to me is Sacramento. That's the only one. I know Dallas has been sniffing around. I don't know exactly what they'd have to pull off to get it done. But Sacramento, I think, because of the Mike Brown connection, you got Fox on the perimeter.
We talked about style of play. It's
big center,
not far off. They're a defensive
No, I
team.
think that would be the one that makes the most sense. Now, I don't know. Does he want to go there? Does he think, as you said, does that give him a better chance to win? I don't think it does. I think this gives him the best chance, realistic chance to win. But we'll see. Like I think he's coming back, but until someone signs, then you never know what's going to happen. We found out that last year with Correa. Until they put pen to paper, you don't know what can happen. And I expect he'll be back. I expect they want him back. I expect he wants to be back. But what if Sacramento just goes over the top and gives him like a contract that Joe Lacob says, God, I can't do that. That's just irresponsible. I don't know. I don't expect that to happen. But
the Kings could renounce the rights of Trey Lyles, but they'd have to also renounce the rights of Harrison Barnes. Would they swap those two guys out to create $36 million in cap space to make an offer like that for Draymond? Because that seems like a number. I mean, that's a big number.
Yeah, I think they could do that. I don't know if they do. I mean,
Barnes and Lyles. I mean, you'd be fine with Lyles because you'd be swap. I mean, that would be Barnes would be the replacement piece. It would be tough, but also you'd feel better about where Fox is this year. You'd still have. Obviously, Sabonis there. You've got three starters.
Sabonis,
you probably have.
Malik
You've got
Monk,
Herter.
You got Murray.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You've got Monk. You might have enough. It'd be
man, if they had to get rid of Barnes to bring in.
That's what I mean.
Draymond,
if you have to do that, is it worth what you're giving up? Does Draymond's value help you as much if you don't have Barnes? Like that's what I mean. Is I think you'd like to add him to that mix.
No, my whole point is that would be the ultimate kick in the nuts to
for
Harrison
Barnes again.
I mean,
drafted above him in the same draft.
He got him off two teams because he was mad that he called KD and basically precipitated him leaving the Warriors.
That'd be a tough deal. Man. You gotta look in the mirror.
Wasn't he the only warrior that didn't? He was the only warrior that didn't go to his wedding.
He's the only one.
Like he invited everybody else, but not Draymond. So that would be the ultimate kick to the marbles, man. Just like, yeah, I'm sorry they had to release you to bring me in, but. That's the way it goes.
Sorry, not sorry.
That'd be rough. That'd be rough.
That'd be rough.
But
I wonder, like that dollar amount. What if they came to Draymond like we give 34 for 3?
Yeah,
I mean that's
you start
a lot.
at 34, you go up from there. What if they said we'll give you 3 years, but we'll make it 3 years 105?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Then
instead of 3 years 75 or 3 years.
If you're the Warriors, you
81.
Is that too much? Now I'm in the window where I'm like, but this is the thing: is can another team at least force you?
Exactly.
To spend that money or make that decision. I mean, $30 million from the Lakers, and they'd have to give up too much. That to me is not a play. To me, 30, I'm in the window still. If it's 30, I'm like, you know what, fine. I'll go 3 for 90. Yeah. All right, okay. Yeah. That's why you give up Jordan Poole, so you have a little bit of this flexibility.
Yeah, maybe give him a 4th-year option.
Man,
4th year, like a mutual option or something. I don't know.
I don't like that either.
But that's what I said. If I were the Kings,
I don't want that either.
I would make it painful.
Yeah,
like I would make it painful for the Warriors to sign him. I suspect they're going to, but I'm going to make it hurt a little bit. I'm going to make you think about it. And if I get him and I have to overpay a little bit, well, guess what? We haven't won a championship.
We wanted him. Yeah,
we think this is what we need to get there.
They're not pot committed the same way right now.
Get there.
Right.
So I would certainly make it hurt a little bit, but maybe Draymond won't even let it go that far. But I mean, if you're going to be a free agent, you might as well see what kind of squeeze you can put on the team. Like, I doubt he's going to sign something if other teams show interest. Why would you?
No.
Why wouldn't you go and take a visit? Or why
Leverage
wouldn't
is
you
rare.
go?
Right.
Yeah, why wouldn't you listen to them? See exactly what they're talking about. And if it doesn't make any sense, then okay, it doesn't make any sense. But now the thing is, if you accept the offer, you got to be willing to deal with the consequences, which could be the Warriors don't match that deal. So if they say, yeah, we're not going to match the deal, then then you kind of look like, okay, now what do I do? Do I say, okay, I'm good here, or now just kidding? I was just using you guys as leverage to try to get, and now you have no leverage with the Warriors. So I don't know, but I think you got to try to use it. This is the last one. This is it. This is the last contract, big contract he's getting. He's not getting another one like this. He may, get some little ones, 2 years, $20 million. He may still play and get paid. I think he will, but not get another one like 3 years at $70-80 million. That's not going to happen. So you might as well use it and try to squeeze everything out of it. But if this is where you really want to be, like if I want to be here, like I don't want to be in Sacramento, I want to be here, then maybe you just say, make me a fair offer. Make me a fair, I don't need to squeeze the most out of this one. Just make me something that's fair, that I don't feel disrespected. And maybe they can come to those terms, and then he'll sign the contract. Because once you do go down the other road, then you're like opening yourself up to somebody offering you big money and the Warriors saying we're not matching it. Right. And then what do? Can I still come back? Well, yeah, but now you have no leverage.
Now it's less.
Because we know you don't want to go anywhere else. We know the only place you want to be is here, so now we're going to offer you left. It's like Mr. Wonderful. All roads lead to Mr. Wonderful.
I'll give you one quarter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When Mr. Wonderful is your only option, I mean,
you're in trouble. He's got you by the vice.
It's not going to be pretty.
I'll give you one quarter per purchase in perpetuity. Comes to me.
Exactly. I'll take that.
I own 51%.
Now I'll take 50%. He loves perpetuity.
Yeah, he does, dude. In perpetuity, which only means for life.
For life.
Donald Sterling for life. That's what that means.
What does perpetuity mean?
Forever and ever and ever.
I think it means water, but I'm not positive.
Lakers, Kings, Warriors. If they all offer Draymond the exact same amount, who gives Draymond the best chance to win a title in that 3-year window? Is it the Warriors?
Yeah.
Are they far and away above everybody when it comes to Draymond?
I don't know, far and away. What was it? Warriors, Kings, Lakers?
The 3 teams that would potentially be in on them the most.
I mean, yeah, that would be my initial thought, but I don't know how healthy they're going to be. I mean, they are getting older. So, but right now, if you could tell me they'd be relatively healthy, yes.
In 2 years, the Kings might be the better.
Maybe.
Like if he's the same or similar, like 2 years, maybe the Kings would be. But I think Warriors this year.
Yeah.
I think this year.
Yeah,
Warriors.
I think Warriors this year and probably next year too. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, look, this is where he's been. This is where he's won. He's played with guys that have won before. He played at coaches.
Comfort level.
Yeah, so I would say this gives him the best chance to win. Next would be the Kings. Next would be the Lakers. Just because the Lakers wouldn't really be the Lakers after this deal is done. Like they would look totally different.
Right.
And you still need some help on the perimeter. So yeah, definitely the Warriors and Kings. That's why I think the Kings they're intriguing. They are intriguing. Again, how much water is, well, I don't want to use water under the bridge.
Does the defense's case hold water? Right.
Water.
The defense is wrong.
I mean, do you want to go to a team that is 80 miles away? Really? I mean, do you want to go to a team you just beat in the
So Marcus Thompson was saying, does he want to go that close?
Yeah.
Like, could you go do that?
Maybe he could. Maybe, I don't know.
Found some purple and silver.
Yeah. I mean, bottom line, if he's not back here, I'd be not. I won't be shocked.
I'd be pretty surprised.
I would be slightly. Yeah, I would be slightly surprised.
The defense is wrong.
Wrong.
I'd
go 90%. He's gonna be.
I was
back.
going 85-90. Same thing.
Yeah,
I'm in that same window, which it would surprise me a lot if he weren't back. Based on what we've heard to this point, we can talk more about this with Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider. He was all over this stuff. Talked a lot about this in his piece today on ESPN.com. Which teams could create the most cap space, what they would have to do so, and how serious would the Kings be about renouncing the rights of Harrison Barnes and Trey Lyles to free up $36 million and make it really, really uncomfortable on the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about all that with Bobby Marks, who joins us next only here on The Sports Leader.
No. The defense is wrong.
Mark Stein is reporting that the Warriors are prepared to offer Draymond Green a multi-year contract. There's more on that story. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, good to talk to you on a brand new week. Let everybody know what to do if they don't know how to handle not paying their taxes.
Call us and we'll take care of it for you. You know, here it is Monday, and a lot of people enjoyed the weekend talking about the games, but a lot of people didn't. And a lot of people, the only thing they could think about was what are they going to do, what are they going to do. And up in the middle of the night, worried, and when they fall asleep, dreaming about it, and just miserable. You don't have to go through that. There's so many good options, but don't just stick your head in the sand and wait for the government to do something bad to you. Talk to us. We'll explain everything to you. And in almost all cases, we can go to the government for you. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them, and then you can have a normal life and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, NBA free agency right around the corner. Warriors, lots of moves on their roster over the last week or so. Under new general manager Mike Dunleavy, here to talk about all that. ESPN front office insider Bobby Marks joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Bobby, great to have you back on the Tolbert and Cope show, man. How are you today?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. It's been so far an eventful offseason for the Warriors. It was a fun postseason until the exit, but a great first round against the Kings, and fun to see them play against the Lakers. Would have been nice to see them come out on top, but now a little bit of an overhaul here as we wait to see what happens with Draymond Green. You had a real good piece today on ESPN.com talking about teams creating cap space. And Tom and I were just running through some of the potential suitors for Draymond and what it would take for the Lakers and the Kings to go after him. The Lakers, it seems like they'd have to dump way too much. The Kings could, at the very least, create $36 million in cap space and make it difficult for the Warriors. Where are you on what happens with Draymond and the Kings potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the move, moving off Jordan Poole's contract to bring back Chris Paul, clears a clear path, for Draymond, just because, Chris only has 1 year guaranteed and gives them flexibility with Draymond. I think it's going to be what the cost is, right? I've just felt all along that any contract you've got to align it with Curry. So is it 3 for $100? You have to do more. It's almost like you would hope it's almost like restricted free agency where it'd be like, hey, this is what we're offering. Hey, if you get something better, come back to us. I don't know if that's the case here, but I do think it's probably going to cost you north of 30 with Draymond. If it's, certainly Sacramento's got cap space. I think the ideal is to renegotiate Sabonis' contract and then use some of that money on some other players. And Detroit's got cap space. I don't see the Lakers really, unless they really just tear it down and outside of Austin Reeves here. So I would expect him back in a Golden State uniform here. It's just I think it's a matter of kind of what the cost is going to be.
What did you think about that move from a basketball standpoint, sending Poole out and bringing in Chris Paul?
Interesting.
that it was.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a different contrast, right, of style. The way Chris plays, the way that Steve coaches this group. I think what Chris's role is going to be. Likelihood is that he comes off the bench for you, and he's probably on the court when you close games. Probably a 25-minute a night guy. But yeah, I mean, if we're based on the eye test and what the analytics show, yeah, I mean, he plays at one of the top slowest paces of any player out there, and this Golden State team likes to certainly play at a quicker pace. So it's interesting. I mean, I understand it from the business side. Certainly, if the intent is bringing back Draymond and extending Clay, and based on where their salaries are, I just thought that. And maybe there weren't other options out there. I thought maybe you didn't have to do anything right yet with Poole. Yet you had a kind of a year window to move off, and it's Chris and a bunch of young kids on the bench. That's kind of that's where that's my and I think I'm interested to see what Mike does with in free agency as far as filling in some of those holes, because with Chris and Kuminga and Moody and Brandon and Gary's still there certainly, but it was, when I heard it I was like, that's interesting. That's probably not one I was thinking of there.
Yeah. Well, I thought they might go after multiple players if they were going to trade Jordan Poole, and I didn't really have anybody in mind, but like you put your head to it, you could probably find a couple rotation players that you could get for Jordan Poole. Because this doesn't really do anything to address their two kind of shortcomings, which was bench depth and height. They didn't get any taller, and their bench depth didn't get any greater. I guess if you want to make the point, you can trust him a little bit more in the playoffs. That stretches your depth a little bit, but
yeah.
So it kind of tells me, and you might know the answer to this, Bobby. Maybe his value around the league wasn't all that high.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, I think it was certainly higher last year coming off that championship, and then I think you have to look at Jordan, where if he was a free agent this year, would you offer him for 127? Right? I think that's how you look at it. Certainly, from the Wizards' perspective, you're giving back that at them. I would have. I mean, from Golden State's perspective, I would have loved to have Porzingis instead of Chris Paul. I think that would have addressed, you get a stretch big, certainly in the last year of his contract, you can extend them if you wanted. It addressed some things there, but they wound up doing a deal with the Celtics here. But you're right. Yeah. I mean, I thought you could maybe break it up, but the market probably cooled a little bit for Jordan, and they want to address it right now.
Yeah.
Talking to Bobby Marks on the UMA guest line. How many other big moves do you expect trade-wise coming in the Western Conference? We were talking about potentially the move of Karl Anthony Towns, who's entering the final year of his deal. He's got a trade restriction. It can't be moved until July the 7th, but they give Naz Reid the 3-year deal. Does that indicate anything or any movement for Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get expensive real soon here because Anthony Edwards is extension eligible this offseason. They could be the third team with 3+ max players joining Denver and Phoenix. So I think eventually there's going to be a decision. I don't know if it's right now regarding Karl. I don't see anything in New Orleans with certainly with Zion there. I'm interested to see what happens in LA with the Clippers with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard here. Are they willing to rip the Band-Aid off here, or they have faith that these guys can finally stay healthy, because both guys are extension eligible. I'm not doing anything with either. 4 years, $223. That's the max number. I can't justify that if I was the front office there. Do they, as I said, do they do something there? And about trades, I'm interested in what goes on in Houston in a couple days here, because they basically kind of control free agency here with all that money. They can go out and spend it. When you got all those kids on rookie contracts, cheap contracts, you can go out and give Fred VanVleet $35 million or Dylan Brooks $15 million or some of these other players.
Well, other than the fact their owner loves James Harden, what would be the reasoning for going out and getting him? I mean, you have this young core now. You want to add to it to try to, kind of support these young kids. You bring in Harden. He's the man. He wants the ball. He's gonna run the show. I can't even fathom a reason other than I like him. Like, if I'm an owner, I really like this. I've always liked him. Let's bring him back. I can't even come up with a phony reason as to why, if it was basketball related, Bobby, I'd want to bring him into the mix.
No, I agree with you. I mean, 4 years, 205. Oof, man. That's a monster number. And that's why I said, for Houston, there's so many different needs there, whether it be point guard or a wing or maybe even a center. Like, split that money up. You can go out and get 3 guys. You really can. Some teams are renting cap space, like we saw with OKC with Bertans. Utah's out of the mix with the Collins trade. You can go out and get 3 good guys. I'm not sure I want to go out and get 1 good guy and then have him, paying him $61 million in that last year. I don't see how that makes sense at all. Hey, if James Harden wants to go there for 30. And you can get 2 other guys, I'm fine with that. But at that number, that's a little bit high risk there.
Yeah. So what do you, let me ask you this: and I think I know the answer to this, but you've been in these conversations before. Jaylen Brown's going to be up for a monster extension, and I got to give a guy almost over 50, damn near $60 million a year, who can't even go left. He's a wonderful player. I do. I like him. I like him as a person. He's good defensively, and I can't go left, and I got to pay him $60 million a year. How do you do? Do you just say, well, damn, we just have to? That's the price of business, and even though it looks ridiculous, it's just what we got to do if we want to keep him.
Yeah, I think there's always that. When you work in a front office, you always have a sense of arrogance that you can always move a player, right? So I think there's a sense there. We're going to give him the extension, 5 for $295. If this doesn't work out, or the rules, we can't do anything with this new CBA. We can pivot a year from now, like they did in Utah with Mitchell or Gobert. I don't know if you can get as much back, but we can always pivot there. That's kind of how the approach goes. On the other side is, okay, we're not comfortable doing it. We're going to let him play out your contract. So you got a guy that's expiring. That becomes certainly high risk there, because if he doesn't earn all NBA, then the extension drops. So yeah, I get it. I mean, like, I understand. Like, that's a monster number. I mean, $55-60 million per year. And then you got Tatum the following year. And then maybe do it Porzingis, who's extension eligible. Yeah, Damn. So, I mean, you saw it today. And with the Atlanta, it's basically a salary deal with John Collins. The different players. You can't pay everyone, right? You just can't. It's just not how the rules are set up. You can't pay everyone.
No, they're definitely making it tough. Well, let me ask you about a guy who's going to make $60 million in the last couple of years of his contract, Damian Lillard up in Portland. Does this come down to him kind of saying it's time, or them kind of convincing him it's time? Because it's time. I mean, we all appreciate his loyalty, I think, but damn, we'd love to see him have a chance to win a championship. I've always said, Bobby, he's one of the easiest guys to root for in the NBA. So, I mean, what is this going to take to kind of grease the wheels here and get this thing moving? And it looks like Miami. I don't know, I mean, how you see it, but what's it going to take to get this thing going? Is it going to be his blessing, basically?
Well, I think it's going to, they're meeting right now. I mean, it's basically for him to say, like, hey, I appreciate you doing your best, and I appreciate you building through the draft, but I want to go win a championship. I don't know, 2 years. If he doesn't say it, they're not going to move him. They're not going to move him
because they don't want to be that team.
We're going to be talking again about, hey, look, with Damian Lillard. It's funny. I had to do a segment on SportsCenter the other day, and Hannah Storm said, "Tell me on why Damian Lillard should stay," and like basically would show at the roster. And I went through, and I was like, Hannah, I can't because it's really, it's
why?
You look at it. Certainly if you bring Jeremy Grant back, but you've got a lot, Shane Sharp and Scoot Henderson and Ryan Rupert and Chris Murray, a lot of nice young players here, but you're 2 years, 3 years away from it. So we'll see. I think we'll learn a lot more today. And, I think, it doesn't have a no trade, but I think certainly he's built up enough equity where the organization would work. I mean, Miami, hey, we know what Miami has to offer, right? They got 2 firsts, they got Hero, they got some other things that, you can put in the deal. Brooklyn's got a lot of picks. I'm interested. I'd be interested if a team like San Antonio sticks their toe in the deep end and see what the interest level of Damian Lillard would be as far as what it would cost to bring him down there and put him with Victor and see what else you got left with that roster here. But I think if you're Lillard, you probably want to go east because, the West is just a bear getting through some of these teams.
So let me ask you this, because I've always wondered this as a former front office executive. So if you get a draft pick, let's say you want to get 28 and 30 from Miami, because you want it far enough down the road that they're not going to be as good as they are now. So you may be able to recoup some assets from that trade. But if I'm an executive, I'm a GM or whatever, I'm thinking, well, hell, I might not even be here to draft those picks. So what good does that do me? I mean, it's good for the organization. Might not be good for me sticking around here. How do you handle that as an executive? Like, this is probably best for the organization, but I kind of want to do what's best for the organization, and I'd like some say-so in this trade that I'm consummating here.
No, I lived through it in Brooklyn towards the tail end. Hey, you're fighting for an extension on your job, and what you were looking for short term, but maybe it's in the best interest that you get a pick in 2028, right? As far as where it goes, I think you try to kind of meet it down the middle. Okay, can we get 2 first later, and then maybe can we turn Tyler Hero into something now? And if we don't want him so you're trying to look at the now, and then you're looking at the down the road because you're going to go into the press conference and you're going to sell to your fans, yeah, we got a pick in 2028 and 2030.
Nice.
And a pick swap in 29.
And a pick swap.
Good luck. Yeah, good luck. I mean, that's a challenge. And you're right. Who knows where, Joe Cronin, their GM, will be 4 or 5 years from now. So I think there is a balancing act. Certainly there's teams. Brooklyn's got a lot of picks, from Phoenix and Dallas, but they're down the road. Those down the road ones will be good here. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, that it wait to the trade deadline if something does happen. But I think we'll know a little bit, probably maybe either later today or tomorrow, as far as what happens out there.
What do you expect to happen with Kyrie Irving?
I think he goes back to Dallas. I mean, it's another situation like you guys were just talking about. It's like, you lose Jalen Brunson last offseason. You can't afford to lose Kyrie Irving. But I always say, you can negotiate. It is okay to negotiate. You don't just have to give a guy $47 million. Who else are the shooters out there if Houston's not in play and the Lakers don't have room? And, where's he going to go to? Do you call his bluff and, if he's going to go somewhere for a discount? So I always said Kyrie's a max player, but he's a max player on a 1-year deal. He's not a max player. I couldn't do it for 3 or 4 years. I couldn't do that.
Yeah. I've been thinking about this. I'm curious to get your thoughts on it because you've done it. And I want to know how it would affect the trade market because I'm tired of swaps and I'm tired of protected picks. I like the good old days. You get it first, you just take it, whatever it is. That's where it is. How would that affect the trade market if we just said, look, you give away at first, that's what it is. There is no protections, no swaps.
Yeah, it would probably drastically change it. Teams certainly would be hesitant. I mean, look at Phoenix. Phoenix put in, basically everything they had left, whether, whatever, 3 or 4 years of pick swaps there. They wouldn't have been allowed to do that. Certainly protections on. I think I'm good with the protections if it just ended after that year. Hey, it's a top 14 pick. If you don't get it, it turns into 2 seconds, right? Like something, something like that.
Carries over for year after year.
Yeah, you look at Portland. Hey, Portland owes Chicago top 14 protected first in 24, and it rolls over for like 5 or 6 years. So, I get it. But pick swaps are deadly, guys. We did a pick swap with Boston. It turned into Jaylen Brown. So you got to be careful when you do pick swaps, and all that. So, but yeah, I would love to see them just get rid of pick swaps and just if it rolls, it doesn't roll over year after year.
Do you know who the evil genius was who even thought of pick swaps?
I don't know. What happens with pick swaps is because how the league has it, you can only trade within a 7-year window. Mm-hmm. So you're basically limited as far as what you can give in a trade, whether it be 4 first, and you can't do it in back-to-back years. So that's why when you're kind of forced to give more than what you don't have, it's when you see the pick swap come into play.
Damn pick swaps, you're killing me.
Wait, real quick, can you explain what it means? Because I always get confused on this. When it means swap best or swap worst, what do I get? What am I giving up?
Yeah, so Denver traded to Indiana the least favorable first of OKC, Houston, Clippers, and Utah last week. So basically, whoever has the worst record out of that 4 is going to Denver. That's the pick that's going there.
I still don't understand. I have no idea. But that's the hysteria to me of the pick swap. It's like it messes me up when I'm playing NBA 2K. I'm like, did I think I was getting a good pick? I was like, oh no, that team hosed me. I thought I was getting off. But it confuses and it makes it tough to follow because you really sometimes don't know what the value is that you're getting back or giving up. I think that's what's frustrating.
Real quick. Phoenix did a pick swap with the Wizards, right?
Okay.
A deal trade, and it was 24, 26, 28, and I think maybe 30 or something like that. But the Wizards owe New York a pick, so basically the pick swap is kind of voided if they ever owed them. So it's just like
so what do we?
Good, but it really the only good ones is the one in 2028.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'm borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, or borrowing from Phoenix to play Portland. One of the two.
You're sitting there watching the draft like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. I have no idea what's it. Just somebody pick and just let me know where the player's going. That's all I care about. Just let me know where the player is going. So real quick on the way out. So I said 90% Draymond going back home. Would you make it even higher than that, or maybe not that high?
I would leave it. I just think that if he's lowballed, I don't think he does. If they come in and offer him 4 for 90, then I could see him start taking meetings. I don't know. I think he's looking for north of 30 here, even if it's a 3-year deal. So that's really the only way I see things really kind of going off tracks is if the number. And I think you have. Listen, whenever you opt out of $27.6 million, you've got something coming your way.
Yes. No doubt about it. Bobby, thank you so much. It's always fun catching up with you. Always appreciate the insight and the information. Have a good rest of the day, and hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bobby. Bobby Marks, former GM in the NBA and current front office insider for ESPN. Good breakdown. Dude, that was it. I told Tim to cut that. It sounds like you're... He was like, I don't know if I want to go 4 years or over 100 million for Draymond. So good analysis. If you haven't had a chance, check out that piece on ESPN.com. Bobby Marks laying out what the cap space should look like or could look like for every free agent coming this offseason. On the other side, your sound soiree for Monday, June 26th. All the best sounds of sports you may have missed today. That's coming your way next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Mike Florio believes the 49ers and Rams will be in a tug-of-war for Vikings quarterback Kirk Cousins in 2024. Hey, remember when Florio said Tom Brady would be a 49er? Yeah. Anyway, more on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. With everything changing so fast these days, the one thing you can't lag behind in, Wi-Fi. You got to have the coverage, you got to have the speed, you got to have the power. Now is Xfinity's 10G network. That means you get all kinds of speed, all kinds of power. So the people that are working from home, they're good to go. Maybe you're going to summer school. But if they are, you can take care of that. You know you're having kids over. Maybe a Call of Duty tournament or just playing whatever they're Fortnite. Well, I don't even know what the games are nowadays, what they're playing. But you know they're going to be over there, and you know they're going to be mad if you are lagging. Lagging equals whining. Xfinity 10G, no whining. You're all good to go. And even if you had like 10 times that many people in your house, like you have 10 people, you have 100 people in your house. Everyone's taken care of on every device, loser party, but everyone's taken care of, so at least you got that going for you, which is nice. More power, more speed, more 10G. So all you have to do is go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit a store today. And remember, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. And that's just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Sounds good to me. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply to internet services and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love more power, you love more speed, you love 10G, you will love Xfinity.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's on a Monday evening here. Our only full show of the week. We got Giants baseball coming your way. Pregame at like 3:05 or 3:10 every day this week, starting tomorrow. So we will stretch out with a nice long sound soiree here. Tom and I were playing golf on Saturday in Alameda, and when we were wrapping up, we were looking at baseball scores and seeing what was going on. Correct. I believe, Tom, as we wrapped up and finished, the Angels had a 7-0 lead over the Rockies, and it was early in the game, I think was the score I'd seen. We went to get a beer, and we see that it's like 8-0, then it's 10-0, then it's 12-0, then it's 20-0, then it's 25-0.
Holy dogs!
They put up 13 runs. The Angels scored 13 runs in the third inning, and then they put up 8 more runs in the fourth inning, ended up beating the Rockies 25-1. So as part of our Sound Soiree, Tom, in honor of your Angels beating the Rockies 25-1 on Saturday afternoon, here's 25 runs scored by the Angels.
Second at bat of the inning. Moniak sends a ball to deep right center field, and that one's gone!
It's not all 25.
Oh,
just heads up.
Santa Maria! Oh, my goodness. Nobody saw the fly ball. Doyle missed it. He never saw it. Another run scores. Mickey Moniak with a ball out to right that fooled Jones. He plays it off the wall. This could clear the bases again. It's 20-0. Oh, Fletch, get up. Get up. And gone!
3-run home run for Fletch, first of the season.
Bounce to third. Montes de Castro relays too late. Another run scores, and the Angels have tied a franchise record.
My God.
My God is right.
I love the Moniak. Santa Maria.
Santa Maria.
He was going nuts. And so what you didn't get to hear, and look, I like Gubazaw a lot, but you can get corny sometimes. I should say a lot of the time. So when Mickey Moniak hits a home run, it's, "Oh, Mickey, you're so fine." I know.
That's bad.
When Tice hits a home run, it's "Tice is nice." And then when Fletcher hits a home run, it's "Fletch lives." You drop the Fletch lives. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah. If he can drop in a pun there, a pun will be forthcoming. Trust me.
Franchise record for runs in a game, 25, and hits in a game, 28. And as you might have guessed, this game happened at Coors Field. 25-1.
It was 23-0 at the end of 4.
Unreal.
And they just pulled the plug at that point. They're like, okay, they took Trout out. Here's the irony. Well, 2 ironies, which is that they're incredible ironies. It is the fact that they scored 25 runs in a game, and the AL MVP was 1 for 7.
Yeah, and he got pulled for a pinch hitter.
And this is so Angels, because I've said forever the highlights of the Angels were always Ohtani pitches 7, hits a homer, Trout has 2 hits, Angels lose 4-2. Yep. Like, that was just it. You get the Trout highlights, the Ohtani highlights, and oh, by the way, they lost. It's the first time since 1897 that a team has a plus 20 run differential in a series and didn't win the series. They lost 2 out of 3. They scored them by plus 20 plus runs and lost the series. I mean, that's so Angels, where you do something insanely incredible that everyone pays attention to. And, oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, they lost the series.
Second longest run differential for a team to win a serise in baseball history. As you said, going back to 1897, they did it against Chicago. You want to guess the team? They're not in existence anymore, Tom.
I have no idea who.
The Louisville Colonels.
The Colonels. I like the Colonels.
They used to pop Colonels before every game. They did.
Great job, brother.
They bring popcorn to every ball game.
My dad was the starting pitcher for the Colonels.
The Colonels, dude. 13 runs is a record for the Angels in an inning. The plus 24 margin of victory was the third largest by any team since at least, I love when they say at least because they just don't know sometimes with baseball, since at least 1901.
Yes.
It's as far back, like we don't have many records before that. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani finished with the fewest hits, 1, and most strikeouts, 2, among any Angels starter. They won by 24. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, they scored, I want to say in the 3rd inning, they put up a 13 spot.
Yep.
They scored 8 with 2 outs.
Yeah.
It was insane. They just kept going and kept hitting and kept going. We were still there watching a little bit of it. What was it when we left? Like 20 or...
What was it?
20, like 18-0. I forget. Because they had scored 15, right? When we were there at the bar.
Yeah,
we were like...
Yeah, we watched it.
Because we just kept looking, going, oh my God.
Remember, I just kept updating. I kept going... 18,
yeah, we watched the Fletch homer.
We saw the Fletch 3-run homer live at the bar, and we were laughing. The Rockies hadn't scored by the time we left. It was 20-0 after 4.
Still shut out.
It was 20 to. Well, it was 20. I think it was 20 to. It was at least through 3 because it was.
No, it was 23-0 after
23-0 after 4 because they put up 8 more.
23-0.
They put up 8 more in the 4th.
It was a joke.
Just poured it on.
I was like, good night.
Mike Trout, Brendan Drury, and Matt Tice went back to back to back on 3 straight pitches. Against Chase Anderson.
3 straight pitches. That was pretty amazing.
Last time a team did that on 3 straight pitches was Gardner, LeMahieu, and Voit. Also did it against Chase Anderson. Same exact pitcher. Isn't that wild? Last time to have it happen, it was the exact same guy. It was against the Blue Jays back in 2020. Best thing is nobody was there to see it because it was COVID. So
that's a good point.
Nobody saw it happen. But
well, how about this? My buddy who's a Angel fan, I told you his brother was coming out.
Right.
And they were going to go play golf and go to the game. And
they were at the game. That's right. Yeah.
I text him. I go, "Were you at the game?" He goes, "No, we went yesterday." Where the Angels gave up a grand slam in the 8th and ended up losing the game 7-4. They were up 4-3, grand slam in the 8th, game over. I was like, "Ooh, damn." Should have went Saturday.
After the 13-run 3rd inning, first of all, that tied the most ever in franchise history for the Angels. And after the 13-run 3rd, all 9 players in the Angels lineup already had a hit and an RBI in the game, making it the 3rd time in franchise history that every starter had recorded a hit and an RBI. Hadn't happened since '84, previously '78. Every time it's happened, it's been on the road. They've never done it at home, and they've never done it by the 3rd inning. That's for sure.
How about 2 guys going 5 for 5?
It's pretty wild.
I think Moniak, who was it? Moniak or Renfro? Or was
I don't know, Renfro go 5 for 5. Tice at the bottom,
so. Yeah, I think two guys 5 for 5. I mean, there were so many statistical anomalies in that game. You're just like, holy crap!
I love games like that because of that stuff.
Yeah, look how many guys have 4 RBIs. Look how many guys have 3 hits.
Freddie just look up and down the thing and see all the hits. Right?
Oh, I mean, it's insane. I knew what happened. I went home and watched it again. I go, I got to watch this again.
It's a blast.
Go, this is absurd. So I went home and watched it again, and it was about as absurd. So the Angels were losing yesterday, and as soon as they got the last down, they lost the game. To make myself feel better, I go, I'm going to watch 3rd inning yesterday.
That's how you do it.
That was a lot more fun.
Get all your offense out in one game. One inning
basically
for
what
the
they
week.
did.
Right.
Yes, it's basically what they did because they got blanked against the Dodgers in a 2-game set. Then they scored 4 against the Rockies, and I forgot what they got yesterday. Maybe 3. They
outscored by 20. They outscored them by 20 and lost the series.
By 20. So you drop. So that's what I'm talking about. Run differential looks great sometimes. Look at what they scored over, what was it, 5 games? 0, 0, 4, 25. That's 29. And I think they got 3 yesterday. I'm not positive, but let's say 32. 32. That's 6 runs a game. 6 runs a game.
Nope.
But in 4 of those games, you didn't score 6.
You get blanked.
You didn't even score 5. You got 4 one game. And you got blanked twice. And happened to drop a 25 bomb on Colorado's head 1 game. And so you averaged 6 runs a game in a 5-game stretch and went 1-4.
Well, it's you'd rather be the Giants who can get blanked early in a ball game and then come on back. You know what I mean? Because the Rockies will just, the Angels are dumping it all out in 1 inning. How about this one? This happened yesterday. Fan loudly agrees. I heard this early in the game too. The fans were mic'd up pretty good. Excuse me, this was Saturday, but they were mic'd up pretty good all week because it was a loud crowd. And you could hear this fan get upset at a call on Saturday, and Kruk and Kuiper react to it on the broadcast. Here's what it sounded like.
Crowds have been good here on this homestand. Bleachers are packed. Arcade is packed. And the 2-1.
I don't think one fan behind.
Well, I kind of agree with him.
Yeah, I can't argue with him. I kind of agree with him.
Yeah, he was right. And then they show the graphic on TV. You know, they do like the 3D like sort of home plate thing where you see where the ball crossed the plate. They showed it. It was outside. And they're like, yeah, I mean, he's got a point. That fan down there. That was pretty funny.
I don't think one fan behind.
Well, I kind of agree with him.
I like that they know it came through their headset because they could hear it. That's pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
Pretty good. How about Aaron Rodgers? You can wipe that smile away. Here's Aaron Rodgers. Any way to kill a room. Here comes Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers on the positives. He was at a psychedelics. The positives of psychedelics conference.
Excuse me?
In Denver. Aaron Rodgers at a conference in Denver on the positive uses and effects of psychedelics.
I know in Colorado that psilocybin has been decriminalized, but is it not? Yeah. Is it not ironic that the things that actually expand your mind are illegal, and the things that keep you in the lower chakras and dumb you down have been legal for centuries? Because I guarantee you, all these bums who want to, come after me online about my experience and stuff, they've never tried it. They're the perfect people for it. We need to get these people taking it. Yep. In the previous year, 26 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. We had a good season. Ayahuasca, 48 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. MVP. What are you going to say?
Says high on shrooms now, dude. I need more of this, dude. I need more Rodgers at like psychedelics conferences. Have you seen Jake the Snake? What's his name? The guy who was the played for the Broncos. Jake Plummer. I'm Jake the Snake Plummer. Dude, that guy looks like he just crawled out of a hole that he buried like under a Dead concert like 15 years ago. This guy, I mean, these guys are out of their mind. I mean, I'm not denying anything that he's saying is true. I just love him rattling his own stats off too. That was his, 26 touchdowns. He didn't mention like the change in offense or head coach or none of that. No.
What are you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say you got a new coach and a new offense, and then once you figured it out, you were really good. But that was rich. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
What are you going to say?
Go ahead. I don't even care. I may make fun of it occasionally, but I don't really care. If you feel like that is helping you in some way, and you know what? Look, he might have a point. He may have a point that some of this stuff is a little harder to figure out how to use, and I'm not down with a lot of the medicines that they have us take and all that. There's no doubt about that, but I mean, it goes a little deeper than just saying, yeah, man.
What are you going to say?
All the stuff that can expand our minds is illegal.
What are you going to say?
Meant to dumb us down and keep us in,
Well, where are you going to go?
That stuff's legal, man.
He's saying take psilocybin, throw more touchdowns, win MVPs. Was that his point? I don't know what his... No, the point was he was trying to make, but...
I don't know. Maybe he was making he could do it on that, so that was helping him. It was
maybe
helping him.
It's beneficial.
I don't know.
I like the thing too. He's like, basically, we got to get all the people who've never tried it and want to knock it. He basically said, "Don't knock it until you try it."
Yeah, I ain't trying it.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to.
I'm afraid. I'm scared of that stuff.
You want to keep throwing 26 touchdowns? That's fine.
Because I guarantee you, all these bums who want to come after me.
I love the word.
They want to come after me online.
I love the word "bum" is such a great word.
It's underrated.
It's a great word. It's not used enough. What a bum.
He's a bum, dude.
A bum.
Anyway, get more of that psilocybin talk on
all these bums.
All that hard talk maybe this year. How about one more here? Didn't know we were going this route. Dennis Rodman. How about this?
Wow. What?
Okay.
He's back?
What's this? Yeah, he's back. Well, I don't know where he went. Where's this from, Derek? Just some podcast he was on, and somebody asked him, what did they ask him? What kind of player would Larry Bird be in today's NBA? This has Dennis Rodman this.
Oh, no.
Here's Rodman.
If Larry Bird played in this era, I think he'd be in Europe. So I'm just letting you know, man. Really? Like I said, don't just say he would be somewhere over there. I think his game was fit for Boston at that time in the 80s and stuff like that. But today's world, oh, hell no. There's no way. I'm not this downplaying him because he's a great player at that time, just like I was. And but I'm saying no, there's no way, no way. I think the kid from Denver is way better than him.
Wait, is he talking about Jokic?
Yeah. Let me just say this. Just when you thought maybe Dennis Rodman wasn't as dumb as you thought, then he just says something like that. I mean, really? Like Larry Bird can't even play in the NBA anymore?
Does he know that the best players in the world now are like from Europe? Like they come here? Does he know that? Does he know where? Does he think Europe's a band? Is he?
I don't know. Oh no, there's no way he knows of Europe, the band.
Think Europe's a country?
Yeah,
he was a great player at that time, just like I was.
Just like I was.
What do you mean great player at that time? Larry Bird's a great player at any time, period. You kidding me?
Yeah, I don't
wow.
Does he have any, any more thoughts on the demilitarized zone on the DMZ? No?
Because he's a great player at that time, just like I was.
You didn't check in on the DMZ there? No? Not on that podcast? Okay. There you go. There's your sound soiree. I think we covered it. Everything you needed. To catch you up on sports from today. There was Dennis Rodman. We got a soup du jour coming up on the other side, and then we'll see what FP Santangelo has going on the other side, or at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. Your soup du jour is next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. It's where I had my vision corrected back in 2020. Seriously, I'm seeing 2015, one of the best things I'd ever done. Hated wearing glasses, hated even more wearing contacts. And as I always talk about, they handle it so well. They take care of your vision before, they take care of it after. The experience at the clinic with Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane is why going to Furlong Vision Correction is the right choice. It was the right choice for me, and it will be the right choice for you. They've been voted the best place for LASIK in all of the Silicon Valley for years and years and years, including here in 2023. Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane have also been voted the best surgeons in the Silicon Valley handling LASIK. They offer the most advanced FDA-approved procedures, including a breakthrough, highly effective FDA-approved alternative to LASIK. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. And you might know Joe Jonas. You know who that is? Joe Jonas? Of course you do. You're a Jonas Brothers fan, or your kids are. They rave about EVO Vision. He's done it himself. Schedule your vision correction appointment at furlongvision.com or call 408-453-5600. You want to start seeing better like me and like Joe Jonas? Go see the best. It's Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, time for a little soup. This, oh boy. Man, I hate blaming like janitors. They get the crap job, literally, figuratively, hours, everything. I mean, they usually not from here. They got to work their ass off just to make some ends meet, so they can, pay for groceries and get their kids to school, all that kind of stuff. So I hate cracking on them, but woof, this guy really, really did it. Let me find you. Let me tell you exactly what he did. It says, no, I don't want to tell you that because that's the punchline right there. I was trying to figure out. Okay, so he turned the freezer down. I think it was making sound, is what it was.
You like turned the sound, the coolness down in the freezer.
Yeah, there was an incessant beep, They flipped a switch, and it got rid of the beep. So he's happy. He's in there working. Beep.
He's like, what the hell is that beep?
Let me just flip this, see what happens.
Stop that beeping.
So the beep stopped. The beep stopped.
Oh, good. Good for him.
Unfortunately, it shut off the storage freezer. So that could be bad.
Yeah, okay.
Could be in there.
Storage freezer. We don't know where he's working yet, right? This is
Could
part
be
of
burgers.
the... Okay. Yeah.
Could maybe some steaks in there.
It's a product.
Maybe some tasty pork ribs. But you got something in there.
Oh, no.
You want to ruin it. Like, we got to throw all that meat away. Bummer. You got to be kidding me. What are you doing?
You might get in trouble for that at work.
Yeah,
Come on, man. You got to be more aware. You can't be costing us money.
You can't shut off the freezer.
Come on, dude.
Even better. My man destroyed decades of scientific work.
Like it was in the fridge?
Yeah,
the freezer?
In the freezer. There was decades. There was stuff that was in there for 25 years. Said it cost the lab at least $1 million in damages. And the super cold freezer the custodial allegedly shut down held cell cultures, samples, and other elements stored at minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit. So when he shut it off, he tripped the breaker, shut that off, and destroyed stuff that had been in there over 2 decades.
I put it on the researchers, man. If it was decades old and it was that easy to just shut off the freezer, you should probably have a sign on there that says, like, important stuff, don't turn off freezer. Decades old, $1 million worth of, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Anytime I've been trained here at KNBR on something that was like a very expensive piece of equipment, you get a pretty stern talking to about do not do X, Y, and Z.
Well, there was a sign.
My man's just mopping. There was a sign?
There was a sign on the lab freezer door.
All right, well.
that explained the source of the alarm.
Should have told, okay, oh boy.
No cleaning required in this area.
You know, I like to withdraw my previous statement, Your Honor. I'd like to strike that from the record that I said any of that.
You can press the alarm test mute button for 5 to 10 seconds if you would like to mute the sound.
Ah, boy.
Well, apparently he didn't read it.
Yeah, well.
Apparently he just shut it off.
That man fell on hard times, it sounds like.
Oh, man, that
Tough
is
deal.
brutal. Said a majority of the specimens were compromised, destroyed, and rendered unsalvageable, demolishing more than 20 years of research. Oh, can you imagine if you're like on that research team?
Like your life's work?
You go in there. Oh, where's my cultures?
You're like 45 years old, dude. You've been working there since you finished medical school. You got all this research in there. You're working your ass off. Your life's work. This guy just came in for a mop. He's like, God, that beep. He's like, that beeping's loud, dude.
He's like, dude, that's annoying. That is annoying.
I heard somebody spilled in here. I heard there's a spill in here. No, nothing. Yeah, you bring his bucket in, dude. It's all...
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
That's Dunleavy's fault. Blame everything on Dunleavy.
Pretty good.
Oh my God,
shout out Mike and Belmont.
that was bad. Yeah, like, bro, what'd you do? I don't know, but that beeping's gone. That's pretty cool, right? I got rid of the beeping.
Wonder how they found out it was him too.
Well, I mean, he was probably the only one in there. Maybe he had no idea what he did, so he said it anyway. Like, yeah, I did shut it off. That beeper was
bragging. He's like,
yeah.
I finally got rid of that beep. You guys been hearing that for years, man. Like, shut that thing off.
What you did,
dude? You're not supposed to stop that beeping.
I wanted to get to this story, but I can't because it's LA Times, and I don't subscribe to the LA Times. So Tim sent me a story, a link to a story that says $1 for 6 months.
Oh, come on, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Tim, foot the bill next.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a story about somebody getting injured on The Price is Right. Which I wanted to read that story. Somebody getting injured on The Price is Right.
I bet you I can find a version of that story for you.
Okay.
Without a paywall, Tom.
Well, if the story's everywhere, Tim, why didn't you send me one of the stories that was everywhere?
Begs the question, Tim.
No, porn has nothing to do with the LA Times. You could have sent me something else. You sent me that one. So that's on you. Don't say it's on me. Don't say, oh, you could find that story anywhere. Well... All right,
I got you here.
Thank you.
Price is Right. There was an injury, I guess, on The Price is Right. Guy got too excited, Tom, celebrating a victory.
Oh, okay.
So they say he took his celebration a little bit too far.
Blow his knee out?
Well, they shared a clip of him celebrating a big win. His name is Henry. Drew Carey, the show's host, explained to the crowd that, dude, he dislocated his shoulder.
What?
Dude, he dislocated his shoulder by celebrating a win after spinning the big wheel. Or he celebrated a victory. He then could not spin the big wheel. His wife had to come and spin for him. They had to like go to the bullpen because dude, could you imagine he can't get his arm up anymore to do the big spin?
Wow.
Henry was celebrating, going woo, woo, as he dislocated his shoulder. Said Drew Carey. So he's not going to be able to spin the wheel, but Alice, his wife, is going to spin the wheel for him. His wife spun a 95, which sent him to the Showcase Showdown. And he was seen then cheering with one arm. While he advised the wife to be careful while celebrating with him. Hey, he won a trip to Hawaii. Pretty good. Good for him.
He needs one. He needs some rest and relaxation.
He's all healed and better now, but apparently we have audio of the actual. We have audio of the Price is Right injury. Here we go.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3, go! Higher, lower, lower, higher. Yes! Yes! Over here, Alice. Let me explain what happened. Henry, this is Alice, Henry's wife. How you doing? Henry was celebrating and and he dislocated his shoulder. I know. So he's not going to be able to spin the wheel, but Alice is going to spin the wheel for him. Good luck. Here we go.
There you go. He spins a 95 and gets to the Showcase Showdown. Apparently, there's other reports of this. Back in 2014, a contestant named Judy, she sprained her ankle while spinning the wheel. She then,
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
She then played the Showcase Showdown on crutches. So this happened before. There you go. So big injury there.
I would think that wasn't the first time he's dislocated his shoulder.
Yeah, people who have their shoulder slip out. I know a few guys in my life who have that as like a normal thing, and frequently like, yeah, just pop it back in, or it's weird.
Did they do it like Mel Gibson?
I've seen
Lethal Weapon.
No, I've seen guys do like the bite the towel thing, and like or like the what's the guy at the end of the Friday Night Lights? He's the Tim Riggins character in the movie. The one.
Yeah. The fullback.
The fullback whose dad is Tim
McGraw.
Tim McGraw, right?
Yeah.
Throws the ring out the window. All that. They have to go find it. Anyway, he does the thing where he bites the towel and they shove it back in. That seems painful. Well, yeah, there's guys.
The Mel Gibson where you just take it and smash it into a
wall. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get it back in.
Ugh.
How about Hanukkah?
Oh man.
That's that. I always when I was younger, I always said that's the job I want right there.
Price is Right.
The Price is Right. Awesome. Talk to people, have a good time, and then I found out it was like a 2-month job. They jam 5 shows in every day for 2 months, and you're like,
you're done,
dude. You're off for the rest of the year. You're good to go. I'd be like, what?
They air like year
we're
round.
Done here.
You're done. Yeah.
Oh, damn! You kidding me?
Do whatever you want.
Price is wrong.
He gets mad at you and takes it out on Bob Barker.
Can you imagine getting like 9-10 months off a year?
It's unbelievable. It's like Jeff Probst who does Survivor. They film those 2 shows back to back. Used to be 80 days of filming a year. Now it's like they do 26 days each. They film them, they come back for like a week, then they go out and they film the other 26. He's now an executive producer, but he has nothing else. That's all he does. That's like his only real, like he lives in L.A., they do all this stuff down there. He's got to go out of the country for 2 months a year, and that's it. Back to back.
Good stuff.
It's a pretty good taping schedule.
And he gets us to go somewhere where, because I'm sure he's living in squalor like all the contestants are.
Yeah.
I don't know what he has, but I guarantee you it's a lot more luxurious than what they have.
Yeah, he watches a lot of DVDs, he said. He eats a lot of cheeseburgers. That's kind of what Probst does when he's out on the island. Anyway, we got to get a better gig, Tom. We're really slumming it here. On the other side, we'll see.
What if he went to camp with like a cheeseburger and a beer? Is everybody doing good?
Everybody's good? Yeah, no?
Everybody,
Yeah, you're fine? All right.
Everybody's good? Man, this cheeseburger's incredible. Hopefully,
I'll tell you what, the crew,
you guys can win the challenge.
The crew does not have it easy. They are hustling. Like it is a grind for the crew on Survivor. They're out there working, and barely sleeping too, because there's 24 hours of stuff they got to be doing. Yep. So we'll see what FP Santangelo has going on the other side. And back tomorrow, normal show start time at 2:00, but we're only with you for about an hour or so before we get you ready for the Giants and the Blue Jays 3-game series tomorrow, and then out to New York to take on the Mets. Mets are leading the Brewers right now in the top of the 6th inning. Verlander has just exited the game. FP Santangelo next on the Sports Leader.
You know what pissed me off? Is I think I've made about $60 million playing baseball, and I want this freaking $1 million in this game. And it's not even $1 million. It's $600,000 by the time Obama takes it. I'm a Game 7 World Series loser. You know, I've played in the biggest games in the world and the worst games in the world, but this just sucks.
The Giants won 2 out of 3 this weekend against the NL West leading Arizona Diamondbacks. They cut that division lead down to 2.5 games. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hanukkah!
All right, time to wrap it up. Hand it off to FP Santangelo, who'll take you right up until 10 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. FP, what's going on?
Tom, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good, just watching LSU thump Florida. Just put a beating on them, so.
Florida.
Well,
the Brewers just hit a 2-run homer to take a lead over the Mets. Mets are coughing it again.
Mets.
How about that? Meet the Mets.
Yeah, I just think this is like...
The Mets beat the Mets. How about that?
We're all excited about the 5-2 homestand, how the Giants are playing, but when you're 10 games over 500, this is where you can either leave that damn 500 in the rearview mirror and get to 15, 16, 18, or if you stumble a little bit, you go back to 5, and then it's all just you're back to square one. So I think... I always thought that 10-game over mark is like this road trip is huge against the Blue Jays and the Mets.
Yeah. Go Gator.
No. Go Gator. I love that one. Go Gator.
Right, it's 10-2 in the fourth, by the way. This game is not even close to... It's college baseball. This game's not even close to being over.
It's pretty close.
You think it's close?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, pretty close to being over. But it is college baseball. You are absolutely right about that. Florida dropped 24 on them last game, so... Who knows? I mean, I'm not turning it off. The dude's got the Steve Klein hat on. Nice.
The same hat for the last 7 years?
Yeah, exactly. It's all salty and ugh.
I went coast to coast with my hat every year. Opening day to the end of the season, yeah, it smelled like ass by August.
Gnarly.
I never threw it in the wash. I just wore the same hat all year. Guys would change their hats a lot. If you played where it was humid. I'm talking minor leagues, big leagues. Minor leagues, I think you almost had to. But in the big leagues, you get a new lid anytime you want.
They charge you for it.
But I like the mush down hat look. And I don't like
where it's high profile.
Yeah, the high profile bill, and you wear a new hat. Yeah. You just look like a front runner. So
Aaron Rowan used to do that. He had wore it real low and bent it up and looked like the same hat all year. I like getting it dirty.
Yeah. This is how you do. You stick your hat in the sink in hot water. And then when it's wet, you put it on your head, and then you press down the front. You mold it around.
Forms to your head.
And it forms to your head, and then you let it dry. Because I couldn't stand that big crown. So in spring training or opening day, whenever I got my hat first thing in the sink, to this day, if I buy a hat, I did it with this one right here. I stick it in the sink in warm water and then mold it on my head and press it down. The water goes all over your head. And then when you're done, you just set it there. So you get that fitted, you don't look like a blockhead look. I hate the blockhead look on a brand new hat.
I don't like that. I don't like that either. But a lot of the young guys like that. They like the squared, the high pro. That's the
How about the Japanese, like the pointed bill?
No,
you guys never fold your cat in half, and just go with the point.
Teepee.
Like when you draw a house,
What about the ones on the... Some people used to do the one in the middle and then two on the side.
Oh, the box look. Yeah, that was like a very...
No point.
This is the worst looking hat I ever saw. Well, you buy a hat like this, I bet you get a free bowl of soup. Huh?
I'll actually wear it. I have my Giants hat from '99. It's sitting in the house, and it's just...
Bring it in,
It's tattered.
I want to see it. Bring it in.
Yeah, I was going to wear it to a game the other day, but they shrink because they were wool.